This audiobook contains 31 censored sentences and 138 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Raria retorted, her voice cutting through the screaming. She may have altered your personality and erased memories, but every action you took afterward, all the devastation you wrought, was of your own volition, not hers. She may have granted you freedom during that state, but the desires to control and destroy stemmed from within you. No, I was deceived. I never desired any of this. Please believe enough. Raria's anguished scream pierced through Furyk's protests, her anger still evident as she swung her sword down with a powerful strike, engulfing the area in a burst of energy. Without hesitation, she allowed the attack to harm her as well. The impact left Raria injured, but she remained resolute and unmoving. Through the haze of pain, she watched as Furyk fell in defeat, his cries of desperation reverberating in the air as he pleaded for forgiveness. Yet Raria showed no mercy, her gaze fixed on his crumbling figure as she allowed him to fade away. As the scene unfolded before her, memories of their shared past flashed through Raria's mind, each moment causing her heart to ache with bittersweet nostalgia. She recalled the laughter and camaraderie they had once shared, as well as the trials and tribulations they had faced together. Despite the pain, Raria found herself grappling with conflicting emotions, torn between the memories of their bond and the reality of Furyk's betrayal. In the wake of the devastating attack, Raria was overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. Doubt began to seep into her mind, casting shadows over the once cherished memories. She questioned the authenticity of their past, pondering when Furyk had morphed into this monstrous version and which moments they had shared were real. Tears threatened to spill from Raria's eyes, but she held them back, refusing to shed them for someone who had repeatedly betrayed her trust in a single day. I wish things had ended differently, she murmured softly, her words laced with regret as she surveyed the desolate wasteland before her. Not a trace of Furyk remained, erased from existence by her relentless fury. He had been the catalyst for the destruction that now surrounded her, orchestrating chaos that had shattered her world and claimed the lives of those she held dear. It was a bitter realization, but Raria accepted that forgiveness was beyond her reach for him. The wounds he had inflicted ran too deep, leaving scars that would never fully heal. Aaron Tool's soliloquy as we caught up with Raria. Chow Chow's curiosity prompted him to inquire, the combustion event, what exactly does it involve? Turning to directly address him, I delve into the specifics. Gatoros, in his fused state with the planet, was the entity responsible for unleashing these events. Without a doubt, they granted significant power to those who took part, albeit at a heavy price their lifespan. With each intake, individuals found their time in this world shortened, with every breath costing them a precious 5 years. However, in this universe, where lifespans vary significantly, such a sacrifice may seem insignificant. The revelation seemed to hit Anren Wu with a deep sense of horror. Wait a minute, she stammered, her voice filled with disbelief. Are you implying that we unknowingly breathed in the fumes emitted by that thing? Her complexion turned pale at the grim realization. Yes, I replied, my voice void of any hint of emotion. I have assigned Esena the task of removing the others present, although it will come at the cost of their abilities. I presented them with a choice, and Esena delivered it directly to them. They can keep their powers, but they will have a shorter lifespan. Anren Wu and Helipose observed me in silence, their thoughts hidden behind pensive expressions. Eventually, Helipose broke the silence with a question. What will happen to us? Will this planet meet its end? Correct, I confirmed. As for your own fate, it is in your hands. Raria will likely officially join our cause after today. However, both of you are free to choose your own paths. Nevertheless, it is wise to recognize that Raria is no longer tied to the Eradicators or Fumara's rule. As a result, She may pursue you and anyone associated with you with hostile intent. I explained, noticing the seriousness in Helipo's expression. Shifting my attention to Raria, I asked, "Have you made your decision?" She stayed silent for a brief moment, her eyes fixed on the space where Furuk had been. Then, she turned to us, coming closer. I reached out, placing my hand on her shoulder, healing her wounds and waiting for her answer. I am determined in ending her oppressive rule. If her ruling mean suffering for countless others, then I want to stand with the resistance, she affirmed, her gaze meeting mine before acknowledging her two remaining companions. As for both of you, you are free to choose your own paths. It is decided we are cutting ties with Fumara's regime. I will stand beside you. Anwen Wu declared with conviction. Lord Virion granted me the freedom to choose my own path, and I have chosen to stand by your side once more. I will make that choice again. Raria responded with a gentle smile before turning to Helipos, who carefully considered the weight of their decision. After a brief moment of silence, he met Raria's gaze and nodded in agreement. The possibility of my life ending today is pretty high, but I choose to stand by you once more. I still hold a debt to you for your assistance all those years ago, he said, placing a hand over his heart before kneeling. Helipos pledges to be your blade once again. With all eyes fixed on me, Raria expressed her wish, let us away from this place, and let this planet fade into oblivion. There are far too many painful memories lingering here. In agreement, I motioned for Raria and the others to come closer. With a snap of my fingers, I transported Esena and the remaining inhabitants to the Resistance's planet first. Then, positioning us in the expanse of outer space just beyond Stellonium's stratosphere, I clicked my fingers once more. Witnessing the planet's gradual dissolution, a somber atmosphere enveloped us as the world they once knew crumbled before their eyes. As the last vestiges vanished into the void, even the core succumbed to destruction at my command. Let's go then, I declared, prompting us to swiftly embark on our homeward journey, leaving behind the remnants of a world marred by sorrow. Chapter 24, Part 1. To Svlauria's third-person point of view, it seems Raria has turned her back on us. Quite amusing, remarked Infursos, his tone laced with a hint of amusement, upon receiving the news from Eleanor regarding the situation in Stellonium. Seated comfortably in his command center on his home planet, he surveyed the array of monitors before him. With a flick of his hand, he dismissed outdated displays, replacing them with fresh ones. Though there's been a slight deviation, my plans remain unaffected, he mused, a sly smile dancing on his lips. What shall we do, Lord Infursos? Inquired one of his subordinates. Infursos leaned back in his chair, a sense of quiet confidence exuding from his demeanor. We shall do nothing. Allow events to unfold naturally. Destiny is unavoidably guiding all things toward me, he declared, his grin widening. With a respectful nod, the subordinate took their leave, leaving Infursos to his contemplations. Every outcome is predetermined, and even the meddling of the outer gods cannot alter it either, he murmured, fixing his gaze upon an image of Aaron, feeling the weight of destiny in their shared gaze. His gaze shifted to a specific monitor, displaying Svlauria and the Volgenders stationed within it. A multitude of Volgenders had been mobilized, launching attacks on various planets and factions suspected of affiliating with the Resistance. Turning his attention back to the room, Infursos spoke to the unseen presence. Consider this. Had I not intervened to prevent your journey to Stellonium, you would have met your death alongside Furuk and the others, he stated, his tone filled with calculated certainty. Glancing behind him, he noticed the silhouette of a woman. Pladrifa, Wayborough's highest-ranking officer, stood with her arms folded against the wall, her eyes closed in contemplation. Upon opening them and meeting Infurso's gaze, she voiced her inquiry. I found it strange when you advised against my departure. Is this yet another glimpse into the futures you foresee or have foretold? She questioned, her gaze sharp with scrutiny. A sly grin appeared on Infurso's lips as he kept his gaze fixed on the glowing screen. Your purpose remains unchanged. In the days ahead, your path will take you back to Svlauria, marking the completion of your time with us. He informed her, his words mysterious yet weighted with importance. Perplexed by Infurso's instruction, Hladrifa sought clarification. "What do you mean?" she asked, her brow furrowing with confusion. Infurso's smirk grew as he shook his head dismissively. "That knowledge belongs to me alone. I will not share it with you," he declared, his tone dripping with self-assurance. Recognizing the futility of pressing for more information, Hladrifa accepted the enigma before her. With a resigned sigh, she agreed. "Very well, though I may not understand your intentions. I will obey your command," she conceded before leaving the room. Alone once more, Infurso's smile deepened, his thoughts concealed in secrecy. All will unfold as destiny dictates. Soon a long-separated family will be reunited, he murmured ominously, anticipation tingling in his veins as he refocused his attention on the display, eager to witness the upcoming outcome. Upon the sacred land of Svlauria, Queen Kalorahine stood in quiet observation as the formidable Volgenders gathered for deployment, their numbers growing with each passing moment. Only a small group of retired yet skilled warriors remained stationed, prepared to defend their homeland if necessary. Echoes resounded in Kalorahine's mind, a persistent chant urging action. "Soon, soon, soon," it whispered with insistence. "I am aware. We are ready if anything happens. If they do come here, they won't be welcomed, nor will they come out of our planet unscathed," she replied, with a subtle anticipation underlying her words. Turning to her attendant, a Volgender in service to the crown, she listened to their report with a composed demeanor. "My queen, as the last vessels depart, our numbers will diminish. We have also received word of Hladrifa's impending return to Svlauria. How shall we proceed?" inquired the loyal Volgender. Though taken by surprise by this unforeseen development, Kalorahine maintained her royal composure, nodding in acknowledgement. "Treat her with customary respect. However, I wish to remain undisturbed by her presence for the time being," she instructed, her tone measured yet resolute. As the young Volgender departed, leaving Kalorahine alone, she found herself gazing up at the delicate snowflakes falling from the sky. "Why are you returning now?" "It's a rare occurrence," she murmured softly to herself, feeling a subtle sense of unease settling within her. For them, think of nothing else. Do it, for them, for you," the voice persisted, its urging persistent and malicious. Clutching her fists tightly, Kalorahine suppressed a surge of conflicting emotions, her unease growing with each passing moment. She understood the urgency of her mission, the weight of responsibility resting heavily on her shoulders. For the sake of those she held dear, and for her own sake, she could not afford to be distracted. "Yes, for them, for us, and for the greater good," she affirmed resolutely, her voice carrying a blend of acceptance and solemnity. With a firm resolve, she prepared herself for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that in the end, her sacrifices would be justified. Arentull's soliloquy, it had been several hours since the chaotic events in Stellonium unfolded. Predictably, Fumara wasted no time in labeling Raria, Helipos, and Anrinwu as enemies, accusing them of rogue actions and declaring them as targets for immediate elimination, as evident from the holographic wanted posters spread throughout the area. Although their return to the Resistance's planet was not met with universal warmth, they found some comfort in the sympathy extended to them upon learning the truth. They were not entirely without allies. After a brief meeting with the remaining members, I set off on a solitary journey towards a peaceful spot on the planet. With impending obligations awaiting me before my departure for Svlauria in less than a day, I realized the urgency of tending to these matters without delay. Arriving at the peaceful spot, I leaned against a sturdy tree and let out a sigh. But my solitude was interrupted by the sensation of a cold finger poking my cheek. Sighing again, I turned to see Aoife, her crimson eyes gazing down at me with a gentle smile on her lips. "Welcome home. I heard your trip was less than ideal, she said, settling beside me and resting her head on my shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut in contentment. That's one way to put it, I replied, a hint of amusement in my voice. Sona and 10k-15's team haven't returned yet. They might be gone for a few days, I added, releasing a weary sigh. That's true, but I have faith they'll be fine. They're all quite powerful, after all. Aoife reassured me with a nod, her words carrying a comforting tone. Yeah, I replied, my eyes scanning the vast landscape before us. The forest spread out as far as the eye could see, the perfect canvas for my vision of the new Stellonium. I could already see it, breaking free from the constraints of our original planet and expanding upwards and below ground. Aoife broke the silence with a question. How long do you think it will be before they come back? They'll likely return in 2 days, so on the same day as us. I mused, considering the practicalities. I then turned to Aoife and shared my vision of placing the new Stellonium in this tranquil setting. I showed her a holographic image of what Stellonium could become, inviting her to contemplate the possibilities. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe this location would be perfect. And why stop there? We could expand beneath the surface or even create floating districts. The potential is endless, she suggested, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect. Smiling at her infectious enthusiasm, I nodded in agreement. You're right. I plan to create something really unique as we shape the future cities on this planet and its neighbors. The conventional designs can grow a bit boring, wouldn't you agree? Simplicity definitely has its allure, but too much of it can become tiresome. Aoife agreed, her expression turning serious. But on a different note, Aaron, there's something I need to discuss with you. Her intense gaze fixed on me, capturing my full attention. You want to join me in Sflauria, right? With the Valkyrie squad and Odin in tow, the journey promises to be rather exciting. However, we must remain vigilant. As the inhabitants, they're likely to view us with hostility or, at best, have ulterior motives. We will accept their hospitality if there is any, but we must be cautious at all times, I explained, laying out the realities of our upcoming venture. Aoife nodded in understanding, indicating her agreement with my assessment. Yeah, you're right. I want to go with you to Sflauria. The Valkyries, Odin, and Azathoth are coming with us, right? Aoife sought my confirmation, to which I simply nodded. I'm also interested by them, the Volgenders. I'm certain the others are as well. But we can discuss them with the others later. Have you discussed them with Raria and the others yet? Shaking my head, I replied, not yet. Our conversation during the meeting shifted to other topics, but I intended to bring it up with them after a short break here. I wanted to ensure they get used to their new surroundings first. Besides, I still need to recreate the city. Aoife nodded once more and asked, when do you plan to create it? Before we leave tomorrow, I want the citizens to feel at ease in the unfamiliar environment of this planet. Creating a replica of their familiar city should help them adjust and ease the tension that exists between the current inhabitants and them. I hope that by allowing various individuals to come and go, ITLL help improve relations between all of us. I explained my strategy to Aoife. That's a solid plan. Did you draw inspiration from Ravel or Latia? Maybe even Graphia or Rias? She inquired. I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm capable of generating my own ideas, you know? I retorted with a gentle flick to her forehead. So, this plan is entirely my own. I recognize the importance of expanding my intelligence and wit, both for my personal growth and for the betterment of the Omniverse. However, breaking habits can prove to be a big challenge once they become ingrained in routine. Aoife let out a chuckle at my response and then offered an apology. Sorry, I didn't mean to dismiss your ideas like that. But all right, can I help you in designing some elements? Of course, but first, let's go and have a discussion with Raria's group. Later, you'll have Layla join us for a bit of sparring, I suggested, causing Aoife to give me a quizzical look. Sparring? She questioned, clearly puzzled by the sudden change in plans. Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to enhance your ability to create weapons from your elements, right? Ethereal swords, ice swords, and other items you intend to expand your arsenal even further, I reminded her. That's right. I wasn't too thrilled about being defeated by Zero. Aoife taunted with a smile as she got up, offering me a hand. Let's go. I'm excited to meet the last two survivors of Raria's group as well. I nodded in agreement, and together we quickly left the peaceful surroundings before teleporting to Ivory Ilum. Currently, I had provided living quarters for all the citizens of Stellonium, as well as Raria and her two subordinates, in 4 expansive apartments. These spaces have been transformed into indoor cities, complete with shops and stores reminiscent of their lost planet using spatial manipulation, all managed by androids that I had designed. After locating their auras, Aoife and I made our way to Raria's official and temporary headquarters. Upon knocking on the door, we were greeted by Raria inviting us in, and we found her seated behind her desk. "Oh, Aaron, did you need something?" Raria asked, her attention shifting from her work to acknowledge our presence. Aaron Wu and Helipose were seated on 2 of the 3 couches in the room, with a circular table in the center. To my surprise, I saw Shin nestled in Aaron Wu's lap, seemingly enjoying the puppy's attention. Meanwhile, Helipose was indulging in various sweets, revealing a notable sweet tooth. "Hey there, just wanted to check in about those troublemaking Volgenders," I interjected, joining Helipose and Aaron Wu. I settled in beside Helipose, who kindly offered me a piece of candy, which I happily accepted. Meanwhile, the duo in front of us were showering Shin with attention, and he seemed to be enjoying every moment of it. "Are you referring to the warning the Volgenders gave us before we visited my former planet? What's on your mind about them?" Raria paused her task, giving me her full attention. Ever since I decided not to suppress Raria's powers after she sided with us, she seemed to be back in her element. I gave a confident nod before replying. "We'll take any information you've got. I'm planning to pay a visit to their planet tomorrow, and I'm preparing myself for whatever they throw at us. I'm expecting a chilly reception, to say the least." Raria nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowing in contemplation. However, Helipose interjected with a more matter-of-fact tone. "You're aware their queen and leader goes by the name Calorahine. She's reputed as the mightiest Volgender in their history, surpassing even their esteemed founding leader in sheer power and influence." Anren Wu added to the conversation, her tone more grounded and informative. "According to Lore Virion, Calorahine possesses unparalleled proficiency in ice manipulation, making her a troublesome and powerful enemy. Moreover, the Volgenders are adept at wielding darkness and shadows, harnessing their innate abilities to deadly effect. It's worth noting that flight comes naturally to all Volgenders from birth." Raria, her expression somber and serious, contributed further insight. Rumors circulating among the Eradicators suggest that Calorahine may have undergone a mysterious mutation, although concrete details remain elusive. Given the events of today, it's plausible that Eleanor, Ectherois, and Infursos possess valuable information that could shed light on this matter. "Mutation. Huh?" I repeated, shifting my gaze away as a spark of understanding ignited within me. Even the most mundane details could hold significant value, so please share. I once had the opportunity to visit Svlauria with Lore Virion, and let me tell you, it was a truly remarkable experience. Anren Wu interjected, capturing our attention. Unlike our isolated metropolis, Svlauria is home to several expansive cities scattered across its landscape, all interconnected by extensive rail networks. In total, there are 4 bustling cities on that planet, not including the 5th in the middle. Pausing for emphasis, Anren Wu looked at each of us before continuing, passing the conversation over to Aoife. The central city serves as the focal point, housing Queen Calorahine and the majority of the high-ranking individuals. Each of the other cities is governed by a mayor, all of whom pledge extreme loyalty to the Queen and work diligently under her command. To the top left sits Etherreach, a city devoted to researching into alchemy and magic sourced from other universes, elaborated Anren Wu. Unfortunately, I cannot offer much insight as our visit did not take us there. Moving on, the city in the top right corner is Havskull, specializing in agriculture and climate control to adapt to the ever-changing seasons. I have to mention that during the winter months, temperatures plummet to sub-zero levels, while summers scorch with intense heat. Therefore, maintaining Half-Skull's functionality is crucial for the Volgenders. Anren Wu emphasized the significance of Half-Skull's role. Continuing her informative discourse, Anren Wu shed light on the remaining cities. Now, onto the bottom left, we have Finhole, an entertainment district primarily known for its arenas hosting battles and a variety of lively venues. It's a bustling hub, to say the least. And finally, in the lower right, lies Jotunvik, a sprawling complex serving as both a massive hospital and a residential area. Although homes are scattered throughout the other cities, Jotunvik stands out for its size and purpose. With Shin in her embrace, Aoife asked, "What about the main city?" Anren Wu's smile was gentle as he replied, "Ah, that would be 10k-15kThis. It's a strange name, but I've never gone into its origins. Our purpose there was to learn a particular technique often used by Kalorahine. The process took us about 2 days before we departed. They showed us great respect in honor of Lord Vyrion's esteemed status. 10k-15kThis sounds like Norwegian, I pondered silently. Translated, it means time-frozen city. I wonder if Kalorahine gave it the name or if it originated with the first queen of their kind. It's a curious thought, one that deserves further investigation, though perhaps best left for another time." Aoife cocked her head, her gaze silently questioning whether I was familiar with the city's name. I responded with a subtle nod, acknowledging her unspoken query. Our encounters with the Volgenders have differed from our previous ventures to other planets, I mused. Our objectives have been singular, either to win them over to our cause or to neutralize them entirely. But with the Volgenders, it feels different. I want to approach them with the intent to comprehend their motivations and perhaps stop this needless conflict. Raria let out a weary sigh. That's easier said than done. The Volgenders are a proud and tenacious bunch, yet they're not devoid of reason. If by some stroke of luck, they, or their queen, are open to negotiation, you might find yourself engaged in a remarkably civilized discussion. However, if not, be prepared to meet them head-on in battle, for they will accept nothing less. Lord Vyrion shared some similar insights with me, chimed in Anren Wu. Now, I can't vouch for the Valkyries of your realm, but when it comes to the Volgenders, they have a rather distinct approach to facing their fate. It's either honorable combat or nothing at all for them. They tend to dwell in absolute extremes, which might baffle those on the outside looking in. However, as Madam pointed out, they're rational beings once you've earned their respect. Intrigued, I delve deeper. What about their chain of command? Are there specific figures or groups we should keep an eye on? Any noteworthy underlings, local myths, or native creatures we should be mindful of? Raria shook her head gently. There are 4 captains, each leading their own unit. They'll probably stay put to fortify the planet's defenses. The same goes for retired Volgenders. Even though they're no longer on active duty, they still pack a serious punch in combat and won't hesitate to intervene if necessary. Seems like we're in for more trouble soon, Aoife remarked, a furrow forming on her brow as worry creased her features. But we're still in the dark, aren't we? No clear picture of what's coming our way. Anren Wu's expression softened with regret as she shook her head. Unfortunately, that's the case. Our trip was all about grabbing a specific technique for Lord Vyrion's arsenal, and we were kept on a tight leash the whole time. I tried digging for more, but came up empty-handed. Aoife turned to Raria, her eyes searching for any glimmer of hope or insight. What about you, Raria? Any scoop on these captains? Maybe something about their skills, or any other useful info? Raria took a moment, pondering Aoife's question before sighing heavily. I can't say for sure if this person's a captain, but rumors are swirling about a Volgender who wields something called a whipsword. It's supposed to be both a whip and a sword, but the details are sketchy. Unfortunately, I don't have much more to go on right now. I also caught wind of some rumors during one of my attendance at Madam's meetings, Helipos admitted, his voice wavering slightly. As you know, Volgenders are exclusively female. Centuredo, did you notice any recurring themes or details among these rumors? I asked, hoping for more concrete information. Helipos paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the table as he pondered his thoughts. Eventually, he nodded slightly. Yes, there were. Some of the rumors mentioned a hybrid resembling a Volgander with scales, reminiscent of the snakes from your universe. They interacted with a snake? Aoife gasped in shock, her disbelief evident in her tone. I've been close with Ophis, and she's a dragon. Aoife, I chimed in, intrigued by her surprise. So, is it really that surprising for the Volgenders to engage with serpent-like beings or entities resembling them? I arched an eyebrow, curious about her reaction. Aoife hesitated, her expression betraying her discomfort. But gods and goddesses are usually depicted as more human-like. I could understand if it were a humanoid snake. Maybe, she countered. Can we truly comprehend the forms of gods and goddesses? I interjected, offering a different perspective. In my experiences, entities like Azathoth initially manifested as colossal eyes, gradually taking on humanoid shapes over time. It wasn't until later that I even discerned any gender. Aoife fell silent, appearing to mull over my words. I suppose the beings the Volgenders associate with were probably advanced civilizations of snakes, with humanoid forms. It's likely that the Volgenders seek out individuals capable of assuming such forms, or at least those with the potential to do so. Helipos clarified, sharing his thoughts on the matter. How do we end up on this topic? Can we return to the original one? Anren Wu inquired, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It's relevant since we were discussing the hybrid, but we are slightly veering off topic. Nevertheless, that's all we know about them. They're quite reserved as they seldom interact with others unless it's necessary. Raria interjected, attempting to guide the conversation back on course. It seems that way. I'll go and do my own research then. Thanks, I responded, rising from my seat with Aoife following suit. Oh, right. I'll rebuild Stellonium with a few new additions later in the day, so all of you can move back in. They were taken aback by the gesture, but also nodded their heads in gratitude. I see. Thank you again, Aaron, Raria expressed with a sincere smile on her lips. Aoife and I exited the room, entering the maze-like confines of the impromptu indoor city, accompanied by the hustle and bustle of the corridors. We garnered a few curious glances, but largely remained inconspicuous, blending into the scene of the surroundings. Do you have any inkling about who or what they might be? Aoife interjected, intertwining her fingers with mine as we strolled along. Right now? Not really. I haven't taken the time to investigate since I trailed off, allowing my gaze to wander without purpose. Since? Aoife prodded, her head tilting inquisitively. I met her gaze briefly before shifting my eyes away. I hadn't delved into the matter since the strange woman in my dreams warned against it, or rather, the lingering unease associated with the notion. However, my curiosity had been sparked by other avenues. Since that woman in my dreams advised against it, or at least the sensation persisted, although I did explore other avenues out of sheer curiosity. Maybe I should go into it soon since ITLL. Just nag at me'll tackle it tonight. Why not? That woman. Who are you talking about? Aoife inquired, a puzzled expression crossing her features, evident in the furrow of her brow. After a moment of consideration, I let out a sigh before responding. Not here. Let's find somewhere else. With a fluid motion, I transported us back to the same spot we had previously occupied, the very location where I intended to rebuild Stellonium. Once settled, I began to elaborate. I went into the depths of our conversation, recounting every detail Essena and I had covered. The mysterious Cersteels, the odd woman whom we suspected to be the keeper of the eternal flame, and the cryptic events that had unfolded in my dreams, pondering their potential implications for the future. Can I come? You know, into your dreams. If it does happen, Aoife asked, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. And no wild daydreams, all right? She added, a playful grin dancing across her face. Extending my hand, I gently tapped her forehead. I don't have strange daydreams, but of course am happy to keep talking about this. I'd prefer it if this stays between us until I have a clearer picture. Once I've had a chance to meet her and converse, then I can go deeper. But for now, I'll reserve my judgment. Is it your intuition guiding you? She inquired, massaging her forehead with a playful glare. More or less, yes. It's a gut feeling, albeit a somewhat unsettling one. Yet, it carries a sense of positivity. If you catch my drift, I responded, acknowledging Aoife's understanding with a nod. In that case, let's go on a journey into your dreams. It's been a while, so I'm eager. Come to think of it, I haven't dreamt since I was brought back to life. She mused, her expression marked by puzzlement. And I was the complete opposite. I suppose being fully aware of the truth makes us just like any other regular human, right? But let's not dwell on it too much. It just so happens that you'll be staying in my quarters tonight along with the others, so everything will work out, I remarked with a light chuckle, attempting to lift the atmosphere. Since we're both here, let's start strategizing for the new Stellonium, and it'll start the rebuilding process before we retire for the night. Great! Aoife exclaimed enthusiastically, eager to contribute to the city's redesign and reconstruction efforts. We spent the ensuing hours seated beneath the tree, meticulously reviewing the blueprints and integrating various enhancements into the design. Among the innovations, we incorporated floating districts supported by magic and interconnected via teleporters, along with an underground sector reminiscent of earlier concepts we had contemplated. Later that evening, just before retiring for the night, I decided to take a leisurely stroll through Ivory Ilum. It was then that I came across Boom Boom, also known as Hensworth Lebjorn. He seemed deep in thought, but when he saw me, he hurried over. Without hesitation, he took my arm and led me away. I agreed to let him guide me, allowing him to pull me along until we were hidden behind a nearby building. There, he looked around cautiously before letting out a heavy sigh. I find myself in need of assistance, he confessed in a quiet voice. In what way? I asked, encouraging him to share more. Before leaving my home planet, I acquired a device similar to a surveillance tool, monitoring certain individuals in my life. However, upon my arrival here, I lost it. Recently, while cleaning up the chaos of my workshop, I came across it. Taking your previous advice to heart, I've decided to engage with the local researchers earnestly, focusing on various projects, he explained. Well, you see, when I stumbled upon this gadget and started sifting through its records and messages, I couldn't shake this growing worry about someone dear to me, he admitted, his face clouded with concern as he took a brief pause. They've been captured by one of those Volgender fellows during their raids across different planets they suspect of siding with us. He elaborated, his distress evident. They're young, really young, just about your age, I reckon. I've caught wind that you might be heading there yourself. Is that true? If it is, I'm begging you, please rescue them, he implored, bowing his head in a plea. With a sigh of resignation, I asked, can you tell me anything about them? Like their name, what they look like, or any other helpful details? Boom Boom reached into his pocket and retrieved a photo, passing it over to me. The image captured the likeness of a young person, roughly my age, sporting neatly trimmed gray hair and piercing blue eyes. Clad in a crisp white lab coat, complemented by black trousers and brown shoes, the individual exuded a lot of confidence. Balancing 2 books in one arm, they held a lollipop in the other hand. This is Ivakin, Boom Boom shared with a hint of solemnity. He began his journey under my mentorship before encountering some setbacks. He possessed a very curious mind and proved to be remarkably dependable. I held great confidence in his potential for success. Regrettably, his stubbornness led him astray. Falling prey to negative influences, he lamented. Would he agree to being rescued? I asked, my interest piqued by the complexities of Ivakin's character. Although I was curious about his ties to Boom to Hensworth, I opted not to go deeper into the matter. Understood. I will ensure his safe return, I asserted with conviction. I might even consider teleporting him directly to circumvent any potential resistance. However, if he adamantly refuses, that should be fine. He will probably insist on accompanying you, as he's not one to back down from challenges. I suspect that trait is what got him into this predicament in the first place. Hensworth commented with a resigned sigh. Well, considering the stubborn nature of many individuals on this planet, It's hardly surprising, I remarked with a slight smile. Rest assured, they'll see to it that he returns safely. Is there anything else you need, Hensworth? I inquired, my expression reflecting genuine concern as I met his gaze. If possible, I'd also like to acquire some of the Volgender's data on their alchemy and magic, Hensworth disclosed, his eyes alight with scholarly curiosity. I've been exploring the intricacies of magic in your universe, and I find it absolutely fascinating, particularly the subtle differences among the various species. The distinctions between divine, angelic, demonic, yokai, and human magic are truly remarkable and captivating, he added, nodding thoughtfully to himself. Is that so? Well, feel free to seek assistance from any member of DXD, but do obtain their consent beforehand, I advised, to which he readily agreed. Anyway, I have to take my leave now. There are pressing matters that demand my attention. Is that the city you built earlier? He asked. I'm interested in setting up a base there too. It seems like the former second-in-command of the Eradicators is looking for a reliable scientist and researcher in their new settlement. Stopping in my tracks, I turned to face him. You want to work with Raria? I inquired, and he nodded eagerly. We already have a team of scientists working with Savina and her group, but I feel it's right for me to offer my expertise to Raria's cause. Plus, with Azazel and the others dealing with other matters, my workload there is quite light, he explained. I don't see any reason to object. Come with me then. Since Raria and her group have probably moved to the city, we should find her there with the others, I told him, and we quickly set off for New Stellonium. As we stepped foot in New Stellonium, the sight that greeted us felt simultaneously familiar and altered. The sky above was adorned with floating sections, emitting a radiant glow, a stark contrast to what I remembered. Additional structures now house the security personnel stationed here, hinting at changes in the city's dynamics. Well, this is quite different from what I remember, commented Hensworth, his hand gently stroking his chin in fascination as he took in the scene. Have you been to Stellonium before? I inquired, genuinely curious about his past experiences in this intriguing place. Yes. It was a brief visit in the past. I had exchanged ideas with the late Furuk. Whether he had already succumbed to madness by then or remained to his former self, I cannot say. Nevertheless, he harbored ambitious aspirations, explained Hensworth, his tone tinged with nostalgia as he reminisced about his previous interaction with Furuk, whom we recently defeated. All right, let's keep going. Raria, Anrenwu, and Helipos are still hanging out over there, I mentioned, nodding towards the trio as they watched over their city from the entrance. As we neared them, they promptly acknowledged our approach, turning to greet us. Before I could say anything, Raria stepped up and pulled me into a hug, which caught me a bit by surprise. Nevertheless, I returned the embrace, sharing a laugh. What was that all about? I asked. You reconstructed it to resemble the original while adding some upgrades. We had been thinking about making these improvements earlier, but Furuk kept putting them off. Now, we see why he hesitated. Also, I wanted to thank you for rebuilding the orphanage, she admitted, her smile radiating sincerity. I nodded in affirmation before elaborating. Yeah, you're right, those were the original plans. Aoife's contributions proved invaluable, particularly concerning the design of the floating districts and underground sectors. We've substantially fortified the city's defenses too, ensuring they meet the standards observed across the planets under our jurisdiction. That said, Boom Boom here has some matters to discuss with all of you. Boom, boom, Raria repeated, her brow furrowing with confusion as she turned to Hensworth. Ah, Professor Hensworth, I wasn't aware of your presence on this planet following your disappearance. Our paths didn't cross during my brief time here, did they? She inquired, seeking clarification from Hensworth. Hensworth shook his head subtly, dispelling any misconceptions that may have lingered. No, our paths never intersected during that period. I hesitated to seek you out after your visit to our planet, uncertain of your return. However, I'm here today with a proposition, he stated, drawing their attention. I propose to take on the role of lead researcher and scientist within your city. This offer comes solely from my own volition, not at Aaron's request. Raria was taken aback by the unexpected proposal, her silence echoing her surprise as she fixed a steady gaze on Hensworth. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Very well. I have no objections to your proposition. But may I ask why you're here? I thought you had perished, or at least been captured by Ecthrois and imprisoned within Mystara, she inquired, seeking clarity on Hensworth's sudden reappearance. I managed to avoid capture and roamed without direction until I stumbled upon this place. I adopted the guise of feigned insanity, keeping to myself and grappling with the task of devising a plan to return to Mystara, my homeland. Alas, my endeavors proved fruitless, and I succumbed to despair, Hensworth admitted, his voice carrying a hint of sadness. Gazing up at the sky, he released a solemn sigh. It was then that I resolved to take on the persona of Boom Boom, speaking in the third person and simulating madness to conceal my true identity and avoid detection. That is, until Sir Aaron here sought me out, he elaborated, a nostalgic chuckle escaping him. Raria, Anrin Wu, and Helipos exchanged incredulous glances, silently seeking confirmation from me. I responded with a nod, affirming Hensworth's narrative, which only deepened their amazement. It seemed that Hensworth's renown exceeded my initial assessment. Facing them once more, his expression shifted to one of earnestness. That is precisely my reason for being here. The Resistance has garnered the support of their own scientists and the researchers of DXD. I wish to offer my assistance to you, much as I once did in discussions with the late Furuk, Hensworth explained with a sense of solemnity. Their astonishment was once again palpable, yet Raria quickly composed herself to reply. Very well, Professor Hensworth. I graciously accept your offer of help. Your expertise and accomplishments precede you, and your presence in our city will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Will you then become my subordinate as well? She inquired. Hensworth returned her smile with a respectful nod. I would be honored to do so, Madame Raria, he affirmed, lowering himself into a kneeling position before her. All's well that ends well, wouldn't you agree? I interjected, eliciting chuckles from the group as we embraced the promising future that lay ahead. All right, I'll leave the matters here to you all. I just wanted to quickly ensure everything is running smoothly in the city. I'll touch base again before we set off tomorrow, I conveyed, expressing appreciation as they acknowledged my words. However, just as I was about to leave, Anrin Wu caught hold of my arm and motioned for me to step aside. Do you need something, Anrin Wu? I inquired, attentive to her needs. You're an outer god and a dragon. Am I correct, Aaron? She asked, to which I nodded in confirmation. In that case, would you be able to teach me in techniques similar to those? Could you elaborate on what you mean? I asked, puzzled by her request. Are you referring to abilities commonly associated with dragons? Or perhaps techniques that change one's aura and energy into draconic forms? Sort of a mix, I guess, Anrin Wu elucidated, her words sparking a curiosity within me. Cinchuredo, while my knowledge of dragon-based or style martial arts from my past life was limited, the vast omniverse surely held a trove of techniques waiting to be uncovered. Observing her intently, I inquired, but isn't your primary focus on styles like crane or snake? An affirmative nod followed by her response. Yeah, you're right. That's what Lord Virion emphasized for me to master initially, and I believe I've already done that. However, I now seek to go into uncharted territories. Could you guide me? She asked. Considering her request, I offered I don't mind. I'm planning a short training session tonight with Aoife to hone her abilities. You're more than welcome to join us. We'll be starting soon. With a smile stretched across her face, Anrin Wu went back to Raria to relay the situation, quickly returning. I'm prepared, she declared with enthusiasm, wasting no time. Together, we went towards the diverse training grounds spread across the planet. Tonight's destination in particular was an Ivory Ilum. Hey, ARO, Anrin Wu is joining us? Aoife inquired as we arrived at the training grounds. She was with Shin, and the puppy was nestled in her arms, both of them regarding us with curious tilts of their heads. The training area was nestled within a natural landscape, surrounded by trees and rocky formations, remnants of the planet's eventful past. Yes, I just got back from New Stellonium, and Amron Wu asked for some help. I explained, conveying the information to Aoife, who nodded in understanding. In that case, we can train together. Right, Shin? Aoife exclaimed, eliciting a happy bark from the puppy. I chuckled at their enthusiasm and nodded. All right, let's begin. Stand beside her. Amron Wu, I instructed, prompting her to take her place alongside Aoife. With everyone positioned and ready, our training session commenced, infused with curiosity and excitement. As I extended my finger towards Aoife, I began sharing a trove of knowledge with her, showing various techniques and abilities drawn from different universes. I referenced the anime we'd watched, the manga and light novels we'd read deeply into, and the games we'd immersed ourselves in, urging her to take inspiration from those experiences. I almost forgot. I can even mimic her, can I? Well, technically, I am her, but it slipped my mind since it's what I saw every day, exclaimed Aoife, her excitement palpable. I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm, acknowledging her realization. Yes, you can replicate her abilities as well. Feel free to draw upon any inspiration you've encountered, and let's see what you can accomplish. I encouraged, eager to witness her growth and exploration of her vast potential. The individual referred to as her happened to be Jinglu, embodying the very essence of her physical body. I didn't plan on rebuffing her request, acknowledging the high probability of encountering them all at some stage in our infinite lives. Going into those universes in the times ahead undoubtedly sat on my agenda once the current circumstances stabilized. Perhaps, in the future, I could even bring our children with us to those worlds. Such a plan sounded really fun. Are you planning on giving out paternal wisdom like an elder sage, partner? Drake joked, his demeanor infused with levity. Well, I plan on being a good parent, so why not? I retorted, stealing a glance at Amron Wu. Uncertainty clouded my mind regarding which abilities and martial arts techniques to demonstrate for her at this moment. Numerous techniques surfaced in my thoughts, among them the renowned Dragon Fist technique from Dragon Ball. However, most other techniques bearing the moniker Dragon appear to be integrated into broader techniques rather than existing as distinct moves in their own right. Moreover, even techniques labeled as Dragon were not consistently centered solely on draconic themes. After going into the expansive archives of the Omniverse and its vast repositories of techniques, abilities, and skills, I stumbled upon several options that might be suitable for her. But before presenting them to her, I inquired, do you have any plans on changing your physical body? Perhaps. Modifying your shape or size? And no, I don't think so. Why do you ask? She responded, her confusion unmistakable in her voice. Some techniques might need a body of different proportions, you know? Can you see Virion doing graceful movements like a ballerina? Aoife quipped, stifling a giggle. I might not have the faintest clue about what a ballerina does. Seeing as it sounds like it's more feminine, Amron Wu remarked thoughtfully, but I see where you're coming from. My stance on this remains the same. I could really use your expertise in finding techniques that align with my current physique. Amron Wu's enthusiasm was palpable as she made her declaration. Fully in accord with her sentiment, I gestured towards her, ready to impart a plethora of moves, techniques, and skills tailored to harness dragon-like abilities. Amron Wu's eyes lit up with the excitement of a child as she eagerly soaked in this newfound knowledge. Why don't you give them a try first, and then I can offer some guidance? I proposed. Wasting no time, they each claimed their own space and unleashed the techniques they had just acquired. I swiftly erected protective barriers around each training area to safeguard against any unintended damage from their unleashed power. 30 minutes passed, and their pace in demolishing the training area began to slow down as they gradually adapted to the new techniques they were experimenting with. Looks like they're managing well. Amron Wu is showing considerable proficiency as well. She's adapting to her abilities rather quickly. I had a feeling of Aoife's potential from our previous sparring session after her revival, and she certainly possesses a talent for rapid learning and mastery, remarked Drake, while Albion and I stood alongside him. Aoife's natural talent has always shone through. I simply amplified it with my abilities, enabling her to grasp almost anything in the blink of an eye. She consistently outshines me in numerous regards before my reincarnation. I responded, my gaze lingering on the pair. In Anren Wu, it appears to be a blend of dedicated training and natural talent. Perhaps I should consider granting her access to the darkness and shadow manipulation unique to her universe. Azathoth mentioned she was an anomaly, not inherently possessing it. According to her companion's observations, she adapted admirably when using it, even increasing her strength, as if it were a seamless extension of her abilities. Albion chimed in. Suddenly, our attention was drawn upward as Aoife leaped into the air, wielding a blade of ice. With a mischievous grin directed at us, she swung the blade, unleashing multiple aura slashes in the form of ice towards our direction. Round 2. Let's go, exclaimed Draig, his voice brimming with excitement as he leaped towards the incoming attacks, enveloping his body in flames that rapidly melted the icy attacks. He hurled himself towards Aoife, his fist crackling with draconic energy, but she effortlessly evaded his strike, even while airborne. Creating a small platform of ice beside her, she used it to propel herself towards Draig, who adjusted his trajectory to meet her head-on. With a mighty roar, Draig unleashed a volley of fireballs towards her. Yet Aoife replicated her earlier tactic, summoning small ice platforms in the sky to maneuver through his attacks with grace, elegantly dodging every fiery projectile aimed her way. Look at you, putting on a show like that, exclaimed Draig, excitement evident as he decided to wield his own sword. Promptly conjuring a blade of flames, he met Aoife's sword with his own, creating a clash of flames and ice in the air. I'm a swordsman now. Aoife smiled in response, her voice tinged with amusement. Eren turned you into the heavenly dragon meme emperor. I'm not entirely sure if that's a good thing or not. With a subtle push, she managed to nudge Draig back slightly, showcasing her skill. They're really funny. Well, some of them are downright weird, but still amusing, Draig remarked before allowing his sword to erupt in a fiery explosion, propelling them both backward. I won't stop, though. It'll keep going deeper into the world of memes. Heck, he'll even pass down my meme wisdom to his children one day. Albion cast a concerned glance in my direction and inquired with a hint of apprehension. Are you going to allow him to do that? I mean, even if I try to put a stop to him, he'd still find a way to pass on his meme expertise to my future kids. So, it's kind of pointless to even try, I said with a tired smile, acknowledging the inevitable reality. Albion chuckled in agreement. I totally get where you're coming from. Meanwhile, the showdown between Draig and Aoife was still going strong, with fire and ice swirling around them. Anren Wu watched in awe, clearly impressed by the spectacle even from within my protective barrier. Though she stayed put, you could tell she felt the huge gap in power between herself and the two fighters. As the fight went on, it eventually ended with both of them stepping back, sharing a grin that spoke volumes of mutual respect. You didn't fully utilize your powers. It's as if you weren't taking me seriously at all, remarked Draig, his tone tinged with a bit of annoyance. Well, you didn't either, so don't complain, retorted Aoife, as Shin emerged from her shadows, leaping into her arms as she dispelled her ice sword. Fair point, but that's okay for now. I've had my fun. However, I expect a real rematch in the future, declared Draig, to which Aoife readily agreed. With that settled, Draig made his way back to us, his demeanor exuding a sense of triumph as he pumped his fist in the air. How did it go? He inquired, prompting a confused response from Albion. How did it go? Draig furrowed his brow at Albion, his incredulous expression speaking volumes. I was only measuring her adjustment to the new techniques and her proficiency level on them. You didn't actually think I would engage her in a fight without a reason, did you? He questioned, his tone laced with disbelief. Albion and I exchanged a skeptical glance, unconvinced by Draig's explanation. His lips twitched slightly as he raised his hands in surrender. All right, Fine. I might have enjoyed the opportunity to fight her, but I genuinely wanted to assess her abilities. All right, he conceded, prompting laughter from all of us. After some playful banter at Draig's expense, Aoife and Anren Wu approached us. Anren Wu, however, seemed lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the ground for a moment. I will continue honing my skills with these newfound powers. Thank you, Anren Wu expressed with a respectful bow before taking her leave. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night. As Anren Wu departed, there was a moment where it seemed she had something on her mind, but I chose not to pry for details. Sometimes it's best to let things unfold naturally. Draig and Albion transformed into small orbs of light, returning to their respective sacred gears within me, leaving only Aoife, Shin, and myself. So I began, but Aoife eagerly interjected, grabbing my arm. Time to meet that person in your dreams. Let's go, she exclaimed, with Shin adding his enthusiastic howl. Chuckling at their excitement, I agreed. All right, but there's no guarantee she'll communicate with me tonight, as I haven't seen her since then, I explained, to which Aoife nodded in understanding. So is this how it usually is? Aoife asked as we stood in a featureless white void. We had gone to bed earlier, accompanied by a few others, and now we found ourselves in my dream. But unlike my previous dreams, this one seemed to lack any significant content. I shook my head in response to Aoife's question and began to explain, no, usually it's but before I could finish my sentence. The dream suddenly shifted around us. Aoife walked over to me, taking in her surroundings as the landscape transformed into the familiar setting where I had encountered the keeper of the eternal flame. A radiant light appeared in the distance, capturing our attention. However, as the scenery changed, Aoife vanished without a trace. I let out a sigh and muttered, "You don't want anyone else here yet?" Yet, to my dismay, there was no response. "Very well, I will respect your silence for now. But be warned, if you continue to withhold information, I will have to take stronger measures. I am only doing this alone for your sake, as well as out of my own insatiable curiosity," I declared, pausing for emphasis. "Don't push your luck," I added firmly, sensing a subtle agreement and apology from the mysterious being. "And what about now? Will you show me something of significance? Or tell me anything at all? When will this happen? On which planet? At what time? And who will I encounter?" I pushed, unable to contain my intense curiosity. After a moment of silence, flames appeared in front of me, forming into letters that formed a puzzling sentence. "Soon, stand your ground against Pilinalis." Those were the words presented to me, and no more. Then, once again, everything fell silent, leaving me to contemplate their significance. "Pilinalis?" I repeated aloud, but there was no response forthcoming. "You'll assume it's the same as you then, a celestial," I concluded, addressing the mysterious entity. With those words, I began to stride towards the hill once more, the flaming orb still radiating brightly atop its peak. As I drew nearer, the warmth intensified, enveloping not just my skin but also my very soul. However, upon attempting to pass by the foot of the hill, an invisible force of flames gently repelled me, denying me access. The words "not the right time" echoed in my mind as I stood there, gazing up at the hill once more. This time, the figure of the keeper of the eternal flames stared back down at me. "Not yet, huh?" I repeated, to which the figure nodded solemnly. "Fine, you'll leave for now," I declared, accepting the situation and turning to depart. Just as suddenly as the scenery had shifted before, the surroundings changed back to the white void. Aoife, standing a short distance away, looked visibly bewildered. "Huh, when did you get over there?" she exclaimed, her confusion evident. Rushing over to me, she grabbed my wrists and examined my body. "Are you okay? 1 second you were here, and then the next, you blinked out of existence and arrived here. You don't homie?" I asked, prompting her to tilt her head in confusion. "Remember? Remember what? We just came here and I went over to you, but you just froze for a few seconds, then disappeared," replied Aoife, her confusion mirroring my own. Letting out a tired sigh, I shook my head and proceeded to explain what had happened. Once she understood the situation, she crossed her arms in defiant annoyance. Why would they do that? Imtastvati, she exclaimed, sounding rather irritated. Well, there's not much for us to do here now. Let's just get some sleep, I suggested, and Aoife nodded in agreement. With that, we quickly drifted out of the dream. But the name the keeper of the eternal flame had given me, Pilinalis, kept echoing in my mind. I wondered if I would come across them on the next planet, or if they resided in Atos Rurlura alongside Taphalis and the two teams there. Yet, considering the warning directed solely at me, I doubted their presence in that world. The following day arrived, and excitement buzzed in the air as we prepared to set off on our journey, eager to reach Svlauria. Our group had grown in size with the addition of the Valkyrie squad, Azathoth, Aoife, and Odin. Odin, in particular, seemed like a child set free in a candy store upon being transported into this universe. He zipped around excitedly, thoroughly examining his new surroundings, with Rosweiss and Brynhilde trailing after him. After an hour of exploring, Odin reluctantly pulled himself away from his investigation, recognizing the urgent matters at hand. Addressing the group, I cautioned, expect hostility above all else. Considering that Suzaku has killed one of their own, I doubt we'll be welcomed as honored guests, unless the queen has different plans for us and is putting on an act. Also, old man, I added, speaking to the chief god of the Norse pantheon, don't fall for any of the Volgender's beauty, all right? Brat, am still right in the head in age, and am perfectly capable of self-control, Odin retorted, though his gaze continued to linger on the women around us, who either smiled at him or looked away in annoyance. Letting out a resigned sigh, I turned to Brynhilde and Rosweiss and inquired, can I leave you two with him? Rose Zell? I don't mind. I am accustomed to dealing with Odin Sama. Both Rosweiss and Brynhilde replied simultaneously. I'm not a child. I am capable of taking care of myself. Odin protested, his annoyance evident in his tone. Well, we will be traveling in groups or pairs, so no complaining. I am assigning them to you. Geezer, I retorted, dismissing his protests and emphasizing the necessity of the arrangement. After Odin grumbled a bit, he finally agreed to the arrangement without any further protest. With that settled, I proceeded to assign the teams for our journey. Team 1 Aaron and Schwertlight Team 2 Azathoth, Aoife and Gondel Team 3 Rosweiss, Odin, Brynhilde Team 4 Grimjord, Helmwige and Ortline. Initially, I had intended to go alone, but following Azathoth's cryptic advice, I decided to include Schwertlight in my team. Despite her reluctance to explain, I trusted her judgment and blindly selected my companion by drawing a name from a hat. Are you all okay with that? I asked, seeking confirmation from the group. Everyone seemed to be in agreement, though Helmwige appeared less than thrilled, her expression betraying a hint of discontent. If you want to switch, Helmwige, we can, Schwertlight offered, sensing Helmwige's reluctance. And no, it's fine, Helmwige replied, feeling slightly embarrassed by her reaction. She then offered a small apology for her behavior. Ready? I asked, receiving nods from everyone except Odin, who had a question for me. What's the problem, geezer? You mentioned they'll be hostile, and I'm okay with that. But where exactly are we going to arrive at? I doubt you're going to just blindly teleport us into the main city. He pondered, his hand stroking his chin. Ah, that's right. We won't be teleporting there. We're taking a spaceship, I clarified, gesturing towards the distant hangar. Odin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Spaceship? You have spaceships, he exclaimed, eagerly following my gesture. Yeah, how do you think they traveled from planet to planet and across the cosmos in this universe? I responded, turning the question back to him. Odin nodded in understanding. That makes sense, although I assume they also have ways to teleport around, right? He speculated. That's correct. Most can only transport to planets that are fairly close by and not too distant, unless you possess tremendous power and can travel longer distances. Anyway, let's go, I informed Odin, motioning toward the hangar. He eagerly dashed towards it, his excitement tangible, evoking chuckles from the rest of us. Aoife grinned at me and commented, I think Surzex, and Seraphol will react the same way to this, don't you think? Azazel had the same enthusiasm, although he somehow managed to keep himself in check and not just run around like a wild child. I replied with a fond smile. Aaron, will you also develop these spaceships for commercial use in our universe in the future? Gondal inquired, tilting her head curiously. Considering Gondal's question, I nodded with contemplation. I've thought about it extensively, and I reckon I will. However, instead of using a spaceship, I'm toying with the idea of using a train that could journey through the planets within our universe. Picture something resembling those insanely fast bullet trains in Japan, but perhaps slowing down once in outer space to allow passengers to fully savor the spectacle. Meaning most people, it's a rare chance to go on a train voyage into outer space and toward the moon, remarked Gondal, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I couldn't help but chuckle in accord with her observation. That's the gist of it. I haven't gone too deeply into the specifics yet, just the basic concepts. Moving forward, ITLL be essential for me to convene with other leaders to hash out the most pragmatic approach for realizing these aspirations, I elaborated, acknowledging the necessity of collaboration and meticulous planning in such ambitious ventures. As we strolled towards the hangar, our conversation flowed uninterrupted. Upon arrival, we found Odin eagerly querying the bystanders about our choice of spacecraft. Unfortunately, his efforts were met with puzzled looks, as most didn't recognize him, leaving him without a clear answer. Spotting us, he hastened back. They're not being very helpful over there, you know? It's a bit frustrating. So, which one's our ride? He asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. I gestured towards a particular spacecraft and responded, that's my personal spaceship. ITLL accommodate all of us, so feel free. Without hesitation, Odin made a beeline for the designated ship, with Rosweiss and Brynhilde trailing behind. Let's just hope he doesn't start pressing buttons and inadvertently trigger something, I quipped with a chuckle, my amusement tinged with a slight concern for Odin's eager curiosity. We quickly joined them, slipping into the spacecraft with a sense of urgency. Heading straight for the cockpit, I started the startup sequence, causing the ceiling above us to retract and the floor beneath us to rise slowly. As we ascended, the spacecraft smoothly transitioned into a hovering state, and with skillful maneuvering, I guided us into motion, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Just 5 minutes into our journey, Odin entered the cockpit with a satisfied grin. How much longer till we get there, Gene Boy? He asked, casually leaning against the seat I was in. At our current pace, about 2 hours. What's got you curious all of a sudden? Feeling restless already? I teased, letting out a light chuckle. With the course set for our destination and the autopilot engaged, I stood up from my seat. Have you checked out all the compartments yet? Locking eyes with him, he shook his head in response to my question. No, I haven't had the chance to explore every nook and cranny of the stupidly large interior. Have you made sure to give this thing all the essentials? He asked as we stepped out of the cockpit. Yeah, I did. It's like a luxury hotel in space with some extra perks. Let me show you around, I replied, leading him through the relatively large spaceship. After giving him a comprehensive tour, I left him to wander at his leisure. Once the tour was over, I made my way to my quarters, only to find Azathoth seated on my bed. Tilting my head in curiosity, I questioned her. It's unusual to find you here. Is there something on your mind you wish to talk about? It's nothing of great importance, she mumbled, avoiding eye contact and betraying a sense of unease, leaving me puzzled by her demeanor. Well, what's running through your mind? I prodded, urging her to share while keeping my gaze locked on her. Meeting my eyes with a solemn expression, she murmured, Please kiss me. What? Drake interrupted, his confusion evident. That's unexpected. Albion chimed in, equally puzzled. Has someone influenced her? Rudra mused, attempting to decipher her thought process. I wouldn't normally object, but could you explain where this idea came from? I inquired, taken aback by her request. As far as I could remember, I hadn't shared any romantic moment with Azathoth before, or had I? Unless she had done so while I was asleep, which would have escaped my notice. Azathoth lapsed into silence, her gaze steady as she held my stare. Eventually, she spoke again. Gondal and Aoife suggested it. They believe it could advance our relationship. You seem uncertain about it yourself. Sinceredo. Seeking to bridge the remaining distance between us, fostering a deeper emotional bond through our affectionate reunion. We remained in that warm hold for a full minute, allowing Azathoth to guide the moment, her gestures subtle and delicate, yet conveying a depth of feeling beyond mere words. We separated, we paused our conversation, leaving Azathoth gazing at me with a faint blush on her cheeks. She shifted her gaze away, her eyes darting to the side. "So what did you think?" I asked, eager to hear her thoughts on our talk. She placed a hand over her heart and continued to blush, avoiding direct eye contact. It felt odd but not unpleasant. My heart felt warm, and there was a fluttering sensation in my stomach, like butterflies, though none appeared, she confessed, her blush deepening as she spoke. "So, you enjoyed it, then," I deduced, to which she nodded shyly. "I never imagined you'd be so adorable in situations like this." Her bashful nod only added to her charm, leaving me captivated by her newfound vulnerability. A deep blush spread across her cheeks, leaving her at a loss for words. Despite my efforts to engage her in conversation, she simply shook her head, her silence conveying everything she couldn't say. "All right, I'll leave you to your thoughts then. If you need anything else, they'll be in the kitchen or cockpit," I informed her, getting up to leave. As I neared the door, I felt her movement behind me. Before I could react, her hand grasped my arm, pulling me back towards her. With a gentle gesture, her lips brushed against my cheek, a fleeting moment of affection before she disappeared from view, though her presence lingered on the spaceship. A chuckle escaped me as I shook my head in amusement. "Let's give this a Japanese twist. How about my outer god can't be this cute?" I suggested to Albion, Draig, and Rudra, seeking their opinions on the matter. "Turn it into a book. Co-write it with Tsubaki," exclaimed Draig, his laughter filling the room like a playful child. "Azathoth might not take kindly to that. I would advise against it," replied Albion, his tone laced with caution. "I concur with Albion. She may be lenient with you, but she has the power to make others forget," warned Rudra, his words filled with concern. "Noted," I acknowledged with a nod, fighting back a chuckle at the idea. I made a mental note to proceed cautiously around Azathoth's caprice. "We'll just take it easy until we arrive, then." Making my way to the kitchen, excitement pulsed within me, knowing the pandemonium that awaited. As expected, the room was bustling with activity, and my senses were greeted by the delightful aroma of Gondal's cooking. With a raised eyebrow, I took a seat, casting an inquisitive glance at the spread before Rosweiss. As I asked about the delectable dishes before us, Gondal suddenly appeared in front of me, wielding a spoon like a culinary wizard. With surprising force, she directed a mouthful of food into my open mouth. Though initially caught off guard, I obediently chewed and swallowed, savoring the unexpected burst of flavors. "What was that?" I asked, still trying to discern the lingering taste on my palate. Odin gave me an odd glance, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "I'm surprised you just ate something that was shoved in your mouth. Normal people would spit it out since they don't know what it was." I shrugged, unperturbed. I trust them, so I have no reason not to eat food that's in front of me. I'll admit that some of the girls aren't the best cooks yet and still need to keep learning to get better, but I'll still eat it regardless, I explained with a nonchalant smile, earning a hearty laugh from Odin. "You have always been an odd one, Gene boy," Odin remarked with a chuckle before indulging in the same dish. "But it is a dish in our pantheon that Gondal gave her own twist to. I believe Rosweiss also had a hand in making it. It's called gravlax, a delicacy consisting of raw salmon cured in a mixture of salt, sugar, and dill, often served thinly sliced as an appetizer." "Gravlax, that's a Scandinavian dish, right?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Odin nodded in confirmation, still savoring the flavors. "Mr. Foods, it all knows about it, huh? Couldn't tell from the taste?" He teased, flashing me a grin. "I haven't eaten it before, so I wasn't entirely sure, but I'm aware of it." "Yes," I admitted as Gondal kindly served me a plate of my own, expressing my gratitude with a smile. For an entire hour, we engaged in lively banter as we gradually approached the planet. As we got closer, we went back to the cockpit, and I activated the ship's cloaking device, making us invisible and undetectable to external sources. Well, that's it, huh? I didn't know what to expect, but it's a lot more ordinary than I anticipated. But it looks like only a small part of the world is inhabited, and the rest seems quite desolate, remarked Odin, his eyes fixed on the planet unfolding before us. Gathered in the cockpit, we all peered out into the vast expanse of space, observing the planet below. It seemed relatively mundane as one could expect in our line of work. In the center lay the 5 cities of Svlauria, as described to us by Anren Wu, while the surrounding landscape consisted mostly of forests, barren rocky terrain, and expansive bodies of water. Currently, it's winter from what I can tell, so the temperatures outside of the cities are below sub-zero. We're all going to be immune to that, so don't worry, but we shouldn't fight if possible, or at least keep your attacks from destroying what keeps them warm, understood? I instructed them, emphasizing the importance of caution, to which they all nodded in agreement. Keep a check on our powers, understood. But what happens if they try to threaten the lives of their own people? Inquired Helmwich, her expression reflecting genuine concern. Stop them, isn't that obvious? Responded Odin, his tone firm as he directed a stern look at Helmwich, who nervously returned his gaze with an awkward smile. Why yes, oh of course, Odin-sama. I just was wondering. That's all, she stammered, her demeanor betraying the weight of her past servitude despite her considerable strength. He's right, though. If they attempt to destroy those things that provide warmth, intervene immediately. If possible, repair it, and if you can't reach out to me and ill handle it, I informed them, then paused, an idea forming in my mind. Actually, they'll search for one when we arrive and analyze it. They'll create a tool for quick repairs and distribute it to all of you, so we'll be prepared if such a situation arises. Odin approached me, his excitement evident as he clapped my back a few times with enthusiastic energy. Ho-ho, this is the first time I've seen you at work like this. I look forward to seeing more of it, Gene boy, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I awkwardly smiled back at him, feeling a mixture of pride and bashfulness under his encouraging gaze. He maintained a warm smile towards me, his voice softening. You've changed a lot, but are still the same. I'm proud of you, he murmured, his words conveying a depth of sincerity that touched my heart. Odin's unexpected compliment caused a warm flush of embarrassment to flood through me, catching me off guard with his rare display of sincerity. It felt like receiving praise from a cool uncle or a stern grandpa, which made it even more meaningful. Thanks, Odin, I said, my gratitude evident in my tone as he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Returning my focus to the planet looming before us, I composed myself and continued speaking. Let's stick with our groups. It'll show you which teams are going where, I announced, directing their attention to a screen that appeared in front of us, displaying a detailed map of the planet along with the assigned destinations for each team. Team 1 Aaron and Schwertlight, Finhole Team 2 Azathoth, Aoife and Gondel Jotunvik Team 3 Rossweiss, Odin, Brynhilder Etherreach Team 4 Grimjord, Helmwige and Ortline Halfskull Finhole, the District of Entertainment with a nightlife quarter and battle arena. Jotunvik, the residential district with a large hospital. Etherreach, the city dedicated to researching the magic and alchemy of the other world. And lastly, Halfskull, responsible for agriculture and climate control to adapt to the ever-changing seasons on the planet, I repeated, ensuring everyone understood their designated destinations. Ugh, I wish I could go to the entertainment district, but I'm also interested in magic and alchemy, grumbled Odin, clearly disappointed. If we can resolve this peacefully or come to an agreement, then there's a chance we can go there, Odin-sama. So please don't be so negative about this, Brynhilder interjected, her tone gentle yet firm as she addressed Odin's despondence. Do we need disguises? Maybe Aaron's group should go to, Titsfrosset by and speak with the queen? Grimjord queried, her voice laced with uncertainty. All eyes turned to me, anticipating my response. I nodded in agreement. I selected those cities for certain reasons that I won't reveal just yet. Nevertheless, if you encounter anything strange, please inform me. It could be anything, understand? All I'll say is that if it becomes aware of our presence and intentions, it could complicate matters. As for disguises, it's probably a good idea, I explained, stressing the need for caution. Odin's grin widened, and in an instant, he transformed into a younger version of himself. To my surprise, he looked quite dashing with his revitalized appearance, complete with white or gray hair that added a touch of sophistication to his youthful facade. This should do it, he declared proudly, flexing his muscles for emphasis. Don't strain yourself, old man, I quipped, unable to contain a smile at his antics. What do you mean by strange, Aaron? Brynhilde asked, her expression filled with genuine curiosity. Pausing to meet her gaze, I carefully chose my words. Trust your instincts. I can't give you all the details since I'm not entirely certain, but from what I've gathered, there's something more going on here. Just believe me on that, I implored, hoping she grasped the seriousness of the situation. Brynhilde nodded in understanding, her gaze showing her trust in me. Turning back to the map, I outlined our plan of action. Let's get started then. Shortlight and I will quickly check out Finhole and then head to the main city to speak to the Queen. If she refuses us, then it may come to a fight, but hopefully not, I explained, preparing my team for the task at hand. After receiving agreements from everyone, I began teleporting them away one by one. Comptoir, can you keep an eye on everything from here? I asked, turning to my faithful companion, who swiftly appeared beside me. Of course, they'll keep you updated on any changes, Aaron, she replied, her presence offering reassurance as my team departed for Finhole. With a nod of gratitude, I steeled myself for the challenges ahead. Arriving in the bustling city of Finhole, I quickly activated our disguises. My appearance transformed into that of Kay, while Schwertlight took on the guise of a random woman. Stepping out of the alleyway where we had teleported, we paused to take in our surroundings. This is quite different from what I had pictured, Schwertlight confessed, her eyes scanning the vibrant cityscape. I agree, but take a look at the railway they use to travel between cities, I remarked, gesturing towards the upside-down train and tracks overhead. You see that in anime, and I think Japan has something similar. Have you ever been on them before? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I shook my head. Not yet, but I would like to. Anyway, let's go, I encouraged, setting off in a predetermined direction with Schwertlight at my side. The adventure was just beginning. The city had a compact layout, with buildings clustered closely together, leaving little space between them. As we strolled through the lively streets, I couldn't help but notice the absence of snowfall, despite the winter season. Above us, an invisible dome shielded the city, causing snowflakes to vanish upon contact. It was clear that this was the city's ingenious solution to combat the sub-zero temperatures outside. It's an entertainment-based city, right? So the typical buildings and businesses should be here. You said that. There are various nightlife spots here too, right? Schwertlight asked, her curiosity evident. Right, that's correct. We'll start by checking out the arena, along with other buildings that look unique or interesting. They may provide us with valuable clues. Well, save the entertainment district for last, I replied, leading the way as we continued our exploration of the city. With each step, we drew closer to unraveling the mysteries hidden within its lively streets. In the middle of the tightly packed buildings, we stumbled upon a small open space where a young woman in her early 20s held a sizable crowd captive with her remarkable juggling act. Balls engulfed in flames, encased in ice, and surrounded by swirling winds danced effortlessly through the air, eliciting gasps of awe from onlookers. Schwertlight tapped my arm and leaned in close, her voice barely above a whisper. You mentioned that most of their species went out to war, but why are there still so many of them left here? I paused, considering her question carefully. They may be elderly individuals or Volgenders who were forced to retire early. It's also possible that there are children, teenagers, or pregnant women among them. Without knowing the exact size of their species, it's difficult to estimate, but it could be in the millions or even billions. There are numerous factors at play, I explained, hoping to shed some light on the situation for Schwartlight. She nodded in understanding, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Retiring early due to injuries? Schwartlight asked, with a furrowed brow and concern in her voice. I nodded in agreement, recognizing her keen observation. As she surveyed the crowd, her gaze fixated on the women gathered nearby. Suddenly, realization struck her. Since you mentioned that only girls are born here, and, judging by their current condition, does that mean there's a man here too? She trailed off, uncertainty coloring her voice. Glancing at the pregnant women around us, I concurred. It seemed that there was indeed a male presence on this planet. Whether he was here by choice or force, I couldn't say for certain, but could it be Ivakin? Drake interjected eagerly. What if he got sucked into it and might stay for the don't even think about it? Albion warned sternly. Volgenderus? Drake finished, unable to contain his amusement. I seriously dislike you, Albion muttered, his exasperation evident. The banter between the two dragons never ceased to entertain, even in the most unexpected of moments. Drake's insight resonated with me, and I couldn't shake the possibility that Ivakin might truly be the mysterious man we were seeking on this planet. It's quite possible. Let's be vigilant for any indications of his presence. But the shady part of town? Schwartlight murmured, her eyes widening as she connected the dots. It's a potential lead, I admitted, acknowledging her observation as we continued to watch the events unfolding before us. But it's not a certainty. It seems risky to place him here instead of securing him in some form of confinement to prevent escape. Schwartlight nodded in agreement, her expression firm. That's true, but we'll explore the city to track him down, right? Absolutely, I confirmed as I glanced around us again, noticing we weren't even being noticed by the women around us. Stay alert for different auras, particularly those of a man's, as they are distinct from a woman's and other species and animals. Schwartlight nodded, her resolve matching mine as we prepared to begin our search for Ivakin in the middle of the bustling streets of Finhole. After aimlessly strolling through the lively streets of Finhole for a few minutes, we hadn't come across anything particularly suspicious. However, that's not to say that nothing caught our attention. On the contrary, we spotted several establishments that were undeniably unusual in nature, unconventional storefronts scattered across the cityscape. Taking a seat on a nearby bench, we observed the myriad of women bustling about the area. No luck yet, Schwartlight muttered, a hint of frustration creeping in her voice. Maybe he's not here, so we can probably focus on. I started to reply, but our conversation was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of horns in the distance, accompanied by a loud cheer from a large gathering of people. Our eyes met, and without a word, we nodded in unison before rising from our seats and making our way towards the source of the commotion. Whatever was happening, it seemed worthy of investigation. As we followed the stream of women, we soon found ourselves standing before a rather unassuming building. To put it bluntly, Cinceredo, positioned on the terrace, were two towering Volgenders, flanking a man in an unusual costume. He appeared visibly uncomfortable and looked distressed, adding to the tense scene. Ladies, it's that time again. If you wish to participate in the ceremony, please come here and pay the fee to see the show. The large woman on the left exclaimed, inciting cheers from the gathered crowd. The implications of what we were witnessing made me frown, and I exchanged a grim look with Schwartlight. It was clear that we had stumbled upon something deeply unsettling. Cinceredo, her expression darkening with each passing moment. Realizing the need to remove her from the situation before she acted impulsively, I gently took her hand and led her away from the disturbing scene. Returning to the bench where we had sat earlier, I urged her to take a seat, hoping to calm her rising anger. Taking a deep breath, I addressed Schwartlight in a hushed tone. Ivakin and another man are here. Usually, only one man gets dragged into this situation, from what I've learned. This is definitely an odd situation. Let's tread lightly and try to get him out without alerting them. It'll create a clone of him to leave behind while we extract him from this predicament, I explained, outlining our plan of action in the face of such disturbing circumstances. Schwartlight took a few deep breaths, visibly collecting herself before she spoke. "Let's get down to business. I have a bad feeling about this. We must put an end to it," she declared with a heated voice, getting up from the bench and heading back towards the building. Instinctively, I reached out and grasped her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. "Wait, we need to assess the building's structure and carefully plan our approach. It's not wise to rush in blindly," I advised, meeting her gaze with a sense of urgency. For a moment, Schwertlight appeared to study me, her expression inscrutable. Then, with a heavy sigh, she reluctantly relented. Her sudden change in demeanor struck me as odd. While Schwertlight and I had shared numerous conversations before, there were certain topics we had yet to explore, and it seemed that this situation had touched a sensitive nerve. As we stood there, I couldn't help but wonder what lay beneath her composed exterior and what hidden struggle she might be facing. Schwertlight's revelation left me speechless, a heavy weight settling in my chest as I absorbed the gravity of her words. "I'm so sorry," I murmured, my voice barely above a whisper, unable to find the right words to offer comfort in the face of such tragedy. As she explained her aversion to painful topics and the devastating loss of her friend, I felt a pang of empathy for her anguish. A friend of mine was hurt by someone she said was Loki-sama, but no one ever believed her, and even I was skeptical. And then she took her life. "I hated myself since then," she confessed, her gaze averted as she recounted the painful memories. I nodded solemnly, my heart aching for Schwertlight's loss and the guilt she carried. With a heavy heart, I turned my attention to the task at hand, quickly examining the building where the man had been taken. Once I understood its layout, I dispatched several shadow soldiers to prepare our exit strategy, their silent efficiency a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere surrounding us. Then, a realization struck me. "Wait, is that why you went off by yourself during that time in the pocket dimension? To mourn her?" I inquired softly, sensing the weight of her grief. Schwertlight nodded, her expression tinged with sadness. "Correct. I always go off by myself to commemorate her date of death. I plan on doing so soon, assuming we're still in this universe. That is," she replied, her voice tinged with resignation. "Are we ready?" Schwertlight inquired, attempting to steer the conversation away from its solemn tone. "Yes, let's get started," I responded, eager to shift our focus to the task ahead. We swiftly departed from the area, making our way towards the rear of the building. However, our progress was impeded by the sight of 4 Volgenders standing guard. Raising my hand, I snapped my fingers, casting a spell to send them into a deep slumber. With the guards incapacitated, we maneuvered past them and dragged their unconscious bodies to a secluded corner to avoid detection. Then, I swiftly unlocked the door and cloaked us in invisibility before leading the way inside. Descending several flights of stairs, we reached an underground level filled with numerous rooms. From one of the chambers, we could hear muffled sounds emanating, indicating our target's location. 2 more guards stood watch outside the door, presenting yet another obstacle in our path. With quick and decisive action, Schwertlight dispatched the 2 guards stationed outside the room, rendering them unconscious and dragging them to a safe location. Meanwhile, I stood poised by the door, ready to confront whatever lay beyond. As we exchanged a nod of mutual understanding, we pushed the door open and revealed the scene within. The occupants inside were taken aback by our sudden appearance, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Before they could react, I invoked a spell to induce sleep, incapacitating all but the man who looked both relieved and dumbstruck. In the room, a total of 8 Volgenders awaited their turn, while 2 were currently in a compromising situation with the man. I summoned some clothing out of thin air and tossed it to the man. "Get dressed. We're getting you out of here," I instructed firmly, urging him to cover himself. Without hesitation, he complied, quickly donning the garments provided. Once he was dressed, I approached him, my expression grave. "Where did you come from, and how long have you been here?" I inquired, eager to glean any information that might shed light on the situation. He met my gaze with a mixture of resignation and defiance. "I come from this planet. I've been here since I was born, he explained, his voice tinged with bitterness. As for how, what Kalorahine and the others tell you about us are lies. Males are indeed born here, but they are shipped off to work in the underground until they're needed to reproduce with the women here. The man's revelations left us in a state of shock, his words carrying the weight of the harsh truths he was revealing about life on this planet. There are women banished down there too, forbidden from returning. So, we had to establish our own community. Currently, there are 20 of us, and we've been planning a rebellion for years, he declared, his voice reflecting a resolute determination despite the grim reality he described. Schwartlight and I exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to fully grasp the extent of the oppression endured by the inhabitants of this planet. Before we could process this shocking revelation, the door to the room burst open once again, revealing 3 women and a man. "Julian," one of the women exclaimed, her surprise evident. However, her astonishment quickly turned to confusion as she noticed our presence. What? The resistance is here? She stammered, clearly taken aback by our unexpected appearance. Chapter 24, Part 2. Daybreak Errand Tool's soliloquy. More commotion erupted from above us, punctuated by the shrill cries of multiple women, their voices growing louder. "No time to waste. Let's move," exclaimed the man urgently, his tone edged with urgency. The woman nodded in agreement, her expression resolute. "Come with us. We'll fill you in shortly," she urged. I exchanged a quick glance with Schwartlight before taking charge, seizing the man's arm and propelling him forward. "All right, we'll go with you. It'll cloak us in invisibility," I reassured them, promptly turning us all invisible so no one would see us leave the place. We dashed past the approaching women, darting through the rooms in the building and swiftly exiting the building. We dashed through the streets and turned several corners before we found refuge in an alleyway. A section of the wall revealed a concealed passage, beckoning us downward into its depths. "Jump!" boomed the man's voice, setting off a chain reaction of leaps into the unknown. Before us looked a hole of impenetrable darkness, into which we descended without hesitation. As we fell, a dimly lit underground enclave emerged, a desolate town of dilapidated buildings and grimy streets. Our descent came to an abrupt halt as we landed on a mound of soft refuse, scrambling to free ourselves from the detritus. With a collective sigh of relief, we emerged, breathless but unscathed, on his solid ground. My companions exchanged proud glances, their exhilaration tangible, before quickly leaving the area. "Follow us." The woman, clearly the group's leader, beckoned, her authoritative demeanor guiding us towards a weathered structure. Inside, the decay mirrored the exterior rotting wood, pervasive holes in the floor, ceiling, and walls, with a mixture assortment of unidentified insects scuttling about. The 2 other women hurried about, preparing refreshments while the leader gestured for us to take a seat at the rickety table. Schwartlight and I complied, settling into the worn chairs as we awaited further instructions. Before you ask, let me make it clear that gathering information from the surface was not particularly difficult, given our resources. Identifying you as the outer god was simply a matter of diligence, Shanata declared, settling into the chair opposite us. "I am Shanata, the leader of this humble yet defiant faction. The person you helped is my adopted son, Julian. Together, we make up Daybreak, a group united by a single goal, overthrowing Kalorahine and her tyrannical regime," she explained, her voice filled with determination. "Daybreak," Schwartlight murmured thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on Shanata. "So what's the story behind all of this? The deception and the male presence here?" she asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. "I was the first to be banished down here. I stumbled upon the truth by accident and was cast down as punishment. Over time, more and more people joined me, but it's also impossible for us to conceive life down here due to a certain restrictive policy that has been imposed upon us. Barato how males can start families," explained Shanata with a hint of bitterness. We nodded in comprehension, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and remained attentive as she continued, "We also lack many essentials down here: food, supplies, tools, and we're slowly dwindling." The discovery of means to access the surface was nothing short of miraculous. However, we've been struggling to bring necessities down here. Unfortunately, cultivating our own food is an unattainable goal, as the soil below is unsuitable for such endeavors. As Shawnada revealed the desperate conditions of their life underground, a sense of urgency filled the air. The severity of their situation weighed heavily on us, each word painting a grim picture of their reality. As she continued to explain, detailing the daunting challenges they faced, a deep dilemma arose within me. Should I intervene now and ease their suffering, or should I align with the regime, whose goals somewhat mirrored ours? Originally a thriving community of over 200, their numbers had dwindled to just 20, a stark reminder of the harsh conditions they endured. Starvation, illness, and the scarcity of necessities had taken many lives, while others perished in futile attempts to return to the surface, only to be caught and executed. It was clear that Kalorahine was determined to silence any opposition, regardless of the cost. I looked up at Shawnada, feeling a burden of empathy weighing heavily on my heart as her words lingered in the air. "Do they ever come down here to check on you, or do they just ignore your existence?" I asked, seeking clarity. She solemnly shook her head as a tray of tea and simple snacks was placed before us. "No, we are left to fend for ourselves. But attempting to return to the surface means risking capture and execution, as I mentioned," she explained, her voice tinged with resignation. Meeting my gaze earnestly, Shawnada implored, "Outer God, we know about your involvement with the resistance. Please, we beg of you, help us. Our community lacks children, our resources are scarce, and our homes are falling apart. Please help us." Rising to my feet, I lifted my eyes upward, focusing on the oppressive force that had hindered male fertility and made their attempts at reproduction futile. With a simple gesture, I dispelled the oppressive force, freeing them from its grip. As I left the building, my companions following close behind, I tapped my foot on the barren ground. Instantly, fertility returned to the earth, breathing new life into the desolate surroundings. The dilapidated structures began to repair themselves, infused with the same restorative and cleansing properties that I had bestowed upon my previous creations. As witnesses looked on in amazement, some moved to tears, I summoned a pill into my hand and hurled it into the heart of the town. Upon impact, it erupted into a spectacle of abundance, conjuring forth tables laden with food and refreshments, a beacon of hope in the middle of the darkness. "Please, help yourselves," I announced, motioning to the extravagant display of food. In a matter of moments, the remaining townspeople flocked to the provisions with insatiable hunger, devouring them with a primal intensity. Turning back to Shawnada, I couldn't help but notice the wonder in her eyes as she witnessed the miraculous transformation taking place. "The soil has been revitalized," I informed her, pointing to the rejuvenated patch of ground where we had landed. "Now you can grow fruits and vegetables to sustain your community." I pointed towards the designated area. "Furthermore, the dump has been cleared and upgraded. I've installed a machine to manage the disposal of garbage. Simply deposit the waste into the hole, and the machine will take care of the rest efficiently. However, it's crucial to only dispose of garbage. Anything else will disrupt its operation." Her head nodded in acknowledgement, still processing the unfolding events before her. I interjected with a firm yet open tone. "We each have our own motivations for being here, but I wouldn't object to aligning with Daybreak to confront Kalorahine." Schwartlight posed a question, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Will you then consider starting a family with your husband?" This remark brought Shawnada back to the conversation, her expression turning quizzical as she regarded Schwartlight. "I've never had a partner, not once," she clarified. "When I spoke earlier, I referred to the other women, not myself. As their leader, I had little time for personal matters. However, I have cared for the children who were cast down here with us. Julian was among them. His birth mother attempted to return to the surface and perished long ago, Shawnatta elucidated. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume. Schwartlight apologized, her tone sheepish. It's fine, but thank you for this, Outer God. We appreciate it. Shawnatta expressed gratefully as she bowed. The other women in our group hurried to join the banquet, and we followed suit, Shawnatta included, finally taking her place at the table. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and eat too, Schwartlight. I'm not hungry, I reassured her, scanning our surroundings. She nodded in acknowledgement and began to partake in the meal. As I absorbed the revitalized atmosphere around us, I couldn't help but notice the somewhat makeshift nature of the structures. While I wasn't an expert in construction, having constructed buildings through magic before, I could discern missing elements. Walking over, I started to supplement the structures with the necessary supports and components, utilizing magic constructs to replace what was absent. While I worked, I felt some lingering stares, but I decided to ignore them and concentrate on the task at hand. With determination, I continued to improve our surroundings, adding the necessary elements until I finally finished the enhancements. Letting out a satisfied sigh, I stepped back to admire my work. Aaron the Builder. Can he fix it? Aaron the Builder. Yes, he can, exclaimed Drake with childlike enthusiasm. And here I thought you were slowly maturing. I guess I was wrong, Albion remarked, his tone tinged with defeat as he sighed. I will always be a child at heart. The second I found out the truth from partner, I mostly discarded the personality that Ichiai Ishibumi gave me. Blame partner for shattering it, retorted Drake, his laughter ringing out like that of a madman. Drake's playful rendition of the Bob the Builder song never failed to entertain me, his change in demeanor becoming a constant source of amusement since I first revealed the truth to them. Despite noticing the shift early on, neither I nor the two heavenly dragons within me had acknowledged it. Just as I was about to join the banter, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I was met with the sight of a woman I hadn't encountered before. You're the Outer God, right? Fight me, she declared, her words momentarily stunning me. The woman standing before me had short white hair, piercing red eyes, and wore weathered nun's attire. Despite her relatively short stature of 55, her confident grin spoke volumes. Summoning a green and golden scythe, she pointed it assertively in my direction. Well, are you going to say something? She demanded, her patience wearing thin. I'm going to have to decline you there, Chief, I said finally, tearing my eyes away from the girl and returning to the task of completing the buildings. However, it was clear that she was not satisfied with my answer. I'm not one to accept rejection. You will come around to my way of thinking, one way or another, the determined young girl persisted. Before I could respond, Shawnatta stepped in, accompanied by Schwartlight, putting a stop to the girl's approach. Shawnatta placed a firm hand on her shoulder and reprimanded, Stop this, Leslie. He has helped us, so stop pestering him like that. Her gaze was annoyed and firm. Leslie clicked her tongue in frustration, turning away with a huff. It's just a small fight. No need to worry, she muttered with annoyance. Schwartlight spoke up, offering, I will take his place if you're fine with it, Leslie. Leslie studied Schwartlight carefully, examining her with a sharp eye before giving a nod of approval. With a smile, she announced, I want to see what the resistance is made of up close. You better not let me down. I'll do my best, Schwartlight replied calmly, finishing her meal before following Leslie to a small circular area set aside for their showdown. Letting out a resigned sigh, I created a clone to continue the construction work and join the trio, with Shawnatta taking on the role of referee for the impending fight. It seemed that the prospect of conflict followed us wherever we went, whether it be to a new planet or even within factions and pantheons in our own universe. Are both of you ready? Shawnatta asked, to which both combatants nodded in agreement. Begin. Schwartlight remained composed as Leslie lunged forward, wielding her scythe with practiced skill. Green and black flames flickered around the weapon as Leslie confidently closed the distance between them. Too easy, Leslie exclaimed, launching an attack toward Schwartlight with a swift swing of her scythe. Yet, Schwartlight remained unfazed, and in an instant, The flames directed at her vanished into thin air, while Leslie's scythe encountered an unexpected resistance, its path altered by an unseen force. Confusion clouded Leslie's expression as she hesitated, readying herself for another attack. Frowning, Leslie charged once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes with her scythe. However, each attempt was met with the same result. Her attacks effortlessly repelled, as if by an invisible barrier. Frustration crept onto Leslie's face as her strikes grew more frantic, the barrier seeming to drain her strength and hinder her grip on her weapon. "What's going on?" Shawnata asked, her confusion evident as she observed the exchange between Schwertlight and Leslie. You may not be able to follow it, but Schwertlight is simply deflecting Leslie's strikes with her sword. Notice how her hands remain on her sheath? She's quickly drawing her sword, deflecting and parrying Leslie's attacks, and then resheathing her blade, I explained, causing Shawnata's eyes to widen in realization. Squinting, Shawnata attempted to discern the subtle movements involved and began to catch fleeting glimpses of Schwertlight's actions. Though most of the motion remained elusive, she could now perceive the swift movements of Schwertlight's fingers and hands just before each of Leslie's strikes were deflected. "She's holding back, isn't she?" Shawnata concluded, a pang of empathy tugging at her as she witnessed Leslie's struggle. As I stood there watching Leslie spar with Schwertlight, I assured Shawnata, "Yes, it's just a sparring match, nothing to worry about." We stood by and observed as Leslie's energy waned, her reliance solely on her scythe and physical strength evident in every move. As the match came to an end, Shawnata proposed, "And it's over. Shall we call it a draw?" Addressing Schwertlight and Leslie. Schwertlight silently nodded in agreement, but Leslie slammed her scythe defiantly to the ground. "No, what the heck was that? I didn't even get hit in. She didn't even move, and something invisible kept blocking my attacks." Her frustration evident as she stared at all of us, desperate for an explanation. I explained the situation to Leslie, but her frustration only seemed to grow as she stormed off, screaming that this was far from over. Even for someone who has experienced extreme poverty and hasn't had much to eat, she's remarkably spirited, isn't she? I observed, prompting a chuckle from Shawnata. "That's Leslie for you. She's always had that fire in her. Like me, she discovered the truth in her own way and was banished here. She never shared the specifics, and we never pried. We respect everyone's privacy here. Anyway, don't let it bother you. She'll calm down eventually," Shawnata reassured me. She then took on a more serious expression and continued, "Can we talk then? What are your plans for freeing the planet from Calorahine's oppressive rule? Let's grab some food and continue this conversation in your office or home," I suggested, and we quickly made our way there, settling back down at the table, which now boasted a much improved appearance along with the rest of Shawnata's home. We resumed our discussion. Shawnata ate her food in silence, her gaze fixed on me, while Schwertlight sat beside me, quietly sipping tea from a bottle. We're not alone in this little trip. There are 9 others with us, each leading their own teams in the other cities across your planet. Our current objective is to locate a particular individual and confront Calorahine, with the hope of persuading her to stop the senseless war. I elaborated. "More? Are you certain that it's safe to grant them such freedom?" Shawnata asked, her concern evident. I nodded in agreement. "They're powerful individuals. They came from our own universe and trained by me. Besides, they're quite capable of handling themselves. Anyway, can you provide any crucial information? I can relay it to them," I suggested. Shawnata fell into thoughtful silence as she continued to eat. After a couple of minutes, she looked up and began to speak. "To the best of my knowledge, there have been 2 recent male captives. One was taken very recently, while the other was captured about a year ago. I don't have names or specific details, unfortunately. However, both individuals are held in the main city. If you intend to rescue them as well, you'll need to head there. It's worth noting that the Queen doesn't directly manage personal subordinates. Instead, the people here appoint representatives to serve on her behalf, each wanting to support the Queen in their own way," Shawnata explained. I've observed that most of the army has been deployed in the current war. Who are the significant and powerful individuals still here? I probed Shanatta once again. The powerful individuals remaining are tasked with the defense of the planet. 2 of them are captains from the previously mentioned group, formed to serve the Queen. The other 2 are retired Volgenders, revered as living legends. All 4 of them are exceptionally capable, and to my knowledge, only one is quite outspoken. They've traveled extensively across the galaxy and even harbor silent doubts about Kalorahine, Shanatta explained. And who might that be? I questioned, locking eyes with her. My grandmother, Natasha. She's a living legend residing in Jotunvik. Natasha is one of the guardians entrusted with defending the planet. Additionally, she's renowned as one of the finest healers and caregivers on the planet. She's a kind soul, to say the least, Shanatta disclosed. Your own grandmother? Schwartlight interjected, her surprise evident. How did she react to your banishment to this place? She was kept in the dark about the reason. Instead, she was fed the story that I had conspired against our planet and our people, leading to my exile to another world. No one knows about this hidden underground place, but we were marked as criminals, at risk of immediate capture and execution if seen, making it incredibly difficult to go into the world above, Shanatta explained. But my grandmother never believed their accusations. She didn't outwardly oppose the decision, but she also didn't buy into their lies. She's unaware of my survival or my current whereabouts. However, knowing her, she may offer us her assistance if we manage to reach out to her and fully explain the situation, Shanatta concluded. Will she extend a helping hand, or will she simply switch to our side? We plan to approach Kalorahine, but if she refuses, a confrontation is inevitable, I explained, to which Shanatta nodded in agreement. Yes, that does seem to be the most likely outcome. In light of that, what is your plan for moving forward? Shanatta asked. Shortlight and I will head to 10k-15kThis by and infiltrate Kalorahine's location. However, before that, our priority will be rescuing the captured men, especially one individual who is known to me and is being sought after by someone on the Resistance's planet, I detailed. Regardless, we will begin our actions now. You will stay connected to the rest of us through this device, and I will provide instructions on how to proceed shortly. I handed Shanatta a transceiver, and as we prepared to depart, she stopped us with a question. Will all of us need to mobilize? She asked. No, only gather the most capable and battle-ready individuals. We'll contact you when necessary, I replied before leaving the building. However, as soon as I stepped outside, my clone dissipated, transferring its gathered information to me. I paused suddenly, a realization dawning upon me. Is something wrong, Aaron? Shortlight asked, noticing my sudden stop. Could you go alone, Shortlight? I'll inform Azathoth group to join you and urge them to hurry their journey through Jotunvik. I'll also task them with persuading Natasha to help us too. I'll send them the necessary data to help them. I explained hastily, already beginning to relay the instructions to Azathoth's team via the transceiver. Shortlight paused for a moment, her eyes locked on me before nodding in agreement. I would have preferred to accompany you, but I sense that you need to handle this alone. They'll focus on rescuing the captured individuals before confronting Kalorahine. Good luck, she said, placing a kiss on my cheek before I teleported her away. Aaron, is everything all right? Shanatta inquired as she stood beside me. I turned to face her, my gaze lingering on a particular spot as I contemplated. Can you provide more insight into this place? Do you know how it was created? When? I asked, my attention still focused elsewhere. Shanatta shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't. This place's origins aren't widely known, and I doubt Kalorahine would divulge such information. Why do you ask? Is there something concerning about this place? She questioned, a note of concern creeping into her voice. I chose to remain silent, simply shaking my head in response. No, it's nothing. Anyway, here, I said, handing Shanatta a box. This contains the same pill I gave you earlier. Once all the current food is depleted, simply discard this again, and it will replenish the supply. There are approximately 1,000 pills in there. And Hey, race another one. I produced another capsule and proceeded to explain its contents. This capsule contains seeds for fruits and vegetables, sourced from other planets by the Resistance. I believe it could prove useful. What do you think? Shanada accepted the gifts gratefully, nodding in agreement. Thank you. If possible, I would like to establish a connection with this place once this is all over. Do you think that's feasible? She inquired. Easily. Don't worry. We'll make sure it's taken care of. Anyway, I have some matters to attend to here, so please don't mind me. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves, I reassured Shanada with a smile, before turning and walking away. Though I could feel her gaze on my back, I didn't look back. Stopping by a small lamppost, I observed the scene before me. Everyone was still eating and enjoying themselves, a sight that brought a sense of relief knowing that they could sustain themselves for another day without hunger. Even Leslie, who had been confrontational earlier, was now indulging in a meal. Surveying the crowd, I noted only a few individuals who could be considered fighters for any potential conflicts later on. Apart from Shanada and Leslie, there was a guy and another girl who appeared capable of holding their own. Though it wasn't an army, it should suffice, considering I hope to avoid conflict altogether. However, given our history, such peaceful resolutions rarely occurred. Upon ensuring that I was unobserved, I quietly slipped away from the crowd and turned a corner, seemingly passing through a solid wall. Despite its faintness, I could feel an energy emanating from within. I had experienced a similar sensation when I dismissed my clone earlier, prompting me to delve deeper into the matter. As I reached out to the wall, I felt a shift, and within moments, I found myself transported to a different location. To my surprise, the sight that greeted me was both unexpected and strangely familiar. It was a place that I had visited frequently in my dreams. Seriously? I muttered to myself as I beheld the familiar scenery, a swirling universe, scattered rocks, and the subdued whispers of unseen voices all around me. You were on this planet? I asked aloud, but received no response. The voices immediately ceased, leaving me alone in the unsettling silence. In the distance, the radiant orb of flames and the mysterious figure stood, apparently waiting for my approach. As I began to walk towards them, however, I felt the pull of gravity intensify, taking me by surprise. Despite this, I pushed forward, determined to reach my destination. The figure's eyes, a piercing light red, bore into me as I approached. A test? I pondered aloud, continuing my advance despite the increased gravity. Strangely, the weight did not hinder my progress, and I steadily pressed on until I stood at the foot of the hill, gazing up at the keeper of the eternal flame. Before I could speak, shadowy hands appeared, seizing my ankles and pulling me backward. Slowly and relentlessly, I was dragged back to my original starting point. This time, the gravitational force surrounding me intensified even further, making every movement an arduous effort. You won't make this easy, will you? Very well, I'll play along with your games, I muttered, finding a hint of amusement in the challenge before me. Few have dared to test me in such a manner since a certain point in my past, adding to the intrigue of this encounter. Undeterred by the heightened gravity, I continued my approach towards the glowing orb and the enigmatic figure. Strangely, the increased weight seemed to have no impact on me. As I drew closer, I noticed a lack of emotion in their eyes, yet there was an unmistakable sense of anticipation, further adding to the intrigue of the encounter. Meanwhile, the whispers around me grew louder and more distinct. They spoke of reaching a certain destination. With it, they referred to presumably being the orb itself, or so I surmised. Third-person point of view Azathoth, Aoife, and Gondal wandered through the streets of Jotunvik, taking in the remarkable sights around them. Skyscrapers and apartment complexes soared into the sky, almost touching the clouds. Overhead, hovercrafts weaved through the bustling traffic, adding to the city's futuristic atmosphere. While the majority of the buildings had a modern aesthetic, they also showed signs of wear and tear. Despite this, patches of greenery dotted the urban landscape, with trees, shrubs, and little gardens beautifying the cityscape. It was a fascinating fusion of advanced technology and natural beauty that took the trio by surprise. Before Aoife could inquire about their surroundings, their phones vibrated in unison, indicating the arrival of a message from Aaron sent through their transceivers. Aoife reached for her phone and shared Aaron's message with Azathoth and Gondal. They read the message together, taking in its contents before Aoife tucked her phone back into her pocket. Natasha and Daybreak, she whispered, a touch of excitement coloring her voice. To be rebels overthrowing an oppressive ruler. That does sound rather thrilling, doesn't it? Speaking of which, Gondal interrupted, pointing towards a large building in the distance. I believe that's the hospital, don't you think? Their eyes followed Gondal's gesture, landing on the imposing structure ahead. Surrounded by more greenery than the rest of the city, it boasted a grand entrance adorned with a cascading fountain. However, the peculiar presence of small, floating red crystals and heaters scattered around the vicinity intrigued them, suggesting a unique aspect to the establishment. The hospital loomed large over the landscape, its grand facade adorned with countless glass windows on every level. Yet, despite its impressive exterior, Azathoth, Aoife, and Gondal couldn't shake the feeling that spatial manipulation had been used within its walls, expanding its interiors to a significant degree. Natasha, the Volgender. Azathoth spoke with reverence, recounting her extraordinary accomplishments. She's famed as a medical Volgender, lauded for saving an astounding 830 million injured individuals, not only from her own species, but also from various other beings and races across the cosmos, and even different universes. She continued, delving deeper into her background. For a time, she served under rank 15 Vikosha of the Eradicators, overseeing multiple universes rather than just individual planets. Centuredo, her eyes fixed on the imposing hospital structure. However, her prowess in combat is not particularly remarkable. At best, she ranks close to the pinnacle of the god class, unlike many other Volgenders who fall nearer to the middle of the dragon god class. Gondal nodded in accord as Azathoth continued the narrative. Presently, Natasha leads the hospital, wholeheartedly dedicating herself to assisting those in need across the globe. Nevertheless, despite her efforts, she remains unsatisfied with the current state of affairs. It's worth mentioning that Natasha is also considerably older than the current queen, boasting a wealth of at least 1,000 years of life experience over Kalorahine, she concluded. I can't believe she's managed to handle all of that. Aoife marveled, her voice filled with awe. Let's not waste any time. But wait, how do we even before Aoife could finish her sentence, an item suddenly appeared before them, along with a letter from Aaron. Intrigued, they read the letter together. I am currently in a different location and unable to assist directly. However, I have assigned Comptoir to analyze the temperature control system, and the device in front of you is the result. I have shared the findings with everyone, so in case of conflict or damage, you will have the means to repair it. Additionally, this is a pass typically used by important guests to access any area they desire. Use it to gain entry to the hospital and speak with Natasha. As for the other box, deliver it to her directly without opening it. Amused by the pass, Aoife playfully waved it around before passing the device for repairing the temperature control system to Gondal. Gondal examined it before saying, "Couldn't you have invented something like this, Azathoth?" Azathoth shook her head, a hint of amusement in her expression. I am simply an observer in this endeavor. While I am willing to help, I leave the creation of such items to Aaron or any of you, she explained calmly as she led the way towards the hospital, with the others following closely behind. Let's go visit the ultra-caring grandma then. I'm really excited to meet her, considering all she's done for the people here. She's someone to look up to, Aoife exclaimed, her eyes shining with anticipation. Beside her, Azathoth couldn't help but subtly smile at her enthusiasm. Together, they set off on their journey to meet Natasha, the esteemed medical practitioner and beacon of compassion. Upon entering the hospital, the automatic doors smoothly parted, revealing a peaceful scene inside. In the middle of the relatively quiet atmosphere, One woman stood out among the elderly Volgenders who were engaged in lively conversation. She exuded an air of warmth and compassion that was hard to miss. The woman appeared to be in her middle years, her kind and wise purple eyes reflecting her inner beauty. Her fair complexion complemented her bob-like blue-gray hair, with two symmetrical strands cascading down to her shoulders while the rest was neatly tied in a ponytail. A gentle mole adorned her left side, adding to her overall tender appearance. Dressed in a layered white ensemble reminiscent of a doctor's coat, she emitted an aura of professionalism and care. Her attire, embellished with blue-gray details and crimson lining, included high leather boots and a distinctive nurse cap-like bow. Notably, her left arm remained bare while her right was adorned with a leather elbow-length glove, a torn crimson band tied to her right shoulder. Hanging from her belt were various items, including a plush bear, a small leather bag, a glass tube containing mushrooms, and a flask of green liquid. She also wore a pear-shaped flask around her neck, completing her unique ensemble. As they neared her, her gentle smile greeted them, radiating comfort and reassurance amid the tranquil hospital surroundings. "Oh, hello there, did you need some help?" The woman greeted warmly, her smile inviting. "Are you Dr. Natasha?" Aoife inquired cautiously. The woman nodded, her smile softening. "Yes, I'm Natasha, but you don't need to add doctor to it, sweetie. How can I assist you?" She asked kindly. "May we speak with you privately?" "It's very important," Gondel interjected, her expression serious. Natasha noticed the gravity of the request, and her smile faded slightly, replaced by a more solemn expression. "Of course. Please, follow me," Natasha replied, leading them away. They traversed through a hallway adorned in pristine white, passing numerous doors lining both sides. Utilizing a teleporter, they were swiftly transported to different floors until they reached Natasha's office, situated on the 4th floor. As they settled into the chairs in Natasha's office, she leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. "So, what is this important matter you wish to discuss?" she inquired, her tone reflecting her readiness to listen. Aoife placed the box on the desk before Natasha and urged her to open it. "Please, start with this, and then well explain why we're here," she requested. Curious yet composed, Natasha lifted the lid of the box, revealing its contents. Inside, she found familiar items she had once gifted her granddaughter, Shanata, along with a letter. As she read the heartfelt words penned by her beloved granddaughter, tears welled up in Natasha's eyes. Overcome with emotion, she placed a trembling hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she finished reading the letter and set it down beside her. Natasha was fully engaged as Gondel and Aoife relayed the details, absorbing every word with a quiet intensity. Once they had finished, she took a moment to gather her thoughts, wiping away the last traces of tears before speaking to them. "So, Daybreak, led by my own granddaughter," she pondered, a hint of pride and determination gleaming in her eyes. With a serene smile, she leaned back in her chair, her decision made. "Very well, I will offer my assistance. I have harbored doubts about Calorihine's actions for some time now. If aligning with Daybreak means working towards the betterment of our species, then count me in," Natasha declared with unwavering resolve. Her dedication to the cause was evident in her words, as she vowed to stand alongside them in their quest for justice and freedom. "Brilliant! But hey, time's ticking away, and we've got a mission, rescuing those two blokes held captive here and then dealing with Calorihine. Can you join us for this important task?" Aoife inquired eagerly, rising from her seat with a sense of urgency. Contrary to what folks might think about hospitals, ours ain't exactly bustling with visitors unless they're seriously banged up or they're getting on in years with a bunch of health issues. Luckily, our lot tends to be pretty sturdy, like I mentioned earlier. Got a solid crew of assistants who can handle things while I'm away, so I'm up for it. Natasha replied confidently, her tone down to earth and practical. "Great, let's not hang around any longer. We'll be outside waiting for you," Natasha, Aoife said, leading the way out of the building, the excitement evident in her stride. Following a brief pause, Natasha emerged from the structure. Her face lit up with a warm smile as she approached them and joined their group. I assume none of you are familiar with the layout of this place, correct? Allow me to lead the way, as we are headed to the quarters where they are held. Being one of the most esteemed physicians on this planet, our presence there will not raise any suspicion. With Natasha leading the way, they quickly followed behind her. Let's refrain from using flying and instead use the local transportation. Also, it's important for all of you to understand that you're now working as my assistants, and it's essential to follow my instructions. Got it. Aoife replied promptly before tilting her head with curiosity. What made you trust us so quickly? Was it because of the package we gave you? Yes, affirmed Natasha, her tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The parcel bore my granddaughter's handwriting and featured a brief recording undoubtedly made by the outer god. Your reputation precedes you, and I had harbored a glimmer of hope that you would grace us with your presence here eventually, she confessed as they reached the train station. Presenting their passes, they were granted free passage and patiently awaited the train to reach its capacity. With only a sparse few boarding, the locomotive set into motion after a brief pause. As they traversed through a vast canyon of towering icicles, the landscape below lay shrouded in a blanket of snow, frozen in time. Wow, so this is what lies beyond the walls of the cities, marveled Aoife, gazing out of the window. In this desolate stretch devoid of other Volgender, they found themselves liberated to indulge in their curiosity. Yes, Natasha agreed, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed Aoife and Gondal's astonishment. However, during the non-winter months, the climate transitions to a considerably warmer state, so perpetual freezing is not the norm, she explained. So, it's similar to any other inhabited world, with blue skies, hot temperatures, lush landscapes, and abundant wildlife? Aoife asked, turning her attention towards Natasha. Natasha nodded. More or less. The environment does display such characteristics. However, the wildlife follows a seasonal pattern. Species adapted to the colder months are active during winter, while those requiring warmth and sunlight enter hibernation. The opposite is during the summer months, as I mentioned earlier, she added. Do the wildlife pose a threat to the city walls, or do they generally maintain a neutral stance and steer clear of civilization? Gondal asked, her eyes fixed on the distant shapes of animals crossing the icy plains. Instances of aggression are rare, to my knowledge. Whether this dynamic will change in the future remains uncertain. Only time will unravel the truth. There exists one species, however, that has been known to launch attacks on the cities, having once claimed those territories as their own. Yet, sightings of this species have been scarce for approximately a century, leaving us unsure if a resurgence is imminent, Natasha explained. Curiosity gleamed in Aoife's eyes as she interjected, What species is it? Her tone tinged with a hint of excitement, eliciting a soft chuckle from Natasha. We never gave them an official name, but they're known for their massive size, snowy fur, powerful claws, and imposing snouts. Surprisingly, they're comparable in size to the hospital structure you saw earlier. Unfortunately, our understanding of their behavior and ecological role is still very basic, as Kalorahine strongly opposed any attempts at scholarly investigation. Previous rulers showed a similar lack of interest, leaving us with little knowledge beyond defensive strategies or ways to eliminate them, Natasha disclosed. That sounds incredibly suspicious, Gondal remarked, her eyes narrowing as she looked out of the window. I agree. Kalorahine's decision to forbid even observational studies or inquiries into their nature raises significant concerns. While the previous queens may have had more important matters to deal with, Kalorahine's time in power had no such obstacles until now, making her stance even more suspicious, Natasha added, her expression clouded with a hint of worry. As the train sped towards the bustling metropolis of Titsfrosset by, they were engrossed in lively conversation about the diverse animal species in their world. Schwartlight, informed by Kuntuar, awaited their arrival at the designated train station, ready to join forces with them. After about 4 minutes, They disembarked from the train and quickly left the station, where they were greeted by Schwartlight, who waved enthusiastically before joining them. "Hey, everyone, it looks like we have a new comrade. Please, who might this be?" Schwartlight asked, casting a curious glance towards Natasha. Natasha returned Schwartlight's gaze with a warm smile before introducing herself. "It's a delight to meet you. I am Natasha. Having been briefed on the situation, I'm committed to assisting you," she declared, only to be caught off guard seconds later as a small insignia depicting a dragon materialized on her neck. "Oh, finally! That took forever, didn't it?" Aoife exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise as she glanced at the insignia. She tilted her head slightly, observing it with curiosity. "I guess Aaron must be really tied up with something." "Huh? He may indeed be. However, let's not delay any further. From the looks of it, you're a Volgender, right? Being familiar with this area would certainly help us get to our destination faster. Could you show us the most efficient route?" Schwartlight asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Natasha nodded, radiating confidence. "Of course. We will head straight to our destination. As a seasoned physician with a long lifespan, my presence will not raise any suspicion. A sudden visit to the prisoners under the pretense of a medical examination will not be questioned. I have already suggested that you all take on the roles of my assistants or aspiring doctors, accompanying me to gain valuable experience. This will ease any suspicions," she explained, striding purposefully towards a specific building. Approaching the building, it was clear that it was not under Calorahine's direct authority. Situated to the east, it remained a formidable and heavily guarded structure. Natasha promptly presented her identification upon arrival, accompanied by an explanation that the newcomers were fledgling doctors under her tutelage, poised to shadow her in the pursuit of knowledge. Recognizing Natasha's esteemed reputation within the planet, the guards greeted them with amiable smiles and granted them passage without hesitation. This scenario repeated itself several times as they traversed through the building, gradually descending through a series of staircases until they arrived at what appeared to be an underground level reminiscent of a prison facility. Why is it always hidden underground? What's the obsession with concealing these facilities beneath the surface? Aoife vented her frustration, troubled by the recurring trend of subterranean exploration. It's probably just more convenient. Creating illusions and maintaining them above ground would require a lot of power and resources. On the other hand, utilizing the natural barrier of the Earth to shield these installations takes minimal effort. A single illusion is enough to hide their presence, Schwartlight reasoned, providing an explanation for the widespread practice. Aoife nodded in agreement with Schwartlight as they continued their journey, eventually reaching a designated section within the underground complex. Despite its subterranean location, the prison facility gave off an aura of cleanliness and careful maintenance. Its mostly black stone walls, ceiling, and floors added to the atmosphere of serious austerity. Within the prison cells, a facade of normalcy presented itself, with the usual amenities of beds, desks, and shelves adorning the chambers. Yet, upon closer inspection, a sharp contrast emerged as some unfortunate inmates lay motionless, seemingly either deceased or trapped in a vegetative state. "Why do they appear in such dire straits?" Gondel inquired, turning to Natasha as they observed the despondent prisoners. "Likely the result of experiments conducted by Calorahine's followers. Once imprisoned, individuals are stripped of their rights and subjected to dehumanizing treatment similar to animals. While I lack specific details, this bleak reality is all too common," Natasha responded somberly. Gondel, Schwartlight, and Aoife looked upon the prisoners with empathy, their hearts heavy with compassion for their plight. In contrast, Azathoth, who had mostly maintained a silent demeanor, observed with a discerning gaze, using her powers to glean insights into their circumstances, her eyes reflecting a more judgmental sentiment. "Do not extend your pity to everyone," Azathoth interjected, her words piercing through the solemn atmosphere. "While some may have been unjustly imprisoned, others have committed actions of questionable morality that warrant their fate. Whether you approve of their treatment and experimentation is a matter of personal judgment. The three women exchanged glances, surprised by Azathoth's direct assessment, before focusing on Natasha, who nodded in agreement with Azathoth's observation. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, it is crucial that you form your own conclusions. I will not influence your judgments, Natasha affirmed, her tone firm. That being said, as we approach our destination, allow me to take the lead in our interactions. They approached another imposing door, flanked by two guards. Natasha eloquently articulated their purpose, and without hesitation, they were granted entry. Having visited these halls frequently in the past, with her last visit just 2 months prior, Natasha's credibility remained untarnished in the eyes of the guards. You truly have an impressive level of trust, Aoife remarked, her voice tinged with awe as she regarded Natasha with renewed admiration. Her gaze lingered on Natasha, harboring aspirations of emulating her new companion, to which Natasha responded with a gentle and reassuring smile. Approaching the designated cells, spaced far apart, their first encounter was with a man who had pink hair, red eyes, and a strong physique. Fully engrossed in a book, he looked up as they arrived and greeted them with a casual wave. "What in the world are you doing?" Aoife exclaimed in confusion. "Just reading," he replied calmly. Schwartlight muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. "Tiny," Azathoth said flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. "How adorable! It's so small," Gondel remarked, her hand pressed against her cheek as she stifled a giggle. Natasha's lips twitched with suppressed amusement as she let out a chuckle. Centurado. Well, look at the newbies you brought with you. Could use a bit more polish, if you ask me," Gerald exclaimed as he hastily finished getting dressed. Undeterred by Gerald's blunt comments, Natasha and her companions entered the cell, where she began her usual examination. After a brief pause, Natasha spoke again. "Actually, we're considering a rescue operation for you, if you want. I understand you were brought here against your will. Do you want to leave?" she asked sincerely. "Leave? Why on earth would I ever want to leave?" Gerald responded incredulously, his voice tinged with excitement. "I get to enjoy wonderful company here, without the burden of family obligations. I'm treated well here, with my own accommodations and enough food. It's like paradise for a sloth like me." With a gleam of enthusiasm in his eyes, Gerald continued, "I won't reveal your intentions to them, since I know you mean well. But to be honest, I have no desire to leave, ever. Let me spend my days living peacefully and raising a family until I depart this world naturally." The three women, excluding Azathoth and Natasha, stood speechless, taken aback by Gerald's crude demeanor. They had expected him to be receptive to being rescued, only to be faced with his unexpected contentment with his current circumstances. In a strange turn of events, they couldn't help but acknowledge the appeal of such a scenario for many individuals. Aoife and Schwartlight shared a meaningful look as they pondered a hypothetical scenario. Would Aaron really accept such a fate? They mused, prompting a chuckle from Gondel. "No," Azathoth interjected, her statement catching them off guard. "Tir na Nog offers a similar allure, yet he remained unmoved by it. I doubt he would find this setting appealing in any manner." "Now that you mention it, I suppose you're right," Aoife agreed, her expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, Natasha observed their exchange with a smile, impressed by their ability to maintain composure in the middle of the gravity of their current situation. Along with the seriousness of their mission, Natasha couldn't help but admire their casual banter. It was clear that they had faced numerous perilous missions in the past, cultivating a resilience that rendered them unfazed by such circumstances. "Wait, are you guys the Resistance?" Gerald couldn't contain his excitement as the realization dawned on him. "I've been dying to meet you all. We've been hearing about your series of victories, and my species is eager to form an alliance." Aoife, filled with pride, crossed her arms and stood tall. "That's right, we are the Resistance. What's the name of your species, and what role do you play in the grand scheme of things?" she asked, her curiosity sparked. "We're Frisians. We have the ability to control fire, as well as darkness and shadow," Gerald replied, his enthusiasm seeping through his words. As for my unfortunate capture, well, let's just say I got a little too wild on a different planet and ended up here. But, as I've mentioned before, my time here has been nothing short of amazing. Efficients, I remember coming across them in the Resistance's library. You're under the governance of someone named Ifrit, right? His reign seems to extend as far back as anyone can recall. It's interesting how Fumara tends to leave your species mostly undisturbed. Although they do occasionally send a representative to monitor your activities, Schwertlight commented, her tone tinged with curiosity. That's right. None of us really know the specifics of Lord Ifrit's rule or how long he's been in power, but we've accepted it as a part of life. It's a strange arrangement, but we prefer it to outright oppression. Our only rule is to avoid interfering with Fumara's plans. As long as we stick to that, we're free to pursue our own desires, Gerald explained, providing insight into the dynamics of a Frisian society. We'll leave you to consider our offer, Gerald. We'll be back after speaking with the other party, Natasha said, causing Gerald to nod in acknowledgement. But before we go, do you think he'll agree? Most likely. He's been quite subdued today, but in the past he's shown intense anger and expressed his desire to destroy this facility and kill Kalorahine, Gerald replied, returning to his reading with a thoughtful look. He'll give it some thought now that the Resistance is involved. Thanking him for his time, Natasha and her companions said their goodbyes to Gerald and made their way to their next destination, the cell of Ivakin. The person Hensworth had tasked them with rescuing. Just a short distance away, they arrived at Ivakin's cell, where Natasha greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, hello, Doc. Are these new assistants? Ivakin asked, his gaze shifting to Aoife's group with curiosity. You could say that, Natasha replied enigmatically as they entered Ivakin's cell, beginning her examination. After a moment, Natasha broached the purpose of their visit. These individuals are from the Resistance. They've come to facilitate your rescue, among other matters. Ivakin's demeanor shifted, his expression frozen in disbelief as he processed Natasha's words. Are you serious? You're not messing with me, are you? Natasha shook her head solemnly. No, I assure you, I'm quite serious. Professor Hensworth requested you to join him on that planet. However, he also conveyed that you're free to make your own decision. We've aligned ourselves with Daybreak, and Aoife interjected, her voice laden with sincerity as she proceeded to elucidate their mission and the options available to Ivakin. After Aoife and Natasha shared their information, Ivakin sat in contemplative silence, allowing Natasha to continue her examination. But once he fully understood the seriousness of the situation, a triumphant grin appeared on his lips. Hell yeah, I'm all in for this rebellion. Let's do this. I'm ready to take them on. Ivakin declared with palpable excitement. Great choice. We'll check in with Gerald later to confirm his decision. But before we confront Kalorahine, Natasha began, only to be interrupted by Ivakin's fervent interjection. I'm going with you on that too. I have a few things to say to her. I won't back down. Ivakin's face flushed red with a powerful mix of anger and determination. Are you sure? She could be quite intimidating, as Aaron has told us. Aoife interjected, her concern evident in her tone. I'm certain. I have some grievances to air, Ivakin asserted firmly, firm in his decision. They exchanged meaningful looks, recognizing Ivakin wouldn't change his mind and steadfast commitment to his beliefs. Schwertlight, however, couldn't help but probe further. Were you mistreated during your time here? No, Ivakin asserted firmly. I resisted vigorously, even resorting to biting them fiercely if they attempted any advances. I refused to engage in casual relationships with anyone outside of a loving and committed partnership. It's simply not an option for me. Though surprised by his fervent declaration, they chose to remain silent, acknowledging Ivakin's resolute convictions. After Natasha completed her examination, they helped Ivakin leave the cell. On their way to Gerald's cell, they found a small note indicating his exhaustion and his willingness to join the cause after resting. Well, let him rest for now, Natasha suggested, her voice reflecting understanding. We can reconsider his decision once he's had time to recover. With that, they proceeded cautiously, ensuring to respect Gerald's request and dispose of the note as instructed. As they approached the main door, Azathoth quickly rendered the guards unconscious with a simple gesture, sending them into a deep sleep. Seizing the opportunity, the rest of the group made their way out of the facility, with Azathoth leaving behind a flawless replica of Ivakin in his cell to ensure their departure went undetected. With Ivakin's clone flawlessly imitating his movements, they proceeded cautiously, with Azathoth cloaking herself and her companions in invisibility as they set out on the brief journey toward Calorahine's castle. Approaching Calorahine's castle, they were met with a formidable array of defenses, guards on every corner, ready turrets, and patrolling android sentinels. Undeterred, they navigated through the obstacles with meticulous precision, relying on Azathoth's ability to phase through walls undetected. Once inside the castle, Natasha took the lead, her resolve unmistakable despite the tension gripping her and Ivakin. This confrontation held profound significance for Natasha. Having served under Calorahine for an extensive period, she now found herself in direct opposition to her former queen and the entire Fumara organization. The weight of her decision fueled a mixture of dread and excitement, her heart pounding with anticipation as they drew closer to the throne room. Each step forward was proof of her newfound resolve, a defiance against the oppressive regime she once served. As they approached the heart of the castle, where Calorahine awaited, Natasha steeled herself for the imminent confrontation, ready to confront her past and forge a new path forward. Approaching the entrance to the throne room, they found themselves faced with an increased presence of guards patrolling the area. Azathoth effortlessly subdued them with a mere flick of his fingers, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Summoning their courage, they pushed open the door, only to be met by Calorahine herself, waiting for their arrival. With a casual air, she welcomed them, her gaze lingering on Natasha with a hint of anticipation. "Welcome to our planet," and it seems Natasha has made her choice. Quite predictable. Ivakin has also managed to slip away, which is rather amusing, Centuredo. "You old hag," he spat with intense fervor. The tension in the room grew thicker as Calorahine's demeanor turned icy at the mention of her family. With a chilling composure, she replied, "Ah, so we're getting straight to the point? Very well, let's see how well you fare." With a snap of her fingers, towering ice statues resembling birds appeared before her, poised for attack. Pointing a commanding finger at Ivakin, she issued her directive, "You deal with these. Well, engage in conversation before your fates are determined." The ice birds surged forward, hurtling toward Ivakin with astounding speed. Despite his readiness, he was quickly overpowered, flung to the opposite side of the room, and left coughing up blood. "Now, then, shall we begin?" Calorahine inquired, her tone laced with a chilling irrevocability. "Stay still and speak with me." Before Aoife could react, she found herself immobilized, unable to move or intervene. Calorahine's command echoed in their minds, effectively restraining them in place. Only Azathoth remained unaffected, positioning herself to monitor Ivakin's situation while the others remained trapped, their movements stymied by the Queen's commanding presence. Calorahine felt a twinge of surprise at Azathoth's decisions, but chose to maintain her calm composure, taking note of Azathoth's observant stance without saying a word. "That's an improvement, don't you think?" she commented, her smile directed at the four individuals held in place, a hint of amusement in her voice. "There's no use trying to escape. It would be futile and a waste of your energy. Now then, let's have a conversation." Natasha's frown deepened as she approached the pressing questions. "Why did you fabricate the disappearance of those Volgenders? You built an underground facility only to abandon them there without resources. What about the rest of our world? You consistently denied us the opportunity to explore, insisting this was the sole habitable region." Calorahine's smile widened at Natasha's direct inquiries, appreciating her honesty. "Ah, direct. and to the point. I admire your bluntness, she acknowledged before addressing their concerns. Calorahine's explanation lingered heavily in the air, her voice carrying a blend of authority and justification. It is my solemn duty as the Queen to safeguard our world and its inhabitants from all threats, she began, her words filled with conviction. The extensive records left by my predecessors provide ample evidence of the dangers lurking beyond our borders. Trust me when I tell you that the truth of what lies beyond is far more harrowing than you can imagine. While I and other trained Volgenders may possess the skills to repel such dangers, the weaker members of our society would be quickly overwhelmed. She paused, letting her words sink in before addressing the issue of the fabricated disappearances. Regarding your other question, those individuals were dangerously close to uncovering certain truths that I could not afford to let surface, she continued, her expression unchanging. I implemented that solution not out of cruelty, but out of necessity to preserve the stability of our society. I provided them with a means to survive within their confined environment, ensuring they had access to essential resources. However, those who went beyond designated areas were met with the consequences of their own idiocy. Natasha couldn't believe what she was hearing as Calorahine confessed. So, you planned everything. Those passages from the surface to the underground were intentionally placed by you beforehand? She asked, seeking confirmation. Calorahine nodded in agreement with Natasha's suspicion. Indeed. However, there are specific zones within the above ground for them to visit. If they stray beyond those boundaries, well, you can imagine the consequences. It is all in service of the greater good of our society and its people, she explained, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Aoife's expression turned serious as she brought up the topic of the ongoing conflict. And what about this senseless war you're perpetuating? She demanded, her frustration evident. Calorahine responded quickly, her demeanor unwavering. Zenzelesva, our species has been involved in retaliation since ancient times. Until justice is served for the lives lost, we will not cease our efforts. I am a reasonable woman hand over Suzuku Himejima, and we will promptly bring an end to this conflict, she declared, a glint of superiority in her eyes. Censuredo Calorahine's laughter resounded in response to Aoife's declaration. Ah, the outer god. Yes, indeed, he would protect his favored followers with all his might, she retorted, a smirk playing on her bravado. Since we cannot find a middle ground on that issue, it seems we have come to a standstill. But tell me, what brings you here? Surely, it isn't just to plead with us to cease our war efforts? Aoife's expression hardened as she resisted the unseen force, her annoyance surging. Well, that may have been the initial reason, but now that we are allied with Daybreak, we have no choice but to confront you and make you see reason, she declared defiantly, her gaze ablaze with anger as she pushed forward with determination. Daybreak? How adorable, Calorahine remarked with a hint of amusement. But mere names won't pose a threat to us. Yet, perhaps the figure over there, she nodded towards Azathoth, who had been observing Ivakin's struggle, could exert some influence if she wishes to do so. As Calorahine spoke, Azathoth raised her hand and, with a simple gesture, shattered the ice birds that had been attacking Ivakin. In an instant, Ivakin's injuries were also healed, and he wasted no time launching his own offensive against Calorahine. With complex mathematical formulas swirling in the air, he conjured formidable constructs aimed directly at the queen. But Calorahine remained unfazed. Her smile stayed on her face as she effortlessly neutralized Ivakin's attacks. With a gentle breath, she redirected the trajectory of his attacks, causing them to freeze over before they could reach her. With a subtle display of her power, she rendered Ivakin's constructs useless, leaving them shattered on the ground. Is that all? Calorahine taunted with a mocking smile, exuding confidence. No way. Ivakin roared defiantly, anger burning in his eyes. With swift precision, he summoned the upper half of a mechanical monstrosity from his mathematical formulas, its metallic limbs lashing out at Calorahine with ferocity. At the same time, he created a firearm from the darkness itself, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the queen. Kalorahine simply tapped her foot, and in an instant, the world around them froze, including Ivakin's diverse attacks. His lower half and arms became encased in ice, rendering him immobilized and powerless. Undeterred, Kalorahine approached him with an air of superiority, her blonde locks cascading around her, her intense blue eyes locking onto his. "You're truly pathetic, you know that?" She chided, her voice laced with disdain. "You wouldn't be in this predicament if you hadn't spewed nonsense at my followers while gallivanting on an entirely different planet," she remarked with a disappointed sigh, her words dripping with contempt. But before Kalorahine could continue speaking, explosions echoed in the distance. With a resigned sigh, she brought up a monitor on her left, observing the unfolding chaos. "It seems Hladrfa has made her grand entrance. Let's go meet her and engage in a somewhat civilized discussion, shall we?" she suggested with a hint of sarcasm. With a gesture, Kalorahine released Aoife and her group from their invisible confinement. "Come, follow me," she instructed, her tone betraying no hint of urgency as she began to lead the way. "She's definitely taunting us, flaunting her power," Aoife muttered, her frustration evident as she cast a wary glance at Azathoth. "And what's with the inability to move? Some abilities defy conventional rules. Much like what we've encountered before," Azathoth explained cryptically. "The thing with her seems to be inhibiting your movements, akin to Lavinia's abilities in her new balance breaker state." "Similar to Lavinia's?" "Wait, freezing everything in your body, including time and soul?" Aoife asked, her eyes widening with realization. Azathoth nodded silently, confirming Aoife's suspicion. As she passed Ivakin, she paused to offer a word of caution. "I suggest you hold off for now, otherwise you'll end up losing your life." With that, she resumed her stride. What did she and you mean by that? "Balance breaker? Freezing time and soul?" Natasha inquired. Her curiosity piqued as they continued on their path, Ivakin trailing behind with clenched teeth. "Well, explain on the way, but it will be a bit lengthy, so try not to get overwhelmed," Gondal reassured, and Natasha nodded in agreement, mentally preparing herself for the forthcoming explanation. Before the explosions shattered the tranquility of the landscape, Odin's group had already found themselves at the very core of Etherreach. Led by Odin himself, they set out to explore this futuristic and unique city. Etherreach boasted architectural marvels unlike anything they had ever seen. Dominating the skyline was a remarkable building, its design reminiscent of the iconic Among Us characters. With a sleek, slender silhouette and a large, circular window at its center resembling an eye, it stood out prominently among the surrounding structures. Adding to its mysterious charm, a protrusion extended from its lower section, a unique feature that intrigued Odin and his companions. Encircling this central structure were several other towering structures, intricately connected to it, forming a hub of innovation and research. Beyond them sprawled a diverse tapestry of buildings, though of lesser height, each contributing to the vibrant landscape of the city. Odin Sama, it may be time to shift our attention to the main building. We've enjoyed the local food and other diversions for quite some time now. Furthermore, we still need to test the device Aaron provided us to repair those Galpercises, suggested Rosweiss with a resigned sigh. "She's right, Odin Sama. The Galpercises need our attention too. We shouldn't delay any longer. Time is of the essence," Brynhilder chimed in, echoing Rosweiss's sentiment. "Bah, didn't Gene Boy mention earlier that we could take our time exploring the cities?" Odin retorted, savoring another bite of the delicious food. "Yes, he did. However, he also cautioned that lingering too long could result in us having to confront both that issue and engage in battle simultaneously. It would be wise to prioritize our objectives. Perhaps we could start by visiting the library to gather more information," Rosweiss suggested, emphasizing the importance of their mission. "Very well," Odin conceded, and they made their way towards the prominent library next to one of the towering structures. Upon entering, They found themselves in a spacious area, not quite as magnificent as the library back in their home within the draconic dais, yet larger than most in both the human and supernatural realms. After a brief inquiry, they were directed to the relevant section. Expressing gratitude to the attendant, they immersed themselves in the array of books, each engrossed in silent study. Minutes passed as they pored over the texts, even Odin adopting a solemn demeanor. Finally, he broke the silence with a deep sigh. This form of magic bears resemblance to the demonic powers of the devils. It relies on the wielder's imagination, but for more complex spells. A combination of creative thought and a thorough understanding of certain facets of existence is necessary, Odin reflected, his tone tinged with a sense of solemnity. By harnessing human magic and formulas alongside a vibrant imagination, one can reportedly boost their abilities by 2.5 times, at least for the average inhabitant of that universe, Brynhilde explained, her voice resonating with the wisdom found in the tome. Interestingly, individuals with exceptional intellect and creativity have the potential to increase their power output by tenfold or more, Brynhilde added, her tone mirroring a sense of wonder at the opportunities detailed within the pages. According to this source, the most remarkable recorded augmentation reached a staggering 50-fold increase. Rossweiss interjected with a somber observation. Furthermore, there are specialized tools designed to aid magical pursuits, though they come at steep costs. Unfortunately, access to these resources seems limited to the wealthy elite, exacerbating inequalities within that society. It appears that inequity permeates every aspect of their world. Before go deeper into their research and exploration, the unexpected arrival of a mysterious woman captured their attention. She gazed discerningly at Odin's group, her scrutiny obvious yet unspoken. Despite their initial surprise, they met her gaze with equal intensity, albeit briefly, before reining in their reactions. Just as quickly as she appeared, the woman departed without uttering a word, leaving Odin's group to ponder the significance of her presence. Sensing a potential threat, they exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating the implications of her abrupt visitation. That was Hladrifa, the top-ranking member of the Way Burrows, Brynhilde disclosed, her tone tinged with unease. I've heard rumors of her Volgender lineage, but encountering her here is unexpected. As Brynhilde's appraisal spell deactivated, she advised caution. If she has any suspicions about our presence, it would be wise to vacate the premises to avoid unnecessary complications. Once more, Odin grumbled, but eventually agreed to leave the premises. They walked away, stealing a last glance at Hladrifa, who was staring intently at them, her eyes following their every move. As they left, they continued on their way to the train station, eager to make their way to the main city, only to be met with the disappointing as they couldn't even get into the building. After pondering their next moves by the entrance of the building, a commanding voice stopped them in their tracks. Turning around, they saw Hladrifa, with her arms crossed and a stern expression directed at them, particularly Odin, who had taken on a youthful appearance. With his flowing hair and youthful face, from a distance, he could easily be mistaken for a woman. However, Hladrifa, with her sharp perception and sharper vision than most, quickly noticed the subtle differences that set them apart. You, she started, pointing an accusing finger at Odin. You're a man. What brings you to this place? Maintaining his composure, Odin retorted, a man? I am a woman. Can't you tell from my appearance and voice? He half shouted to infuse his statement with a feminine tone, but failed, his attempt at naturalness falling short. Though he possessed the ability to alter his voice with ease, the thought eluded him in the moment as he sought to maintain his facade. Your voice lacks the timbre of a woman's. Moreover, your demeanor, manner, and conduct are more characteristic of a man. He'll pose the question once more. Are you truly a man? Hladrifa scrutinized him, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Summoning a sleek, futuristic bow fashioned from metallic white and black, she charged it with an aura of menace while holding it at her sides. I'll ask you once more. Are you a man? She demanded, her resolve evident in her unwavering stance. Her captivating emerald eyes, set off by the contrast of her light blonde hair, tall white hat, and outfit of a blue top, black skirt, tights, and heels, made her presence even more commanding. Odin, resigned, let out a heavy sigh and raised his hands in surrender. "It's time to blast," he exclaimed, just before the surroundings exploded into a brilliant white light, momentarily blinding Hladrúfa and all the onlookers. In the ensuing chaos, he swiftly transported them elsewhere within the city. As they appeared in a sparsely populated area surrounded by towering buildings, Odin dispelled their disguises and chuckled. "Well, the act is over. We might as well give it up. It was a noble effort, but I underestimated the sharp eye for detail that some possess." His laughter reverberated through the urban solitude, blending with the sounds of the city. Ill-informed Aaron and the others, Brynhildr declared as she turned around to inform them through their transceivers. "Odin-sama, I've told you repeatedly. You should have made more effort to appear feminine and take on a female guise once we arrived here. I even warned you that there were no men in this planet," scolded Rosweiss, though Odin dismissed her admonishments. "What's done is done, Rosweiss." "Let be," Odin interjected firmly. "But she found us remarkably swiftly. Though I suppose it's hardly surprising, considering this is her home planet as well." He mused, turning his gaze leftward to see Hladrúfa perched atop a nearby building, her eyes fixed upon them with an unmistakable intensity. "I see. So, the Resistance has seen fit to grace my home world with their presence? Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to eradicate you and deliver good news to Lady Fumara," she declared, her eyes narrowing into a steely gaze as she prepared to confront them. Without speaking another word, a barrage of arrows came hurtling towards Odin's group. With a grin, Odin wielded Gungnir, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles aimed at him. His skill not only caught Hladrúfa off guard, but also surprised Rosweiss and Brynhildr. "Don't be astonished. I am still the chief god of our pantheon, you know?" Odin remarked, his grin widening as he explained, "Gene Boy restored my strength to its youthful vigor when I briefly ran around that planet. Though it's a temporary blessing, lasting only until I return home." With a rapid motion, he redirected Gungnir towards the arrows targeting Rosweiss and Brynhildr, obliterating them with a flurry of thrusts in a mere moment. Returning his attention to Hladrúfa, he casually rested the spear on his shoulder. "Your move, little Volgendr." Hladrúfa's stare grew more intense as she locked eyes with Odin, who responded with a smug smirk. Without hesitation, she raised her fingers to her lips and emitted a sharp whistle, summoning two powerful Volgendrs to her side. "Capture the two women. Leave the man to me," she commanded, her voice resonating with authority. The Volgendrs wasted no time, rapidly advancing toward Rosweiss and Brynhildr with menacing intent. However, Hladrúfa's plan did not unfold as anticipated. As the two Volgendrs attempted to seize Rosweiss and Brynhildr, the two women swiftly sidestepped their grasp. Reacting with remarkable speed, they barradoed the Volgendrs by the heads and slammed them hard against the ground, incapacitating them with a single decisive blow. The impact rendered the Volgendrs unconscious, effectively neutralizing the threat they posed. "It's rather insulting to be underestimated to such an extent," Rosweiss remarked, her arms crossed as she leveled a stern gaze at Hladrúfa. Brynhildr brushed herself off and nodded in agreement. "Agreed. She clearly regards us as insignificant, solely due to Odin Sama's presence." Odin chuckled at the unfolding spectacle and instantly appeared beside Hladrúfa before she could react. With a decisive swing of his spear, he aimed a blow at her, only to be met with the unexpected resilience of her defense as she blocked the strike with her bow, steadfastly holding her ground. "You possess the ability to withstand such force, do you?" Odin remarked, his grin widening as he observed her resilience. "Impressive, young one, but not quite enough." In a quick motion, Odin descended to the ground and instantly incapacitated Hladrúfa by sweeping her off her feet and delivering a powerful blow to her midsection with the blunt end of his spear, sending her flying. But Odin's assault didn't stop there. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of Norse magic, conjuring countless magic circles that swirled around him, each releasing a barrage of magical attacks aimed at Hladrúfa. The combined force of the onslaught coalesced into a singular, devastating attack that struck her with astounding impact, creating a miniature explosion in the sky that reverberated throughout the city below. Odin landed on the ground next to the two Valkyries, but Rosweiss expressed her concern as she gazed at the dissipating explosion. "That's hardly enough, Odin-sama. You know that most of them possess power levels similar to Ophis and Great Red, right?" "I am indeed aware. However, with my restored youthful vigor and perhaps a bit extra courtesy of Gene Boy, I believe I can handle these enemies with relative ease. I'm not one to back down from a good fight. Wouldn't you agree?" Odin replied with a chuckle, seemingly undeterred by the formidable challenge ahead. As Rosweiss had predicted, once the dust settled from the explosion, Hladrúfa emerged relatively unscathed, displaying only a few minor bruises and scratches. Floating effortlessly in the air, she peered down at them with an icy glare. "Is that all? The power of a chief god from your pantheon amounts to no more than this?" Hladrúfa taunted as she descended to another rooftop. "Frankly, it's rather underwhelming." Odin's laughter rang out, filling the air as he pointed a finger at Hladrúfa. "I'm simply holding back, you fool. I have no wish to harm so many people in this city. It will be a tragic loss. Yet, even with this self-imposed restriction, I will emerge victorious," he declared confidently, emphasizing his words with a confident smirk. "Just you wait and see." Hladrúfa's glare hardened at Odin's explanation, finding his logic utterly ridiculous. While she too hesitated to engage in unnecessary violence, she had no hesitation in resorting to extreme measures if it served her purpose. "Is that so? Then I will not hesitate to do the same," she declared defiantly, drawing her bow once more. This time, however, a colossal figure materialized behind her, wielding a bow of its own and taking aim at Odin's group with chilling precision. It seems Kida used the same technique. Brynhilder's words were abruptly cut off as Odin's Gungnir started to shine with a brilliant glow, surrounded by his own divine aura. "You shall not pass," Odin roared, summoning a massive, translucent spear filled with divine energy that encircled them protectively. "I've always wanted to say that ever since Azazel showed me the book." Without any further introduction, Hladrúfa unleashed her arrow, while the imposing figure behind her launched its own attack. The dual assaults streaked through the air, hurtling towards Odin's group with terrifying speed. As they converged, merging into a single, colossal arrow charged with immense energy, the surrounding buildings trembled and began to crumble under the sheer force of the impending impact. The impending explosion, fueled by the converging attacks, posed a threat to not only the city, but also a vast part of the surrounding area. However, Hladrúfa exercised restraint, well aware of the catastrophic consequences that a full-scale destruction would bring upon the planet. She held back, unwilling to risk the anger of Kalorahine and the ensuing complications it would entail. As Rosweiss tried to interject once more, Odin silenced her with a dismissive wave of his hand. "No need to worry," he assured her calmly, his focus fixed on the impending clash of energies. With a decisive motion, Odin aimed his spear at the giant arrow, initiating a throwing motion. Yet, instead of his spear, it was the translucent arrow encircling them that surged forth with enhanced speed and power, hurtling towards the colossal arrow unleashed by Hladrúfa. The two titanic forces collided in a breathtaking display of power, engaging in a brief but intense struggle for dominance. In a stunning turn of events, Odin's attack shattered Hladrúfa's giant arrow, catching her off guard. Before she could react, the unleashed energy slammed into the building upon which she stood, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the city. As Hladrúfa fell to the ground, Her injuries were clear, but she kept a fierce glare fixed on Odin, who returned her gaze with a confident smile. So, this is what it feels like to wield power similar to Ophis, Odin thought to himself, clenching his fist with a newfound sense of strength. Ophis is even stronger now, similar to Aaron's shadow soldiers. However, that's about how powerful she felt before, Rossweiss remarked, shedding light on their friend's immense capabilities. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Odin Sama. History has shown us the dangers of becoming arrogant due to power, cautioned Brynhildr, her tone tinged with concern. A surge of power radiated from Hladrfa as she glared at them in her defiance. Do not assume that I have been defeated by such a weak attack. I am still capable of movement, she declared defiantly, her gaze steady as she remained ready for further confrontation. Oh, I haven't forgotten, young one. Let the battle continue, Odin declared as they both vanished from their positions, engaging in a fierce aerial clash. Each collision between them unleashed powerful shockwaves that reverberated through the earth and sky, a testament to the intensity of their strikes. Meanwhile, Brynhildr and Rossweiss sensed a strange and formidable presence behind them. Turning around, they beheld a woman accompanied by Aoife's group. The unexpected sight left them bewildered, their minds racing with questions. Before they could react, the blonde-haired Kalorahine stepped forward, her commanding presence palpable. With a single gesture, she encased both Odin and Hladrfa in a cocoon of ice, halting their battle in its tracks and leaving them both astonished. Hladrfa, return to your original purpose. I will handle these individuals, commanded Kalorahine, her voice carrying an air of authority. With another motion, she gently lowered both combatants to the ground and shattered the icy restraints that held them captive. Kalorahine's gaze shifted from Odin to the two Valkyries, settling on them with a serene smile. Follow me. We shall journey to Havskull, the last city where the rest of your companions await, she instructed. With a subtle gesture, Kalorahine summoned her power and whisked Hladrfa away with a snap of her fingers. Simultaneously, Odin found himself standing before her, ready to embark on the next phase of their journey. Without delay, Kalorahine activated her teleportation magic, enveloping them all in a shimmering aura as they vanished from their current location, bound for the city of Havskull. Grimjord, Helmwige, and Ortline trudged through the chilly streets of Havskull, uncertain of what awaited them in this unfamiliar locale. To their surprise, the city seemed to oscillate between extreme temperatures blazing hot one moment and bone-chillingly cold the next. This cycle repeated every 30 minutes, leaving the trio perplexed and uncomfortable, though they eventually acclimated to the erratic climate, albeit begrudgingly. Why do they keep changing? It's so annoying, Helmwige exclaimed, shaking her head in frustration. Perhaps it's part of their research method, speculated Ortline, wiping sweat from her brow. Ah, that could be it, Grimjord chimed in, pointing toward the massive structure looming in the distance. Look there. Helmwige squinted at the imposing edifice, her expression morphing into one of resignation. Doesn't that resemble more of a colossal mall than anything else? She remarked, sighing at the sight of the sprawling building ahead. Approaching the massive structure, towering like the Statue of Liberty, the trio couldn't help but admire its imposing metal framework, adorned with sporadic stone and wood accents. Countless glass windows covered its face, while strange blue dots encased in metal emitted an otherworldly glow, dotting its surface. Their attention shifted to the metal tubes scattered around the city, resembling some kind of conduits. As they neared the grand structure, they encountered numerous guards and barriers, a clear indication of strict security measures in place. It was clear that only authorized personnel were allowed access, leaving the trio feeling somewhat frustrated but not entirely surprised. Guards, what do we do now? Helmwige mused, her brow creasing in thought. They probably have all sorts of detectors and security measures in place to prevent unauthorized entry. Will invisibility be enough? She asked, turning to her companions for their thoughts. Doubtful. We'll need to come up with an alternative plan, Grimjord replied, her hands firmly planted on her hips. Maybe we could disable them. Let's consult with Comptoir, she suggested, hoping for a solution. Good idea. Let's give it a try, Helmwige exclaimed enthusiastically, activating her ring's transceivers to contact Comptoir and relay their predicament. Before long, a peculiar sensation enveloped their bodies, prompting Helmwige to receive a message from Comptoir regarding her intervention. A wide grin spread across Helmwige's face as she turned to her companions. We're immune to their security measures, she declared triumphantly. Tilting her head in confusion, Ortline inquired, Immune to what? We won't trigger any of their security measures, or any others for that matter. We could probably infiltrate Area 51 or something back in our universe, Helmwige explained, a strange giggle escaping her lips as she entertained the possibilities, a hint of drool forming at the corner of her mouth. Ortline acted swiftly, delivering a gently karate chop to Helmwige's head. Enough with your foolish fantasies, she reprimanded sternly. Regardless, if what you say is true, then let's proceed. Maybe we can utilize their technology to enhance our agricultural and climate control systems for our islands back home. Grimjord nodded in agreement, her hands coming together in a resolute clap, and she cloaked all three of them in invisibility, allowing them to evade the guard without setting off any alarms. As they approached the front gate, they waited for someone with clearance to enter before slipping through the door unnoticed. Once inside, they observed that every entrance was secured with locks, requiring an access key to proceed. Exchanging glances, Ortline initiated contact with Comptoir once more. Within moments, they were provided with a replica of the master key card, granting them unrestricted access to the entire facility. Silently acknowledging each other, they chose a random direction and set off, prepared to explore the facility and uncover its secrets. Journeying towards the west, the trio came across several imposing metallic doors, each requiring the use of their access key cards. With precise timing, they manipulated the doors without attracting any attention, ensuring the disabling of nearby cameras as they made their way forward. Repeating this process several times, they eventually reached a crucial intersection and chose to continue straight ahead. Along their path, they passed a vast area enclosed by glass windows, revealing a complex array of equipment and plant life within. They observed as the plants were subjected to various harsh conditions, with the climate and weather meticulously adjusted in response to their reactions. I wonder if they use humans for these experiments, Helmwige pondered aloud, her gaze fixed on the intriguing process unfolding before them. Her question hung in the air, laden with curiosity and a hint of unease as they continued their exploration of the facility. As they drew closer to the source of the screams, the trio exchanged curious glances, all eyes turning to Helmwige. She stumbled for an explanation, awkwardly suggesting, I didn't know, maybe it's, recordings? Despite her attempt to deflect, they pressed onward, their footsteps echoing ominously as they drew nearer to the unsettling sound. To their horror, they stumbled upon a chamber where humans were bound to metallic braces against circular walls. Like the plants they had observed earlier, these individuals were subjected to rapid and extreme changes in climate and weather. It became apparent that the purpose of these cruel experiments was to observe the human subject's reactions to abrupt environmental shifts, occurring within seconds rather than the gradual changes experienced outside. Both captives were revealed to be Volgenders, their forms bearing the telltale signs of prolonged suffering, evident in the scars that marked their skin. This is utterly abhorrent, Grimjord muttered, her voice heavy with disgust, a sentiment echoed by her companions as they grappled with the disturbing reality before them. Before they could make a move, a booming announcement echoed through the entire facility. Behold the arrival of Queen Calorahine. I repeat, behold the arrival of Queen Calorahine. The trio exchanged perplexed looks, their faces reflecting the astonishment that surrounded them at the unexpected appearance of the planet's ruler. Unsure of how to proceed, they found themselves frozen by the weight of the situation, intensified by the unfamiliar energies swirling around them. Helmwige broke the silence with a hesitant question, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "What do we do? I feel Odin Samus' aura in the company of the Queen." Her words hung in the air, thick with tension, as they awaited guidance, their collective apprehension palpable in the silent atmosphere. Chapter 24, Part 3. In this withering, wintry world, third-person point of view every day, without exception, she turned to that familiar place, finding comfort and peace. Despite her high position as their ruler, she sought refuge there, a sanctuary where she could release the weight of her responsibilities and embrace the simplicity of just existing. With a gentle gaze and tender manner, she observed her domain, connecting with a part of herself untouched by the burdens of leadership. In those moments, she rediscovered fragments of herself, finding the person she once was. It felt as though time stood still, allowing her to exist outside the confines of her role. Lost in thought, she would linger for hours, lost in quiet contemplation or engaged in one-sided conversations with imagined companions, reminiscing about days gone by or sharing the mundane details of her life. These stolen moments of authenticity were precious to her, treasured like rare gems in the middle of the chaos of her life. Here, accompanied by the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, she found solace, allowing herself to laugh, to cry, to reminisce, free from the expectations of others. In this sacred space, she was simply herself, unburdened and liberated. During those fleeting moments, she experienced a transient connection to her family, a brief glimpse of happiness that momentarily alleviated the weight of her responsibilities and the absence of her loved ones. In those solitary interludes, the gravity of her duties and the stark reality of a world without them seemed to diminish. It was only in these cherished respites that she caught glimpses of her former self, unencumbered by the demands of her position. As snow gently covered the ground, a silent observer to her solitude, she stood alone, lost in her thoughts, shielded from the intrusion of others. In this sacred space, she was untouchable, her vulnerability concealed beneath a veneer of strength and composure. However, as she turned away from this sanctuary, she once again assumed the mask of leadership, the facade she wore for her people. The stoic demeanor, the unwavering resolve, it was all a performance, a carefully orchestrated charade enacted for the sake of her family and herself. In the harsh light of day, she played her part with steady dedication, proof of her love and sacrifice. Once again, she found herself gazing into those eyes so deep they seemed to reflect the vast expanse of the universe itself. Within their stare, she felt a mysterious power awakening unfamiliar emotions within her. It was as if he had been thrust into the role of the universe's greatest performer, acting on a stage of cosmic proportions. "Should we go to them or leave right now?" Helmwige asked, breaking the silence that surrounded them. "They're unlikely to fall into a trap, but it wouldn't hurt to investigate," Grimjord suggested. "I don't think so. I suggest we retreat. This could be a trap. We do not fully understand the Queen's capabilities," Ortline countered, her voice tinged with caution. The opinions were split, one advocating for engagement, while the other urged prudence. Helmwige found herself stuck in the middle, burdened with the responsibility of deciding their next move. Under the expectant gazes of Ortline and Grimjord, she hesitated, struggling with indecision. "And maybe it's a trap. Maybe we should." Helmwige's voice faltered as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. "It is not a trap. I am here to retrieve you, along with the rest of your team." Calorahine's authoritative voice broke through the tension, dispelling their doubts with its certainty. All three turned towards the unexpected voice, wearing expressions of astonishment. Before them stood the rest of their team, wearing strained smiles. Alongside Calorahine and two unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman whose presence added an air of mystery to the encounter. Silent communication passed between them, conveyed through meaningful glances and unspoken gestures, culminating in a unanimous decision to acquiesce to the unexpected reunion. Despite their skepticism, they approached the group, their steps tentative yet resolute. Smart choice. Let's proceed. Now that we're all assembled, Kalorahine remarked, her words tinged with satisfaction, though her cryptic statement left them perplexed. As Aoife moved to voice a question, Azathoth intervened, restraining her with a gentle grip and a subtle shake of the head. A shared understanding passed among them, signaling that Aaron had likely used his powers, prompting Kalorahine's sudden oversight. As they began to leave the facility, Kalorahine started a conversation with them. You may wonder why we conduct experiments on certain Volgenders. They are individuals who have been labeled as criminals, stripped of their rights. Their transgressions are severe, so we use them to further our research in various fields. Is it because they found out the truth? Natasha interrupted, her tone firm, causing Kalorahine to chuckle and shake her head in response. Not this time. Their crimes are elsewhere. They have committed acts against fellow Volgenders or tried to assassinate high-ranking officials. Therefore, our focus this time does not concern that issue. Specifically, the pair in question were responsible for the death of a child and the destruction of a significant portion of Jotunvik a few months ago, resulting in the loss of many Volgender lives. Therefore, they have been subjected to our measures, Kalorahine explained. Kalorahine led them down a corridor, veering into a different section of the facility, her demeanor tinged with a sense of purpose. Follow me. I have something to show you, she beckoned, guiding them into a particular room adorned with large tubes filled with a mesmerizing blue-purple liquid. Approaching one of the tubes, she pressed her hand against its surface, prompting the group to gather around and observe. Slowly, the outline of a person appeared within the liquid, a sight that elicited astonishment from the onlookers. A person? Are you birthing life or increasing their strength with enchantments? Odin questioned, his gaze fixed intently on the tube and its contents. With a serene smile, Kalorahine kept her eyes closed momentarily before responding. While some planets have their own deities worshipped by the inhabitants, such as Lady Fumara or the Old Era gods, we explore a different path within the tube. The figure stirred faintly, a slight movement betraying its dormant state. There are those who seek to create artificial God, Kalorahine revealed, her words heavy with meaning. Wide-eyed, Rosweiss dared to ask, her gaze fixed on the mysterious being suspended within the tube. Is that an artificial God, then? She asked, disbelief coloring her voice. With a serene expression, Kalorahine confirmed their suspicions, her smile widening. Modeled after the appearance of my late daughter, she will rise as the artificial goddess of the Volgenders. In time, she will awaken and join us in our efforts to elevate this planet. Shock and horror etched the faces of all those present, their collective agreement laced with an undercurrent of uncertainty. Kalorahine's revelation bordered on the brink of madness, leaving them grappling with a myriad of emotions and unanswered questions. The revelation of Kalorahine's familial ties sparked further questions, prompting speculation about the fate of the father and the circumstances surrounding her daughter's passing. It was a revelation that shed new light on her motivations, casting a shadow of doubt on her sanity. All those present, whether members of the Resistance or DXD, were well aware that there were two artificial gods in their universe so far, Esena and Eleanor. But with the emergence of this new being, it marked the arrival of a third. Understanding the distinctive personalities of the former two was of utmost importance. Esena was known for her compassionate nature and was particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Eleanor, ranking 16th among the Eradicators, was infamous for her cruelty and cunning intelligence, reigning as the leader of her faction. Natasha, still trying to process the revelation, finally found her voice. "What's her name?" she asked, emerging from her state of shock. "And you were married? You had a child?" Kalorahine offered a serene smile before responding, her eyes flickering open. It was a well-kept secret shared among only a handful of Volgenders. "I entered into matrimony with him many eons ago, during your youth, perhaps when you were just 14. However, our happiness was short-lived. The cause of their demise remains a mystery to me, but I now possess the ability to resurrect my daughter. She departed from this world at the tender age of 12. That's not. She won't have the same personality, though. Would she even actually resemble your daughter? Questioned Natasha, attempting to rationalize with Kalorahine. Don't you think I already knew that? That's why I programmed her to be like my daughter and how I would want her to develop as a person. In the end, she will be the daughter I lost, Kalorahine explained, her gaze affectionately fixed on the tube containing the artificial being. Interrupting her reverie, Kalorahine shifted her focus to the group. We will continue our discussions in my throne. What happens after that will depend on what you do and say. Once everything is settled, the fate of this planet and the universe will rest in either my hands or yours. With a simple motion, Kalorahine raised her hand and snapped her fingers, instantly teleporting them back to her home and throne room. Upon returning to the grand throne room, Kalorahine gracefully took her seat, casting a contemplative gaze upon the gathered group. With her arm resting on the armrest and her cheek supported by her hand, she awaited their responses in silence. Now, then, for what purpose have you come here? She inquired, her tone measured yet expectant. Was it simply to take me down? To halt my progress in the war? To align yourselves with Daybreak and oppose my rule? Or perhaps you've arrived with the intent to persuade me to join the resistance. Her eyes scanned each member of the group, lingering momentarily on their faces. Azathoth took a step back, content to let the others handle the situation, while Odin, driven by curiosity, stood back, observing the proceedings. Ivakin, though defeated and seething with suppressed rage, remained silent, his emotions simmering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to resurface. Natasha, her expression hardened, took a firm step forward. Ideally, finding a peaceful resolution to this conflict would be the best course of action. The main goal of the resistance was to save Ivakin, but in the process, they were swayed by Daybreak's influence to join their mission to overthrow your leadership. Pausing to make eye contact with Kalorahine, Natasha continued, "However, it seems to me that you are a rational leader. Why don't we negotiate terms that can satisfy all parties involved?" Kalorahine listened attentively before responding, her demeanor calm yet confident. "While I understand that not everyone may agree with my rule, I believe it has been effective so far. However, the terms you are proposing seem unreasonable to me. If I were to step down, what assurances would I have? Would I be subjected to imprisonment? Throughout our history, our species has prospered under various types of leadership, and I believe that my rule has been just." Her words exuded a sense of assurance in her leadership. Ivakin's voice thundered with outrage, his accusations piercing through the charged atmosphere in the room. Is it just to capture men and use them as captives? Is it just to confine your people within these walls, preventing them from exploring the world beyond? Is it just to throw those who seek the truth, or are close to it, into a pit? How can you utter such words while committing such despicable acts? His anger was palpable, demanding answers and explanations. The sudden outburst startled those around him, but Kalorahine remained composed, acknowledging Ivakin's questions with a nod while maintaining her absolute confidence in her actions. "We did not capture them," she responded calmly, her voice measured yet firm. "Before the last one arrived, we presented them with our circumstances and explained their role. We offered them considerable freedom, as we usually do. However, given the ongoing war and the current state of affairs, we chose to secure him in a protected location for his safety." Her explanation was delivered with a sense of rationale, though it may not have entirely assuaged Ivakin's grievances. "In addition, I am aware of their infiltration into the building and their role in ensuring your escape." Ivakin, Kalorahine continued, her tone resolute and unyielding. "As for Gerald, he is handled with care and dignity. He has the freedom to roam the building independently or with an attendant to aid him as necessary." She stressed, "I prohibit our people from venturing into the wilds of our world due to its inherent hazards. I have already informed you of the dangers that exist beyond these walls, and Natasha may have reiterated this information to you as well. Only a select few Volgenders, myself included, possess the ability to confront and combat the creatures that inhabit our world's wilderness. Her words exuded authority, reaffirming her commitment to safeguarding her people from external threats. We've consciously chosen to keep our distance from them, ensuring our safety within our own territories. Kalorahine explained, her gaze piercing as she spoke directly to Ivakin. By refraining from constant expeditions into their domains, we minimize the risk of attracting their attention, thus reducing the likelihood of our annihilation. These creatures possess a cunning intellect. Given time, they would undoubtedly locate our walls again and launch further attacks. Understand that my actions have ensured peace for over a century by deterring their attacks. Ivakin's confusion was evident, prompting Kalorahine to elaborate. I am constantly utilizing my powers. My army of ice-created minions engages in daily battles with them, while I have also erected a vast, near-invisible wall encircling an extended perimeter around our cities, safeguarding us from external threats. Know that I am engaged in an ongoing war with them, using all available means to protect our people. Her words conveyed both the magnitude of the threat and her unwavering dedication to defending her realm. Raising her hand for emphasis, Kalorahine asserted her role as the queen of their species and the weighty responsibility it entailed. As a ruler, it is my solemn duty to shield our people from threats to the best of my ability. Yet, I also recognize the importance of adhering to our ancient customs and traditions, particularly in seeking retribution for unjust killings. Our actions are motivated by Suzaku Haimajima's unjust slaying of Ihild. Addressing Ivakin's concerns directly, Kalorahine remained resolute. Regarding your final point, I stand by my decision. Given the opportunity, I would choose the same course of action. I understand the nature of those I have banished. Many would inevitably divulge the truth to others, hence why exile was deemed necessary. As I mentioned previously, I provided them with a path back to the surface, but with strict limitations on their movements. Failure to comply would result in their execution, she concluded, her gaze unwavering as she met Ivakin's eyes with conviction. Ivakin's frustration filled the air as he confronted Kalorahine about the value of sticking to tradition and rules. Following rules and traditions is senseless. Many of them are counterproductive, especially when it leads to starting a war over the death of one person, he stated with contempt in his voice. Pointing directly at Kalorahine with intense annoyance, Ivakin pressed on. Ihild and others who serve Fumara put their lives on the line every day. The Resistance is working towards positive change in the universe. Ihild's death was likely the outcome of a fair fight on their part. From what I've witnessed and heard today, the members of the Resistance are honorable individuals who are striving to make a difference. Your assumption, influenced by the narratives of Fumara and others, has created a hostile environment for everyone else based on that misguided belief. His challenging gaze remained fixed on Kalorahine, carrying the weight of his words and the challenge to her convictions. A subtle smile graced Kalorahine's lips as she responded, acknowledging Ivakin's perspective. Indeed, there is merit to what you say. Certain traditional views, rules, and values should evolve with the changing times. However, as the sole ruler, I cannot unilaterally enact such changes, as it would undoubtedly provoke resistance from high-ranking officials who hold sway over public opinion. She continued, her tone measured yet confident. I rely on these officials to navigate the complexities of governance and garner support for any proposed reforms. Without their cooperation, governing this planet would become significantly more challenging. While I possess the power to remove them, I refrain from such drastic measures unless presented with compelling reasons to do so, she explained, maintaining her smile as she met Ivakin's gaze. And yes, she added, anticipating his next question, I find the deaths I have caused to be justifiable within the context of my rule. Her words carried a sense of conviction, reaffirming her commitment to maintaining order and stability within her realm. Ivakin let out a weary sigh, fully aware of the futility of trying to change Kalorahine's perspective. Despite his disagreements, he respected her point of view, especially after his numerous discussions with Natasha during his time in captivity. He had gained a deep understanding of the complexities of the world and knew the difficulties of enacting meaningful change. Turning her attention to the rest of the group, Kalorahine asked for their input. Helmwige raised her hand, voicing her concern. "Don't you think it's unhealthy to dwell on your past family?" she asked. "While grieving is natural, it seems like you're fixated on preserving their memory through your creations. You've shown us that you are creating an artificial body for your deceased daughter in a place where agriculture and climate control should be the main focus." Helmwige's question conveyed genuine concern, hinting at the potential consequences of Kalorahine's actions for both herself and her kingdom. Kalorahine's expression darkened slightly, though she tried to maintain her composure. "I understand your concerns," she began, her voice tinged with emotion. "But to me, family is everything. My late husband and daughter are my entire world, and if it's within my power—" Her words were abruptly cut off by a sharp pang of pain that reverberated through her head and body, causing her to grimace in agony and instinctively clutch her face with her right hand. A voice echoed within her mind, sending shivers down her spine. "Enough! Rid of them! Rid of them! It is not time, but soon rid of them. I urge you to calm down." Everything Kalorahine tried to reassure the entity, but her efforts were swiftly interrupted once more. "Silence them. They will obstruct our peace, your peace," the voice urged, its sinister tone intensifying. For a brief moment, Kalorahine fell silent, grappling with the conflicting voices in her mind. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, she looked up at the group before her and declared, "Our opinions do not align. Therefore, I will have all of you arrested and imprisoned for questioning the Queen's decisions." The abrupt change in her personality left them all bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Kalorahine conjured a spear made of ice and tapped it on the ground beside her, causing the room to instantly freeze. Intent on ensnaring the group in the ice, she prepared to carry out her command. However, before her plan could be executed, Azathoth intervened, stepping forward and raising his arm to shield them from the encroaching ice, halting Kalorahine's attack in its tracks. Silently, Azathoth quickly teleported them away, leaving Kalorahine to grapple with her thoughts alone. Placing a hand on her head, she let out a heavy sigh and conjured a blue screen beside her, expeditiously issuing commands. Finally, she initiated contact with Hladrifa. "Yes, my queen." Hladrifa's voice responded promptly from the other end. "Capture those I brought with me. They have fled and are now wanted criminals," Kalorahine instructed firmly. "At once," Hladrifa replied before the line went silent. As Kalorahine settled back onto her throne, her hands still pressed against her face, a deep frown creased her brow. She sat in contemplative silence as the voice within her mind began to outline their grand plan, a plan that promised to revolutionize the entire planet and bring peace to the galaxy. "Yes, all of it is for them, us and my family," Kalorahine muttered softly, her frown deepening as she reflected on the motivations driving her actions. Azathoth hastily transported the group back to the prisons where Ivakin had been held captive. Gerald was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the group, but before he could voice his confusion, Azathoth dissolved the glass barrier, seized Gerald, and teleported them away once more. This time, they found themselves in a vastly different location, atop an imposing mountain situated southward of the planet cities. A flat expanse stretched before them, with towering peaks piercing the sky. Below, massive bear-like creatures roamed freely, oblivious to the presence of the group above. "I've made us invisible for the time being. Currently, none of you will be able to reach Aaron, but he is aware of the situation and has entrusted you with the task until he concludes his own affairs," Azathoth explained, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. "We're situated south of the cities, deep within the territory inhabited by the creatures that Kalorahine faces in battle every day," Azathoth replied, motioning towards the expansive scene before them. Following his gesture, the group beheld the awe-inspiring sight of ongoing skirmishes. Explosions reverberated in the distance as Calorihine's ice soldiers clashed with the enormous bear-like creatures. Despite causing significant harm, the ice soldiers refrained from delivering fatal blows, allowing the wounded creatures to retreat without pursuit. "Why isn't her army finishing off the injured?" Natasha inquired, her eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Azathoth nodded, comprehending her question. "It's a strategic choice. Calorihine's army doesn't aim to completely eradicate these creatures. Instead, they engage in battle to maintain control and protect the territories surrounding the cities. By allowing the injured creatures to retreat, it prevents unnecessary bloodshed and preserves a delicate balance in the ecosystem," he explained, offering insight into Calorihine's unconventional approach to resolving conflicts. Furthermore, Azathoth interjected, "These creatures are revered as a delicacy within the city's markets and restaurants. Calorihine presents them as originating from a different planet altogether." Listening to Azathoth's explanation, Odin couldn't help but express his admiration. "She's also affording them the chance to thrive and multiply, isn't she? By sparing their lives, she perpetuates this cycle. It's truly remarkable, given the immense power and stamina required to sustain this effort continuously," he remarked, marveling at Calorihine's resilience. Ivakin, however, directed his question to Azathoth. "Why did you bring us here?" he inquired. Azathoth met his gaze with a contemplative expression. "There are countless possible futures," she replied cryptically. "Perhaps fortune smiled upon us today. As in many other scenarios, you may have lost your composure and attacked Calorihine once more. In those instances, the discussions we just had might never have taken place." Her words hinted at the unpredictable nature of fate and the pivotal role their actions played in shaping future outcomes. Ivakin gazed at Azathoth, trying to grasp the meaning of her enigmatic words, but words failed him. Sensing the unease in the air, Gerald spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. "I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but it seems we're now on the wrong side of the law, right?" Azathoth nodded in confirmation, prompting Gerald to propose a plan of action. "Shouldn't we go find Daybreak? Calorihine knows where they are, and they're probably her next target," he suggested. Before Natasha could express her worries, Azathoth shook her head and motioned behind them. "When I teleported us here, I also teleported them out of that place. They're behind us," she disclosed. Natasha's eyes widened with relief as she saw her granddaughter among the group. Without hesitation, she rushed towards her, embracing her tightly, overcome with emotion. For a moment, the tension of the situation faded as Natasha cherished the reunion with her beloved family member. "Grandmother?" Shawnatta whispered, her voice a mix of confusion and shock, though she still returned Natasha's embrace. As the group looked on at the heartwarming reunion, Rossweiss spoke up, breaking the momentary silence. "Shall we finally make plans? Aaron and Schwertlight are the only ones who have communicated with Daybreak thus far. That seems like the logical course of action. However, perhaps a few of us should venture out to observe the bears. We may be able to devise a plan with them in mind." Aoife suggested. "I'll go." Helmweich volunteered eagerly. "Count me in as well. I'll entrust the battle plans to the younger ones." Odin agreed before turning to Azathoth. "Will you accompany us?" Azathoth paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I'm curious about them too. They'll join as well. The rest can stay behind," Aoife proposed, receiving unanimous agreement from the group. With their roles determined, the group set out to execute their respective tasks, eager to contribute to their mission's success. Arriving at a vantage point that provided a clearer view of the ongoing battle, Aoife's group was taken aback by the sight of injured creatures being tended to by others of their kind. Each bear-like creature displayed unique abilities, showcasing a level of intelligence and complexity that surpassed their initial expectations. Taking in the scene before them, Helmweich couldn't contain her astonishment. "They're much more intelligent than I had imagined," she remarked, marveling at the creature's capabilities. Aoife nodded in agreement, pondering the implications of their discoveries. If this holds for the others, there might be a leader or an alpha among them. She speculated. And if they have the ability to communicate, we might be able to engage with them and seek their help. Her words conveyed optimism, suggesting a potential opportunity for cooperation and collaboration with the observed creatures. That does sound quite exhilarating, doesn't it? Going into battle alongside giant speaking bears, Odin chuckled. It brings to mind a certain conflict from Greek mythology. He added, reminiscing with amusement. Are you referring to the Titans' War? Aoife inquired, seeking clarification. Exactly, confirmed Odin. But let's stay focused on the task at hand, he said, turning to Azathoth. Can you assist us with this? Is there a leader among them who is capable of communication, or are we just speculating? Azathoth nodded in response. There is an alpha among them who can communicate with us, she confirmed. I won't reveal any further details, as it's best for you to discover for yourselves. When you're ready, they'll teleport you to them. But first, it would be wise to inform the others of your plans, she advised. They came to an agreement, and Helmwige went back to inform the group of their plan, which was met with unanimous approval. After everyone was ready, Azathoth teleported them away. To their surprise, Natasha had also joined them, eager to represent Daybreak. Upon their arrival, they were confronted by three massive bear-like creatures. The creatures turned their heads towards the group, observing them with a mix of curiosity and caution. The leader, marked by a scar over one eye and multiple scars across its furry body, stepped forward and addressed them. It has been a long time since I last encountered humans. What brings you to our territory? The leader inquired, its voice deep and resonant. Natasha stepped forward confidently, her demeanor resolute. We seek your help and wish to bring about change on this planet. Will you hear us out? She declared, her words carrying a sense of determination as she took the lead while the rest of the group stood behind her, ready to support her plea. Speak, ordered the bear leader, its deep voice resonating through the air as all three creatures fixed their gaze on Natasha. Natasha took a moment to gather her thoughts before recounting the events that had unfolded thus far. She relayed Calorahine's actions and the proposed plan for change, speaking with conviction and clarity. The bear-like creatures listened intently, their expressions inscrutable as they absorbed her words without interruption. It took Natasha approximately 5 minutes to convey the entirety of their situation. As her words faded into silence, a tense anticipation settled over the group, awaiting the bear's response. After a pause, the scarred bear stepped forward once more, its voice resonating with authority. The woman with blonde hair spoke to us long ago, perhaps around 100 years ago. My memory is not as sharp as it once was. She asked us to partake in an eternal battle. It revealed, shedding light on a piece of history previously unknown to the group. Natasha's bewilderment only grew when she heard about the eternal battle, and she couldn't help but ask for more details. An eternal battle? She inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. The bear leader nodded gravely. Yes, Calorahine, the woman with blonde hair, once fought against me and my companions many years ago. She nearly wiped us out. Instead of completely eradicating our species, she proposed the idea of an eternal battle. We were to continue these simulated battles here in case more of her kind or other species visited our domain, he explained. We had no choice but to agree to her terms. Many other species in this world were also given similar choices. Some refused and were subsequently annihilated. That's why there are so few species left roaming these lands. The bear leader continued, revealing a shocking piece of history to the group. While the revelation was not entirely surprising, it shed new light on Calorahine's motivations. The group struggled to understand how she could orchestrate such a scheme for the supposed benefit of her people, leaving them perplexed and cautious of her intentions. The bear leader heaved a deep sigh. It seems that Calorahine had hidden motives all this time. Very well, we will align ourselves with your cause, it declared with a touch of resignation. We have always loathed this endless battle. Many of our healers have perished from the constant strain on their powers. We have even been compelled to bring new life into existence for the sole purpose of training new healers among the youth. Even the youngest cubs are aiding the elders in their efforts to heal the wounded. Recently, we noticed that her army intensified their attacks against us, particularly when her emotions surged for some reason. The bear leader added, shedding light on the ongoing conflict and its toll on their kind. Before Natasha could reply, a sudden rumble reverberated through the surroundings, followed by a violent crash of debris that slammed into the ice columns around them, startling the group. What the heck? Aoife gasped in shock and disbelief as she sprang to her feet. Perched on Barato of the column, she watched as new variations of ice soldiers emerged, towering over the ice bears and wielding weapons. It was evident that they were now under attack with deadly intent. They're massacring them. Kalorahine probably knows we're here right now. Aoife cried out in frustration and horror. With determination blazing in her eyes, she leaped down from the column and addressed the bear leader and its companions. Please, join forces with us. We'll help you fight them back right now. The bear leader could only manage a weak nod before Aoife vanished and reappeared above the retreating bears. Summoning her blade, she drew it back, conjuring a colossal, ghostly blue blade that dwarfed even the ice soldiers created by Kalorahine. With a fierce battle cry, she prepared to unleash her devastating strike against their assailants. Darn it! Aoife exclaimed in frustration as she unleashed her colossal sword upon the ice soldiers, shattering them into oblivion. However, her victory was short-lived as the soldiers swiftly reconstructed themselves from the surrounding ice, emerging unscathed. With a heavy sigh, Aoife landed on the ground and lowered her blade, her expression grim with anger. She encased her weapon in ice and began advancing towards the relentless ice army. Through their transceiver, she communicated with Comptoir, seeking guidance. Comptoir, will the anti-healing and anti-regeneration techniques work on these creatures? She asked urgently. They will. I'm considering merging both techniques soon, as having to use separate ones seems rather cumbersome. Aaron devised them approximately a year ago. They'll likely dub it something like anti-regen for brevity. Comptoir responded. Thanks. Aoife replied with a slight grin. Let's do this then, she muttered to herself, activating both techniques and charging headlong in a battle against the sturdy ice soldiers. As Aoife leaped into battle, a powerful surge of blue energy burst forth from the ground, obliterating scores of ice soldiers. To her astonishment, she observed that many of the fallen foes remained motionless, suggesting that a member of her team had utilized similar tactics. Before she could fully comprehend this revelation, a figure descended from above, trailing a cascade of blue-hued aura slashes that sliced through the air. It was Helmwige, her battle axe slamming into the earth with a tremendous impact, further thinning the enemy ranks. Helmwige, Aoife cried out, sprinting past her comrade and unleashing a barrage of ghostly blue and ice slashes that ripped through the enemy formations. Helmwige grinned in response. Odin Sama has promised to provide rear support with Gungnir, she informed Aoife, her eyes shining with resolve. As they fought side by side, a flurry of nearly imperceptible strikes pierced through the ranks of the ice soldiers, targeting the larger foes. Countless holes marred their bodies, causing them to crumble to the ground in defeat. Without another moment's hesitation, Aoife and Helmwige pressed on, fueled by the residual energy from earlier. Together, they hacked, slashed, and tore their way through the enemy ranks until none remained standing. However, their triumph was short-lived as an imposing wall suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Before they could voice their confusion, they found themselves whisked away, returning to the presence of Odin and Azathoth, who were accompanied by the rest of their group, as well as Daybreak and the three bear leaders. Is it the invisible wall that Kalorahine mentioned? Ortline inquired, her gaze fixed on the formidable barrier. Azathoth nodded in confirmation, her expression grave with the weight of their predicament. Listen carefully, Azathoth's voice was urgent. Our enemy knows we're here and will do everything to keep us out. Time is running out if we want to reclaim your planet and make it your home again. then hurry up and start. Her words hung heavily in the air, filled with the impending struggle. I will keep watch here, Azathoth continued, her gaze piercing the tense atmosphere. They'll offer help as needed. The group focused on Azathoth, their expressions a mix of worry and anticipation. Aoife, embodying the spirit of action, stepped forward, her right arm extended with resolve. Then let's not waste any time. Tell us strategies you've thought of, and act on them immediately. A warm smile touched Azathoth's lips as she revealed their plans, met with eager acceptance from the group. With her approval, Aoife and Rosweiss leapt onto the bear leader's head, their steed carrying them toward the imposing ice barrier. Meanwhile, under Azathoth's guidance, the rest of the party dispersed, teleported to various strategic positions in readiness for the impending assault. Each member, fueled by purpose, prepared themselves for the imminent clash ahead. Azathoth Sama will shatter the ice barrier ahead, allowing us to re-enter. But be prepared for a confrontation with numerous Volgenders. It's likely that Kalorahine has spread news of our actions and intentions within the city walls, Rosweiss explained, her tone tinged with concern. But what about the Galprecises? Will she destroy them, exposing her people to the bitter cold? Among them, we saw the elderly, sick, and injured, not to mention the young ones. Do you think she'll take that risk? Aoife asked, her worry palpable. We'll deal with the Galprecises on the way. If necessary, we'll fix them as we go. Or we could seek Contoir's help. After all, she created the tool for their repair, Rosweiss suggested, her voice filled with a practical tone. We've arrived. Get ready, Aoife, Rosweiss commanded, her voice firm as Aoife encased her blade in ice once again. After a short countdown relayed through their earpieces, the formidable ice barrier protecting the 5 major cities was destroyed by Azathoth with a single click of her fingers, allowing them passage. Their group, accompanied by numerous colossal bear-like creatures, surged towards the cities. However, they were met with a formidable array of Volgenders, each displaying various levels of power. A flurry of attacks ensued, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The towering bear-like beasts took their positions as the first line of defense, using their abilities and strong bodies to shield Aoife's group from harm at strategic points. Despite the onslaught, they pushed forward, the healers among them working tirelessly to mend the damage sustained with Azathoth's aid. In the distance, the silhouette of Kalorahine emerged, her weapon poised for battle. As they approached, an icy chill pervaded the air, growing stronger the closer they got to her. Kalorahine has withdrawn her ice army from the bear's territory and the surrounding areas on the planet. She's now focusing her attention on you and your team. Prepare yourselves, Azathoth's voice echoed in their minds, warning of the upcoming confrontation. I will move towards her. She will definitely send a Volgender my way. Good luck, Aoife, Rosweiss declared firmly, dismounting from the bear she rode on. With resolute determination, she adorned her Valkyrie armor and took flight towards Kalorahine. Rosweiss darted towards Kalorahine with apparent ease, seemingly unaffected by the biting cold or the encroaching ice that encased her armor, melting away in her wake. As she drew closer, Kalorahine turned to face her, a sly smirk playing upon her lips. As Rosweiss surged towards Kalorahine, a new figure appeared in front of her, taking her by surprise. It was a woman wielding a massive double-bladed sword, her long black hair flowing around her pale eyes. Frowning, Rosweiss prepared herself for the upcoming confrontation, but before she could react, the mysterious woman sped up, enveloping them both in a blur and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Aoife and the bear continued on, undeterred. I sense 4 enemies, not including the one Rosweiss faced, and excluding Kalorahine. I guess the bears are handling the rest. Aoife murmured to herself, her eyes fixed ahead. Our kind will not harm them, but we will certainly suffer considerable injury. Nevertheless, our healers are strengthened by the influence of that outer godwoman, assured the leader bear beneath Aoife, its voice steady accompanied by the chaos of battle. Explosions echoed, and towering ice structures burst forth in every direction, turning the battlefield into a scene of chaos and destruction. As the skirmish continued, their proximity to the city brought them closer and closer to Calorahine's ominous presence. At last, the bear came to a stop. "This is as far as I can go. Any further, and I risk being completely frozen. May fortune be on your side." He bid farewell before darting off toward another sector of the five cities locale. Aoife remained suspended in the air, her eyes locked on Calorahine, who regarded her with a chilling smile. A palpable tension hung between them as both began to be enveloped by a shimmering blue aura, their surroundings succumbing to the encroaching frost. It would have been better under different circumstances. However, duty and fate have intertwined our paths. Calorahine remarked solemnly as massive icicles materialized around her, a testament to her formidable power. Aoife's expression hardened as she summoned Fragarak, enveloping it in a mesmerizing blend of crimson and azure auras. With a burning resolve, she raised the blade to the level of her head, drawing it back in preparation for the impending clash. "Fate? Maybe, but I refuse to accept a future where your destruction is the only outcome." "Calorahine," Aoife declared defiantly, her gaze steady as she locked eyes with her enemy. Calorahine's response was laced with a mixture of amusement and condescension. Naive, foolhardy, and utterly foolish. Yet, there's a certain charm to your optimism. "Nevertheless, you have much yet to learn about the workings of the universe," she retorted, a subtle gesture sending a barrage of icicles hurtling towards Aoife. As the icy projectiles drew nearer, the air itself seemed to crystallize around them, creating an eerie streak towards Aoife. With calculated precision, she bided her time, waiting until the very last moment before swiftly parrying the onslaught with her sword. With lethal precision, Aoife skillfully sliced through the oncoming icicles, having them before they could even touch her, much to Calorahine's surprise. Time and time again, she repeated this process until every icy threat had been vanquished, leaving only puddles in their wake. Without any hesitation, Aoife reappeared above Calorahine, her blade ready for a decisive strike. However, as she swung it down in an arc, her attack met unexpected resistance as a transparent circle of ice formed in front of her, absorbing the force of her blow. Despite her initial frustration, Aoife persisted, channeling even more strength into her strike until the barrier shattered, catching Calorahine off guard once more. Just as Aoife's blade closed in on the queen, she suddenly shattered into icy fragments, leaving Aoife momentarily confused as her strike missed its mark. With a quick glance upwards and behind her, Aoife spotted Calorahine floating once again, her elusive maneuvers a demonstration to her intellect and speed. "Why not put your freezing abilities to use? Won't that make this fight easier for you?" Aoife asked, her eyes fixed on the seasoned warrior in front of her. Calorahine chuckled softly. "Sure it would, but where's the fun in that? I have the heart of a warrior, and I enjoy the challenge of a fair fight. Besides, it's not every day that someone dares to challenge my rule, especially when it involves the resistance and an outer god," she explained, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at Aoife. "Is that so?" Aoife replied, determination shining in her eyes as she charged at Calorahine once more. This time, the queen didn't dodge. Instead, she met Aoife head-on, her spear ready for combat. Their weapons clashed with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. As they engaged in a fierce struggle, the battle of strength and willpower intensified. Sparks flew as they exerted themselves, each refusing to give ground. However, it was Aoife who, with a surge of determination, managed to summon a bit more strength and pushed Calorahine away, the resulting shockwave echoing across the battlefield. "You're not the only one holding back," Aoife declared defiantly. "As I've said, I will save you, even if it means compelling you as an ally to the resistance." She pointed her sword at Calorahine, her resolve burning like the sun. A flicker of sadness crossed Calorahine's face, momentarily confusing Aoife. The queen remained silent, her expression inscrutable, almost as if she pitted either Aoife or herself. Despite the uncertainty, Aoife wasted no more time and launched herself back into the fray, determined to continue their battle. As the clash of ice and wills persisted, Aoife couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Calorahine than met the eye. Her actions and demeanor seemed contradictory and puzzling at times. However, for now, Aoife pushed aside her doubts and focused solely on the intense struggle unfolding between them. Rosweiss and her unlikely companion found themselves on the outskirts of Finhole, only to be surprised by the sudden appearance of another figure. "I'm joining the fun," declared a small girl wielding a scythe with green and golden accents, her infectious grin lighting up the scene. To their amazement, it was Leslie from Daybreak. With a swift swing of her scythe, she lunged towards the woman with a double-bladed sword, leading to a brief exchange of blows before the woman skillfully disengaged from the confrontation. "Leslie, is it? What are you doing here?" Rosweiss inquired, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. "I've already taken out 10 of these idiots." Shanata said, "That was my quota, so I'm good to go. Plus, fighting alongside a brave Valkyrie sounds like a blast," Leslie declared boldly, causing Rosweiss to blush furiously at the unexpected crass words. Leslie redirected her focus to the woman, speaking with a mocking tone. "You're Thyra, right? Known as the Silver-Tongued Blade by many. Not the most flattering moniker, huh?" Thyra's expression grew somber at the insult, her bravado and weapon enveloped in a pulsating light purple energy as she aimed her weapon at them. "Enough with the petty insults. My physical attributes have no relevance here. You were supposed to be dead, yet here you stand, aligning yourself with the resistance to bring destruction to our planet. Shame on you, Leslie. I expected better." Leslie tilted her head, a look of amusement crossing her features. "What nonsense has Calorahine filled your head with? You know what? Idunt-kare. Let's settle this once and for all, you mediocre-sized cow." With a determined cry, Leslie charged at Thyra, ready to engage in combat. Rosweiss observed the unfolding duel from a distance, her confusion growing at the seemingly irrelevant focus on her figure. Nevertheless, she pushed aside her bewilderment and focused on the battle before her. Leslie unleashed a flurry of rapid side strikes, each accompanied by vibrant green and golden energy slashes aimed at Thyra. With practiced precision, Thyra deflected the onslaught, though she noted an unexpected increase in the attack's intensity, requiring a greater exertion of power to counter them effectively. Once the barrage ceased, Leslie fixed Thyra with a defiant gaze, a smirk playing upon her lips. "My strikes are a bit more powerful, aren't they?" Leslie taunted her opponent. "Don't get cocky, Leslie. Just because your strength has grown since your alleged death, you're not the only one who's been honing their skills during that time," Thyra retorted, her determination fueling a swift and fierce counterattack as she charged back at Leslie with increased speed and resolve. Thyra's blade descended upon Leslie, who tried to block the attack, but found herself ensnared by the light purple energy emanating from Thyra's sword. The energy pierced Leslie's body, leaving painful marks in its wake. Despite the pain, Leslie managed to push herself away from Thyra, retreating momentarily as she sought to regain her bearings. Floating a short distance away, Leslie grimaced as she caught her breath, the toll of the attack clearly visible on her. However, the healing energy of the bears soon reached her, rapidly healing her injuries, but leaving behind scarred reminders of the fierce encounter. "Damn it," Leslie muttered, wiping the blood from her mouth as she glared at Thyra. "Got too cocky." Thyra met Leslie's glare with a stern gaze. Complacency only leads to defeat. Censuredo, it was apparent that Thyra held the upper hand. However, Leslie, donned in her nun's attire, managed to catch Thyra off guard with unexpected maneuvers, landing occasional hits that caused minor injuries. Despite Leslie's tenacity and cleverness, it was evident that Thyra maintained a superior advantage. Although Leslie's injuries were quickly healed by the bear's restorative energy, Thyra remained relatively unscathed, easily shrugging off her minimal injuries. In a typical scenario, Leslie would have likely been defeated long ago. However, she cleverly utilized her constant healing to her advantage, prolonging the battle and seeking opportunities to shift the tides in her favor. Suddenly, Leslie disappeared from view, reappearing as illusions or afterimages surrounding Thyra. In a strange and surprising move, the illusions transformed into large beetles that exploded in a dazzling display of green and gold, creating a small but potent explosion that engulfed Thyra and the surrounding area. The shockwave rippled through the battlefield, leaving a cloud of debris and chaos in its wake. After the explosion, Thyra hung in the air, bearing visible wounds but refusing to give in. Meanwhile, Leslie, breathing hard from the exertion, felt the weight of her injuries pressing down on her. Though her wounds were healed, her stamina decreased rapidly, drained by the prolonged battle. Leslie typically aimed to quickly finish her battles. Yet, facing Thyra, victory seemed elusive, perhaps even improbable. However, Rosweiss approached, drifting beside her and offering solace with a gentle touch upon Leslie's shoulder. "They'll handle this now. You've performed well, Leslie," Rosweiss murmured, her tone soothing. Leslie attempted to voice her objection, but as she struggled to move, she realized her efforts were unconvincing, her vision blurring slightly. "Blast it! I can keep going," she asserted defiantly. Rosweiss quickly initiated communication through their earpiece. "Azathoth, can you take her back to your location?" she asked. Before Leslie could interject, she found herself whisked away, swept back to their base of operations. Rosweiss let out a heavy sigh, her resolve firm as she summoned her Mistiltine wand, cradling it protectively against her chest. "Let's get started, shall we?" she questioned, her tone firm. With a rapid movement, she conjured numerous Norse-style magic circles, a captivating display that took Thyra by surprise. Before Thyra could mount any defense, the onslaught began. Waves of magical energy surged forward, each strike hitting its target. But instead of exploding on impact, they lingered, a silent forewarning of the impending explosion. In Thyra's eyes, there was only Rosweiss, her composure untouched in the chaos, her expression only marred by a faint hint of concern. Uncertainty gripped Thyra as she prepared for the unknown, unsure if this assault would be her downfall. Then, as if time itself had paused, reality snapped back, and Thyra was engulfed once more by a blinding explosion, its force consuming everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the explosion under Rosweiss's command dissipated. Thyra hovered briefly, her gaze fixed on Rosweiss with a mix of exhaustion and resignation before gravity pulled her back to Earth. The Valkyrie acted quickly, intercepting Thyra's descent and tending to her injuries with a sigh. With practiced hands, she administered healing magic and cast a spell to induce slumber, ensuring Thyra's unconsciousness. In silence, Rosweiss summoned anti-power cuffs and secured them around Thyra's wrists. In an instant, Thyra vanished, seemingly whisked away by Azathoth. With Thyra taken care of, Rosweiss redirected her focus to the chaos unfolding around her. However, her attention was abruptly diverted as she detected a presence hurtling toward her with alarming speed. A colossal figure of ice, brandishing a massive club, charged towards Rosweiss with a look of anger. As the icy behemoth swung its weapon, Rosweiss effortlessly dodged the attack, disappearing from his line of sight in an instant. With remarkable agility, Rosweiss reappeared atop the giant's club, her presence a defiant challenge. Without another word, she brought her foot down upon the icy weapon, shattering it into fragments. A powerful shockwave reverberated from the impact, incapacitating the giant as its legs crumbled beneath it, rendering it powerless. Desperation flashed in the giant's eyes as it tried to reform its shattered limbs using the surrounding ice. However, Rosweiss had foreseen such a maneuver, utilizing a technique to counter its efforts. Despite its futile struggles, the giant remained immobilized, defeated by the Valkyrie's overwhelming strength. With a decisive strike, Rosweiss dealt the finishing blow, ensuring the giant's defeat. Though her task was far from over, duty beckoned, urging her onward as part of the cohesive unit she served alongside. Surveying the battlefield, she noticed a multitude of these colossal monstrosities emerging in the distance, a grim reminder of the ongoing struggle. Despite the temptation to assist Aoife, Rosweiss hesitated momentarily before dismissing the notion. Let us prioritize helping our comrades, she decided, her decision firm. With a quick nod, Rosweiss set forth, determined to lend her strength where it was needed most, trusting in the capability of her fellow warriors, including Aoife, to hold their own in the face of Calorahine. Pladrifa was filled with a fierce rage as she faced Natasha and Shanata, the powerful matriarchs, alongside shadow soldiers fighting the ice soldiers on top of the hospital in Jotunvik. Why? Pladrifa's voice boomed with fury. Why did you betray us, Natasha? She demanded, her presence crackling with volatile energy, escalating with each passing moment. Natasha met Pladrifa's anger with a steely gaze, her expression somber. Deep down, you know that Calorahine's actions are unjust, just as Fumara's are. Why do you continue to blindly follow their orders, like a mere sheep? She challenged, her words slicing through the tension like a knife. Those words ignited a fire within Pladrifa, fueling her outburst as she shouted back at them. It is my duty. I made a pact with Lady Ive, passed down through Lady Eleanor and Madame Fumara. Our world, our species, was to remain untouched, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. Pladrifa raised her bow, pulling the string back as she took aim at Natasha and Shanata. As long as I stand and fulfill my duty, Lady Eve protection will shield us from harm, she declared, her anger rising. I suspect there may be more to it than meets the eye, but I care not. I act for the preservation of our kind. Without delay, Pladrifa released a torrent of arrows, a relentless barrage numbering in the hundreds of thousands, hurtling towards her two enemies with deadly intent. Yet before the projectiles could hit their target, both Shanata and Natasha reacted with astounding agility. Summoning green liquid from their palms, they flung it into the path of the oncoming arrows, creating a protective barrier just in time. The arrows collided with the viscous substance, dissolving upon impact, their deadly force stopped by the quick thinking and coordination of the grandmother and granddaughter duo. As the dark green and light green liquids melded together, creating a powerful barrier that dissolved Pladrifa's arrows, Natasha gazed proudly at her granddaughter. It seems you've inherited more than just my blood, she remarked, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Shanata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the praise. Mother left behind many notes for me to study when I was young. I learned a lot from her, including your techniques. I always aspired to follow in your footsteps, she admitted, her voice tinged with reverence. However, Pladrifa's relentless assault interrupted their moment of familial bonding. Do not ignore me and indulge in nostalgia, she shouted, her demand cutting through the air. I ask you to once more, abandon this futile path and stand with us. There may still be a chance for forgiveness if you act now, she pleaded, her tone tinged with desperation. With steely determination etched upon her face, Natasha stood tall and conjured a grenade launcher into her hands with practiced skill. Taking careful aim at Pladrifa, she unleashed a stream of explosive rounds, each grenade fragmenting into smaller projectiles that exploded into glowing green liquid, transforming into sharp needles aimed directly at the Volgender. Pladrifa grunted in frustration as she fought back, releasing bullets of darkness from her hand to counter Natasha's attack. To her surprise, the green liquid dissolved her darkness, and Natasha's attacks struck her at vulnerable points on her body. I was offered your position before it was given to you, Pladrifa, Natasha declared, her voice oozing with confidence. I have navigated this battlefield for far longer than you, predating even the creation of Wayboros. Do not underestimate the experience of an old woman, she admonished, her words carrying the weight of years spent in combat. Hladrafa's response resonated with a fierce defiance, her intentions clear. It doesn't matter who was offered the position first. What matters is that I accepted it and must remain loyal and to my beliefs, she declared, her voice carrying a hint of frustration and confusion in the middle of the chaos unfolding around her. With growing anger and turmoil churning inside her, Hladrafa released another barrage of arrows, the sheer quantity a reflection of her inner turmoil. As the projectiles surged forward, fueled by her anger and uncertainty, she grappled with the unsettling reality of the changing times. In the depths of her soul, Hladrafa held onto the hope that the recent triumphs of the resistance were just flukes, chance events that would not disrupt the status quo she desperately clung to. But as the weight of recent events bore down on her, especially the loss of Ihild and the revelation of impending war, the truth became crystal clear. Today marked a pivotal moment, the culmination of her realization that the world she once knew was shifting inexorably before her eyes. With each arrow unleashed, Hladrafa confronted the harsh reality that change was not only imminent but inevitable, thrusting her into an uncertain future filled with upheaval and uncertainty. Natasha fired her grenade launcher downward, unleashing a grenade that exploded into a lush green fluid, forming a sentient being. Rapidly taking shape, it surged forward, intercepting a barrage of arrows aimed their way. Growing larger, it absorbed the attack, swiftly eliminating the imminent danger before elegantly moving toward Hladrafa, exuding an aura of menacing resolve. Change isn't always a bad thing. Hladrafa, deep down, you know in your core that the resistance fights for what's right, Natasha proclaimed with firm belief, her voice resonating with absolute certainty. In response, Shanata sprang into action, her movements fluid and deliberate. She quickly transformed her own liquid substance into sharp, spinning discs, hurling them at the figure above. With a graceful motion, she drew a sword resembling a katana, leaping toward Hladrafa, who countered with a flurry of arrows. Undaunted by the attack, Shanata skillfully sliced through the projectiles, steadily advancing toward Hladrafa with each passing second. Hladrafa summoned forth the same entity as before, materializing it behind her with practiced ease. As it took form, it crafted its own bow, conjuring numerous portals behind it. With a resounding release, the colossal entity unleashed its arrow, triggering a cascade of similarly sized projectiles from the portals, each imbued with distinct effects. The group of arrows surged toward Shanata, who remained steadfast, making no attempt to evade them. However, before the deadly barrage could reach her, Natasha's green liquid creation soared her defense once more, intercepting and absorbing the projectiles with no problem. Unbothered by the attacks, Shanata pressed on, advancing steadily. In a blink, she vanished from Hladrafa's line of sight, reappearing behind the entity summoned by her enemy. In a stunning display of skill, Shanata easily destroyed the summoned entity, shattering it into irreparable fragments, leaving Hladrafa visibly stunned by the sudden turn of events. You weren't this powerful all those years ago. How did you? Hladrafa's voice quivered with a mixture of disbelief and amazement, her words fading as Shanata's knee struck her face, sending her tumbling to the rugged grounds of Jotunvik. Shanata landed gracefully, positioned in front of her grandmother. They exchanged a silent glance, observing Hladrafa as she struggled to her feet, a potent blend of fury and confusion etched across her visage. How can you possess such strength? I believe I am much more powerful than both of you. So why? Hladrafa's voice faltered, her eyes narrowing with intensity as she grappled with the unexpected turn of events. Natasha raised her arm, revealing a newly created tattoo of a dragon, its intricate design freshly etched onto her skin mere moments ago. It seems like the outer god decided to bless us with this. It's definitely giving us a significant boost in strength, which is why we're able to overpower you so easily. Unless you have a way to counter it, Hladrafa, It might be a good idea to surrender. Just let us deal with Kalorahine without any interference, Natasha stated, the confidence in her voice tinged with a hint of warning. The Outer God's help. He's here on this planet. But Kalorahine never mentioned his presence. Did he somehow conceal himself? Hladriffa's mind raced with disbelief, her widened eyes betraying her shock at the revelation. We're not sticking to the old ways anymore, Hladriffa. It's never worked out for us. When things change, you need to adapt, or you'll end up being left behind. You have to embrace the change, Natasha declared, her gaze fixed on the injured Volgender in front of them. Hladriffa gritted her teeth and pushed herself even further. This was her final stand against the two of them, and she was determined to either take them out or perish in the attempt. She fixed them with a firm gaze and declared, I will continue to carry out my duty. I have a responsibility to fulfill my job for myself, my people, for Lady Ive, Madame Fumara, and Kalorahine. It was a resolute refusal to surrender. She was committed to her beliefs, her convictions, and she was prepared to battle them to the bitter end. Though she never outright declined their offer, she made it clear that she would persist in fulfilling her duties to her people, giving both Shanatta and Natasha hope that she might be open to change. All that remained was to defeat Hladriffa in this standoff so they could move forward. Natasha closed her eyes, understanding that Hladriffa was simply carrying out her duty, just as she was. She shared a brief, silent exchange of understanding with Shanatta. Without speaking, Shanatta charged towards Hladriffa, drawing her sword and thrusting it forward. A crimson streak of lightning burst from her blade, hurtling towards Hladriffa, who quickly countered by tapping into the power of the entity behind her. The entity unleashed a barrage of arrows at Shanatta's attack. However, due to Hladriffa's weakened state, Shanatta's strikes easily shattered the arrows, forcing Hladriffa to leap away. Yet, despite her evasion, a pained grimace crossed her face as the intensity of the battle surged through her bravado. Upon landing, she felt a subtle shift in the air and looked down to find her surroundings transformed into the same green liquid that Natasha used. Shoot, she exclaimed, trying to pull away. But to her surprise, the liquid didn't dissolve her, it ensnared her, holding her in place. Hladriffa struggled against her restraints for a moment before stopping. As she looked at the two women in front of her, then down at her trapped ankles, and finally at her bow and the figure looming behind her, a decision began to take shape in her mind. Both Natasha and Shanatta watched her contemplation, but it was the elder of the two who understood the potential consequences. With urgency, Natasha sprinted toward Hladriffa, but before she could intervene, the young woman made her fateful choice. A surge of powerful energy engulfed Hladriffa's bow as she swung it downward in a desperate strike. Utilizing her powers, she ascended into the sky and quickly healed her injuries, steadying herself. With ragged breaths, Hladriffa took a moment to collect herself before leveling her bow at her enemies, mirrored by the entity looming behind her. She unleashed a barrage of arrows towards them, accompanied by a simultaneous attack from the entity. Though discomfort gnawed at her, she remained steadfast, knowing that technological advancements could restore her lost feet, whether by reattaching them to her body or creating new ones. Her attacks targeted Natasha, yet the seasoned warrior retaliated by unleashing her grenade launcher. A lone grenade ejected from her weapon, splitting into smaller fragments that transformed into various colored liquids before hurtling towards the incoming arrows. The collision of liquids and arrows put on a captivating show in the sky. As the arrows were submerged in the liquids, they underwent a strange transformation, being converted into energy that further empowered the fluids. Taking on the shape of arrows themselves, the energized liquids surged towards Hladriffa with renewed strength. Undeterred by the attack, Hladriffa countered by imbuing her arrows with darkness, causing them to spiral around their shafts and generate sinister blades of shadow. At the same time, the entity behind her mirrored her actions, releasing its own volley of arrows shrouded in darkness. Joining the battle, Shanata unleashed a series of energy slashes and crimson lightning from her blade, followed by a torrent of dark green liquid from her hands. The liquid amplified the speed of her attacks, adding another layer of ferocity to the battle. Hladrfa made an attempt to retaliate, but her efforts fell short, unable to match the speed of Shanata's insanely fast strikes. The strikes from Shanata's attacks broke through Hladrfa's defenses and drew a pained grimace. Yet, before she could recover, Natasha's attacks landed their mark, overwhelming her with explosive bravado. With the entity's disappearance, the area quaked, and several buildings lay in ruins. As the smoke cleared, Hladrfa lay motionless on the ground, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Natasha hurried to her side, checking for any signs of life. To her relief, Hladrfa still clung to life. "He'll administer treatment and restrain you. For now, you're under our care, Hladrfa," Natasha informed her, but the young woman remained silent, her gaze unyielding as it remained fixed on the sky above. "I'm calling it cheating because you had the outer god's help," muttered Hladrfa, her gaze still fixed on the distant sky, refusing to meet their eyes. "Call what you like, but victory is still ours," declared Shanata firmly as she approached from the other side. Hladrfa remained silent for a moment before speaking again, determination etched into her voice. "He'll get my revenge eventually. I demand a rematch in the future." "Suit yourself," responded Shanata dismissively before darting off to confront the towering ice soldiers wreaking havoc upon the city. Natasha turned her attention back to Hladrfa, her tone softening with concern. "You two need to reconcile. You were the one who helped imprison her, weren't you?" she asked as she tended to Hladrfa's injuries. "And please, don't simply brush it off as your duty," she added with a sigh, acknowledging the quiet stubbornness of Hladrfa's resolve. Once more, Hladrfa stayed quiet, her eyes shut as she absorbed the chaos of battle surrounding her. "Why did you hold back on us two?" Natasha's question pierced through the tension as she approached the end of Hladrfa's healing process, securing her with restraints to neutralize her powers. "It is my duty to serve Madame Fumara and Caloraheim, but I also swore to protect our people. If I unleash my full strength, I risked endangering our cities, our planet, and our people. I couldn't allow that," responded Hladrfa with a tired tone. "And you'd hurt your best friend, right?" Natasha interjected softly, her smile aimed at Hladrfa. The young woman looked away, unwilling to admit that her hesitation to fully engage Shanata stemmed from their shared history. "Goodness, you're just as stubborn as your mother, and she's taken her retirement," Natasha teased with a touch of fondness as she finished healing Hladrfa and helped her up. "All right, let's keep moving. You'll stick close to me as we bravado my granddaughter. Once we defeat Caloraheim, we'll regain control of our planet. And you're certain our people will agree to it?" Hladrfa asked skeptically as she hobbled alongside Natasha, her injured feet restored during the healing process. "It won't be immediate, but we believe many share our dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. We'll also address the concerns of other leaders and elders to ensure a smoother transition," Natasha explained with confidence. Hladrfa's eyes widened in surprise. "You don't mean?" She trailed off, unable to finish her question. "That's exactly what I mean. If it comes to that, then so be it," Natasha affirmed firmly, her tone leaving no room for undeniability. Natasha had no reservations about taking out the current leaders and those in authority who opposed the vision for a world that many yearned for. Hladrfa understood this, realizing that while the outer god might not agree, he wouldn't interfere, acknowledging that it was their planet, and he remained unsure whether they would support the resistance or not. As they walked away, both women contemplated the uncertain future of their species, considering the challenges and sacrifices that lay ahead on the journey to reclaiming their world. On another part of the planet, Gondol Schwertlight, accompanied by a young man from Daybreak named Lars, squared off against another Volgender dispatched by Caloraheim. The young woman, with cascading long snow-white hair down to her hips, and piercing brown eyes, wore a striking black military uniform embellished with vibrant red and golden accents, complemented by a billowing cape. In her hand, she wielded a rapier with practiced skill, engaging in fierce combat alongside Schwartlight and Lars. Lars, towering at an impressive height of 65, boasted a vibrant mane of spiked red hair with a contrasting blue fringe. His attire consisted of a white shirt paired with a striking red vest, a crimson hoodie tied around his waist, and matching red pants and shoes. His muscular build was surpassed only by his exuberant and boisterous demeanor, which reverberated throughout the battle. Ha 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 ha! Take this, and this, and this, or Lars' booming laughter filled the air as he unleashed a relentless barrage of fiery punches towards Lystra. However, the woman deftly dodged and parried his strikes with ease, her focus steady. In the middle of the battle, Lystra regarded only Schwartlight and Gondel with genuine concern, occasionally glancing in their direction to observe them. Undeterred by his opponent's skill, Lars continued his onslaught, each punch delivered with precision. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, Lystra regarded him with a mixture of amusement and patience, similar to a caregiver dealing with a tantruming child. Despite Lars' augmented strength from Aaron's tattoo, he remained no match for Lystra's overall strength, evident in his struggle to land a single blow. Suddenly, with startling speed, Lystra vanished from Lars' sight, reappearing behind him in a flash. Before Lars could react, she delivered a punishing knee strike to his back, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing through several buildings as they soared above Finhole. Without another moment's notice, Lystra turned her attention towards Schwartlight and Gondel, instantly closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. With unmatched agility, she unleashed a rapid series of rapier thrusts towards the two warriors, each strike leaving behind solid afterimages in the form of shadows and darkness. Schwartlight adeptly parried every attack with a single fluid motion, taking Lystra by surprise. In an immediate retaliation, Schwartlight delivered a powerful strike with her sheathed sword, landing a solid blow to Lystra's stomach and sending her flying away, much like Lars had moments before. Before Lystra could regain her composure, Lars had already recovered and charged back at her with renewed vigor. As he encased his right arm in flames, he unleashed a fierce strike against Lystra's back, eliciting a grunt of pain from the woman. Promptly turning around, Lystra tried to pierce Lars' head with her weapon, only to find him vanished from sight. Before she could react, she felt a sharp impact at the back of her neck, sending her crashing to the ground. This time, it was Lystra who found herself knocked away by the unseen assailant. Ha ha ha! Take that, you stupid woman! Lars declared with triumphant smile, relishing in his victory as he stood over Lystra, a self-satisfied grin etched on his face. I, the great Lars, have defeated the wicked witch. Lystra couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lars' arrogance as she lay on the ground, assessing the situation. Is he delusional or something? She pondered silently, observing Lars' behavior. The real threat lies with those other two, while this stupid man is weaker than me. Let's dispose of him now and focus on the real enemies. Without hesitation, Lystra vanished from her position, reappearing behind Lars with her rapier poised for a strike. However, Lars anticipated her move and skillfully dodged her thrust with a slight movement of his head, his smirk never widening. Seizing the opportunity, Lars retaliated with a swift punch aimed at Lystra, who managed to parry the blow but was still sent staggering backward from the force of the impact. Lystra's bewilderment deepened as Lars not only matched her strength, but also taunted her with his agile evasion dancing. Frustrated and infuriated, she persisted, launching another rapid series of thrusts towards Lars, only for him to effortlessly dodge each one with mocking grace, further fueling Lystra's anger. In a last-ditch effort, Lystra disappeared from sight, conjuring blinding lights all around Lars to disorient him. Seizing the opportunity, she reappeared beneath him, aiming her rapier directly at his chest. Yet, to her astonishment, Lars was swiftly pulled out of harm's way before her blade could find its mark. As Lars rubbed his eyes, still reeling from the blinding lights, he muttered in confusion, "What the ugh?" "Thanks, Lady Gondel." His gaze shifted to Lystra with a scowl. "That was dirty." "Anything goes in a real battle, Lars," Gondel remarked gently, her voice carrying a tone of seasoned wisdom. "Ugh, you're right, but who cares? Let's keep going," Lars declared with intent, igniting his fists with flames once more. Simultaneously, his lower half became cloaked in darkness, amplifying his imposing presence on the battlefield. Lystra carefully assessed all three opponents before her, her gaze darting between them as she narrowed her eyes, attempting to anticipate their next move. Despite her uncertainty, she acknowledged that Gondel, the elder woman, had been inexplicably assisting Lars throughout the confrontation. Without Gondel's intervention, Lars would surely have met his end by now. With a resigned sigh, Lystra summoned several orbs of light around her body, her expression somber and concentrated. Without uttering a word, she aimed her rapier at Gondel's group and vanished from sight in a burst of speed. Simultaneously, from the point where Lystra disappeared, a massive explosion of blinding light erupted, engulfing the area and momentarily disorienting her enemies. "What in the world?" Lars exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the blinding light with his arms. He looked back and forth between Gondel and Schwertlight, bewildered by their apparent immunity to the glare. "How are you two not affected by this?" "Magic," they both replied in unison, their expressions unreadable as they subtly followed something with their gazes. Suddenly, Lystra appeared behind them, her sword poised for a lethal strike. But before she could land her attack, a massive fluffy piece of wool appeared next to Schwertlight, absorbing the force of Lystra's blow and leaving her momentarily confused. Before Lystra could recover, a series of slashes appeared on her body, followed by a powerful blast that sent her hurtling away. The piece of wool then surged toward her, attaching itself to her before detonating in a powerful explosion. Despite the force of the blast, Lystra managed to shield herself with darkness, absorbing the majority of the explosion's impact and minimizing the damage. She floated in the air, clutching her stomach as she still felt the impact of the attack. However, she looked back up at them, Gondel's expression the same as ever while Schwertlight was silently glaring at her, to which made Lystra confused as she was just doing her job and what she thought was right. "Lars, support Schwertlight and learn from her," commanded Gondel, and the young man readily agreed. Schwertlight disappeared from her position and reappeared behind Lystra, unleashing a series of slashing attacks that left marks on the woman's body, one of them grazing her neck with a shallow cut. Panic surged through Lystra as she realized the dangerous closeness of her death. Witnessing the intensity of the battle, Lars was both shocked and exhilarated by the ferocity displayed. "Huh, I knew she was holding back when fighting Leslie," he exclaimed with fervor before darting towards Lystra. With flames engulfing his fist, Lars launched a fiery straight punch towards Lystra's face. Lystra easily evaded the attack, but before she could fully react, she was struck by Lars' leg coated in darkness, sending her staggering backward. Lars pressed the advantage, launching a relentless barrage of flaming punches towards Lystra, forcing her to block each strike with growing difficulty. The heat and force of the blows pushed Lystra to her limits as she struggled to maintain her defense against Lars' onslaught. Growing increasingly frustrated by the one-sided nature of the battle, Lystra shifted her focus towards eliminating Lars. With blinding speed, she thrust her rapier directly at his chest, causing him to momentarily stagger in pain and confusion. However, to Lystra's surprise, Lars responded with a wide grin, displaying a resilience and a disregard for his own well-being that left her bewildered. Undeterred by the injury, Lars pressed forward, slamming his forehead against Lystra's, further disorienting her. He then struck her suddenly, momentarily stunning her with the unexpected move. Before Lystra could recover, Lars delivered another powerful punch to her face, sending her hurtling through several buildings. Schwertlight appeared beside Lars, administering a slime pill into his mouth to rapidly heal his injuries. Lars acknowledged her assistance with a thumbs up and a grateful expression. "Thanks," he exclaimed, his grin widening as he prepared to rejoin the fray with renewed vigor. As streaks of light darted towards them, Schwartlight skillfully deflected the attacks, momentarily stunning Lars with her unexpected maneuver. Before he could regain his composure, another onslaught came, but Schwartlight intercepted each strike with precision. Lars felt his breath catch in his throat as he grappled with the sudden turn of events. However, his shock quickly turned into new energy as a furious Lystra reappeared before them, her nose broken and bleeding, and her attire in tatters. Reacting swiftly, Lars aimed a punch at Lystra's face, but his strike was obstructed by a blinding light emanating from her body, causing him to miss his target. Lystra vanished and reappeared with lightning speed, launching a barrage of attacks primarily aimed at Lars. Yet, Schwartlight deftly parried each blow, preventing Lystra from inflicting harm on her companion. Lystra's frustration mounted as her attacks continued to be stopped by Schwartlight's skillful defense. "Why isn't she affected by my light? Most of my opponents need to shield themselves. Did that magic from earlier literally help her?" Lystra thought to herself, her confusion and irritation growing with each passing moment. In a swift blur of movement, Schwartlight unsheathed and sheathed her blade. In a swift and powerful strike, Lars disarmed Lystra, leaving her in shock as she tried to process what had just happened. Before she could react, Lars lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to her face with a fiery fist. "This is Daybreak's time," Lars triumphantly exclaimed as his blow sent Lystra hurtling into the distance, her form disappearing within the chaos of battle. Observing Lars' declaration, Schwartlight raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Why, it's Daybreak's time to shine. It's our time to beat them." Lars attempted to explain, his uncertainty evident in his voice. Schwartlight couldn't help but smirk at Lars' vague explanation. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her blade once more, channeling her energy into a massive aura slash directed towards the area where Lystra had been flung. The force of the attack cleaved through a small section of the city, causing destruction in its wake. Several towering ice soldiers in the distance were obliterated, and numerous enemy Volgenders sustained injuries, rendering them unable to continue the fight, though not enough to claim their lives. Another explosion of light burst forth from the point where Lystra had crashed, announcing her re-entry into the battle. In an instant, a rapier appeared just inches from Schwartlight's face, its lethal tip ready to cause a lethal injury. Yet, Schwartlight reacted with lightning reflexes, effortlessly eluding the deadly strike. Lars floated nearby, his movements appearing sluggish compared to Lystra's swift attacks. Despite his struggle to keep up with the scene unfolding in front of him, Schwartlight effortlessly dodged each of Lystra's strikes with grace. In the background, Gondel observed the unfolding battle, meticulously analyzing Lystra's abilities and drawing closer to a complete understanding of her opponent's strengths and weaknesses. With precision and finesse, Schwartlight deflected and countered each of Lystra's attacks, the latter growing more desperate in her attempts to land a blow. Fueled by pride and a determination to redeem herself after enduring humiliation and past injuries, Lystra was resolute in her pursuit of capturing her adversaries and fulfilling her duty, regardless of the cost. Suddenly turning their attention towards the city of Halfskull, Schwartlight and Gondel felt a strange energy emanating from its depths, steadily growing in intensity. Exchanging knowing glances, the two Valkyries silently agreed to put an end to their confrontation with Lystra. Undeterred by their strange actions, Lystra charged once more at Schwartlight with renewed vigor. However, her efforts was abruptly stopped as her world suddenly went dark. The last sight she beheld was Schwartlight unsheathing and sheathing her blade before plummeting from the sky and crashing into a nearby building, leaving Lars bewildered by her sudden loss of consciousness. What happened?" Lars stammered, his confusion mounting as he tried to make sense of Lystra's unexpected defeat. Sensing a surge of power emanating from Half-Skull, Lars shivered involuntarily, his horror palpable. What the heck is that?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. The power surge reached its peak, leading to a violent eruption that covered the entire city of Half-Skull and its surrounding areas in a thick layer of ice. As the icy grip tightened, all three of them received a transmission from Comptoir through their transceivers, alerting them to the unfolding crisis. Calorahine's daughter has awakened, and the third artificial god is on the move. Comptoir's voice echoed through their communication devices, relaying critical information to the team. Odin and Brynhilde are en route to her location. Please continue your efforts, as Aoife is currently engaged in a duel with Calorahine herself. Feeling the weight of the urgency, the trio prepared to take action. However, their path was blocked by a horde of towering ice soldiers, slowing their escape. "Let's eliminate these little ones first and split our forces. I will go and assist Odin-sama," declared Gondel, her voice resolute as she formulated a plan of action. "I'm coming with you, Granny. I can't believe Calorahine actually has a daughter," Lars exclaimed with eagerness, his fists clenched in anticipation. "I'll go and join Aoife," declared Schwertlight before vanishing from sight, shattering a few ice soldiers in her wake. However, the soldiers quickly regenerated, forcing Gondel and Lars to confront them head-on. Gondel sighed softly as she raised her hand, preparing to engage the enemy. "Lars, I will support you like I did with Lystra. Go ahead and go wild," she ordered, her tone firm yet reassuring. Lars nodded eagerly, fueled by her encouragement. "Let's do this," Lars bellowed, charging towards the encroaching ice soldiers with unbridled determination. With Gondel by his side, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, determined to overcome their enemies and press forward towards their objective. Odin and Brynhilde narrowly avoided being frozen by the newly awakened artificial god. They found themselves confronted by a young woman with long snow-white hair adorned with a delicate flower accessory, her piercing yellow eyes holding an otherworldly intensity. She floated gracefully before the duo, dressed in a silky white ensemble of a dress, pants, and toeless shoes. Her name is Sonia, and according to what Azathoth told us earlier, she is undoubtedly an artificial god, Brynhilde solemnly informed Odin. Her body is constructed from a unique material native to this universe, remarkably resilient and durable. It appears that we need to be peak of god class in order to even make a dent in her defenses. The peak of god class? So, we must reach a level similar to Shiva's power? Odin considered, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. That would indeed lead to an intriguing battle, especially among gods renowned for their prowess in combat. His smile widened at the prospect of such a formidable challenge, relishing the opportunity to test his mettle against enemies of unparalleled strength. "But I'm even stronger now, thanks to Gene Boy's help," Odin declared with unwavering confidence, tapping into his ultimate power and summoning Gungnir once again. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Sonia, each strike accompanied by formidable shockwaves rippling through the air. To their amazement, Sonia effortlessly neutralized the onslaught, freezing each thrust before it could reach her. Turning her attention towards Odin and Brynhilde, she conjured an enormous ice-shaped sword above her, ready to strike Odin down with deadly precision. Before the impending blow could land, a portal appeared in front of Odin, whisking the attack away and causing it to detonate harmlessly in the distance. As the dust settled, Odin and Brynhilde were greeted by the unexpected arrival of Gondel and Lars. So that's Calorahine's daughter, huh? She looks pretty cute," Lars exclaimed with a hint of admiration, earning himself a gentle reprimand from Gondel. "Stop your silly jokes, Lars. Pay attention to the task at hand." Gondel scolded him firmly before addressing Odin and Brynhilde. "Let's work together and approach this with careful planning. We are uncertain of her abilities apart from her ice manipulation. She may possess similar traits to her mother. Then I will take the lead, Lars declared boldly, charging towards Sonia with determination. However, his confidence was short-lived as he was instantly ensnared nice, his bravado encased before he could react. In a chilling display of power, Sonia conjured a sword made of ice and hurled it towards Lars, defeating him instantly before their very eyes. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Odin, Brynhildr, and Gondel could only watch in disbelief as Sonia addressed them, her words dripping with an eerie confidence. "Who's next? My mother's will is my will, as her daughter and goddess of the Volgenders." Her proclamation hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the formidable enemy they now faced. Chapter 24, Part 4. How Embers became a wildfire third-person point of view high above the boundless skies of Etherreach. Grimgerd, Helmwige, and Ortline found themselves locked in a fierce battle against two powerful Volgenders. One of their enemies was a young woman draped in gleaming pale silver armor. Her long blonde hair cascading over half of her face, partially concealing her piercing green eyes. Brandishing a formidable battle axe, she clashed with Helmwige, their axes meeting with thunderous force as they fought for supremacy. Meanwhile, the other Volgender, a woman with flowing purple locks and vibrant purple eyes, exuded an aura of elegance despite the chaos of battle. Her attire, a combination of an open-buttoned white shirt, sleek black gloves, and form-fitting black pants with matching boots, lent her an air of mystique. Wielding a whip adorned with delicate flowers near the handle, she faced off against Grimgerd and Ortline, her movements fluid and graceful as she expertly wielded her weapon. As Helmwige requested to confront the woman with the whip, Grimgerd and Ortline readied themselves to engage their opponent, Centuredo taken aback by Helmwige's assertion. "It matters," Helmwige retorted vehemently, her excitement increasing as she unleashed a barrage of elemental magic attacks towards Ailey. Ailey deftly spun her battle axe in response, swiftly slicing apart Helmwige's magical onslaught. Closing the distance between them once more, she engaged Helmwige in a fierce melee, their battle axes clashing with resounding force, sending sparks flying and shockwaves rippling through the sky. Their intense duel carried them across the skies of Etherreach, their agile movements weaving through the city's rooftops as they exchanged blows. With each clash, buildings crumbled and structures shattered, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. "Helm, didn't we agree to be mindful of our surroundings?" Ortline's voice scolded Helmwige through their transceivers, her irritation evident in her tone. "Fine," Helmwige replied sharply, determination blazing in her eyes as she re-engaged in her fierce duel with Ailey. Employing a series of feints and deceptive maneuvers, she kept her opponent on edge, luring her into a sense of security. Then, with lightning speed, the real Helmwige emerged from the shadows of a nearby building, rushing toward Ailey with intense speed. Despite Ailey's quick reaction, the impact of their collision sent them crashing through the building below, dropping several floors as Helmwige drove Ailey through the crumbling structure, a fierce grin on her face. Why are you so calm? Why do you enjoy this?" Ailey demanded, her voice tinged with exasperation as she struggled to comprehend Helmwige's apparent nonchalance in the face of danger. "In just a year, I've experienced more than you can imagine. Something as trivial as this doesn't faze me anymore. I've faced death and been brought back to life during a war." Helmwige shouted back, her words resonating with a raw intensity that stunned Ailey into silence. Ailey paid no mind to Helmwige's words, her focus solely on the persistent attack she directed towards her enemy. Her battle axe, enveloped in swirling darkness, sliced through the air with increased force and speed. To her surprise, Helmwige effortlessly deflected each blow with her own battle axe, her movements graceful and precise. Despite Ailey's attempts to overpower her, Helmwige remained composed, skillfully countering every attack. Frustration gnawed at Ailey as her strikes proved futile against Helmwige's formidable defense. She persisted in the exchange until, in a moment of exasperation, she leaped away from the fight. Helmwige pursued her, only to be taken aback when Ailey suddenly leaped out of a nearby window, hurtling towards the ground below. As Helmwige followed her down, Ailey spread her arms wide, causing the glass on all the buildings around to shatter with a resounding crack. A surge of golden energy flowed forth, coalescing behind Helmwige to form a large, shimmering golden ball. The majestic golden ball transformed into a monstrous creature resembling a whale, its razor-sharp fangs poised to strike Helmwige with menacing intent. Quickly reacting, Helmwige spun around, her battle axe slicing through the air as it clashed with the creature's jagged teeth, preventing them from piercing her skin. But Ailey was not ready to give up. With a smirk on her lips, she charged towards Helmwige, her battle axe ready to strike. However, to her surprise, her attack was effortlessly deflected by Helmwige, who didn't even need to turn around to counter her. As if that wasn't enough, an unseen force blasted the colossal golden whale away, freeing Helmwige from its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Helmwige swiftly pivoted mid-air, delivering a powerful kick that struck Ailey. The impact sent Ailey hurtling to the ground below, the bravado of the blow shaking the earth beneath them. Helmwige stood firm against the attacks of golden whale clones, her excitement increasing in the middle of the whale party. With practiced skill, she expertly sliced through the barrage of golden attacks, each one met with the resounding clash of her battle axe. A beam of golden energy, a colossal wave of golden water, and even heavy projectiles were hurled towards her, but Helmwige remained undeterred. With precise strikes and calculated bravado, she destroyed each golden attack sent her way, her battle axe cutting through them with ease. With an excited shout, Helmwige channeled her inner strength, infusing her weapon with her aura until it crackled with raw power. With a mighty swing, she unleashed a devastating horizontal strike, cleaving through the golden whale clones with unmatched ferocity. They shattered into countless golden particles, dispersing into the air. Ailey stood facing Helmwige, her confidence shaken by the quick defeat of her powerful creations. Her natural talent for manipulating stored light and shaping it into golden energy had always been a potent weapon, allowing her to conjure various constructs to overpower her enemies. Whales held a special place in Ailey's heart, their majestic forms fueling her imagination and serving as the inspiration for many of her golden creations. Through Natasha's stories, she had gained insights into the complexities of these creatures, nurturing a deep fascination that reflected in her abilities. Nevertheless, despite her careful planning and the immense size of the golden whale she had summoned today, they were no match for Helmwige's superior power and skill. Ailey realized that her usual tactics had failed her this time, leaving her vulnerable and exposed in front of her opponent. As she stood once again before Helmwige, Ailey grappled with the humbling truth that her reliable methods were not without flaws. With renewed sense of purpose, she prepared to adjust her approach and confront Helmwige with a new mindset, ready to rise to the challenge before her. Ailey, fueled by a blend of determination and acceptance, once again flung herself at Helmwige, her battle axe cutting through the air towards her opponent. The clash of their weapons echoed around them, marking the climax of their fierce confrontation. In a moment of devastating finality, Ailey's battle axe splintered under the force of their collision, leaving her momentarily stunned by the loss of a weapon that had been by her side through countless battles. The weight of defeat settled upon her shoulders as she grappled with the reality of her weapon's destruction. Pride mixed with shame as she thought back on the exhausting struggle that had brought her to this point. Despite fighting with all her strength, she could not best the formidable skill of her enemy. As she braced herself for the inevitable conclusion, Helmwige's foot descended with crushing force, delivering the decisive blow that sent Ailey crashing to the ground in defeat. Helmwige touched down next to Ailey and let out a sigh. Taking in her opponent's defeated stance, she couldn't help but offer a genuine compliment. "Nice fight. I have to say, those whales of yours were pretty cute." Despite her loss, Ailey found herself smiling at the unexpected praise. "You like them too?" she asked, surprised by Helmwijge's appreciation for her creations. Helmwijge returned the smile, revealing a softer side to herself. I have a soft spot for most animals, believe it or not. Even though we're enemies, I couldn't help but find your whales really cute, she admitted, settling down beside Ailey. Are you open to the idea of joining forces to take down Calorahine? Ailey fell silent, the weight of Helmwijge's question causing her to pause and reflect. She had never contemplated her allegiance in such a way before. For her, loyalty to her people and queen had always been non-negotiable. However, Helmwijge's question prompted her to consider the broader implications of their conflict, leading her to ponder the state of their society and planet. I don't know, Ailey finally replied after a minute of silence, her uncertainty obvious. I have only followed Lady Calorahine and fought for her. Every Volgender is born and educated to follow the Queen's orders like it was breathing. Helmwijge nodded understandingly, acknowledging the weight of Ailey's upbringing and loyalty. Yet, every Volgender, when they're sent to combat, will experience a lot of things and form their own opinions on matters. They may change in the future. Take Natasha, for example. Once she learned the truth, she sided with us. Ailey was aware of Natasha's defection, but still couldn't reconcile it with her own beliefs, so she remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Centuredo conjuring violet flowers to serve as her footholds. While she possessed the ability to fly, she relished in the intricate dance of creating floral platforms mid-fight, a spectacle she often indulged in during combat. With agility akin to a dancer, Marit effortlessly evaded the onslaught of attacks hurled her way by Ortlind and Grimjord. Despite their restraint in aiming to incapacitate rather than kill, Marit found amusement in taunting her enemies, her playful jibes punctuating the tension of the skirmish. "Can't keep up, darlings?" she teased, a victorious smirk playing across her lips as she deftly dodged another barrage of strikes. Though her taunts failed to rile Ortlind and Grimjord, a subtle irritation simmered beneath their composed exteriors. Myrte's growing arrogance grated against their patience. The air buzzed with anticipation as Ortlind and Grimjord exchanged a silent glance, their unspoken agreement hanging in the air. With synchronized movements, they resolved to quickly put an end to Myrte's playful antics. In a single second, Grimjord vanished from sight, only to re-emerge behind Marit and deliver a decisive strike of her staff against the Volgender's back. Caught off guard, Marit was sent hurtling to the ground, a look of surprise etched across her face as the impact jolted through her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Marit found herself staring down the blunt tip of Ortlind's spear. Reacting instinctively, she conjured a darkened, flower-shaped shield to absorb the brunt of the blow, mitigating the damage as she was forcefully propelled away. In the middle of the chaos, Grimjord appeared in front of her once more, her staff swinging towards Marit with lethal intent. Yet, the purple-haired Volgender proved her mettle, instantly maneuvering her whip to entwine around Grimjord's weapon. With a sharp tug, she pulled Grimjord towards her, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Much to Myrte's surprise, Grimjord let out a thunderous clap in front of her, momentarily stunning the purple-haired Volgender. Instinctively shielding herself from the fierce wind, Myrte's senses were overwhelmed by the sudden assault. Before she could gather herself, Grimjord delivered a powerful blow, driving Myrte's head into the unforgiving ground. Stunned and disoriented, Marit lay helpless, feeling the weight of Grimjord's attack bearing down on her. In that moment of apparent triumph, Ortlind and Grimjord exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging their victory. However, their celebration was cut short as a surge of purple energy erupted from Myrte's prone form, causing Grimjord to instinctively jump back. Their eyes widened in disbelief as Marit underwent a startling transformation, her body morphing into a colossal purple flower, its imposing roots and tendrils snaking ominously across the battlefield. With a primal roar, the monstrous manifestation of Marit unleashed a barrage of entangling roots, attempting to ensnare friend and foe alike, including the unsuspecting Ailey and Helmwige. "What on earth is happening?" Helmwige exclaimed, her voice cutting through the chaos as she skillfully sliced apart encroaching roots and tendrils, all the while cradling Ailey protectively in her arms. With a nimble leap, she sought refuge atop a nearby building, surveying the unfolding mayhem below. Ailey's voice rang out accompanied by the turmoil, her explanation carrying a note of apprehension. Marit possesses the uncanny ability to morph into various flowers from our universe. She's known to scour laboratories or traverse the cosmos in search of unique specimens to enhance her collection. Each floral form harbors its own distinct powers and advantages, but this particular manifestation is entirely unfamiliar to me. Seeking clarification in the chaos, Helmwige turned to Ailey with a furrowed brow. "Can you identify this entity?" she inquired, her gaze flickering back to the tumult below. Regrettably, Ailey shook her head. "No, I'm afraid not. This is unlike any floral form I've encountered before. It appears Marit has stumbled upon this specimen quite recently," she responded, her tone tinged with concern as they grappled with the enigmatic threat unfolding before them. Helmwige nodded her head and informed the two Valkyries fighting it through their transceivers. "They'll go and bring her back to where Azathoth is. They'll leave that to you guys and rejoin soon," she informed them before teleporting away. In the middle of the chaos, Grimjerd and Ortlind gracefully danced through the onslaught of roots and tendrils, their movements both fluid and purposeful. Despite the daunting sight before them, they remained composed, their readiness to face the formidable enemy evident in their preparedness. As the monster unleashed a barrage of elemental petals, Grimjerd quickly formulated a plan. "It'll draw its attention. You defeat it, Ortlind," she suggested, met with immediate agreement from her steadfast companion. Without sparing another second, Grimjerd leaped into the fray, her staff extended as she unleashed a flurry of invisible aura slices, each strike precise and deadly. Her unseen attacks found their mark, slicing through the elemental-laden petals with lethal efficiency, steadily destroying the monster's offensive capabilities. At the same time, Ortlind seized the opportune moment to strike, vanishing from sight before reappearing behind the towering mass of Myrte's floral form. With a resolute thrust of her spear, she aimed directly for the monster's vulnerable back, determined to deliver the decisive blow that would bring an end to the chaotic confrontation. To Ortlind's dismay, her first strike was met with resistance as barriers and defensive petals appeared before her spear, stopping her attack with only a hair's breadth to spare. Before she could recalibrate her strategy, the ground erupted with jagged spikes, forcing her to hastily evade their lethal trajectory. A grimace was etched into her face. Ortlind wasted no time in retaliating, her spear cleaving through the spinning spikes with precision. However, her respite was short-lived as the shattered remnants erupted into a cascade of purple petals, each coalescing into smaller iterations of the monstrous entity, launching even more attacks from all sides towards her. Baffled by this unforeseen turn of events, Ortlind grappled with the escalating threat, her resolve firm even as she faced an onslaught from all directions. With a sense of urgency, she tapped into her arsenal of abilities, seeking to bring an end to the chaotic ordeal. As she prepared to engage her newfound enemies, Ortlind's attention was abruptly diverted by the sound of Grimjerd's annoyed screams echoing through their earpieces, a grim indication that their predicament wasn't just on her side. In dealing with the same issue, Grimjerd's panicked voice pierced through Ortlind's earpiece, confirming her suspicions of their shared predicament. Focused and resolute, Ortlind rapidly evaded the relentless onslaught from the swarming flower monsters and Marit, her mind racing for a solution in the chaos. Summoning her inner resolve, Ortlind took a decisive leap, disappearing from view before reappearing within the swirling petals. With precision, she unleashed her anti-regeneration ability, severing the petals with a single decisive stroke of her spear. Relief washed over her as the threat of small monsters dissipated, clearing the path for her to refocus her efforts on the towering form of Marit. Enough of this charade, Ortlind muttered to herself, her annoyance increasing as she prepared to deliver the final blow. However, before she could act, a thunderous impact reverberated through the air as a colossal battle axe descended upon the monstrous entity. The resounding clang echoed through the battlefield as the blunt force of the axe struck, eliciting a furious roar of anger from the enraged creature. With a bit of surprise, Ortlind turned her gaze towards the newcomer, her heart swelling with gratitude at the sight of Helmwij's return. Yet, even as relief washed over her, a renewed sense of urgency gripped her heart as she braced herself for the imminent retaliation from their formidable creature. Enough of this. Let's do that to end this. Helmwij's declaration rang out in their earpieces as she descended to the ground, her mighty battle axe cutting through the ranks of smaller monsters with ruthless efficiency. Grimjord's response crackled with anticipation. "All right, let's go," she exclaimed, a confident smirk gracing her face as she assumed her designated position, ready to end this short battle. With a cold manner, Ortlind echoed her comrade's sentiments. "Agreed. Let's bring this to an end," she affirmed, her hand outstretched towards the towering form of Marit. In response to her gesture, intricate Norse-style magic circles appeared all around Marit, encircling her in a web of magic circles designed to impede her movements and sap her strength. Simultaneously, towering poles reminiscent of Grimjord's staff erupted from the ground, their sinuous forms ensnaring Myrte's monstrous manifestation and gradually sealing away her powers. With their enemy effectively immobilized, Helmwij and Ortlind dashed forward as one, their weapons raised high in readiness for the final blow. With a shared resolve burning bright in their eyes, they closed in on Marit, poised to deliver the decisive strike that would bring an end to the chaotic battle once and for all. With perfect synchronization, Helmwij and Ortlind surged ahead, their weapons emitting an ethereal glow as they closed in on the ensnared Marit. In unison, they leaped into the air, their movements flawlessly coordinated as they swung their weapons towards their immobilized enemy. The resounding impact of their simultaneous strikes reverberated through the air as their weapons made contact with Marit, leaving behind a trail of ancient Norse symbols etched into her flesh. With each strike, the symbols multiplied exponentially, enveloping Marit in a web of mystical energy that gradually petrified her in place. As the spell took hold, Myrte's monstrous form began to unravel, reverting back to her normal state and rendered her unconscious. Bruised and battered, she lay upon the ground, the remnants of their coordinated attack visible on her body. Despite the severity of her injuries, there was a lingering certainty that she would ultimately recover from this ordeal, her life preserved by the combined efforts of Helmwij and Ortlind. "Fantastic work, everyone!" Helmwij's joyful shout was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a powerful attack in the distance, a menacing threat that demanded their immediate attention. Their eyes focused on the approaching icy spikes, which surrounded the cities of Svaleria in a foreboding show of strength. Although the culprit remained unknown, the urgency of the situation prompted them to act quickly. "I will take Marit with me," Helmwij announced, her voice serious as she secured the unconscious Volgender with strong restraints. "I will meet up with all of you at the scene. I feel the presence of Odin Sama and Gondal Sama there." With a mutual understanding, they went their separate ways, Helmwij teleporting away with her captive in tow as the rest of the group hurried towards the unfolding chaos. Odin, Brynhildr, and Gondal found themselves locked in a harrowing battle against Sonia, the relentless onslaught of ice attacks wreaking havoc upon the cities below. With each devastating strike, the once thriving metropolis lay in ruins, casualties mounting with each passing moment. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them, Sonia remained unfazed by the collateral damage, her singular focus fixed upon executing her duty as the new goddess of her species and carrying out her mother's bidding without remorse. This is proving to be more challenging than I thought, Odin muttered, his movements swift and agile as he maneuvered to evade the barrage of ice projectiles. We must find a way to counter her ice attacks. Normal flames won't suffice. What can melt this ice? He pondered aloud, his voice strained with urgency as they continued their desperate struggle for survival. Brynhildr gracefully avoided the relentless attacks of ice hounds, her mind grappling with the unprecedented challenge posed by Sonya's seemingly invincible ice attacks. As she evaded each icy onslaught, her thoughts turned wistful, contemplating the strange nature of their enemies and the different rules governing this universe. Ice that defies conventional melting methods, truly a strange anomaly, Brynhildr pondered, her voice tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Perhaps Rosweiss and Latia were onto something. The rules of this universe may not align with our own. While some aspects remain familiar, there are fundamental differences at play. Meanwhile, Gondal remained focused, using her shield to deflect the onslaught of ice attacks with relative ease. Despite her strategic analysis of Sonya's abilities, she found herself at an impasse. It wasn't a lack of strategy that hindered them. Rather, it was the near-invincible barrier posed by the strange ice itself. Gondal's silent determination masked the frustration simmering beneath the surface. While victory over Sonya seemed within reach, the invincible nature of the ice presented an insurmountable obstacle, stopping their every attempt to secure victory. Gondal grew increasingly frustrated as she discovered that Sonya's ice had properties beyond being unmeltable. It not only resisted conventional magical and elemental attacks, but also displayed an unprecedented level of durability, bolstered by the surrounding ice and snow, making it nearly invulnerable to being destroyed. Realizing the severity of their predicament, Gondal considered reaching out to Kuntuar for assistance. With a sense of urgency, she tapped her earpiece, initiating contact with a knowledgeable woman. Kuntuar, we're facing a dire situation here, Gondal began urgently, her voice betraying the gravity of the situation. Sonya's ice is proving to be a bit more complex than I initially thought. It's resistant to all kinds of techniques for bypassing or neutralizing it. Do you have any insights or solutions? Kuntuar's response came swiftly, her tone conveying a mixture of concern and determination. I am already aware of the situation, Kuntuar interjected, her voice tinged with calmness. I can provide you with a temporary solution to bypass the ice, but be warned, it possesses adaptive properties, making it difficult to fully circumvent. There exists only one flame in this universe capable of melting it, and, unfortunately, it has been missing for quite some time. Gondal's astonishment at Kuntuar's revelation was quickly overwhelmed by a newfound excitement. With an excited calmness, she conveyed her confidence in their ability to defeat Sonya, boosted by the assurance of Kuntuar's assistance. Very well, with all three of us, we can overcome her without too much difficulty. Please lend us your aid, Gondal transmitted through her earpiece, her voice firm as she prepared to unleash their newfound advantage. In response to their plea, a strange energy surged through their bodies, engulfing them in a scorching heat. Reacting instinctively, Odin wasted no time in hurling a barrage of fireballs toward Sonya, the flames streaking through the air with newfound intensity. To their amazement, Sonya's usual calm demeanor wavered as the attacks pierced through her icy defenses, engulfing her in flames. The skies erupted in a fiery spectacle as the fireballs made direct contact with their target, creating explosions that reverberated through the air. Odin's laughter boomed with unrestrained joy, a triumphant expression crossing his face as he reveled in the satisfaction of landing a decisive blow. There it is. At last, a direct hit, he exclaimed jubilantly, his spirits lifted by the realization that victory was within their grasp. Sonya's retaliatory offensive shattered the fleeting moment of victory, her obvious fury unleashing a barrage of icicles upon them. With age-old finesse, Odin effortlessly obliterated the incoming projectiles with a quick slash of Gungnir, his undiminished grin a testament to his prowess. In a daring move, Odin reappeared behind Sonya in the blink of an eye, thrusting his spear towards her with lethal intent. Sonya attempted to freeze the weapon in its tracks, but to her shock, it resisted her icy grasp, effortlessly melting the frost upon contact. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Sonya's defenses faltered, allowing Odin's attack to graze her side. Drawing blood, her eyes widened in disbelief at the realization of her vulnerability, her shock quickly giving way to simmering fury. Silent but seething with rage, Sonya locked eyes with Odin, her gaze filled with unbridled fury. Before Odin could react, a wave of unease washed over him, prompting him to instinctively teleport away to safety. In Odin's absence, Sonya wasted no time in launching a devastating counterattack, appearing at his previous location with a giant blade in hand. With a single still motion, she swung the massive weapon horizontally, cleaving through the tops of the surrounding buildings with terrifying ease. The destructive force of her strike sent shockwaves rippling through the planet, killing more Volgenders, ice-like bears, and Kalorhine's ice army. Before Sonya could unleash her rage, a gentle voice resonated in her mind, urging her to regain her composure. Although unfamiliar, the voice emanated a sense of peace, reassuring Sonya of its loyalty to her mother and revealing fragments of memories belonging to Kalorhine. With each memory unveiled, Sonya felt a wave of calmness wash over her, the anger dissipating from her expression as she floated peacefully in the air. However, the newfound tranquility was short-lived as the voice spoke again, its words dripping with deceitful sweetness. Destroy them. They obstruct the perfect world you and your mother seek, the voice urged, its tone betraying a sinister intent beneath its sugary facade. In an instant, Sonya appeared beside Odin, her blade poised to strike with deadly accuracy. Reacting with reflexes honed by years of battle experience, Odin raised Gungnir to block the incoming blow, surrounded by a myriad of Norse-style magic circles. Yet, despite his efforts, the force behind Sonya's strike proved overwhelming, shattering the protective magic circles and sending Odin hurtling through the air. The impact of his crash reverberated through the city, causing buildings to crumble in his wake as shockwaves rippled outward from the epicenter of their clash. As Brynhildr re-entered the fray, she unleashed a barrage of magic attacks towards Sonya, her determination driving her forward despite the goddess' apparent disregard. To Brynhildr's dismay, her attacks met with little response from Sonya, who remained fixated on her pursuit of Odin. Sensing danger lurking nearby, Brynhildr's instincts kicked into overdrive, prompting her to quickly evade a volley of ice blades aimed in her direction. With a sense of urgency, she retreated from the immediate threat, her gaze locking onto two ice clones of Sonya, each brandishing their own weapons with deadly intent. With a frown, Brynhildr wasted no time in confronting the icy doppelgangers, her resolve firm. I don't have time for this. I'll end this quickly, she declared resolutely, her voice cutting through the chaos of battle. In an instant, Brynhildr closed the distance between herself and the ice clones, her palms slamming into their stomachs with decisive force. As her touch made contact, intricate Norse-style magic circles appeared upon the clones, signaling the beginning of her technique. With the clones surrounded by swirling blue and red flames, Brynhildr sprang into action without hesitation. She promptly kicked the clones, sending them tumbling backward before summoning her Mistiltine wand, a powerful wand created by Aaron himself. Activating the wand, Brynhildr channeled her power into the flames, infusing them with an enchantment that gave each flame a distinct characteristic. The blue flames enhanced the effects of the red, which were meant to melt the clones from the inside out. Brynhildr had observed that these clones likely housed a core within their stomachs, serving as a source of power. Before the clones could retaliate, Brynhildr unleashed a relentless barrage of magic attacks, conjuring numerous magic circles above her. Without delay, Each magical attack struck the clones from all angles, gradually chipping away at their icy exteriors. As the onslaught continued, the clones began to disintegrate, their icy limbs crumbling under Brynhilder's magic. Eventually, only their glowing cores remained, vulnerable targets for Brynhilder's enchanted flames. With a final surge of power, the flames engulfed the cores, reducing the clones to nothing more than scattered remnants of ice and vapor. Brynhilder watched in awe as Gondel effortlessly vanquished the ice clones that had been sent her way, her grace and composure shining through even in the face of overwhelming odds. Despite being outnumbered, Gondel remained unperturbed, her movements quick and decisive. Caught in the gaze of Gondel, Brynhilder received a reassuring wave before the seasoned warrior gestured towards Odin, indicating the need for assistance. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Brynhilder nodded in agreement, her determination renewed as they both hurried towards Odin's location. Meanwhile, Odin found himself engaged in a fierce duel with Sonja, her relentless attacks pushing him to his limits. Despite maintaining a facade of nonchalance, the strain of their battle weighed heavily upon him, his body aching from the wounds inflicted by Sonja's previous attack. "You're quite spirited, aren't you?" Odin remarked, his smirk masking the discomfort he was feeling. In response, Sonja remained silent, her focus unchanging as she unleashed another barrage of ice attacks. A massive ice spike erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Odin with deadly precision, threatening to break through his defenses and cause further harm. That was when Schwertlight appeared on the battlefield. She rapidly moved to intercept the looming ice spike, slicing it into harmless shards in a single move. With her focus now fixed on Sonja, she unleashed a barrage of aura slashes, each strike imbued with formidable power. Sonja countered with her own ice slashes, the clash of energies filling the air with a dense mist as their attacks collided in a spectacular display of force. Undeterred, Schwertlight closed the distance between herself and Sonja, engaging the goddess in a fierce mid-air duel. Meanwhile, Brynhilder joined the fray, unleashing a relentless onslaught of raw magic attacks against Sonja, her strikes augmented by the power of her enchanted wand. Together, the Valkyries coordinated their efforts, their combined attacks relentless in its intensity. Accompanied by the chaos, Gondel began to channel her energy, preparing to unleash a devastating final attack to bring an end to the battle. Sensing the impending threat, Sonja conjured more ice clones, sending them hurtling towards Gondel. However, before the clones could reach their target, the Valkyries Helmwige, Ortlind, and Grimgerd intervened, intercepting the clones and immediately destroyed them. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against her, Sonja remained strangely composed in the chaos around her. As each Valkyrie joined forces to stop her, their relentless attacks seemed to have little impact on her demeanor. Together with the frenzied battle, a sense of uncertainty loomed among the Valkyries. United in their mission to capture Sonja, they were conflicted about the best course of action in the absence of Aaron's guidance. Without his direction, they grappled with the dilemma of what to do with the artificial god before them. While some believed that capturing Sonja and Kalorahine was the right decision, others harbored doubts about the morality and consequences of keeping such a being with them. The ethical implications of harboring a construct that was once someone's daughter, transformed into a deity through artificial means, weighed heavily on their minds. Ultimately, the Valkyries agreed to defer the decision to Aaron, recognizing his authority and expertise in matters concerning Sonja. Once the battle had ceased, they would entrust Aaron with the responsibility of determining Sonja's fate. Understanding the complexities of the situation and the need for careful consideration to reach a resolution. Bracing themselves for the final showdown with Sonja, the Valkyries were suddenly thrown aside by an unseen force, leaving them confused from the unexpected move. Accompanied by the sudden force, an ominous voice echoed through the air, its chilling proclamation sending shivers down their spines. "I will help the voice intoned, creating a sense of foreboding that filled the space around them. What the heck was that? Caught off guard by the unsettling declaration, Helmwige voiced her apprehension, her words tinged with unease at the eerie presence that surrounded them. Before their startled eyes, a strange entity began to form above Sonia, its body looming ominously against the backdrop of swirling ice and snow. Clad in white with piercing blue eyes and claws, the entity exuded an aura of menace, its veil of water glowing ominously behind it. As the temperature plummeted and frost began to encroach upon their surroundings, the Valkyries watched in apprehension, their instincts urging them to retreat from the encroaching ice. With a mixture of fear and curiosity, they stared at the mysterious entity before them. Centurado controlling and influencing Calorahine? Schwartlight inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. Hey, weren't you on your way to Aoife, Schwartlight? Helmwige interjected, bringing a moment of lightheartedness into the tense atmosphere, earning a swift rebuke from Gondel. Now is not the time for distractions. Stay focused, Gondel scolded, causing Helmwige to shrink back, acknowledging her mistake. I sensed the disturbance and altered my course. As for Aoife, she didn't respond to any of my attempts to reach her, so I assumed she was preoccupied, Schwartlight explained, her tone tinged with apprehension. We must bring an end to them now, Sonia. I'll assist you, proclaimed Pilanalis. Above them, a myriad of diamond-shaped ice formations materialized in the sky, casting an eerie glow around them. Rings encircled Sonia and Pilanalis, as though preparing them for battle. With a commanding gesture, Pilanalis raised its arm, conjuring colossal swords from the very ground around the planet. These massive blades, visible even from space, stood as a testament to the power they possessed. Go! No flames or abilities can breach that invisible ice anymore, commanded Pilanalis. Without hesitation, Sonia charged towards the group. Schwartlight, determined to stop Sonia, flew towards her, sword drawn for battle. Yet, to her astonishment, an invisible barrier intercepted her strike, reminiscent of Aaron's infinity. However, she could hear faint cracking sounds as her blade met the unseen obstruction. Move, Sonia muttered under her breath as she swung her arm at Schwartlight, only to have her attack deflected by the woman's quick block. Despite her efforts, Schwartlight was still propelled halfway across the planet by the force of Sonia's blow. In response, Brynhilde extended her hand towards Sonia, summoning glowing white chains that emerged from the ground and ensnared Sonia's body, or rather, the invisible ice encasing it. Gleipnir? Odin interjected with a chuckle. I hadn't realized you possessed such a powerful tool, Brynhilde, unless Gene Boy distributed them to your entire group. Brynhilde narrowed her eyes and retorted, there are numerous Gleipnirs within the Valkyrie squad's arsenal, yet we seldom use them. Odin was taken aback by the revelation, but quickly composed himself, realizing Aaron's strategic decision to provide each member of Brynhilde's command with replicas of the powerful artifact. He harbored no reservations, trusting both the squad's competence and Aaron's discernment in the matter. Let us forge ahead, Odin proclaimed, his eyes locked on Pilanalis as he wielded his weapon, preparing for the showdown. With even more energy, he lunged forward, aiming directly at the enigmatic entity, while Pilanalis remained unervingly still. The force of Odin's attack surged towards Pilanalis, but instead of hitting its mark, it slowed to a crawl, morphing into an icy projectile redirected back at Odin with alarming speed, piercing his shoulder. Despite the pain, Odin maintained his smirk. Well, isn't this a delightful surprise? I would expect such play from Gene Boy, but from that entity? Color me surprised, he remarked, his excitement palpable. Undeterred by the unexpected turn of events, Gondel summoned a compact fireball crackling with intense energy. With precision honed from years of battle, she unleashed it upon Sonia, the flames dancing with ferocity. Yet, as the fiery orb hurtled towards its target, Pilanalis remained passive, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos, offering no aid to Sonya, who stood ensnared in the flames' path. The condensed fireball collided with Sonya, causing a massive explosion that was felt far beyond the planet's borders, its shockwaves rippling through space and reshaping the celestial rocks in its path. The spectacle was a testament to the sheer magnitude of the power used by Gondal. As the smoke dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the devastating blast, disbelief spread across their faces as they witnessed Sonya, untouched by the inferno, enveloped in an invisible shield of ice bestowed upon her by Pilanalis. Their voices faltered, silenced by the incredulity of the scene before them. Has the ice adapted? Gondal pondered, her eyes fixed on the seemingly unscathed girl. Doubt crept into her mind, overshadowing her confidence. With unease in her mind, she unleashed a barrage of fiery attacks, each one met with the same impenetrable defense, reminiscent of Aaron's impenetrable infinity, blocking every onslaught without any problems. Pilanalis' lips curved into a subtle smirk, a silent declaration of her superiority as she basked in the futility of her enemy's efforts to stop her plans for domination over the planet and its inhabitants. Throughout history, she had emerged victorious against countless people, her unmatched powers and unchallenged authority solidifying her reputation. Unbothered by the weak resistance before her, Pilanalis regarded them with disdain, seeing them as nothing more than insignificant nuisances. Her past encounters with various resistance groups had only reinforced her contempt for those who dared oppose her. And even a newfound strength of the latest resistance faction failed to impress her. Perish, she commanded with icy resolve, unleashing yet another onslaught of frozen attacks upon Gondal's group, her disdain evident in every crystalline shard that tore through the air towards her enemies. Gondal retaliated swiftly, summoning her own magic circles to channel elemental attacks against Pilanalis' fierce, icy attacks. Despite her best efforts, her attacks met the same fate as before, colliding with Pilanalis' ice with explosive force but inflicting no harm. With agility born of desperation, Gondal evaded the ensuing chaos as Pilanalis' attacks ravaged the ground beneath them. Barato, is there any alternative method to break through that ice? Gondal inquired urgently through their earpieces, her voice tinged with concern. I am 68 complete in devising a new flame capable of bypassing it. However, be advised that the ice's adaptability and immunity to attacks escalate rapidly, allowing for only a brief window of effectiveness, Kuntwar relayed with calculated precision. Understood. Well, keep that in mind, Gondal acknowledged grimly, her gaze shifting to her comrades as they fought valiantly against Pilanalis' relentless barrage of attacks, their survival hanging in the balance. In a sudden turn of events, Sonya broke free from the restraints that bound her, conjuring icy constructs as she took flight, positioning herself next to Pilanalis. Together, they watched Gondal's group below, embroiled in a desperate struggle against their unrelenting attacks. This will become routine for us, Sonya. Remember it well, for we will conquer many more worlds in the future, Pilanalis conveyed to the budding goddess, her tone filled with anticipation. Sonya nodded somberly, her gaze steady as she surveyed the battlefield below. Yes, Pilanalis. I understand, she confirmed, her voice sounding solemn. Their contemplation was abruptly interrupted as massive ice slashes hurtled towards them, piercing through their invisible defenses with shocking precision, catching them off guard. Simultaneously, a gravely injured Calorahine was hurled towards them, her presence adding to the chaos unfolding before them. Mother! Sonya's voice quivered with horror at the sight of her mother, Calorahine, bearing the harsh marks of battle, her form worn down by the fierce struggle she had endured, clearly wounded from the conflict. Even Pilanalis, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly conjured a visible barrier of ice around them in a desperate attempt at protection. Yet, to their amazement, Aoife broke through their defenses with a fierce attack, her attacks cutting through the icy shield with relentless force, albeit less potent than before. Despite sustaining numerous cuts, Aoife emerged triumphant against duel between her and Calorahine, her resilience a proof of her skill. As the barrage subsided, Gondel and her companions hurried to her side, worry etched on their faces. Aoife, they exclaimed together, their relief tangible as they gathered around her. "I'm fine," Aoife reassured them, her smirk disguising the severity of her injuries. "Just got a little carried away with Calorahine, it seems. Consider it the first round in our little battle." Gondel wasted no time in giving Aoife a slime pill. And just like that, her injuries disappeared and her strength returned, preparing herself to join the battle once more. "Let's see what you're made of, Calorahine. Or are you already satisfied?" Aoife declared, her sword poised to strike against the queen of the Volgenders. Calorahine chuckled, her sass and personality never leaving her. "I'm far from done, little one. Our fight has only just started," but before Calorahine could finish her response, a sudden figure appeared behind her and struck her down with a blade, leaving the assembled fighters stunned and disbelieving. The air grew tense as they saw the perpetrator, none other than Ivakin. With a malicious smile, Ivakin taunted, "Take that, you pathetic fool. Your schemes end here." As he twisted the blade, Calorahine let out a pained groan. However, before the chaos could escalate any further, Sonia broke out of her shock, delivering a swift kick to Ivakin, sending him through a few buildings. She launched a series of icy attacks at him, but Aoife intercepted the projectiles with deadly precision, her sword effortlessly cutting through the frozen attacks. "Ivakin, you sly devil, have you been waiting for this moment?" Aoife's question lingered in the air as she held onto Ivakin, his bloodied form defiantly grinning back at her. "You bet I was." Ivakin's response was filled with excitement as they reunited with their comrades. Shanata and Natasha joined them, bolstering their numbers for the upcoming conflict. Struggling to move and breathe, Calorahine turned her gaze to Pilanalis, a silent plea in her eyes. Pilanalis, usually unmoved by the plight of the weak, felt an unfamiliar twinge in her heart and soul at the sight of her longest-serving host. After a moment's thought, Pilanalis nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, it is time," Pilanalis confirmed, her voice resonating with an ominous certainty. "Prepare yourselves." The statement marked the start of a new chapter in their conflict, one that would shape the fate of the world. Without hesitation, Pilanalis shifted seamlessly into a small, almost invisible blue orb and merged with Calorahine's body. Gazing at her daughter with a mix of affection and sorrow, Calorahine tenderly placed her forehead against Sonia's. "Live on." Even as the snow finally melts, she whispered, a cryptic message heavy with significance. Before Sonia could fully grasp the weight of her mother's words, a radiant glow surrounded Calorahine, her missing eye and arm regenerating in a miraculous display of power. Snow and ice swirled around her, forming a towering pillar that enclosed her completely. As the ice pillar shimmered with otherworldly light, it suddenly erupted in a spectacular explosion, scattering icy shards in all directions. A chilling wind swept through the aftermath, announcing the arrival of the reborn Calorahine, floating amidst the icy remnants. The new Calorahine exuded an aura of regal majesty, crowned with icy spikes adorning her head. Her hair, now a striking shade of blue-purple, billowed in the wind, while her attire mirrored the hues of her surroundings. With her spear encased in ice at her side, she stood resolute, a formidable figure reborn from the years of agonizing hardship. Calorahine's gaze swept over the gathered group, her eyes revealing no trace of emotion as her transformation neared completion. Yet, as an icy stillness descended upon them, a chilling realization dawned on the fighters. The temperature dropped rapidly. A freezing frost began to cover their bodies, creeping across their skin and enveloping them in icy tendrils, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. Across the planet, the relentless freeze spread like an unstoppable tide, engulfing everything in its icy embrace. Buildings, trees, and all forms of life succumbed to the unyielding cold, frozen in time by this incomprehensible phenomenon that defied all reason. In the middle of this icy assault, Sonya, Azathoth, and Aoife remained untouched, their bodies seemingly immune to the freezing grip that consumed their surroundings. As they surveyed the frozen landscape, a realization settled upon them. They alone possessed the resilience to withstand the encroaching freeze, a glimmer of hope amidst the icy despair. "We leave this task to you," Aoife, Gondel whispered, her eyes fixed on Aoife with confidence before the cold took hold of her, freezing her in place. Brynhildr, Odin, and the other Valkyries nodded in silent reassurance, their smiles expressing their faith in Aoife and Erin's ability to overcome the dire situation. Natasha pulled Shonata close, wrapping her in a warm embrace as they both began to succumb to the freezing cold. Despite the encroaching despair, Natasha hummed a familiar lullaby, a melody that brought comfort to her granddaughter's troubled heart. Shonata, initially panicked, found solace in the familiar tune, settling into her grandmother's embrace as they accepted their fate. Meanwhile, Ivakin, ever defiant even in the face of impending doom, shook his head in frustration. "Darn it, why must it end like this? Might as well make an exit with flair," he muttered, striking a unique pose as the frost consumed him, freezing him in an eccentric display of resistance. "I will," Sonya began, her intent clear as she moved to strike Aoife, but her attack was intercepted as Aoife swiftly grabbed her arm and pulled her away, a perplexing turn of events. As Sonya glanced towards the source of the incoming threat, she saw a colossal sword of ice hurtling towards her, launched by Kalorahine herself. The realization that her own mother had attempted to harm her sent shockwaves of disbelief coursing through Sonya's mind. "Why, Mother? Alice, why?" Sonya's voice trembled with confusion and despair as she struggled to comprehend their actions, her heart heavy with betrayal. "Don't waste your breath. It appears that Alice has taken control of your mother's body and is manipulating it to her own ends. It's likely she won't hear your words anymore," Aoife explained, her words cutting through Sonya's confusion like a knife. "Our best course of action is to fight together and find a way to separate them, rather than allowing ourselves to be pitted against each other." Sonya pondered her decision before conceding. "Very well. But let it be known that my loyalty lies only with my mother, not with you or the resistance," she stated firmly. "Understood," Aoife acknowledged, her determination unwavering. "Let's concentrate on the task at hand." With a united front, Sonya and Aoife propelled themselves towards Kalorahine, who had summoned massive ice dragons encircling the world, causing chaos upon the land below. Drawing upon her own formidable power, Sonya conjured another immense blade of ice, swinging it with all her might towards the towering ice dragon. However, despite her efforts, the clash resulted in a stalemate, with neither her sword nor the dragon's body budging. Meanwhile, Aoife darted across the surface of the dragon's icy form, her blade moving swiftly as she skillfully sliced through the ice soldiers emerging from its body, destroying their ranks with calculated precision. "The flame is ready, but it will only last for 5 minutes," Kuntwar informed Aoife and Sonya, stunning the young goddess with a voice that suddenly entered her head. "Give it to us, Kuntwar!" Aoife exclaimed eagerly, a low blue glow emanating from their bodies as they tapped into the power of the newly acquired flame. Wasting no time, Aoife channeled the fiery energy into her strikes, dragging her sword across the icy dragon's body with relentless force. The blue flames ignited the ice, causing it to rapidly melt beneath her feet as she ascended into the sky, her sights set on Kalorahine, who observed with an impassive gaze. As Aoife closed in, she unleashed a flurry of slashes towards Kalorahine, imbuing each strike with a potent combination of ice, ethereal green aura, and the scorching blue flames granted by her ally. The queen responded with defensive maneuvers, conjuring multiple large ice shields to ward off the incoming onslaught. However, to her astonishment, The shields crumbled almost instantly upon contact with the searing flames, leaving her vulnerable in the face of their combined assault. Kalorahine agilely avoided Aoife's initial strike, her senses heightened as she surveyed the area. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Aoife appeared behind her, her blade wreathed in blazing blue flames, dangerously close to Kalorahine's face. In an instant, Aoife's blade met Kalorahine's icy exterior, shattering the frozen mask and causing it to partially melt before being hurled to the ground. The impact rippled through the battlefield, leaving Kalorahine momentarily dazed. "You'll take care of the dragons. You focus on Mother." Sonia's commanding voice pierced through the chaos as she swiftly assumed control of the situation. Aoife nodded in agreement, their thoughts the same as they prepared to face their respective foes. As Kalorahine emerged from the debris, the ice on her face melting away only to swiftly reform, she maintained her impassive demeanor. However, before Aoife could react, a massive spear of ice descended upon her, presenting a formidable challenge that she could not ignore. Aoife quickly dissolved the incoming ice spear, the searing blue flames on her blade, turning it to water before she boldly charged towards Kalorahine. With an intense swing of her weapon, she aimed to break through the Ice Queen's defenses. To her surprise, Kalorahine intercepted the attack with shocking speed, catching Aoife's blade in her hand. The intense heat of the flames scorched Kalorahine's hand, but quickly began to regenerate, showcasing her formidable powers. Before Aoife could react, a barrage of sharp ice struck her, knocking her back. Adding to her injuries, an additional limb of ice extended from Kalorahine's back, striking Aoife with devastating force and sending her crashing down to the city below, wreaking havoc upon the buildings in her descent. Lying in the middle of the rubble, pain coursing through her body, Aoife came to a sudden realization with startling clarity she had underestimated Kalorahine's strength, allowing her own overconfidence to cloud her judgment. It was a costly mistake, one that she would not soon forget as she struggled to rise from the wreckage, determination burning anew within her. Kalorahine towered over Aoife, casting a chilling shadow over the wounded woman below. As the frigid winds intensified, Aoife stood her ground, her body trembling with both cold and resolve, her blade gripped tightly in defiance as blood seeped from her wounds. Finally breaking her silence, Kalorahine spoke with an air of grim determination. "In the pursuit of creating a perfect world for myself and my species, sacrifices must be made. You are but one of many," she declared, her words carrying the weight of inevitability. Raising her hand, Kalorahine summoned forth an enormous meteor of ice, a colossal ball that was 10 times the size of the planet, a clear show of her powers. The icy behemoth dwarfed the planet itself, casting a shadow over everything below. In that moment, despair washed over Aoife like a tidal wave, her body trembling with fear as she stared up at the impending cataclysm. Yet, accompanied by the overwhelming despair, a glimmer of hope remained. She knew he would come to her aid, just as she had always been there for him in times of need, before their paths diverged. With that thought burning bright in her heart, Aoife braced herself for the impending impact, clinging to the flicker of hope that burned within her, praying for salvation in her darkest hour. In the dim expansiveness, Aaron Toole persisted, unfazed by the multitude of voices reverberating around him. His journey had been grueling, riddled with obstacles, yet he pushed forward relentlessly, fixated on a singular goal. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached his destination. Beside him stood a companion, a silent presence that had facilitated his progress. As he gazed toward the hill crowned with flickering flames, Aaron couldn't help but acknowledge the trials he had overcome. "You've finally given in, huh?" "It was quite the ordeal," Aaron remarked with a weary sigh, recognizing the challenges he had faced. "One cannot achieve without sacrifice," the figure responded, their voice laced with wisdom. "Whether physical, emotional, or mental, something must be relinquished to attain. With these words lingering in the air, Aaron steeled himself for the challenges ahead, knowing that each step forward would demand a sacrifice, yet clinging to the hope that it would bring him closer to his ultimate objective. The robe finally slipped off the figure, unveiling her form, a woman who seemed to be in her early 30s. Her long crimson hair flowed down her back, her eyes a gentle shade of orange, and she adorned herself in regal attire, a crimson dress befitting her status, complemented by a crown adorning her head. A woman? The keeper of the eternal flame is a woman? Well, it'll be damned. So, why did you reach out to me? Aaron inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. I am dying, she replied solemnly. I have poured the remnants of my powers into the flame atop the hill. Alongside the other leaders of the resistance over the years, as well as others who harbored a fervent desire for change in this universe, their wills endure within it, as does mine, she explained. Aaron gazed at her for what felt like an eternity before letting out a heavy sigh and turning his gaze back to the hill. Why me? It's like I'm being sought after by every high-ranking figure from every pantheon, faction, or universe, he murmured. Because you were chosen by me. I've been watching you since the moment you entered this universe, she said, raising her hand. I will show you the history of the flame. Before them, a screen made of flames appeared. On it, they witnessed Lucius Benevolentia, his team, and the very first iteration of the resistance. Aaron also caught sight of Esena within the memories. He watched their journey unfold, the challenges they faced, the moments of joy and sorrow, and the growth they experienced. It was a difficult path, but in the end, it forged them into stronger individuals. As time flowed on, the resistance grew, becoming an unstoppable presence in a universe that Fumara could no longer overlook. It was only a matter of time before their inevitable clash occurred, and it eventually happened, resulting in the overwhelming defeat of the resistance. Along with the wreckage, Esena emerged as the lone survivor, only to be captured and kept prisoner until her eventual rescue. Meanwhile, the Keeper of the Eternal Flame recounted the grim tales of the Resistance's various eras, each marked by brave efforts to resist Fumara's oppression, yet ultimately ending in tragedy as they were all vanquished, one by one. Despite their resolve, the remaining members of the Resistance were scattered throughout the cosmos, their aspirations continually shattered, as each new leader rose only to suffer a similar fate. With each defeat, the cycle began anew, as another fearless individual stepped up to reignite the flames of resistance, only to face the same dismal outcome before they could bring about lasting change or confront any significant adversaries. Witnessing the tragic cycle play out in front of him, Aaron couldn't help but feel a deep sense of empathy for the fallen resistance fighters. Their struggles seemed to be in vain in the heart of constant defeat, leading many to doubt the legitimacy of their recent victories, seen as nothing more than lucky accidents. Centuries of hardship had hardened the collective spirit, making it nearly impossible for anyone to see beyond the cloud of despair. "What's your name?" Aaron suddenly asked once the solemn demonstration came to an end. She returned his gaze with a smile. "Blessara, that's my name." "Blessara, huh? It's a lovely name. So, what should I do with this information?" "I'm already giving the resistance a lot in the battle against Fumara and her organization," Aaron inquired, his tone tinged with a touch of uncertainty. Blessara gazed thoughtfully at Aaron, then turned her attention to the fiery orb perched atop the hill, her expression contemplative. After a brief pause, she looked back at him, her smile tinged with sadness and weariness. "Not many are privy to the events of our era. It has since become known as the Ancient Era, with much of its history lost to the sands of time, courtesy of Fumara and Magnum Tenebrosum's erasure," she lamented. "There exists a wealth of rich history and tragedy from that time, enough material to fill an entire series of books." As she spoke, the ground beneath them began to shift, revealing an array of scenes from the past. Gods and Celestials once coexisted, though I hesitate to say it was a harmonious existence. Tensions simmered beneath the surface, with skirmishes erupting across the cosmos. Many among us led entire species from different planets or dimensions. But everything changed when the war began, she recounted, her tone heavy with solemnity. Va? Aaron questioned, his gaze drawn to the unfolding events depicted on the shifting ground. Blessara nodded solemnly. Yes, a war. The entirety of the universe became embroiled in it, instigated by none other than Magnum Tenebrosum. Fumara later entered the fray, exacerbating the conflict. Two gods and two Celestials found themselves at odds, their simmering tensions threatening to erupt into full-scale war at any moment. Yet none among them dared to make the first move. However, as I mentioned, Magnum Tenebrosum and Fumara took matters into their own hands. Instead of confronting the issue directly, Magnum Tenebrosum seized control of one of the Celestial's most trusted followers, orchestrating a fatal injury and framing the two gods for the deed. And so, the seeds of war were sown, Blessura elaborated, her voice heavy with the weight of history. The view below them shifted, revealing a landscape of chaos and devastation. Planets lay in ruin, entire species and spaceships destroyed in the clashes of warring gods and Celestials in the depths of space. Countless beings, followers of their respective deities, engaged in brutal battles on numerous worlds. Accompanied by the carnage, a sinister, wispy black cloud, bearing a menacing mouth, hovered ominously, overseeing the unfolding chaos. That is the visage of Magnum Tenebrosum from that era, Blessara explained, her tone heavy with sorrow. As you know, outer gods possess the ability to assume any form they desire. He reveled in the havoc he wreaked, the death toll climbing into the hundreds of millions within a short span of time. The violence continued to escalate, threatening the very fabric of our universe with annihilation. But she trailed off, her voice tinged with anticipation. Once again, Cinturado. He simply felt like it. Aaron's distress was evident as he watched the relentless bloodshed. None, Blessara confirmed, her voice heavy with sorrow. I asked that very question before they thought they had killed me. Magnum Tenebrosum's response was chillingly simple. Chaos is the way of outer gods. If we do not sow chaos, what reason do we have for existing? Those words have haunted me ever since, she confessed, her gaze filled with haunted memories. The scene shifted once more, revealing Fumara whispering something to Magnum Tenebrosum, her words carrying a weighty significance. Magnum Tenebrosum pondered her counsel before ultimately acquiescing. With a simple snap of his fingers, he unleashed devastation upon the remaining gods and Celestials, obliterating them in an instant. I cannot determine the nature of their exchange, but following that moment, the remaining beings were quickly eradicated, Blessura recounted solemnly. Only a limited few were spared, perhaps as a cruel mockery, destined to endure an eternity of silent suffering. However, as you may be aware, Celestials are never truly extinguished. We transcend death, existing in a state beyond life. Unless we choose to relinquish our existence and fade into oblivion, she added, her words tinged with a sense of resignation. Blessara's voice faded as the scene shifted to show Fumara and Magnum Tenebrosum molding the universe to their will. Their influence extended beyond their own universe, reaching into other worlds, universes, and parallel timelines to enforce their dominance. The scene then turned to recount the journey of Lucius Benevolentia, chronicling the emergence of the resistance under his guidance. I made an attempt to reach out to Lucius, to offer him my guidance and support, but my efforts were in vain. Blessura mourned, her tone weighed down by sorrow. Despite this, he possessed the strength and noble mindset to carve his own path. However, in the end, they failed, she concluded, a single tear of flame tracing a path down her cheek, expressing her deep grief. The unfolding scenes chronicled the countless iterations of the resistance, each valiantly striving to overthrow Fumara and her ever-expanding organization. Time and again, the resistance found itself destroyed, crushed beneath Fumara and her subordinates. Eventually, Magnum Tenebrosum receded into slumber like his fellow outer gods, but Fumara persisted in her ruthless pursuit of dominance. Finally, the narrative shifted to the present day. And now, you and this resistance have achieved more success than any before you since the era of Lucius, Blessara declared, her voice tinged with urgency. Now, you have the opportunity to wield the flame of hope, the flame that was once extinguished from the hearts of the universe and its inhabitants. Ignite it once more, Aaron. Become the beacon of hope they so desperately need, she implored, her plea carrying the weight of countless lives and the echoes of past failures. At that moment, the hovering sphere of orange flames grew stronger, emitting a dazzling glow and releasing waves of fiery energy, seemingly beckoning Aaron closer. The hill it sat upon was engulfed in the flames, creating a ring of fire around it, while a group of human figures stood encircling it, their backs turned to him. At the summit stood a solitary figure, watching him from above, a silent guardian awaiting his approach. Aaron lapsed into a thoughtful silence, his eyes shifting between the mysterious figure at the top of the hill and Blessara. Before he could express his thoughts, she interrupted with unwavering determination. Turn off your abilities. Embrace the flames that surround you. Let them acknowledge your presence, allow them to envelop you, and carry their responsibilities for one final time. Let this embodiment of the resistance be the concluding chapter, Aaron Toole, she declared, her words steadfast as she bestowed her faith upon him. Aaron let out a tired chuckle. Why does it always have to be me? He pondered, a hint of weariness evident in his voice. With a resigned sigh, he turned off his powers, immediately enveloping himself in the scorching heat that filled the air. The weight of the combined burdens weighed heavily on him, a burdensome mantle that he reluctantly carried as he began his ascent. As he made his way towards the foot of the hill, he found the path clear before him, granting him passage where none had been allowed before. With each step upwards, the temperature soared, searing his skin and scorching his soul. Aaron gritted his teeth in determination, pushing through the increasing discomfort as he continued onward. With every step, the weight of the collective gaze bore down on him, an unblinking gaze that grew more intense with each step upwards. Ascending the hill was a grueling task for Aaron, as each step brought excruciating pain and the sensation of his skin burning away. Yet, he remained determined, using the searing agony as a testament to his unmatched resolve. In the middle of suffering, he found a new sense of vitality, a stark reminder of his mortality amid the eternal flames. Finally reaching the summit, Aaron's body was battered and scorched, but his spirit remained unbroken. The figure that stood before him bore a faint resemblance to Lucius, a ghostly echo of the past. Its subtle smile and nod of approval silently affirmed Aaron's arduous journey. Despite being surrounded by intense heat, Aaron returned the smile, his spirit unyielding in the face of the inferno. He stared at the dancing flames, his hand pausing before reaching out. A sudden surge of heat made him flinch and take a step back, the scorching sensation making him grimace. But despite the pain, he sensed a silent encouragement from the figure next to him, urging him on. K-H-H. Aaron clenched his jaw and reached out with his right hand again, refusing to be deterred by the flame's resistance. With a determined expression, he added his left hand, the brightness of the fire intensifying as he defied their attempts to push him away. Just like in the past, even though Lucius couldn't understand it, he still managed to ignite those embers. Despite their setbacks, each generation of the resistance kept the flames ablaze, slowly nurturing them over time. She observed, her eyes fixed on Aaron, mirrored by the fiery form surrounding them. And now, you stand as the culmination of our struggle. You've nurtured those embers into a raging wildfire. Go forth and let those flames of yours ignite the beacon of hope for the people of this universe, she declared with unwavering determination. Aaron's cry reverberated as the orbs of fiery energy finally erupted, spiraling upwards to form a towering pillar around him. As the flames engulfed him, he felt the searing heat subside, replaced by a comforting warmth that enveloped his entire being. In that moment, he glanced back at Blessura, only to be taken aback. The man beside him, once blurry and undefined, now bore intricate details, unmistakably Lucius. Aaron's gaze lowered to the other figures, each one gradually sharpening into focus. Each figure displayed a distinct visage, a testament to their roles as past leaders of the resistance. Their collective gaze fixed upon him, some smiling, others grinning, all offering nods of encouragement. Aaron recognized that these were not their souls, but fragments of their will absorbed by Blessura. With a wide grin, Lucius extended his right hand towards Aaron. "Go kick their ass," he exclaimed. Aaron's lips quivered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding resolutely. Returning the gesture, he bumped fists with Lucius before the flames surrounding him erupted in a dazzling display. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotions, burdens, struggles, pain, sorrow, and failures all converging into the fiery aura engulfing his body. When he glanced back, the figures in Blessura had vanished, and thus he understood that the weight of responsibility now rested upon his shoulders once more. Reminiscent of his role in the Draconic Dais, Calorihine's power surged, infusing the colossal ice meteor with even greater energy, causing the world to shiver with an intensified cold. Aoife felt her own limbs succumbing to frostbite as she gazed up at the formidable figure before her. The old must yield to the new, and we shall forge the foundations of a new world, declared Calorihine, her hand sweeping downward to direct the meteor towards Aoife and the planet. Desperately, Aoife fought against the encroaching ice, managing to break free from the frost that bound her right leg. With determination etched on her face, she brandished her sword and unleashed a mighty slash imbued with azure flames. The attack tore through the air, hurtling towards the gargantuan ice meteor, but even her powerful strike paled in comparison to the impending cataclysm. The meteor collided with the strike, but left no mark. Aoife took in a few strained breaths, accepting her dire situation. Despite the odds, she refused to give up, holding on to hope at the heart of the impending disaster. Suddenly, a rumble echoed beneath her, grabbing her attention. Before she could react, the entire world was engulfed in a brilliant orange light, melting the ice meteor above and evaporating the surrounding waters, as well as fighting back the cold. Aoife watched in astonishment as the miraculous event unfolded before her eyes. As the light faded, a figure appeared in front of her, accompanied by the thawing of her frozen friends. They blinked rapidly, disoriented yet grateful for their unexpected salvation. Sonia landed beside Aoife, her presence also looking confused in the middle of the chaos. The Valkyries, especially Helmwige, erupted into cheers, their jubilation short-lived as they felt a new sensation coursing through their bodies. Alongside their previous dragon tattoos, vibrant orange flames now encircled the dragons, radiating warmth that felt both familiar and distant, a symbol of newfound power and unity. "I didn't keep you waiting, did I?" the figure inquired, turning to glance at Aoife, his eyes shimmering with emotion. "You really did keep me waiting, jerk," Aoife exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're such a dramatic idiot, Aaron," she cried out, her words filled with a mix of frustration and relief as the orange flames enveloped her, swiftly restoring her to full health. Aaron's attention shifted back to Calorihine, who floated above them in stunned disbelief, even the ice surrounding her beginning to melt or crack under the intensity of the flames swirling around him. "No," Pilinala's voice echoed from within Calorihine's merged form. How? How did you obtain that power?" She was supposed to be dead." Without uttering a word, Aaron closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, his left eye now bearing the same fiery orange hue as the flames. With a determined gesture, he extended his hand, summoning forth a lance from the flames, which he gripped firmly and pointed silently at Calorihine. Let's bring this to an end. Pilinalis, Calorahine, declared Aaron with unwavering determination, his words slicing through the tension as the last traces of ice dissolved under the searing heat emanating from his body. He'll restrain her ice. The rest of you, go right ahead. Without hesitation, Aoife infused her sword with the eternal flames Aaron had bestowed upon them, propelling herself towards Calorahine with fiery resolve. Meanwhile, Aaron directed his focus to Sonia, who stood beside him accompanied by the turmoil of the world, her emotions swirling like a tempest within her. Approaching her with calm reassurance, Aaron placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "The choice is yours, Sonia," he said gently, his voice a soothing balm in the middle of the chaos. "Your actions today will shape your path forward. You can act now or stand aside, but remember, whatever you decide, ensure it's a choice you won't regret." Odin charged forward, a natural force in his own right, his unyielding barrage of magic attacks pouring down upon Calorahine like a relentless storm. In response, the Ice Queen flung icicles towards his attacks, anticipating them to find their mark, only to witness in amazement as they dissolved upon contact with his magic attacks. "It's time to settle the score, Ms. Queen." Odin's voice thundered triumphantly as he suddenly reappeared behind Calorahine with astonishing speed. Before she could react, the chief god of Asgard thrust his spear towards her abdomen, shattering the icy barrier around her and piercing her flesh before sending her hurtling towards the earth below. 10 point for the takedown. Meanwhile, Aoife swiftly adjusted her course, landing gracefully on the ground before unleashing a flurry of flaming aura slashes towards Calorahine. The Ice Queen, undeterred, conjured several ice soldiers to intercept the fiery onslaught, but they were no match for the intensity of Aoife's attacks, melting away upon contact and forcing Calorahine to evade once more. Attempting to escape, Calorahine was suddenly bombarded by an unexpected attack. A grenade exploded upon impact, dousing her in a dark green liquid that formed into sinister, grasping hands, reaching out to ensnare her. "Oh, it's that cursed anime." Odin's voice rang out with a mix of alarm and determination before Calorahine shattered the liquid with a swift display of her powers, breaking free from its clutches. "Blast it! Natasha, try again," he bellowed, his enthusiasm undiminished despite the setback, eliciting a strained smile from the elderly woman. "Keep your urges in check, old man," Aaron interjected with a light chuckle, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Never," Odin retorted defiantly, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks towards Calorahine. In response, the Ice Queen conjured multiple duplicates of herself, along with towering ice swords that emerged from the ground, pulsating with a chilling blue aura. The two massive swords pulsed with even more energy, their size expanding until they towered large enough to be seen from the depths of space. With a gesture from Calorahine, they conjured a multitude of smaller swords, each possessing enough destructive force to lay waste to entire continents. With a menacing intent, she directed them towards Aaron's allies. Her goal clear, annihilation. But just as the group prepared to face the impending attack, a miraculous intervention occurred. The trajectory of the swords suddenly shifted, hurtling towards Aaron instead. In a display of unparalleled skill, he absorbed the swords effortlessly, the destructive force disappearing into his being as if it had never existed. "Keep going," Aaron urged, his voice resolute as he reassured his companions. "I've got your back." His calm demeanor met with Calorahine's growing frustration, her plans foiled at every turn. In response to the looming threat, Helmwige and Schwertlight charged forward, their weapons raised high as they bore down upon Calorahine with unstoppable force. With a synchronized strike, their attacks converged into a single, devastating blow, tearing through the once pristine lands of Svlauria with unstoppable power. Before the attacks hit Calorahine, Sonia charged ahead, her determination burning brighter than ever. She abandoned her position beside Aaron and unleashed a devastating slash of her own, surpassing even the combined might of the two Valkyries' slash. Together, Their attacks raced towards Kalorahine, ready to deliver a decisive blow. But before they could find their mark, Pilanalis took control of Kalorahine's body, her strategic mind immediately springing into action. With a swift gesture, she summoned walls of both invisible and regular ice, creating a barrier to slow the incoming attacks. Though the attacks were slowed, they could not be stopped entirely, which compelled Pilanalis to rely on evasion to minimize the damage. Just because we can't stop them doesn't mean we can't slow them down. Focus, Kalorahine. Victory is still within reach, Pilanalis admonished, her words a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Kalorahine nodded in agreement, her resolve strengthening as she unleashed a torrent of varied attacks upon their enemies. From regular ice to hardened barriers and invisible constructs, each attack was accompanied by a myriad of duplicates, filling the skies above with a mesmerizing yet dangerous display of power. The battlefield transformed into a surreal spectacle as Kalorahine's relentless barrage threatened to overwhelm her opponents. As the impending attack approached, a sense of anticipation spread through the ranks as all eyes turned to Eren, hoping for his intervention. To their surprise, he remained perfectly still, exuding a calm and composed presence with crossed arms and closed eyes, a calm figure in the middle of the pandemonium. Just as uncertainty began to take hold, Aoife sprung into action, her resolve blazing like a wild inferno. With a resounding stomp, she harnessed her inner strength, the energy swirling around her reaching unprecedented heights. Her intense crimson eyes shimmered as the deluge of ice attacks descended upon them. With practiced composure, Aoife regulated her breath and heart rate, her focus steady as she infused her sword with the combined power of Eren's flames and her own icy energy. With a decisive swing, she unleashed a torrent of 10 colossal slashes imbued with blue flames, each one burning brightly as they flew towards the millions of attacks. In a stunning display of power, the azure aura slashes tore through the millions of ice attacks with unparalleled precision, obliterating them in a brilliant display of light and heat. As the last remnants of the onslaught faded away, Aoife let out a satisfied sigh, her incredible feat leaving her enemy in awe. Without another delay, she instantly appeared behind Kalorahine, swinging her blade towards the woman. As Aoife's blade descended towards Kalorahine, she expected it to strike, only to be astonished when Pilanalis' hand emerged from Kalorahine's body to intercept the blade and shield her. Centuredo Aoife was forced to retreat to avoid the onslaught, destroying several ice projectiles sent her way in the process. Focus, Kalorahine. I will assist with our defensive capabilities. You concentrate on the offensive, commanded Pilanalis, her authoritative tone cutting through the chaos. Kalorahine nodded in agreement, her resolve strengthening as she prepared to take charge of the offensive. Meanwhile, the giant ice swords around them pulsed once more, unleashing enormous waves of snow and ice towards everyone. However, Eren intervened this time, melting the oncoming waves before it could reach his allies. Opening his eyes, he directed his focus skyward, his focus entirely on something else. Is everything all right? Rosweiss asked as she landed next to Eren, a hint of concern on her face. Eren took a moment, his eyes distant, before shaking his head with a reassuring smile. No, it's nothing. The eternal flames have finally spread throughout the universe. I believe we'll start seeing significant changes from today onwards, he explained, turning to face Rosweiss. Let's bring this battle to a close. Aid Aoife and Sonia in finishing it. They'll step in if necessary. Rosweiss looked at him with surprise and gratitude, but before she could respond, Eren gently tapped her forehead, activating her true Ultra Instinct, which caught her off guard. It won't deplete your stamina for now, so go ahead, Rose, Eren reassured her, a warm smile on his face. With renewed determination, Rosweiss smiled back and flew toward Kalorahine. Meanwhile, Eren tapped his earpiece, issuing a command to provide support to Rosweiss, Aoife, and Sonia. Provide support to Rosweiss, Aoife, and Sonia. We're ending this, he declared, his voice filled with finality as he prepared to join the fray once more. The trio of women soared towards Calorahine and Pilanalis as they prepared to end the battle. Meanwhile, the rest of the team rallied behind them, launching a barrage of attacks towards the onslaught of ice projectiles hurled by their enemies. Along the chaos, Aaron's gaze landed on Ivakin, who appeared to be under his subtle influence, preventing him from acting recklessly. For a young genius, you're incredibly stupid and impulsive in certain aspects of life, Aaron remarked coolly, his words slicing through the tension like a blade. Ivakin visibly trembled in Aaron's presence, feeling the overwhelming aura of an outer god emanating from him far more strongly than Azathoth earlier in the day. Well, and no one's perfect, right? He stammered nervously, his voice tinged with apprehension. Aaron nodded understandingly. I might have acted similarly last year if my emotions had gotten the better of me, so I don't fault you for it. His words carried a sense of empathy, reassuring Ivakin in his unease. High above, Rosweiss provided support for Aoife and Sonia as they pushed onward towards Calorahine. The Ice Queen unleashing a relentless barrage of ice projectiles in a desperate attempt to hinder their progress. Despite her efforts, Aoife effortlessly countered each attack, harnessing the flames granted to her by Aaron to melt the icy barrage. Meanwhile, Sonia focused her energy, charging her attack with the aim of ending the conflict with a single, decisive strike. With each passing moment, they drew nearer to Calorahine, their determination unwavering despite the obstacles in their way. However, just as victory seemed within grasp, one of the two colossal swords coming out of the ground was suddenly wrenched free by an unseen force, hurtling towards Aoife's group with deadly intent. Before it could reach them, a flaming lance streaked through the air, launched by Aaron's precise aim. With a burst of intense heat, the lance collided with the sword, melting it into oblivion before it could inflict harm upon the advancing trio. Rosweiss's swift movement caught Calorahine off guard as the Valkyrie delivered a powerful blow infused with Tuki aura, sending the Ice Queen hurtling further away. Realizing the ineffectiveness of her ice-based attacks, Calorahine shifted tactics, relying instead on her mastery of darkness and shadow manipulation. However, her efforts proved futile against the speed and precision of the Valkyrie's attack. As Aoife unleashed a barrage of flying ice swords towards Calorahine, the Ice Queen countered with her own creations formed from darkness. Yet this time, Aoife's attacks overwhelmed Calorahine's, piercing through her defenses and eliciting a frustrated grunt from the embattled queen. Finally, Sonia appeared above Calorahine, her icy sword raised high in the air, poised to deliver the decisive blow. Yet, despite her determination, hesitation lingered in Sonia's eyes, a hesitation that even Calorahine, as her mother, albeit an artificial one, could discern from the distance between them. Though no words were exchanged, the unspoken bond between mother and daughter was palpable, adding a poignant layer to the unfolding conflict. Do not hesitate, for hesitation means death. Pilanalis' voice reverberated through the chaos, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of invisible ice cloaked in darkness towards Sonia. Despite Sonia's efforts to retaliate, she found herself overwhelmed by Pilanalis' powerful attacks, her movements sluggish in comparison. Just as the situation appeared dire, Shonata suddenly appeared, surprising both Sonia and Pilanalis. With unmatched speed and precision, Shonata sliced through the incoming attacks, her crimson energy bursts cutting through the darkness effortlessly. Wheeling around, she unleashed a barrage of crimson energy blasts towards Calorahine, the Ice Queen's attempts to defend herself with shadow spikes, proving futile against Shonata's strikes. Calorahine grunted in pain, her defenses crumbling under the barrage. Sensing her impending defeat, Pilanalis took control, overriding Calorahine's will. In an instant, Calorahine's eyes glazed over, her body becoming a vessel for Pilanalis' formidable power. Without hesitation, Pilanalis unleashed a torrent of attacks from above, a deadly combination of invisible ice, darkness, shadow, and normal ice raining down upon them. The sheer magnitude of the onslaught was staggering, with each attack larger than the planet itself, threatening to obliterate them all in an instant. Rossweiss charged forward, her eyes ablaze with determination as she confronted Pilanalis head-on, delivering a point-blank attack that sent the sinister entity reeling. Despite the setback, Pilanalis' onslaught continued unabated, her attacks still hurtling towards the planet below. With another delay, Rossweiss summoned millions of magic attacks, aiming to counteract the torrent unleashed by Pilanalis. However, before they could reach their target, a familiar lance intercepted Pilanalis' barrage once again, courtesy of Aaron and Natasha, with Natasha being the one to throw it while being carried by Aaron, stopping her attacks. Pilanalis clenched her teeth in frustration, prepared to retaliate, but before she could act, Aoife's foot connected with her face in a powerful strike. Rossweiss followed up with another barrage of wind magic attacks, further weakening Pilanalis' defenses. Finally, Sonia, fueled by her determination to stop her mother, flew towards Pilanalis. Her sword raised high with the intent to end the threat once and for all. With a resounding swing, Sonia aimed to cleave Pilanalis in two, her resolve firm in the face of darkness. Pilanalis felt desperation consume her as she summoned layers of barriers in a final attempt to defend herself. Yet, as she crafted her intricate defenses of invisible ice, normal ice, darkness, and shadows, Sonia's blade, fueled by the scorching blue flames of Aoife, effortlessly sliced through them all. I refuse to be defeated here. Not today. It is too early. Pilanalis' voice thundered with defiance as she tried to break away from Calorahine's grasp. To her horror, she found herself unable to escape, her efforts thwarted by an unseen Barado. What is this? Why am I trapped? Pilanalis' screams echoed with horror and frustration as she realized her predicament. Meanwhile, Sonia's blade struck Calorahine with merciless precision, ending the fight in a single devastating blow. And finally, beyond her Barado, Pilanalis cried out in defeat. The flames, now engulfing her form, threatened to consume her entirely, their scorching heat intensifying with each passing moment. Overcome and unable to escape, Pilanalis found herself at the mercy of the Inferno, her fate sealed. If I can't leave, it'll take you and this part of the cosmos with me. Pilanalis' anguished scream reverberated through the chaos as she unleashed another pulse of frost, forcing everyone in her path to retreat. The surrounding area began to shimmer with an ominous brightness as ice and snow swirled around Pilanalis, converging into a massive ball of destruction. But before her plan could come to fruition, Aaron streaked past them all, his lance piercing through Pilanalis' stomach with precision. An eruption of flames engulfed the entire planet in a blinding inferno, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the searing heat and blinding light, Aaron's resolute voice cut through the chaos. I won't let that happen, he declared, his words carrying a determination that resonated even as the brightness became too intense to bear. Chapter 24, Part 5, Episode. Calorahine, third-person point of view. The young girl possessed an extraordinary talent, surpassing that of her peers on a planet where strength and intelligence were highly valued. From the moment she was born to her coming of age, her brilliance outshone all those around her. Throughout her formative years, she received praise from adults, with some even suggesting that she could be the future leader of their species. However, unlike her peers, she remained modest, accepting their compliments with grace and dedicating herself to continual improvement. Preferring solitude, she set out on her journey alone until her first day at school, where she met a kindred spirit who would profoundly impact her path and change her fate. This fortunate encounter marked the beginning of a transformative friendship, reshaping her perspective and shaping her into the person she was meant to be. "Hello there," chirped a young Volgender, her voice filled with excitement. Calorahine, the other young Volgender with blonde locks, initially regarded her with a neutral expression, which softened into a friendly expression. Hi," she responded, slightly perplexed by the sudden interaction. Realizing they shared the same class, the young Volgender extended her hand in introduction. "Im Elna," she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Both merely 8 years old, Kalorahine possessed a maturity beyond her years. She hesitated for a moment, observing Elna's outstretched hand before reciprocating the gesture with a handshake. "Kalorahine," she stated succinctly. Elna beamed at her newfound acquaintance, vigorously shaking her hand. "What a cute name. Let's be friends," she declared, her eyes shimmering with hope. Caught off guard by the proposition, Kalorahine's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time someone had extended such an offer, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Kalorahine hesitated, caught between the magnetic pull of companionship and the unease of the unfamiliar. The prospect of friendship felt both intimidating and alluring, particularly since she had yet to establish any connections. After a brief internal struggle, she tentatively nodded. "Okay, yay, let's be friends forever, Hein," Elna exclaimed joyfully, engulfing Kalorahine in an unexpected embrace, once again catching her off guard with the demonstration of affection. "Oh, okay," Kalorahine stammered in response, her uncertainty still evident as she navigated this new terrain of friendship. Years passed, and the inseparable pair grew into 15-year-olds, their bond unbreakable despite facing numerous challenges that tested their friendship. Through thick and thin, they weathered storms that could have torn them apart, each trial only serving to strengthen their connection. Initially uncertain of herself, Kalorahine gradually flourished under Elna's guidance, shedding her shyness and emerging as a figure of popularity among her peers, mirroring Elna's rise. Together, they became beacons of assistance, always ready to lend a helping hand to those in need. However, their harmonious existence was disrupted when a new arrival, a man, descended upon their planet. Despite having observed them from a distance, neither Kalorahine nor Elna had ever encountered one in person. The presence of this unfamiliar entity stirred a mixture of curiosity and apprehension within them, challenging their preconceived notions and leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. "He's a man." Elna's voice held a mix of curiosity and uncertainty as she observed the unfamiliar figure basking in the attention of their fellow Volgenders. "We've read about them and how to handle them in theory, but what should we do? We're too young to approach them on our own." Kalorahine also turned her gaze towards the man, contemplating their next course of action. "You're right. We're not at that stage yet. However, observing from a distance and learning from how others of her species interact with him could prove beneficial." Elna frowned at the practicality of Kalorahine's suggestion. So pragmatic, but a soft chuckle escaped Kalorahine's lips as she affectionately tousled Elna's hair. "Don't be like that. Our time will come. But for now, let's focus on our studies and aspire to become formidable and esteemed Valkyries." Later that day, Kalorahine accompanied Elna to her residence. Upon arrival, they were warmly welcomed by Elna's mother and 2 sisters. "Welcome home, Ellie," Elna's mother greeted, enveloping her daughter in a loving embrace. "I'm back, and Hein came with me," Elna replied, reciprocating the embrace as she greeted her mother and sisters. As the eldest among her siblings, Elna took on a maternal role, nurturing and caring for her sisters with unwavering devotion. Together, they retreated into the comforts of their home, engaging in lively conversation over snacks. Kalorahine observed the familial dynamic in silence, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the familial warmth. In this society, where fathers were largely absent and relegated to the role of mere donors, it was the mothers who held sway over the household, steering the family ship with strength and resilience. In sharp contrast to the nurturing atmosphere of Elna's home, Kalorahine's household was characterized by an unyielding pursuit of perfection. Achievement was paramount within the walls of her home, and anything less than flawless was considered unacceptable. Kalorahine's 2 older sisters had fully embraced this mindset, rising to the esteemed ranks of official Volgenders. their accomplishments serving as a testament to the family's relentless pursuit of success. Left to navigate the high expectations of her mother and siblings on her own, Kalorahine often found herself overlooked and neglected. Her mother's absence, consumed by her responsibilities, left little room for maternal care, while her sisters, engrossed in their own endeavors, remained largely indifferent to her presence unless she managed to distinguish herself in some exceptional manner. Familial love was a foreign concept to Kalorahine, a distant notion that seemed to elude her grasp within the confines of her own home. It wasn't until she formed a bond with Elna and her family that she experienced the warmth and affection she had longed for. Unlike her own family, Elna's household was a sanctuary of love and openness, where emotions were freely expressed and physical affection was abundant. In their company, Kalorahine discovered the beauty of genuine connection, finding comfort in the unconditional love and support they offered each other, a stark contrast to the cold and distant atmosphere of her own home. "Hein, everything okay?" Elna's mother asked, her concern evident as she studied Kalorahine's expression before giving her a playful poke on the forehead. "You seem lost in thought. Dinner will be ready soon. Will you join us, dear?" Blinking back to the present, Kalorahine's smile faltered momentarily before regaining its composure. Thank you for the invitation." "Yes, he'll stay." "Thank you," she responded, her words tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Elna's mother returned her smile warmly. "Wonderful. Come along then, dear. We'll prepare dessert together," she said, gesturing for Kalorahine to follow her into the kitchen. Later that evening, Kalorahine found herself convinced by Elna to have an impromptu sleepover, providing a welcomed break from the solitude of her own home. With the likelihood of her mother and siblings being away, the idea of spending the night elsewhere was met with little resistance. "Hey, Hein," Elna's voice called out, drawing Kalorahine's attention as she descended from her bed to the pull-out mattress on the ground where Kalorahine lay. Turning to face her friend, Kalorahine met Elna's gaze, anticipating her question. "How many children do you see yourself having in the future?" Elna's question caught Kalorahine off guard, prompting a moment of contemplation. I'm not quite sure. I haven't really thought that far ahead," Kalorahine admitted, her response tinged with uncertainty. Elna's smile remained unchanged as she shared her own aspirations. "I do love a big family, maybe around 12, she suggested, her words eliciting a stunned silence from her friend. "T12. Isn't that a lot?" Kalorahine's incredulous outburst reverberated in the room, prompting giggles from Elna. "It is, but I reckon it would suit me just fine," Elna replied, her laughter bubbling up. "I intend to work for a long while, accumulating money before starting a family. And who needs husbands anyway, unless you're competing for the throne? But hey, maybe you'll set my sights on becoming the queen." "Can you see yourself as queen?" Kalorahine inquired, her tone tinged with doubt, unsure of her friend's grand ambitions. "With hard work, anything is achievable. Besides, I'll have my family and you by my side to support me," Elna stated, her smile exuding confidence. Kalorahine was momentarily taken aback by Elna's unwavering confidence before a smile tugged at her lips. "You're quite the dreamer, aren't you?" she teased, shaking her head in amusement. "But okay, count me in. I'll help you achieve your dreams. I'll make sure you ascend to the throne and assist in raising your 12 children when the time comes." Elna's sudden embrace wrapped around Kalorahine, flooding her with warmth as her friend laughed with joy. "Yeah, I knew my bestest friend in the whole universe would help me. You'll be there for you too. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just call out to me or my family, and we'll come running." A soft smile graced Kalorahine's lips as she returned the hug. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice filled with gratitude. In Elna and her family, Kalorahine had found a sanctuary, a beacon of hope within the darkness that often clouded her life. Their kindness and support had touched her deeply, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. She vowed to treasure their friendship forever, never forgetting the warmth they had brought into her life. As the years passed, Kalorahine and Elna blossomed into accomplished 27-year-old official Volgenders, their bond strong despite the tests of time and shared trials. However, on this particular day, Kalorahine's heart was heavy with worry as Elna and her squad failed to return from their mission, leaving both Kalorahine and Elna's family in a state of anxiety. A senior Volgender approached Kalorahine with urgent news. Kalorahine, the Queen has ordered you and your squad to proceed to the planet H-Nidoal to provide backup for Elna's team. Surprise lit up Kalorahine's eyes, quickly replaced by concern for her friend. With determination, she accepted the mission, promptly informing her family of the situation before setting off for the designated planet. Leader, you're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. Elna and her team are capable and resourceful. They'll manage just fine, a fellow Volgender reassured Kalorahine, attempting to quell her worries. Our presence is likely just a precaution. You know how they tend to linger a bit longer than necessary on their missions. As the spaceship raced through the vastness of space towards the planet, Kalorahine's unease lingered, despite her Volgender companion's attempts to reassure her. I understand, but it's unusual for them to be absent for so long. They usually stay for a day or two, not an entire week. Kalorahine expressed her concerns, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Please inform me when we are approaching the planet. I will attempt to contact her once more. Retiring to her quarters, Kalorahine activated the communication device, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed Elna's frequency. With each unsuccessful attempt, frustration gnawed at her, mingling with a growing dread in her heart. Come on, pick up. Elna, she urgently whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship's engines. Descending upon the planet H-Nidoal, the spaceship revealed a harrowing scene of destruction to Kalorahine, a landscape consumed by fire and buildings turned to rubble. Leader, it seems a significant conflict has occurred here. What are your orders? The Volgender's voice trembled with fear, reflecting the same dread that gripped Kalorahine's heart. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Kalorahine surveyed the devastation before her, memories of her cherished moments with Elna flooding her mind. With resolve hardening her gaze, she issued her commands. Split into 2 teams. Search for Elna's team and report your findings immediately. If you encounter any survivors, notify me at once. Move out. Urgency fueled their actions as Kalorahine and her squad dispersed into the chaos, determined to uncover the fate of their comrades and bring hope to the desolate landscape. As Kalorahine pressed onward, scouring every nook and cranny of the devastated cityscape in search of any sign of Elna's squad, her mission was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a massive creature, reminiscent of a T-Rex, bursting from the ground with a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the terrifying sight before her. But before she could respond, her attention turned to her squad members, who charged towards the creature with unwavering resolve. Then, pandemonium erupted. A deluge of flames consumed the area, destroying everything in its path. Kalorahine watched in horror as her team was swallowed by the inferno, the ground beneath them collapsing into a fiery chasm. With lightning-quick reflexes, Kalorahine summoned her powers, creating a multi-layered ice wall to protect herself from the scorching attack. The barrier held strong against the creature's devastating breath attack, saving her from certain doom. As the horrifying truth dawned upon Kalorahine, her mind raced with the possibility that the creature before her was responsible for the annihilation of Elna's squad. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the beast lumber towards her, its massive form bearing down upon her with ominous intent. With instinct guiding her movements, Kalorahine tapped into the depths of her power, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that blanketed the entire planet in a frozen shroud. The creature, momentarily ensnared by the sudden chill, struggled to break free from its icy prison. Seizing the opportunity, Kalorahine sprang into action, her spear a blur of motion as she launched an attack upon the creature's flesh. Rage surged through her veins, obliterating any semblance of reason or restraint as she unleashed her fury upon the beast, driven by the singular desire to avenge the loss of her beloved friend and comrades. As Kalorahine slowly regained consciousness, she was met with a horrifying sight, the aftermath of a brutal and violent event. The scene was a shocking reminder of her attack, and she struggled to come to terms with the destruction she had caused. Fighting back the urge to be overwhelmed, Censuredo destroyed by the creature's ferocious assault. Gently, she reached out to touch the neck of one of her fallen companions, only for it to crumble beneath her fingers, disintegrating into dust. A shudder ran through her, her lips trembling with unspoken grief as she pushed past the anguish. With a heavy heart, Kalorahine rose to her feet once more, her resolve unwavering as she continued her search for answers, hoping to find some shred of hope amidst the despair. As Elna's familiar voice crackled through the communication device, a surge of hope flowed through Kalorahine's veins, momentarily dispelling the darkness that had consumed her soul. Hein, the faint whisper of Elna's voice echoed in her ears, igniting a spark of determination within Kalorahine's heart. "Elna, where are you?" Kalorahine's voice rang out, desperation lacing her words as she strained to make contact with her friend. But instead of a verbal response, she felt the gentle pulsing of the communication device, a beacon guiding her towards Elna's location. With renewed vigor, Kalorahine dashed through the rubble-strewn streets, her senses heightened as she navigated through the debris and devastation. The sight of fallen buildings and lifeless corpses served as a grim reminder of the tragedy that had befallen them. But amidst the despair, the flicker of hope burned brightly in her heart. Driven by the prospect of reuniting with her dear friend, Kalorahine pressed onward, her determination unwavering as she raced towards the source of the pulsing signal, clinging to the hope that Elna's voice had ignited within her. With a surge of urgency, Kalorahine hurried towards the distress signal, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. As she reached the small open area in the middle of the rubble, her eyes scanned the surroundings until they found a figure partially concealed beneath the debris. Determined, she rushed over and, with a strength born of desperation, lifted aside the rubble to reveal Elna, gravely wounded and barely holding on to life. Kalorahine's breath caught in her throat as she beheld her friend's battered form. Horror and anguish etched upon her features. "Elna." Kalorahine's voice echoed with anguish as she knelt beside her friend, gently cradling Elna as she lay before her. Tears welled in her eyes as she took in the severity of her friend's condition, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. Despite the pain and sorrow etched upon her features, Elna managed to summon a weak smile at the sight of Kalorahine. Her voice was barely a whisper as she spoke, her words laced with pain, yet filled with undeniable affection. "You came. I'm glad you're here." Hein, Elna's voice, barely audible, carried a sense of gratitude and farewell. "Stop talking. I'll apply our healing pill. Just give me a moment." Kalorahine's voice trembled with urgency, her hands reaching for the healing remedy. But Elna's words stopped her in her tracks. "It's no use. I tried before, but it didn't work. I'm already gone, Hein. I just used the last of my strength to stay alive, hoping someone would come. I'm relieved it was you." Elna's confession cut through the air, her tears reflecting the pain in Kalorahine's heart. Kalorahine felt as though a dagger had pierced her very soul as she grappled with the devastating reality of her friend's impending end. Paralyzed, she gazed at Elna, her emotions swirling beneath a mask of numbness. "Hey, Hein, can you promise me something?" Elna's voice, frail amidst the chaos, jolted Kalorahine out of her daze. "Anything." Kalorahine's reply was impassioned, tears streaming down her face as she awaited Elna's final request. "Please take care of my family. If I can't return to them, please let them know I love them. Who's practically another daughter to my mother, to look after them. I want my sisters to become responsible Volgenders, and for you to carry my dream instead." Elna's words, filled with unwavering trust despite her resignation, stirred a sense of duty within Kalorahine. "I will. But your dream?" Kalorahine's voice trembled with confusion, her mind struggling to grasp the weight of Elna's final wishes. "To become queen and have children. I want, insist that you have 12 like me, but go become queen and make our planet a better place. I want everyone to be happy there. They all deserve it." Elna's voice trailed off, her eyelids drooping as exhaustion overtook her. Panic seized Kalorahine's heart as she gently shook Elna, desperation lacing her pleas. "Please stay awake. Please keep talking to me. Don't leave me yet, Elna." But as Elna's eyes closed, a serene smile graced her face, her body growing cold and still. Tears blurred Kalorahine's vision as she cradled her friend's lifeless form, the weight of loss settling heavily upon her soul. In the silence that followed, she whispered her farewells to Elna, vowing to honor her friend's wishes and carry her dreams forward, even as her heart shattered with grief. As days passed like a never-ending torment, the planet of Svlauria grieved for its fallen heroes. Together with the solemnity of funerals and ceremonies, Kalorahine stood as the lone survivor of the ill-fated mission, her heart heavy with grief and guilt. Even though she was honored with medals and titles for her bravery, they felt insignificant compared to the weight of her sorrow. The memory of her fallen comrades, their lives snuffed out before her eyes, haunted her every waking moment. Yet it was the loss of Elna and her squad that cut the deepest, a wound that festered with each passing day. The anguished cries of grieving families echoed through the air, their sorrow a tangible presence that weighed heavily upon Kalorahine's heart. Among them, Elna's family bore the brunt of her anguish, their shattered hearts a mirror of her own. In particular, the sight of Elna's mother and her two younger sisters, their faces contorted with agony at the news of their beloved daughter and sister's demise, seared into Kalorahine's memory with painful clarity. Their cries of anguish reverberated through her soul, a haunting reminder of the irreplaceable loss that had befallen them all. Along with the sorrow and hopelessness that consumed her, Kalorahine clung to Elna's final request: to ascend to the throne and fulfill her friend's vision of a brighter world, a promise she would uphold regardless of the sacrifices. In the weeks and years that followed, Kalorahine devoted herself to her studies, tirelessly working towards her goal. She poured herself into every endeavor, motivated by the memory of her dear friend and their unspoken agreement. But her responsibilities did not stop there. Alongside pursuing her aspirations, Kalorahine took on the role of surrogate older sister to Elna's grieving family, fulfilling Elna's desire to care for them in her absence. She showered them with love and attention, taking them on outings, buying them gifts, and ensuring their well-being with dedication. There were moments of uncertainty and hesitation, especially when faced with Elna's mother's tearful gratitude, but Kalorahine remained steadfast in her determination, resolute in her commitment to carry out Elna's legacy. And as time passed, Elna's family found solace and comfort in Kalorahine's presence, their bond strengthened by shared memories and shared grief. Together, they forged a new path forward, united by their love for Elna and their shared determination to honor her memory in all they did. As time went on, Elna's younger sisters flourished into strong individuals, each forging their own paths in life. The youngest sister immersed herself in the world of research, driven by her thirst for knowledge and the pursuit of new discoveries. The other sister ventured into the realm of politics, using her voice as a catalyst for change. In the course of their different pursuits, Kalorahine remained a constant presence in their lives, offering support and guidance as they navigated the complexities of adulthood. She made sure to check in on them regularly, ensuring their well-being and providing a shoulder to lean on when needed. Together, the three sisters continued to visit Elna's mother, their bond strengthened by shared memories and a deep-rooted love for the woman who had shaped their lives. Despite her advancing years, Elna's mother remained a source of wisdom and warmth, her presence a comforting constant in their lives. However, fate had other plans in store. Elna's mother, burdened by a common yet treatable disease, chose to keep her illness a secret, unwilling to burden her daughters with worry. In the end, she quietly slipped away, her absence going unnoticed until concerned neighbors raised the alarm. Upon receiving the news, Kalorahine and Elna's sisters were devastated by the loss of their beloved matriarch. Together, they mourned her passing, finding solace in each other's presence as they bid farewell to the woman who had been the heart and soul of their family. Throughout the rhythmical pattern life, Kalorahine once again found herself at the mercy of fate's cruel hand. The loss of her beloved sisters, bonded by love and cherished memories, left her drowning in a sea of grief and sorrow. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, the researcher embarked on a fateful mission to study a new material, only to meet an abrupt end alongside her squad. Their lives were snuffed out in an instant, leaving behind lingering memories and unanswered questions. 2 years later, tragedy struck once more as the political realm claimed another victim. Elna's sister fell prey to the schemes of a mad adversary, her promising future cut short by senseless violence. With each heartbreaking loss, Kalorahine felt the immense weight of failure bearing down on her, a burden threatening to consume her very being. As she stood beneath the glimmering stars, enveloped by the chill of winter, she grappled with the haunting presence of guilt and regret. In the hush of the night, accompanied by the vast expanse of the cosmos, Kalorahine found herself alone with her thoughts, her heart heavy with sorrow and uncertainty. Under the cold, starry night sky, Kalorahine's whispered words lingered in the air, a delicate echo of her inner turmoil. "Have I failed you, Elna?" she questioned, her voice barely audible in the vast emptiness of the night. With the passing of Elna's family, Kalorahine felt the weight of loss pressing down on her, a heavy burden that threatened to engulf her in its darkness. In the absence of those she had cherished, she found herself adrift in a sea of loneliness, her once vibrant world now shrouded in silence and sorrow. Reflecting on her own fractured family ties, Kalorahine's heart ached with the bitter sting of abandonment. Her own sisters, distant and estranged, had long since drifted apart, their paths diverging into separate realms of existence. Even her mother now stood at a distance, her presence a mere shadow of what it once was. Their absence at the funerals of Elna and her family served as a stark reminder of the rift that had formed between them, a gaping chasm of indifference that further deepened Kalorahine's sense of isolation. Alone beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Kalorahine grappled with the harsh reality of her solitude, longing for the warmth of familial bonds that had long since slipped through her fingers. In the darkness of the night, she found herself at a crossroads, yearning for a sense of belonging that seemed forever out of reach. With a solemn vow echoing in the quiet of the night, Kalorahine's determination solidified like a beacon of hope within the darkness. "I'll do it, Elna," she murmured, her voice tinged with resolve. "I'll become queen, and I'll build a future filled with love and compassion." As a solitary tear traced its path down her cheek, Kalorahine embraced the weight of her newfound purpose, a burden heavy yet undeniably noble. With each step forward, she carried with her the memory of those she had lost, their presence a guiding light in the tumultuous journey ahead. Turning her gaze upward to the vast expanse of the starry sky, Kalorahine offered a silent prayer to the heavens above. "Please watch over me, wherever you are now, Elna, everyone," she whispered, her words a heartfelt plea for guidance and strength. And with a final glance back at the spot where she had once stood, Kalorahine summoned forth her resolve and vanished into the night, ready to embark on the arduous path that lay ahead. Though fraught with challenges and trials, she knew that she would persevere, fueled by the promise she made to her dearest friend. Thus began Kalorahine's journey, a journey marked by both triumphs and tribulations, yet guided by the memory of those she had lost and forge a brighter future for herself and her people. And though the road ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, Kalorahine would press on, her spirit unyielding, her heart filled with hope. 70 years had passed since Kalorahine made her silent vow that fateful night. During that time, she had immersed herself in the breadth of knowledge offered by her planet's educational institutions, mastering each one. Her goal? To prepare herself with the skills and wisdom required to fulfill her pledge effortlessly. Seated at her desk, surrounded by a deluge of documents, Kalorahine hardly paused, her relentless efforts approaching their conclusion. However, her concentration was shattered when the door to her chamber creaked open. Lifting her eyes, she saw one of her loyal followers, a woman 30 years her junior. "Ah, Ikilka, what brings you here?" Kalorahine asked, a smile touching her lips in greeting. With an outburst of energy, Ikilka approached, placing a stack of papers on Kalorahine's desk. "You've done it, Miss Kalorahine. The petition for the restoration of H. Nidawal has been approved. Our efforts to rebuild can begin in a month, once the necessary funds are secured." Kalorahine's smile widened as she locked eyes with Ikilka. "Is that so? Im overtures. Finally, we can begin." Her expression then softened into a somber contemplation. Over the course of 7 decades, Kalorahine held onto a burning desire to restore the very planet that had taken the lives of her former comrades, including Elna and her team. However, she knew all too well that the ruling queen would oppose such a plan unless she rose to a higher position within their species' hierarchy, armed with greater knowledge. As a result, she devoted these years to shaping her legacy. Her work was relentless, fueled by the vision of creating numerous monuments in honor of those who had lost their lives on that desolate world. Returning to the site time and time again, she fought a solitary battle against its native horrors, methodically wiping them out of existence. "Shall I start then?" Ikilka asked, her excitement evident, earning a laugh from Kalorahine. "Of course, go ahead," she replied, watching as Ikilka left her chambers. Left alone, Kalorahine stood up, gazing out the window. "Soon, I will carve your memory into the very essence of that world, ensuring that none will forget any of you." Settling back into her chair, Kalorahine doubled down on her efforts, determined to bring her current aspiration to life. While her ultimate goal, shared with Elna, was still a work in progress, she remained focused, knowing that with each difficult endeavor, she was getting closer to making it a reality. For in the passing of a few hundred years, as the cycle of succession unfolded once again, Kalorahine would position herself to take the throne and become queen of her people. 2 centuries had passed since those pivotal events. Under Kalorahine's leadership, H. Nidawal had undergone a transformative process, rising from the ashes of devastation into a beacon of hope. Establishing their own outpost on the revitalized planet, Kalorahine and her colleagues took on the role of overseers, managing the influx of inhabitants from all corners of the cosmos. However, accompanied by the bustling activity, Kalorahine was preoccupied with a looming event, the impending start of the next succession cycle. In just 2 decades, the arena of power would once again ignite, marking the beginning of a battle royal for the throne. Traditionally, the reigning monarch would select their heir. However, the current queen had a penchant for spectacle and chose to turn the succession into a grand exhibition. Candidates vying for the throne would need to demonstrate not only their intellectual prowess, but also their physical strength, an unprecedented twist to the age-old tradition. Through the years, Kalorahine had witnessed a revolving door of subordinates, some leaving for other endeavors, while others meeting their fate on dangerous missions. Yet together with the comings and goings of personnel, one steadfast figure remained: Ikilka, her loyal companion from the very beginning. "Lady Kalorahine, here are the documents you requested," Ikilka announced with a hint of excitement, placing the papers onto Kalorahine's desk. Looking up, Kalorahine sighed, her worry apparent. "I've told you to take a break, Ikilka. You're 6 months into your pregnancy. Please, go and rest." She gently reprimanded her devoted subordinate and friend. Ikilka chuckled softly. I know. This will be my final task, Lady Kalorahine. I'm on my way to start my leave, and don't worry, my replacement is ready. She's just as capable as me. Pride emanated from Ikilka as she confidently placed her hands on her hips. Go on already, for God's sake. Kalorahine playfully urged as Ikilka giggled and departed for her well-deserved leave. Meanwhile, the newest member of their planetary community had brought an abundance of joy, Cinchuredo, feeling that the time was right for her. Now, carrying twins, she embraced her impending motherhood with the same fervor that had characterized her dedication to duty. And just as she had supported Elna in her time of need, Kalorahine stood by Ikilka, rejoicing in her friend's happiness and offering unwavering encouragement. In Ikilka, Kalorahine felt the presence of Elna's spirit, offering her comfort and igniting a protective instinct. Their shared vivacity and zest for life deeply resonated with Kalorahine, leading her to welcome Ikilka as a trusted ally. However, she was mindful of Ikilka's individuality, recognizing that she was her own person, different from Elna in many ways. While she looked out for Ikilka with a sense of kinship, she refrained from imposing undue expectations influenced by memories of her fallen comrade. As she went into the details of the upcoming throne succession, a mix of confidence and apprehension coursed through Kalorahine's thoughts. The possibility of a fierce battle for the crown loomed large, a test of skill and resilience unlike any other. Despite having faith in her own abilities, there was a lingering concern of fear of encountering unforeseen obstacles or unfamiliar adversaries in her quest for supremacy. Nevertheless, she refused to give in to doubt, understanding that time was on her side, allowing her the chance to hone her skills and strengthen her resolve. Let's dive back in, she whispered to herself, rising from her seat with a smile etched upon her features. Ready to face the challenges ahead, Kalorahine set out on the difficult path that lay before her, undeterred by the trials that awaited. Time, unyielding in its progression, bore witness to the merciless hand of destiny. 10 years after Ikilka's twin daughters were born, tragedy struck in an unexpected manner. A malevolent meteor, carrying destructive creatures called Byramites from another dimension, hurtled toward their planet with devastating force. Ikilka, accompanied by her daughters and a group of guardians entrusted to their care by Kalorahine, found themselves entangled in the catastrophic event. Despite their formidable strength, they were outnumbered and overpowered by the relentless onslaught of the Byramites, whose numbers swelled to the hundreds of thousands. In the ensuing chaos, they fell to the overwhelming tide, their courageous efforts ultimately proving futile. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the ruling queen mobilized their forces to eliminate the Byramite threat. However, despite their determined efforts, the toll was catastrophic: 15,000 lives lost, a devastating blow that significantly reduced their species numbers. Adding to their sorrow, the loss of their only male, whose demise was surrounded by scandal, left a bitter taste in the mouths of all who mourned the fallen. In the unfolding of the throne succession, Kalorahine found herself in the middle of a chaotic battle, a grand arena emerging in a separate realm for the contenders to clash. 18 hours had passed since the beginning, the relentless struggle testing the determination of all who sought supremacy. In the heart of the succession, only 3 remained standing, their resolve slowly diminishing within the carnage that surrounded them. For Kalorahine, the passage of time had done little to ease the weight of grief that burdened her. The loss of Ikilka and her twin daughters, compounded by the enduring mourning for Elna, lingered as poignant reminders of mortality's cruel grasp. Though her heart ached with the burden of sorrow, Kalorahine knew that she could not afford the luxury of distraction. In the heat of battle, focus was crucial, with each moment demanding her undivided attention. Though her mind occasionally wandered, ensnared by memories of those she had lost, she steeled herself against the tide of emotion, determined to persevere in the face of adversity. Darting with precision to evade a colossal claw aimed her way, Kalorahine immediately countered, tapping her opponent's arm and ensnaring it in an icy technique. Whirling around, she beheld her enemy, Marjana, a formidable opponent whose ferocity matched her own, albeit tempered by a lack of strategic prowess. Confident in her superior intellect and skill, Kalorahine remained undeterred by Marjana's raw power and infectious charisma. With a calculated strike, she incapacitated Marjana's arm, rendering her defenseless. Before Marjana could utter a retort, Kalorahine's decisive kick sent her reeling, clearing the path for a final attack. With spear in hand, Kalorahine unleashed a barrage of ice shards, each one honed to perfection, pelting Marjana with lethal precision. As the shards found their mark, Marjana's defeat was sealed, her form crumpling under the onslaught. "Contestant Marjana out," cried the announcer, the declaration ringing out across the battlefield, signaling Kalorahine's win over her powerful opponent. In this dimension, a unique rule governed the battles. When a combatant endured enough damage, they were removed from the dimension, ensuring no fatalities occurred. This rule provided comfort to all participants. "Just one more," Kalorahine murmured quietly as she turned, catching sight of a massive arrow hurtling towards her. With a furrowed brow, she deftly manipulated her spear, slicing the projectile in half. In the same instant, her opponent appeared in front of her, a clenched fist aimed straight at Kalorahine's face. Reacting quickly, Kalorahine intercepted the blow, grabbing the assailant's hand and skillfully redirecting her momentum, simultaneously immobilizing her opponent's arm with a freezing touch. Gracefully landing on the side of a nearby structure, she locked eyes with her enemy, who smirked defiantly. "Screw you and your ice, Kalorahine," the woman jeered. "You have to do everything to achieve victory, Kirsty." "But no hard feelings," Kalorahine retorted. "I know that already," Kirsty exclaimed with fervor, launching herself toward Kalorahine. Swathed in swirling darkness and wind, she unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at her opponent. At the same time, she conjured a colossal ballista, trailing behind her as it unleashed a volley of arrows directed solely at Kalorahine, bypassing Kirsty's body entirely. Yet, before they could find their mark, Kalorahine seized control of the darkness, enshrouding the projectiles, freezing them in their tracks with a combination of her own darkness and ice. With a decisive headbutt, Kalorahine sent Kirsty reeling, following up with a series of ice slashes from her spear, each strike finding its mark upon Kirsty's body, though she remained defiantly standing. Kalorahine locked her gaze on the injured Kirsty, her expression tightening. It seems like her sentence was abruptly cut short as Kirsty's eyes rolled back in her head, and she began to plummet toward the ground. Just before impact, she vanished, whisked away from the dimension. "Contestant Kirsty out," announced the voice of the arena. The winner of the throne succession is Kalorahine. Victory was now hers. Kalorahine found herself incredulous as she touched down on the ground, gradually being extracted from the dimension. Standing upon the platform in front of her people, with the queen approaching, she still struggled to grasp the reality of her victory. The dream Elna's dream had finally been realized. Yet, Kalorahine knew that this was merely the beginning. With tears threatening to spill from her eyes, she stared resolutely ahead, fully aware that the journey was far from over. As the queen approached her, a gentle smile gracing her lips, she then turned her attention to the assembled multitude. "Seal this moment in your memory, engrave it into your eyes, into the depths of your souls, Kalorahine. Henceforth, this will be a familiar sight for you. They are your people now. Guard them, treasure them, and lean on them when the hour demands. You, from this day forward, were the mantle of queen," the queen conveyed, her hand offering solace as it rested upon Kalorahine's shoulder. With a solemn nod, Kalorahine acknowledged the weight of her newfound responsibility. She couldn't afford to waver before them, for as their leader, as their queen, she must epitomize unwavering strength. "Yes, I will safeguard them all," she affirmed, her gaze then drifting upward toward the heavens. "Elna, are you watching? I've achieved it. It'll fulfill our dream." 2,000 years had passed since those pivotal events, and Kalorahine had risen to the esteemed position of queen, beloved and revered by her people. The previous monarch had gracefully retired, spending her remaining years in tranquility before passing a decade ago. Throughout Kalorhain's reign, numerous challenges had arisen, yet her leadership had garnered widespread admiration. Then came the unexpected overture from Fumara and her organization, proposing a partnership instead of conquest, a proposition that intrigued and puzzled Kalorhain. A partnership? I must inquire, why refrain from asserting dominion over us? Kalorhain queried, her tone laced with suspicion. Present at the meeting were Kalorhain, Fumara, Eleanor, and Ive. In the room's corner loomed Magnum Tenebrosum, a silent and ominous presence. A smile graced Fumara's lips as she spoke. Trust in us. Magnum Tenebrosum's foresight is infallible. This alliance will yield greater benefits for both our factions than mere conquest. So what say you, esteemed queen? Kalorhain gazed at Fumara, feeling a mix of apprehension and curiosity as she considered the implications of the unexpected offer. Despite her hesitations, the idea of a partnership seemed more appealing than the looming threat of outright subjugation. Very well, I accept your proposition, Kalorhain conceded, though a lingering unease remained. As both parties sealed the agreement with their blood and clasped hands, Fumara's smile widened, casting a disconcerting shadow over the proceedings. You've made the wise choice, Queen Kalorhain, Fumara remarked, her tone cryptic yet assured. In the days to come, expect deliveries of supplies and the arrival of my operatives to aid with your current challenges. With a nod of farewell, Fumara, accompanied by Magnum Tenebrosum, Eleanor, and Ive, made their exit. Kalorhain's eyes widened in disbelief, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Before she could voice her concerns, Fumara offered a cryptic reassurance. I understand your apprehension, Fumara acknowledged, her words laced with enigma. Rest assured, Eleanor will be among those dispatched to assist. Until we meet again, Queen Kalorhain. Left alone, Kalorhain could only watch in silence as her newfound allies departed, the weight of uncertainty hanging heavy in the air. Can I truly trust my instincts? Kalorhain pondered, her mind filled with doubt. Am I leading my subjects in the right direction? Elna? I can only hope, she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty even after 2,000 years had passed. Despite her lingering doubts, she knew that her duty as queen compelled her to press on. I can only hope that this alliance does not bring about discord in the days ahead. She sighed heavily. Little did Kalorhain know, the future held unexpected twists and turns that would dramatically alter her world for better and for worse. Along with all the uncertainty, one thing was clear. Change was on the horizon for her and all those who lived within her kingdom. As the new millennium dawned, Kalorhain's rule became undisputed, earning the respect and admiration of her entire populace. Yet, along with this stability, a momentous turning point loomed on the horizon, one that would irrevocably alter the course of her life. Rumors had recently reached Kalorhain's ears that one of her subordinates had returned from a distant planet, bringing with them a man from a foreign species. This individual was chosen to be a leader for her people, entrusted with the responsibility of helping build a future generation among the women of her planet. Anticipation surged through Kalorhain as she awaited the arrival of this mysterious newcomer in her throne room. Pondering the kind of person they might be, she reflected on the many men she had encountered during her reign. While she had refrained from forming close romantic attachments with any of them, her position as queen granted her the privilege of choice in matters of matrimony. Thus, she held on to the hope that the chosen man would not only fulfill his role in reproduction, but also serve as her partner and husband, ushering in a new era for her kingdom. As the grand doors to the throne room were pushed open, two of Kalorhain's trusted aides led the long-awaited visitor into her presence. Standing between them was a man with short, snow-white hair, a slender frame, measuring around 5 feet 10 inches in height, his gaze a piercing shade of yellow. When their eyes met, a powerful energy surged between Kalorhain and the newcomer, a connection that defied explanation. In that moment, Time seemed to stand still, and for the first time in her illustrious reign, Kalorahine experienced a sensation she had never known before, a stirring of emotions that resonated deep within her soul. Echoes of Elna's words reverberated in her mind, as if speaking directly to this profound encounter. When you find the one, it will feel like the world slows down. You feel a deep connection with them. Elna's voice echoed. They're like those characters in the romantic tales I love. I hope to experience a love like that one day. Perhaps when I ascend to the throne and encounter the right man, it'll make him my husband. In this moment, Kalorahine couldn't deny the truth of Elna's words. The stranger before her stirred feelings she had never dared to imagine, igniting a flame of possibility that flickered within her heart. Perhaps, against all odds, she had found not only the progenitor of her people, but also the partner she had longed for, a love that transcended duty and defied expectation. We have returned, Madame Kalorahine, and we have brought a person we believe to be the next father to our species, the subordinate announced. She then turned to the man beside her and prompted, "Introduce yourself, for you stand in the presence of our queen." Startled from his reverie, the man named Fajin blinked several times before regaining his composure. "Em Fayin, I hail from the planet Getoxiorium. It's an honor to meet you, madam," he exclaimed, offering a respectful bow. Getoxiorium? The planet renowned for the Phalictians and their unique innate ability of full fusion. Curious, as that world lies quite distant from the location of your mission. "Care to elaborate, Undine?" inquired Kalorahine, her curiosity piqued by this unexpected turn of events. Undine, the Volgender to the left, nodded in agreement. "We picked up a distress signal nearby, and since our mission was complete, we decided to investigate. To our surprise, we found this lone Phylician stranded on a nearby planet, his spacecraft destroyed from a crash landing." Taking a moment to assess Kalorahine's reaction, Undine went on, "As far as I know, we've never had a Phylician as the father of our next generation. But given his remarkable abilities and powers, we deemed him a suitable candidate for the role." Kalorahine pondered Undine's explanation, her eyes fixed on Fajin. "Certainly, having a Phylician in our lineage is unprecedented." "Very well, you may leave. I will speak with him shortly," she declared, prompting the two Volgenders to quickly leave the chamber. Alone with Fajin, Kalorahine prepared to have a conversation that would determine the fate of her people for generations to come. But suddenly, Fajin declared, "I love you," catching Kalorahine by surprise as she looked at him in amazement. It's as if fate has intervened. "Will you do me the honor of becoming my life partner?" A swift declaration of love, followed by a proposal for marriage, all within moments of meeting. This rapidity took Kalorahine by surprise. She sat there, considering her response, unsure of what to say, but knowing that she had to reply soon. "Let's proceed with caution, shall we? Are you aware of the implications and responsibilities that come with your current position?" she asked, her tone gentle but probing. Fajin confirmed his understanding, recounting the advice given by the Volgenders about his destined future. "Very well, then. I will give you the chance to adjust to your new circumstances. If your feelings withstand the test of time, then come back to me about this. But if they fade, know that our paths diverge without consequence. Understood?" she stated, composed yet firm. Fajin responded passionately, confirming his understanding and agreement. After instructing the guards to escort Fajin from the throne room, ensuring his safe passage to his quarters, Kalorahine found herself alone in the solemn chamber. Placing a hand over her chest, she couldn't ignore the rapid beat of her heart, a sensation she hadn't felt in quite some time. In the solitude of the room, Elna's words echoed in her mind once more, reminding her of the intricate web of emotions that had entwined her life. With a heavy sigh, Kalorahine attempted to steady her racing heart, grappling with the complexities of love. For her, love had been both a cherished gift and a bitter loss, intertwined with the memory of Elna and her family, who had shaped her understanding of affection. Familial bonds had always been a cornerstone of her existence, providing solace in uncertain times. However, the prospect of romantic love remained uncharted territory, a daunting prospect to navigate alone. With resolve, Kalorahine braced herself for the journey ahead, acknowledging the profound impact of Elna's legacy on her path forward. 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye, a whirlwind of time that swept Fajin into the role of fatherhood multiple times. To Kalorahine's surprise, he consistently returned to her side, dedicating himself not only to his children but also to her companionship. What astonished her even more was Fajin's unwavering devotion, his commitment to her alone in a world where others had engaged in various dalliances and relationships. Intrigued by his faithfulness, Kalorahine couldn't help but voice her curiosity. "How long do you plan to continue in this pursuit?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and uncertainty. Fajin's arms enveloped her from behind, his presence a comforting warmth against her back. "Until you return my feelings, Kalorahine," he declared softly as he spoke near her ear. "Though I've fathered many children, none have stirred my heart as you have. It is you whom I love above all others," he confessed, punctuating his words with a tender kiss upon the back of her head. Kalorahine felt her cheeks flush even brighter as she kept her gaze averted, grappling with the surge of emotions within her. Despite the uncertainty clouding her mind, she couldn't deny the depth of her feelings for Fajin. Over the years, their shared moments had slowly chipped away at the barriers around her heart, allowing her to open up to vulnerability in his presence. Turning to face him, her timidity evident, she sought comfort in his arms, her words barely audible in the middle of the rush of emotions. "Igriagajis, I accept. Please be my husband," she stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Fajin's joy was undeniable as he lifted her off the ground, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Wait, really?" he exclaimed, his disbelief mirrored in his wide-eyed expression. With a shy nod, Kalorahine confirmed her decision, her heart pounding with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Fajin's elation knew no bounds as he spun her around, his jubilant shouts echoing through the chamber. In that moment, any lingering doubts or fears melted away, replaced by the certainty of their shared future. He tenderly set her down, wrapping her in a warm hug before meeting her gaze. A silent understanding passed between them as they drew closer, the moment feeling meaningful. Kalorahine's heart raced with excitement, and with a gentle touch, Fajin leaned in and greeted her warmly. A soft, gentle touch that ignited a rush of emotions within her. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, the world fading away as their hearts beat as one. For Kalorahine, the sensation was a balm to her soul, a profound happiness that she hadn't felt in an eternity. As they parted, Fajin's words hung in the air, punctuating the charged atmosphere between them. "Let's get married within the year. I want to try having a child with you," he proposed, his voice filled with hope and longing. Blushing furiously, Kalorahine found herself in agreement, her own desires mirrored in his declaration. "Mum, I feel the same way. I think it's long overdue for me. I want to start a family too," she confessed, her words muffled against his chest as she sought solace in his embrace once more. 6 months after their tender exchange, Kalorahine and Fajin were joined in matrimony, a momentous occasion in the annals of their world. It had been an era since Kalorahine took the throne as queen, leading her people. While some may have been surprised by the delay in her marriage, the enduring companionship between her and Fajin had assured them that this day would come. Accompanied by the joyous celebration, another revelation emerged, sparking whispers of excitement among the gathered guests. Kalorahine, radiant in her bridal attire, displayed the unmistakable evidence of new life within her, her burgeoning belly a proof to the miracle of creation. Congratulations and well wishes flooded in, accompanied by murmurs of anticipation and speculation about the potential of the unborn child. With each passing moment, the realm eagerly awaited the arrival of the newest member of their royal family. Only time would unveil the destiny that awaited the princess of the world. Yet in the hearts of her people, hope blossomed, envisioning a future as bright and illustrious as her mother's legacy. As the echoes of the ceremony faded and jubilant celebrations swept across the planet, Fadjan's tender gesture brought a sense of warmth to Calorahine's heart. His words, filled with sincerity and affection, resonated deeply within her. "I'm happy. I'm glad we're together now," he murmured, his voice soft yet filled with conviction. Before Calorahine could respond, another voice, hauntingly familiar, seemed to whisper from the depths of her memory. It was as if Elna herself stood beside her, gently posing a question that pierced through the joyous atmosphere. "Are you happy?" the voice inquired, its tone a nostalgic echo of the past. Tears welled in Calorahine's eyes as she turned inward, grappling with the emotions stirred by the haunting question. With a heartfelt nod, she acknowledged the overwhelming happiness that swelled within her. I am very happy right now, too," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. As they stood together, overlooking the exuberant festivities, a sense of contentment washed over the newlyweds. Yet, unbeknownst to them, dark clouds loomed on the horizon, portending a tempest of chaos and sorrow that would soon shatter their idyllic bliss, plunging Calorahine's life into turmoil once more. "Mom, please, I really need to focus," Sonia pleaded urgently, feeling her mother's embrace tighten around her. Calorahine chuckled softly, her voice filled with warmth. "Oh, sweetie, I just want to love and protect you," she said, enveloping her daughter in a comforting hold. Sonia released a small sigh, her tone tinged with affectionate exasperation. "I know, Mom, but I really need to focus on my studies," she replied, gently attempting to extricate herself from her mother's loving grasp. A decade had swiftly passed since Calorahine and Fadjan's wedding, marking the growth of their daughter, Sonia, into a bright and robust young woman. Despite the passage of time, Cinceredo, while this approach allowed him to fulfill his paternal obligations, the weight of past indiscretions cast a veil of guilt over him, a silent turmoil that he carried within. "By the way, where's Dad?" she inquired, momentarily diverting her attention from her studies. "Oh, he's out fulfilling his duties. He'll be back shortly," came the response, accompanied by a tender kiss planted on her daughter's head. "Do you intend to adopt his methods in the future, or will you leave that to Dad to handle? You don't appear particularly concerned about it, but Dad seems uneasy," Sonia inquired. Calorahine lapsed into silence, pondering the question. She had indeed been contemplating this matter, grateful to her daughter for broaching the topic. Interestingly, Fadjan had also hinted at this idea, confessing that it had lingered in his thoughts for some time, yet uncertain whether Calorahine herself would be receptive to it. "It's okay, sweetie. Trust us to handle it, okay? Just focus on your studies," Calorahine reassured her daughter before gently stepping back. "By the way, we're planning a little family trip to a different planet soon, so get ready to be excited," she announced with a touch of anticipation. Sonia beamed at her mother and nodded eagerly. "Okay, I can't wait for it." The long-awaited day of their trip arrived, and they set off to a planet that had been taken over by Fumara. However, thanks to their alliance, they were able to enjoy various privileges and freedoms. This particular planet was well known for its stunning views and natural beauty. Calorahine's family chose a spot that offered them a magnificent panorama of vast forests and winding rivers, perfect for their picnic. It looks like we forgot the forks and spoons." "They'll go get them," Calorahine said, lightly tapping her forehead in frustration at her oversight. Her daughter and husband said their goodbyes, and she quickly made her way back to their spacecraft. Relinquish it to me," a ghostly voice echoed around her, causing Calorahine to jump. However, she shook her head and chose to ignore it, continuing on her path unfazed. Although she was intrigued by the mysterious voice, she decided not to dwell on it, focusing on her task at hand. After a few minutes, Calorahine returned with an extra bag, and they began their meal against the backdrop of the breathtaking scenery. Sonia, always enthusiastic, went into various topics related to the flora and fauna below, having meticulously researched the planet prior to their visit. "By the way, did you hear a voice earlier, honey?" Kalorahine queried, leaning affectionately against Fajin. A voice? What voice? I didn't hear anything, Fajin responded, his brow furrowing in confusion at Kalorahine's question. Shaking her head dismissively, Kalorahine reassured, Never mind, it must have been my imagination. I've probably been overworking myself lately. This vacation is much needed. Are you two even listening? Sonia interjected, pivoting back towards her parents, hands planted firmly on her hips, a playful scold evident in her tone, eliciting chuckles from her parents. In the middle of their joyful day, an unsettling feeling lingered in the depths of Kalorahine's mind. Little did she realize that this outing would be the last excursion she would have with her beloved family, a memory destined to be cherished for a lifetime. On what appeared to be an ordinary day for Kalorahine, fully absorbed in her duties as the queen, the stillness was shattered by a cacophony of explosions echoing outside her office window. Hurrying to the scene, she was met with a sight of disorder and destruction. Several buildings lay in ruins, some frozen over, while others tottered on the verge of collapse. Taken aback by the scene, Kalorahine wasted no time and promptly teleported outside, ascending to the rooftop of her building for a clearer view. What she beheld was reminiscent of stories from ancient times. In the distance, towering Schneeglasierber, creatures with magnificent snow-white fur, loomed menacingly. Among them, the leader unleashed torrents of ice, causing chaos and further devastating the already ravaged cityscape. Accompanied by the mayhem, Kalorahine maintained her composure and swiftly took command, instructing her Volgenders from her elevated position. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on her shoulders, but she refused to succumb to panic, determined to remain level-headed in the face of adversity. However, deep inside, concern for the safety of her people and her beloved family ate away at her. As her orders were carried out, she observed her unharmed Volgenders spring into action, flying to aid those in danger from the explosions. Others bravely charged towards the looming threat of the Schneeglasierbars. Explosions rang out, and the clash of mighty forces reverberated in the distance. In a strategic move, Kalorahine summoned several clones to assist her subjects in need. Meanwhile, she herself flew towards the source of the danger, using her powers to create an army of ice soldiers to strengthen the battle against the encroaching Schneeglasierbars. With determination in her eyes and resolve in her heart, she plunged into the fray, ready to defend her planet at any cost. Hours dragged on, marked by fierce combat and devastating losses. Kalorahine, alongside her valiant Volgenders, had managed to repel the onslaught of the Schneeglasierbars, but victory came at a heavy price. Many Volgenders had sacrificed their lives in the defense of their kingdom, further depleting their already diminished ranks. Despite the grief weighing heavily upon her heart, Kalorahine knew she could not afford to mourn just yet, for her duties as queen demanded her immediate attention. With a sense of urgency, she embarked on a frantic search for her family, scouring the chaos-ridden aftermath for any sign of their whereabouts. Minutes stretched into eternity as she combed through the wreckage, her anxiety mounting with each passing moment. It was then that a familiar Volgender named Natasha approached her, her solemn demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. "Follow me, madam," Natasha whispered softly, a hushed tone that sent a shiver down Kalorahine's spine. The queen's heart clenched with apprehension, knowing all too well the ominous significance of Natasha's somber tone. Silently trailing behind Natasha, Kalorahine's dread intensified with each step. As they entered the area where the fallen Volgenders lay, a cold knot formed in the pit of her stomach. Desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope, she prayed fervently to any higher power that her worst fears would not be realized, that her beloved family remained among the injured and not among the fallen. Natasha led Kalorahine into a tent, and inside, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before her eyes. There on the ground lay her husband and daughter covered in sheets, their pale faces illuminated by the dim light. The sight pierced Kalorahine to her core, her body trembling as she knelt beside them and reached out to touch their still bodies. Each passing moment inflicted new cracks upon her already shattered heart, yet she clung desperately to the hope that this nightmare was not real. Breaking the suffocating silence, Natasha's voice shattered the fragile illusion. "I'm sorry, Kalorahine," she murmured, her words heavy with sorrow. "I tried everything, even after the Volgenders sought me out in a panic. I worked tirelessly for hours, but they're gone." Her admission hung in the air, a final, devastating confirmation of Kalorahine's worst fears. A haunting wail echoed through the air, piercing the silence as Natasha stood outside the tent, unable to bear Kalorahine's anguish any longer. Within the confines of the tent, heart-wrenching cries and desperate pleas filled the air, intermingling with the weight of unbearable grief. Kalorahine's shattered voice reverberated with disbelief as she pleaded for someone to shatter the cruel illusion of reality. With each passing moment, Kalorahine felt her grasp on life slipping away, her once radiant spirit fading into the depths of despair. The dreams she had harbored for Elna, the fleeting moments of happiness she had finally embraced, all extinguished in an instant by the merciless hand of fate. It was as if destiny had always harbored a cruel desire for her suffering, and on that fateful day, it claimed her family, leaving Kalorahine forever changed. 30 years had passed since the tragic day, yet Kalorahine remained resolute in her role as queen. Time had not softened her grief, but instead had coated her heart with a layer of coldness and caution. This transformation, however, was not solely her doing. Throughout those 3 decades, a haunting voice had plagued her, its insidious whispers coiling through her mind like a sinister melody. Initially, she resisted, holding on to the fading embers of her resolve, and refusing to succumb to the voice's seductive call. But as time went on, its promises became more enticing, painting vivid images of a life reunited with her beloved family. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years until the burden of longing and desperation became unbearable. Ultimately, Kalorahine yielded to the voice's allure, embracing its guidance with a blend of hope and apprehension. In her quest to reunite with her family and rewrite the cruel script of fate, she was willing to journey into the darkest depths of the unknown. Accepting the whispers of the voice brought about a profound transformation in Kalorahine, and consequently, in the very essence of her rule. Once known for her warmth and compassion, she now governed with an iron will, her demeanor frosty and unyielding, more reminiscent of a tyrant than the beloved queen her people had known. Under her reign, an atmosphere of fear spread across the land, stifling dissent and prompting caution among her subjects, who dared not oppose her for fear of invoking her wrath. Driven by the voice's directives, Kalorahine implemented sweeping changes across her planet. She oversaw the construction of imposing ice walls to fortify her cities, serving as a stark symbol of her newfound obsession with security and control. In a calculated strategy to maintain power, she formed alliances with the leaders of the Schnee-Glacierber, orchestrating a deceptive conflict known as the Fake Eternal Battle to manipulate the Volgenders and perpetuate the facade of unending strife. Guided by the mysterious agenda of the voice, Kalorahine embarked on interstellar voyages to distant planets, in search of powerful warriors deemed to possess superior abilities. These chosen few were carefully selected, their strengths identified as essential for the continuation of a new generation of powerful Volgenders. In her relentless pursuit of strength and influence, Kalorahine spared no expense in securing the future of her species, even if it meant sacrificing the autonomy of others along the way. Harnessing the immense power of the voice, Kalorahine orchestrated a dramatic transformation in the biology of her species. Through skillful manipulation, the voice increased the likelihood of male birth from a mere 0.01 to an astonishing 30, reshaping the core dynamics of Volgender society. However, Instead of ushering in a new era of equality and inclusivity, the appearance of males became a catalyst for further oppression and cruelty under Calorahine's reign. Upon the birth of the first male, she launched a ruthless campaign to eradicate them, deeming their existence as a threat to her rule. For those daring to defy her decree and give birth to male offspring, Calorahine presented a grim ultimatum: silence or death. Fearing retribution or banishment, censuredo censuredo. During the darkness of her own tyranny, Calorahine's consciousness was suddenly illuminated with a glimmer of clarity. The familiar voice that had guided her hand for so long was notably absent, leaving her isolated in a world of her own creation, free from its sinister influence. With each attempt to reach out, she was met with silence, forced to confront the consequences of her actions alone. During her customary walk, the palpable fear emanating from her subjects struck her with a force similar to a physical blow. No longer did they approach her with open hearts and warm smiles. Instead, their wary gazes spoke volumes, a testament to the chilling legacy of fear and oppression she had cultivated. In this stark moment of clarity, Calorahine could not deny the monstrous reality she had wrought upon her kingdom. The very society she had once sworn to protect had been twisted and contorted by her grief-fueled descent into darkness, sculpted by the insidious whispers of voice she had foolishly embraced. The weight of her sins pressed down upon her, a burden too heavy to bear, yet she knew there was no turning back. Hurriedly, she made her way back to her room, feeling a surge of panic overwhelm her. Sinking to the floor, tears streamed down her face in silent torment. What have I done? This is not the world Elna, Sonia, and Fajin had in mind, she murmured, muffling her words with her hand. After a few moments of weeping, she stood up, her expression still dark, yet a faint glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. She knew she couldn't simply erase everything she had done. She was too deeply ensnared. Whatever this voice was, it had taken advantage of her vulnerability to control her. However, she doubted anyone would believe her explanation. Calorahine held onto a singular ambition: to take down the entity responsible and to atone for her actions. In the vast expanse of the empty void, where the distant glow of a blazing orange orb cast an eerie light, Calorahine stood, her presence resonating with a profound sense of purpose. Emerging from the shadowy depths, a figure approached, its silhouette gradually taking shape. So, everything from that point onward was a carefully orchestrated charade to deceive Pilanalis, wasn't it? The figure inquired, its voice echoing through the empty expanse. Turning to face the newcomer, Calorahine recognized Aaron Toole, his demeanor a mixture of solemnity and understanding. With a determined nod, she acknowledged his observation. Yes, she confessed, her voice carrying a weight of conviction. I came to the realization that the actions I had taken under Pilanalis' influence were irreversible. However, I also understood the incredulity my people would harbor towards my claims of an unseen force compelling my actions, she elaborated, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. Her gaze quickly shifted downward, the weight of her confession evident in her tone. That's why I orchestrated everything. I have watched their struggles with anticipation over the years, witnessing their repeated defeat at the hands of Fumara. But finally, their victory has come to fruition. Thank you, Outer God, she expressed with gratitude, bowing respectfully. We didn't do much. Hell, we only came here to stop the war. Do you think the Volgenders will listen to me or the Resistance once this is all over? He inquired, his gaze locked on hers. Calorahine found herself uncertain, but after a moment's contemplation, she replied, If you refrain from destroying Sonia, the artificial god I created in the image of my daughter, then they will likely accept her as their new ruler. A weighty silence settled over them, enveloping them in its hold. Aaron waited patiently for Calorahine to speak, knowing that this would likely be their final conversation. Finally, she lifted her weary gaze to meet his. Reincarnation, it's real, isn't it? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Aaron nodded silently, acknowledging her question. With the things I've done, I doubt it'll be reborn into a good home. I expect to be placed in an even worse situation than before, she confessed, her voice tinged with resignation. Before Aaron could reply, they both felt a presence behind him. Without hesitation, the entity lunged towards Aaron, causing ice to rapidly spread across the ground. However, Aaron remained unfazed, simply snapping his fingers. The entity crashed and tumbled between them, coming to rest at their side. Curse you, outer god! My plans were supposed to go off without a hitch. If you weren't here, Pilanalice exclaimed, her voice seething with anger as she glared at Aaron and made another aggressive move towards him. To her surprise, her claws simply bounced off him as if he were made of gelatin, incapable of causing any harm. Confusion clouded Pilanalice's face as she tried to attack him again, only to be met with the same futile outcome. After several unsuccessful attempts, she finally stopped her attacks, her rage now intensified. I am the one who holds sway over this place, Pilanalice. Whatever you do will have no effect on me or anyone I choose to protect, Aaron explained calmly, earning another resentful glare from the entity. So why did you do it? Please don't let it be a tired cliché of being inherently evil or desiring to commit evil deeds, he implored, eliciting a chuckle from Calorahine. I myself am unaware of your motives. Please enlighten us, she added, her voice tinged with curiosity. Pilanalice, accepting her inevitable demise in this dimension, released a heavy sigh. Like a stubborn child, she flopped on her back, her eyes fixed on the void above. As Celestials, we encounter little competition within our universe, and even across other universes, she began, her voice reverberating through the empty expanse. We do as we please, regardless of the consequences. Some of us have developed a semblance of conscience, and dare I say, empathy, along with other emotions, she explained, turning her gaze to the side. It started as mere amusement, a way to relieve my boredom. But over time, I grew curious to see if anyone could truly challenge me, she confessed, her voice tinged with a mixture of arrogance and longing. I have orchestrated similar schemes on countless planets, subtly pushing entire societies and species to the brink of extinction, only to divert attention by blaming Fumara and her organization, or weaving other intricate falsehoods, she concluded, her admission weighing heavily in the air. Her gaze shifted back to Aaron, a sly smile dancing on her lips. Who would have thought an outer god would be the one to take me down? She remarked, a touch of amusement in her tone. Aaron shook his head in response. I didn't do it. Calorahine had been planning your defeat for a long time now. She just needed our help to do it, even if it was a coincidence. You should be directing those words to the person you've been controlling all this time, he explained calmly. Pilanalice locked eyes with him for a moment before turning her attention to Calorahine, who met her gaze unwaveringly. Finally, Pilanalice spoke, forget you. I should have questioned why you kept making changes to the things we already did, but your justifications were entertaining, so I let them slide. Darn you. Calorahine's smile widened at Pilanalice's words. That's precisely why I chose to alter them in such a way to manipulate you in my favor. In the end, victory is mine, she declared confidently. Pilanalice clicked her tongue in frustration before rising to her feet, fixing her gaze on Aaron. We Celestials will never truly disappear. Even if you kill me right now, I will return in due time. Whether it's in 10,000 years or 1,000,000, I will be back, she declared defiantly, her voice laced with confidence. Aaron regarded her thoughtfully, weighing his options. He silently tapped into his powers, peering into a specific future for a particular individual, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Oh, don't worry. I know certain individuals will eventually seal you permanently. I could do it now, but I believe that outcome in the future will be far more entertaining for them, he remarked cryptically. Pilanalice furrowed her brow in confusion at his words. But before she could voice her question, Aaron extended his right hand in the form of a gun. Boom! He uttered softly, and with that, Pilanalis shattered like glass, her existence extinguished for the time being. Yet, Aaron knew deep down that she would undoubtedly resurface in the future. With the settling of the dust, Aaron redirected his focus to Kalorahine, who seemed even more fatigued and despondent than before. "Ill, make my way then, to whatever awaits me in the afterlife," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the ground before lifting to the fiery orb in front of them. "What makes you believe you'll be reborn into a life of suffering?" Aaron asked, causing Kalorahine to look up at him, only to see him smiling warmly at her. "What do you mean?" she asked, her confusion evident. She had expected to endure torment for the chaos, disorder, and pain she had caused her people and others during her rule. "I am the ruler of the Omniverse. I have control over what happens within it, and, if necessary, I can exert my influence. You understand what I'm suggesting, don't you?" he explained, maintaining his steady gaze on her. Kalorahine was visibly shocked as she continued to stare at Aaron, her eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment of speechlessness, she managed to find her voice again. "W, what do you mean?" "And no, I mean, why? I did so much destruction, killed so many people, and made them suffer the entire time. I don't deserve any of it," she stammered, her voice tinged with incredulity and self-condemnation. Aaron released a sigh and shook his head gently. "All I'm going to say is that I understand. If I were in your position, I would have most likely done the same thing. That's why." He trailed off, gesturing behind her once more, prompting her to turn around. As Kalorahine obeyed, her eyes widened in disbelief. She was rendered speechless, unable to articulate the overwhelming surrealness of what lay before her. Kalorahine was engulfed in a tight embrace as the figure rushed towards her. "Hein! Hein! I waited so long. Let's go," exclaimed Elna, holding her friend close. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Kalorahine returned the hug, still grappling with her bewilderment. "W, what do you mean, go? Go where?" she inquired. Elna pulled away, her smile radiant. "Everyone's waiting," she replied cryptically, tilting her head to reveal Elna's own family, her mother, 2 sisters, and Kalorahine's eyes widened in astonishment as tears streamed down her face at the sight of her late husband and daughter standing alongside Elna's family. The realization washed over her, a flood of emotions overwhelming her as she took in the surreal scene before her. Sonia and Fajin hurried to join the group hug along with the rest of Elna's family, surrounding Kalorahine in a comforting embrace. Aaron observed quietly, a feeling of peace washing over him as he witnessed her reuniting with her loved ones. "Mom, I missed you so much," exclaimed Sonia, her voice filled with emotion as she held her mother tightly. "We've been watching you the entire time. You did your best, but now it's your turn to rest. Leave it to the rest of them and the resistance." "Honey," Fajin murmured, planting a gentle kiss on the top of Kalorahine's head. "You did good, big sis. You really did," chimed in the second oldest sister of Elna's family, her words echoed by the youngest sibling. Once they had all expressed their sentiments, Aaron interjected gently. "Go. You can't stay here forever. I've already ensured that all of you will live in a peaceful world and be reunited. This is the most I can do for you now. Let the rest of us carry on with what we need to do," he urged, his tone gentle yet firm. Kalorahine released her family from her embrace before rushing over to Aaron, enveloping him in a heartfelt hug. "Thank you. I can never repay you," she whispered, tears still streaming down her face. Aaron returned the hug, patting her back reassuringly. "Don't worry about it. Go. Be happy," he replied softly. "Can you pass on a message to my artificially created daughter?" Kalorahine asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Aaron nodded silently, prompting Kalorahine to whisper the message into his ear. Once she had finished, she pulled away from him. As they all began to walk towards the burning orange orb of flames, their forms began to glow and phase out of the dimension. Before they disappeared completely, Kalorahine made sure to look back at Aaron one last time, offering him a grateful smile and silently mouthing, "Thank you," before vanishing. Sleep well, Calorahine, Aaron whispered to himself as the world erupted in flames, casting an intense glow over everything in its path. Back in the outside world, reality, the vibrant orange pillar of energy continued to expand, growing stronger with each passing moment, until it reached its peak and burst into the sky, its radiance piercing the heavens. All eyes were captivated by the spectacle as a solitary figure emerged from the brilliant burst of energy. Motionless and silent, it descended gracefully to the earth, landing on 2 feet, its gaze fixed on the sky above. As the figure stood within the aftermath, the various ice constructs created by Calorahine began to swiftly melt away the towering walls, the formidable army, and all the other manifestations of her power over the years. The figure on the ground was Aaron, his eyes locked on the heavens above as he silently offered a prayer for the safe journey of Calorahine, Elna, and all those who had embarked on their new life beyond. With a heavy heart and a sense of solemnity, he watched as the remnants of their legacy dissolved into the earth, a poignant reminder of their enduring impact on the world. With a calm expression etched on his face, Aaron once again summoned his lance, gripping it tightly as if fixating his gaze on something beyond this world. Squinting with intense concentration, he drew the lance back, preparing to unleash its formidable power. In one swift, fluid motion, he released the lance, sending it hurtling through the air. With unstoppable momentum, it tore through the atmosphere, traversed the vast expanse of space, and zeroed in on a specific target on another planet. Before anyone could comprehend the gravity of the moment, Azathoth abruptly teleported to their location, accompanied by the members of Daybreak and a multitude of citizens. "It's rather ironic, don't you think?" mused Azathoth, a boy once deprived of hope, facing overwhelming odds, now becomes the beacon of hope for an entire universe. The fire she ignited, coupled with Aaron's power and will, grants them the opportunity to fight against the destiny Fumarus seeks to impose upon them. It's similar to a wildfire, spreading uncontrollably and consume everything in its path. A rare smile graced her lips. Much like Aaron's defiance against his father's expectations, he now leads the charge alongside the resistance, challenging that very fate. Without a doubt, they'll blaze through this thorny path. A hush descended upon the gathering, the world around them melting into insignificance as all attention focused on Aaron. In a flash, the spear appeared once again in his grasp, a feat that left onlookers in utter amazement. With a decisive gesture, he raised it high, igniting the eternal flames, a breathtaking spectacle that held everyone's attention. A deep resonance stirred within the souls of those present, an unspoken recognition stirring in their depths. A collective shiver of awe swept through them as Aaron pointed the lance towards the artificial goddess Sonia. "It's your turn." His words carried a weight understood only by her, cutting through the silence like a knife. In that poignant moment, Sonia, for the first time in her brief existence, felt tears welling in her eyes, a flood of emotions overwhelming her. Aaron Toole's soliloquy about 2 hours passed since those events. I immersed myself in the task of restoring order, meticulously repairing the damage, and reinstating equilibrium. In the aftermath of the upheaval, the elders and officials were compelled to step down, paving the way for a new wave of leadership. Fresh, vibrant Volgenders ascended to power, inserting vitality into governance. At the same time, Sonia ascended to the throne, her coronation facilitated by Natasha and Shanada, who worked covertly to support her reign from the shadows. Along with the upheaval, I also focused on assisting the Schneeglacier in their recovery efforts despite the extensive harm inflicted upon them. Though the road to restoration would be challenging, this marked the beginning of their journey toward recovery. Furthermore, I offered my assistance to other smaller species, helping them regain a semblance of normalcy with the chaos. However, the most significant transformation came in the form of weather patterns. Experiencing extremes at both ends of the spectrum, I used my powers to temper the climate, restoring balance. From then on, they would enjoy the warmth of normal summer heats and endure the chill of standard winter colds, ushering in an era of climatic stability. Currently in Kalorahein's office, the air buzzed with a mix of anticipation and solemnity as Sonia, accompanied by Natasha and Shanata, familiarized herself with her new surroundings. Sensing the weight of the moment, I chose to give her some space, quietly observing alongside Azathoth while the rest of our team ventured out, free from the need for secrecy. As Sonia explored, I couldn't shake the gravity of the task ahead, the delicate matter of conveying her mother's final words, despite her artificial nature and the complexity of her existence. Earlier, I took the opportunity to address some urgent matters with the other inhabitants of this world. The newfound freedom extended not only to our team, but also to the males of certain species, now liberated to roam openly. I made sure to inform them of the revised probability of male births, ensuring transparency and understanding within their communities. Furthermore, I offered a glimpse into Kalorahein's harrowing ordeal, painting a semi-realistic portrait of her struggles against the malevolent forces that sought to control her. Despite the moral dilemmas she faced, she remained steady in her resolve to protect her people, ultimately sacrificing herself to ensure their survival. It was a somber tale, one that highlighted the sacrifices made in the pursuit of freedom and peace. Sonia, I began, my words heavy with the weight of the conversation ahead. We need to have a talk. The room descended into a profound silence, every gaze fixed on me, eagerly awaiting the revelation that lingered in the air. Your mother, she confided in me to deliver her final words to you. I continued, the solemnity of the moment hanging in the air. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with anticipation as I paused, allowing the significance of my words to settle in. Centurado embrace each new day with bravery, for in the calmness of winter's embrace, we discover the resilience to keep going and the promise of endless renewal. I conveyed to her, awaiting her response with bated breath. As far as I know, Kalorahein had imbued several memories of her time with her daughter into the artificial goddess before me. So, in a sense, Sonia persists, yet with the nature of these constructs, she will assuredly forge her own identity, diverging from the original. Sonia stood in the middle of the intense gaze from everyone around her, taking in my words. Sensing her inner turmoil, Natasha moved closer and gently placed a hand on her head. You are a combination of Sonia and something more. But unquestionably, you are Kalorahein's daughter, and I have pledged to support you for as long as I live. That promise was made to Kalorahein and Fajin when the original Sonia born in our world. Now, as you take on the leadership of our kind, it is time to implement changes for the betterment of us all, Natasha declared, her voice filled with conviction. After a brief pause, she continued, Kalorahein loved you deeply, and while her actions may not be forgiven by all, her ultimate wish was for reunion, a wish that she has now fulfilled. Use the memories she has gifted you and your current wisdom to cultivate a brighter future for our planet. Azathoth intervened, his tone reassuring. The original Sonia, along with Fajin, Kalorahein, Elna, and her family, will find peace in a new universe, distant from upheaval and discord. There, they will live in harmony, reunited and reborn. Sonia, the artificial goddess, gazed at Natasha and Azathoth, seeking solace in their words, while I stood by, affirming their sentiments with a nod. It was clear that Kalorahein's group could finally find peace now that the burden was lifted from their shoulders. We would carry the torch forward in their stead. Also, I interjected, stepping closer to Sonia. With understanding in my eyes, I extended my right hand, index finger ablaze with the eternal flames, and gently touched her forehead. The resistance, the eternal flames, and I stand ready to help you, Sonia. In a peculiar twist of fate, I found myself assuming responsibility for the artificial goddess Sonia, a duty thrust upon me by Kalorahein's parting words. She remained in a state of infancy, awakened during our clash with Kalorahein, her purpose evolving from one of hostility towards us to a more ambiguous path. Sonia's eyes moved from me to the ground, her lips quivering slightly, but she composed herself after a brief moment. As I removed my hand from her head, a determined look settled on her face. "I am very inexperienced, so I will be relying on all of you," she admitted, bowing respectfully before us. Lifting her head, she asked, "Will you be departing soon?" After considering her query, I looked at her for a moment, then let my gaze drift out the window behind her. Eventually, I responded, "We can extend our stay for an additional day. We will do our best to aid you and your people. How does that sound?" Azathoth, who had been quiet, briefly glanced in my direction before closing her eyes, while Sonia's eyes expressed gratitude as she nodded vigorously in agreement. "Thank you," Sonia replied, a visible wave of relief washing over her expression. Natasha smiled at me, her approval evident, while Shanata observed the exchange from her position against the nearby wall. Turning to her, I asked, "What will happen at daybreak now?" "They will transition into a new and sanctioned unit within our society. That's the designation I will confer upon them. They'll be tasked with various missions and duties. Shanata will assume leadership, with Natasha serving as supervisor, and new members will have the opportunity to join once it's officially announced," Sonia explained. "I see. Well then, let's get started. We'll stand by your side, Queen Sonia. You'll reach out to the others to see if they're willing to join us," I assured her, quickly sending a message to our group. After a brief pause, it became clear that only Aoife and Schwertlight would be joining us. The others chose to explore, and Odin declined the invitation, preferring his own pursuits. As a result, Rose and Brynhilde were obliged to stay by his side. "All right, let's set out on this journey of change," Sonia exclaimed, mustering up enthusiasm. We shared a chuckle at her spirited demeanor before quickly leaving her office, heading into the promising expanse of Sflauria. Third-person point of view earlier. When the pillar of flames erupted from Eren, its impact reverberated not just across the planet, but throughout the entire universe. A familiar yet peculiar sensation stirred within the hearts of beings across the cosmos. It was a warmth, a comforting embrace that reignited the flames of determination within them, empowering them to rise against the injustices inflicted upon them. On the distant planet known as Atos Rurlura, 3 teams had been dispatched: Sona's team, the Slashdog team, and another contingent from the Resistance. Their mission: to apprehend the Wayborough's member ranked 8th, Taphalis. Initially progressing without incident, their operation took a wild turn when a person from the Resistance team inadvertently triggered an alarm, propelling them into a heated skirmish with Taphalis and her cohorts. After hours of relentless combat, the tide began to turn, but tension lingered in the air as Taphalis herself finally emerged, casting a formidable presence over the battlefield. "The Resistance Lady Eleanor did inform me of your impending arrival, although I hadn't expected it to be so soon. Nevertheless, it matters little," Taphalis remarked with a wicked grin, her tone dripping with malice. "Allow me the satisfaction of experimenting on all of you, just as I've done with these unfortunate souls." Taphalis, with her long white hair and piercing red eyes, possessed an imposing figure. Her fanged visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a vampire, accentuated by her pointed ears. Clad in elegant, noble attire adorned with various accessories, she exuded an aura of sinister sophistication as she gazed down upon all 3 teams. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, conjuring countless dark red bubbles that enveloped the area, morphing into bats that hovered menacingly toward their targets. "Avoid them. I haven't been able to analyze them yet, but my instincts are screaming that they're dangerous," Fusey urgently warned the team through their earpieces. In a flurry of movement, the team members scattered in all directions, launching their own barrage of attacks against the dark red bat-like bubbles. Some spells and strikes proved effective, shattering the bubbles, while others simply passed through them, the sinister entities persisting in their pursuit. Use magic. Magic or light and holy energy can disrupt them. Lavinia's urgent command spurred the team into action, compelling those capable to employ these potent forms of attack. However, not all possess the ability to wield such magic, and those unfortunate few found themselves ensnared by the insidious bubbles, trapped within their grotesque and slippery confines. Yet, instead of struggling against their imprisonment, they fell into an eerie stillness, their eyes glazed over. They're ensnared in an illusion, a powerful one at that. Normal means won't suffice to break them free, Fusey speculated aloud, her mind racing as she deftly evaded the relentless assaults. Should we ask for Aaron's help? She pondered, the notion hanging in the air as they continued to navigate the chaotic battleground. In the distance, Taphalis reveled in the chaos she had created, a wicked grin playing upon her lips. The sight of her enemies scattering like frightened insects filled her with a twisted sense of satisfaction, finding joy in their perceived helplessness against her insidious illusion. Pathetic, and they dared to call themselves Taphalis began, her taunts cut short as Jinchuru appeared behind her in a blur of motion. With a mighty blow, he delivered a devastating punch to her back, unleashing his black cursed flames upon impact. Jinchuru, clad in his perfected balance breaker, sent Taphalis hurtling through the air, his tentacles and flames dispersing to deal with the encroaching dark red bubbles. Unconcerned about falling prey to the illusion plaguing his teammates, he remained steadfast, knowing that they possessed their own means of defense against such attacks. Watch yourself, Jinchuru, Vritra cautioned, her voice tinged with concern. That woman possesses a power that could rival, or perhaps even surpass, your sacred gear. Despite our slight edge in power, certain abilities could level the playing field. Jinchuru nodded grimly. Understood. I won't underestimate her, he affirmed, unfurling his devil wings. Centuredo, allowing emotions to cloud your judgment is perilous, he cautioned, his tone firm yet compassionate. Jinchuru acknowledged his advice with a solemn nod, understanding the gravity of the situation. Jinchuru propelled himself towards Taphalis once more, undeterred by the looming threat of the dark red tentacles veiled in shadow. Despite their ominous approach, he continued his course, unleashing a barrage of cursed black flames from his clenched fists, reducing Taphalis' looming attacks to mere ashes. However, Taphalis remained composed, a serene smile gracing her lips as Jinchuru closed in on her once more. With a playful wink, she met his gaze, her demeanor exuding an air of tranquility in the fight. Yet, just as Jinchuru neared her, a sudden invisible force seized his movements, sending a jolt of astonishment through his being. Surprised? Taphalis mused, her tone laced with amusement. My abilities extend beyond mere illusions crafted from solar blood manipulation. Being blessed by a Celestial grants us access to untold powers, augmenting our existing abilities with newfound strength, she elucidated, punctuating her explanation with another impish wink as she gently booped Jinchuru's nose. Celestials? What in the world is that? Jinchuru wondered, his mind clouded with confusion at the unfamiliar term uttered by Taphalis. Nevertheless, he quickly pushed aside his bewilderment, focusing on breaking free from the invisible binds constricting his movements. Yet, to his frustration, every attempt to liberate himself proved futile, leaving him ensnared in Taphalis' unseen grasp. Vritra, I need your assistance, he called out in frustration, invoking the aid of the Dragon King Vritra, who appeared behind him, a formidable presence against the backdrop of Taphalis' onslaught. Taphalis, however, remained unfazed, her teasing tone dripping with amusement. Oh, how adorable! Summoning a serpent, are we? She taunted, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she directed her barrage of solar blood spears towards Vritra, who effortlessly deflected her attacks with practiced ease. Ignoring Taphalis' jibes, Vritra remained stoic, his gaze fixed squarely upon her, a silent testament to his suspicion of her powers. Taphalis chuckled at his cautious demeanor, her amusement evident as she continued to tease Jinchuru. Well-behaved serpent, she said mockingly, her gaze returning to Jinchuru. "Your companion knows better than to venture into this area. Now then, let's attend to you, shall we?" With a mischievous grin, she playfully tapped Jinchuru's forehead, her actions betraying the underlying danger lurking beneath her seemingly jovial facade. In the blink of an eye, Jinchuru was transported to an unfamiliar place, finding himself in the middle of a desolate landscape unlike any he had ever encountered before. The acrid scent of blood hung heavy in the air as he stood surrounded by decaying metal structures, while a foreboding crimson moon cast an eerie glow upon the destroyed terrain. "What the where am I?" he muttered in disbelief, his voice tinged with confusion as he tentatively navigated his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized that the invisible shackles that had bound him moments earlier were now lifted, adding to his growing perplexity. Stepping cautiously from his initial position, Jinchuru surveyed the scene before him, taking in the widespread devastation that stretched as far as the eye could see. Each rusted metal pole and every gust of frigid wind only served to deepen his bewilderment, leaving him to question the nature of his current predicament. He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he continued to traverse the desolate landscape. Uncertainty gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. Unsure whether he had been physically transported or ensnared within the confines of an elaborate illusion, Jinchuru remained vigilant, his senses alert for any clue that might unravel the mystery of his sudden displacement. After a short time of wandering, Jinchuru came across a monument that sparked a sudden recognition within him. It was a newly placed statue at the Kuo Academy High School division. The sight filled him with surprise, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he grappled with the unexplainable merging of worlds. "Kuo? This place is Kuo? What on earth has happened here?" he muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief as he tried to make sense of his surreal surroundings. Yet, even as he tried to rationalize the strange turn of events, a nagging doubt crept into his consciousness, warning him to stay vigilant against the temptation of illusion. Shaking off his growing unease, Jinchuru pushed himself to keep moving forward, each step heavy with the uncertainty hanging in the air. However, his progress was abruptly halted as he stumbled over an unseen obstacle, causing him to look down to see what had caused his misstep. His heart sank as he gazed upon the lifeless face of Ruruko Nimura, her Barato lying motionless on the ground. A wave of terror washed over him, his mind reeling at the horrifying sight before him. His initial flare of anger upon seeing his deceased girlfriend quickly faded as Jinchuru took a deep breath, striving to calm the storm of emotions within him. He reminded himself that the grim scene before him was nothing but a fabricated illusion, a cruel manipulation of his mind. "Stay composed. It's all an illusion," he murmured to himself, his voice a soothing antidote to the turmoil inside. Despite his attempts to rationalize, the image of Ruruko's lifeless body continued to haunt him, a grim reminder of how realistic this illusion was. As he struggled to regain his composure, a chilling voice pierced through the silence like a dagger. It was Taphilis, the architect of this twisted illusion, her words dripping with malice as she aimed to break his resolve. You manage your emotions better than I expected, little serpent. But that will not be enough," her voice taunted, carrying a sinister undertone. Before Jinchuru could react, a horde of grotesque apparitions appeared around him, taking the forms of his beloved friends and allies, their faces contorted in agony and despair. With a collective frenzy, they lunged towards him, their twisted forms converging upon him in an unrelenting onslaught of torment and anguish. Gritting his teeth in defiance, Jinchuru stood his ground against the harrowing illusions that assailed him. With a resolute shout, he unleashed his formidable powers, his lines snaking forth to ensnare the phantom forms of his friends and drain them of their illusory energy and strength. Yet, to his dismay, the spectral figures persisted, their anguished cries echoing through the desolate landscape, their relentless advance unyielding to his efforts. Jinchuru's grimace deepened as he realized the futility of his actions against the Taphalis illusions. Frantically scanning his surroundings for any sign of his elusive enemy, Jinchuru's heart sank as Taphalis' mocking laughter rang out once more, her cruel words driving a dagger of despair into his resolve. "You wish to escape?" Her voice taunted, each syllable laced with malice. "The only path to freedom lies in surpassing the might of a Cersteel. Yet, even with your considerable power, you are but a mere candle in the face of my darkness. Prepare to be ensnared forever in this web of illusion," she declared, her words a chilling epitaph to his hopes of escape. As Taphalis' cruel laughter echoed in the air, Jinchur knew that his only chance of breaking free from this nightmarish prison lay in transcending the limits of his own power, a daunting task that seemed insurmountable in the face of such overwhelming adversity. "Darl, what about my friends?" Jinchuru's anguished cry reverberated through the desolate landscape, his plea falling on deaf ears as Taphalis remained silent, her elusive presence hidden within the swirling miasma of illusion. With mounting desperation, Jinchuru watched in horror as more phantoms of his friends appeared before him, their forms twisted into grotesque caricatures of their former selves. Anguish clawed at his heart as he witnessed their visages join the relentless attacks against him. Their attacks fueled by the malevolent bravado of Taphalis manipulation. Fury ignited within him, a blazing inferno that consumed his every thought as he vowed vengeance against the perpetrator of this heinous deception. "Why get my hands on her? I will make her pay for this, I swear it," he roared, his voice a thunderous declaration of his determination to overcome this nightmarish ordeal. With newfound resolve coursing through his veins, Jinchuru charged headlong into the fray, his fists aflame with righteous fury as he clashed with the illusions of his friends. "We've managed to dodge their attacks for now, and Lavinia's barrier is holding up against those bubbles," Sona remarked, her voice steady despite the tense situation as she surveyed their surroundings alongside her companions. "But it seems like Taphalis is receiving assistance from another source," she continued, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "I overheard the term Cersteel earlier. Any ideas what that might entail?" Shigyun, ever the astute strategist, interjected with newfound knowledge gleaned from her recent inquiries. "I have some insight on that," she replied, drawing the attention of her comrades. "According to Kuntuar, Cersteels are strange beings that transcend the realm of ordinary gods, yet fall short of the power wielded by the outer gods. They are intricately linked to the fabric of reality itself, existing in tandem with the very essence of creation. Much like the evil dragons, they possess an inherent resilience, capable of regenerating even after being killed, although it takes time, hundreds or thousands of years after." Tsubaki's expression darkened at the implications of Shigyun's revelation, her gaze shifting to meet her companion's eyes. "So, it appears we face not only Fumara and her organization, but also these Cersteels," she concluded, her tone laced with grim determination as she prepared herself for the challenges that lay ahead. Shigyun's revelation was met with a solemn nod from her companions as they grasped the weight of the situation. Not necessarily. Even though many Cersteels remain dormant, their lingering influence continues to shape the fabric of the universe, she affirmed, her tone serious yet unwavering. Lavinia's sober expression reflected the gravity of their predicament as she expressed her concerns about Taphalis' mysterious connection to these powerful beings. If Taphalis is truly linked to a Cersteel, it explains why her illusions stay despite our efforts to dispel them, she concluded, her words emphasized by a determined resolve. Suzaku's brow furrowed in thought as she considered their next course of action, her mind racing to devise a strategy to confront their formidable adversary. "Our current arsenal of magic may offer a temporary defense against Taphalis illusions, but it won't hold up for long," she acknowledged, her voice tinged with urgency. "We need a plan to confront her directly, without falling prey to the influence of her illusions." Taphalis' taunting laughter echoed through the air as her relentless assault continued, her dark energy materializing in the form of immense crimson hands that pounded against Lavinia's barrier with unwavering force. Unbothered by the attacks, Lavinia prepared herself for battle as she activated her X-side balance breaker, unleashing the full extent of her powers. With a determined command, she summoned forth Muto, the Ice Knight imbued with the power of ice and blue flames, entrusting him with the task of confronting their enemy. Muto-chan, I need your help, Lavinia implored, her voice firm yet tinged with urgency as she conveyed her orders to her steadfast ally. With a silent nod of understanding, Muto vanished from sight, reappearing behind Taphalis with swift precision. With a mighty swing of his great sword, he descended upon the unsuspecting woman, his blade fueled by the icy fury of his master's command. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, Taphalis summoned forth dark crimson hands of blood to intercept Muto's strike, but they proved no match for the Ice Knight's formidable strength. With a resounding clash, his blade cleaved through Taphalis' defenses, slicing through her barrier and leaving a deep gash upon her flesh, eliciting a pained cry from the woman as she recoiled from the unexpected strike. Lavinia's sharp observation and quick thinking steered Muto through the onslaught of unseen attacks, leaving the rest of the group in awe and admiration of her impressive strategic skills. How do you? Sona began, her curiosity sparked by Lavinia's uncanny ability to sense the hidden threats surrounding them. However, her question remained unfinished as she noticed the intensity of Lavinia's gaze, her eyes glowing with a radiant focus on Muto and his surroundings. Under Lavinia's guidance, Muto skillfully evaded each succeeding attack, his movements directed by her unwavering leadership. As the attacks ceased, he surged forward once more, determined to close the distance between himself and Taphalis. Taphalis' expression turned sour at this unexpected turn of events, her annoyance evident as she faced the attacks of Muto. To think you would dare to defy me in such a manner, she muttered, a visible vein pulsing on her forehead in frustration. Sona turned to Shigyun, her expression serious as she addressed her fellow comrade. Let's entrust this to Lavinia, she suggested urgently. In the meantime, can you reach out to Aaron and request assistance? We may need additional support to overcome this enemy because of the interference of Ceresteals. However, there was a sudden silence that engulfed them. Then it was shattered by a deafening blast of orange light, shaking the entire planet with a seismic upheaval that reverberated through the very fabric of reality. As the shockwave washed over them, a dragon tattoo adorned with flickering flames appeared on their arms, its radiant heat searing their senses with unexpected warmth. In an instant, the illusions that had ensnared their allies were shattered, dispelled by the overwhelming power that surged through them. Confusion mixed with astonishment as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the event that had just transpired. Together with the pandemonium and confusion, one figure stood out among the rest, Jinchuru Saji. His eyes ablaze with fury, he turned his gaze towards Taphalis with singular purpose. Before anyone could react, Jinchuru vanished from sight, streaking across the battlefield with unparalleled speed. In a breathtaking display of raw power, his fist collided with Taphalis' face with bone-crushing force, sending her hurtling backward with a violent impact that echoed through the air. Even Muto and Lavinia, who had been prepared for battle, were taken aback by the suddenness of Jinchuru's assault, their astonishment evident as they watched the unfolding spectacle in stunned silence. Taphalis, Jinchuru bellowed, his rage reverberating as he unleashed a relentless barrage of demonic attacks at his enemy. Taphalis, in a desperate attempt to defend herself, found her efforts to be futile. Suddenly, Cinchuredo, their voices dripping with disbelief at Jinchuru Saji's sudden and violent actions. Another dragon letting his temper run wild. As usual, were they not? Kanami remarked, a hint of amusement present in her voice, though it quickly vanished as she received a sharp smack on the head from her sister, Natsum. Can you please take this seriously for once? Natsum chided, her expression stern as she glared at her sister. I made one joke. Just one. I've been completely focused on the mission the entire time. Kanami protested, frustration evident in her voice. Jinchuru landed with grace, surrounding himself with a shroud of Tuki before quickly dashing towards Taphilis once more. She, too, had recovered from the previous exchange and, fueled by silent but palpable fury, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Her attacks took on various shapes and sizes, each one aimed at causing maximum destruction. Her sole objective now was to eliminate as many enemies as possible to bolster her own powers. However, just as Taphilis' onslaught seemed unstoppable, Vritra's cursed black flames and intricate lines appeared, stopping and destroying the incoming attacks. Lavinia and Muto joined the fray, with Muto utilizing his freezing and incinerating abilities to neutralize the attacks, while Lavinia employed her ice powers to contain the remainder. We should prepare ourselves. This conflict may reach its conclusion sooner than expected, remarked Sona, her tone filled with a sense of urgency. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. With precision and speed, Jinchuru extended a line of energy from his position towards Taphilis. In response, she attempted to counter with her own dark red energy lines. However, upon contact with Jinchuru's lines, hers rapidly weakened and dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Jinchuru's energy lines ensnared Taphilis, pulling her forcefully towards him. With his anger at an all-time high, he delivered a powerful punch to her stomach, followed by a torrent of cursed black flames aimed directly at her midsection. To his astonishment, an unseen barrier intercepted his attack, preventing it from reaching its intended target. Undeterred, Taphilis retaliated by attempting to headbutt Jinchuru, but he easily evaded the incoming strike, throwing her away afterward. As Taphilis landed on the ground, she finally reached up to touch her injured nose, initiating its rapid healing. Dealing with new powers from another world isn't anything new, but Taphilis began, her body beginning to levitate off the ground as bat-like wings emerged from her back. It's always exhilarating to face a challenge. A wicked grin crept across Taphilis' face as she motioned towards a looming figure emerging from the shadows behind her. This towering entity matched her dark red energy, adorned with bat-like wings, 2 powerful arms, and piercing eyes. In its hands were 2 weapons, a shield and a dagger, both emanating an ominous glow, with arcs of red lightning crackling around them. "Keep on entertaining me, boy," Taphilis taunted with a malicious grin, before disappearing and reappearing behind Jinchuru instantly. With a fast and menacing strike, the colossal dagger descended towards him. However, before the blow could land, colossal cursed black flames surged through the air, colliding with an unseen barrier surrounding Taphilis, stopping her attack in its tracks. She turned to see Vritra, the source of the defensive maneuver. But before she could react, Jinchuru soared upwards, his fist charged with Tuki, and delivered a devastating blow to her face once more, sending her hurtling away. Despite the setback, Taphilis quickly regained her composure, casting a weary glance at her enemies. Meanwhile, the towering figure behind her raised its arm, brandishing the dagger, causing the clouds above to mirror its dark red hues. As the clouds transformed, they crackled with crimson lightning, ominous signs of the impending danger. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, attacking everything below with relentless fury. Jinchuru sprang into action, deftly dodging the onslaught while also absorbing some of the lightning strikes using his energy lines. Saji, we're evacuating the others. Lavinia and Ruruko will remain to provide support. We've secured the necessary documents, so we trust you to finish the job. Sona's voice suddenly echoed through their earpieces, cutting through the chaos with a note of urgency. Jinchuru's smirk grew wider at the sound of Sona's command. "Got it, President," he replied with a touch of excitement, his confidence remaining unshaken as Ruruko appeared next to him, her artificial sacred gears counterbalance ready for action. "What took you so long?" Jinchuru teased, giving a smirk to his girlfriend. "I got caught in illusion. Thought I could outmaneuver it. And I did, but then another one caught me off guard," Ruruko explained sheepishly, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment. "Genkun erutian. Muto-chan and I are here for you. Take her down." Lavinia's voice came through their earpieces, her tone determined. "Affirmative," they both exclaimed in unison before disappearing from view. "Don't forget about me. I'm here to lend a hand," Vritra interjected as he slithered towards Taphalis, his presence adding to the formidable nature of the battle. The couple sprang into action, facing Taphalis' relentless attack head-on. Dark spheres and shadowy tentacles rushed towards them, while the imposing figure behind Taphalis released bolts of crimson lightning from its dagger. Yet the lightning and dark spheres never reached its intended targets. Instead, it hovered in midair, stopped by Lavinia's ice. As Ruruko and Jinchuru drew closer, the towering figure moved to protect Taphalis with its massive shield. In a bold move, Ruruko threw herself towards a shield, attempting to strike it with her foot. "Ow!" Ruruko yelped as her foot connected with the shield, only to bounce off and land on a nearby rooftop, wincing in pain. "What the heck is that thing made of?" Undeterred, Jinchuru followed suit, engulfing his fist in cursed black flames before delivering a powerful blow to the shield. Despite the strength of his attack, the shield remained unscathed, causing Jinchuru to be thrown away and land beside Ruruko. The pair regrouped, both still ready to fight despite the setback. "Can you hear me?" Kuntuar's voice reverberated through their earpieces, catching Jinchuru and Ruruko by surprise. "Si, Kuntuar?" Jinchuru responded, his astonishment evident in his tone. "In about 30 seconds, the tide of this battle will shift. Seize the opportunity," she instructed them. "Use your strongest attacks, but remember, do not deliver a fatal blow as previously instructed." Though initially bewildered by Kuntuar's cryptic message, Jinchuru and Ruruko swiftly prepared themselves for whatever was to come. However, Taphalis showed no signs of relenting, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing the duo to remain on the defensive. Despite their superior strength, the blessing bestowed upon Taphalis by the enigmatic Celestial rendered her elusive, evading their every strike. Nevertheless, with Kuntuar's assurance, a renewed sense of determination ignited within them, fueling their eagerness to bring an end to the protracted battle. As the seconds continued to pass, Jinchuru and Ruruko skillfully dodged Taphalis' barrage of attacks. Then, at just the right moment, a dazzling, fiery lance tore through the air and through Taphalis' shield and the imposing figure beside her, striking her down in the process. Stunned by the sudden twist of fate, they wasted no time in seizing the opportunity. Ruruko reached Taphalis first, her form shrouded in a dark aura of demonic power as she delivered a powerful kick to the woman's face. Following suit, Jinchuru appeared behind her, his knee connecting with her spine with a resounding crunch before he hurled her to the ground, dispelling the towering entity behind her. With anger still burning in his eyes, Jinchuru gathered a tremendous amount of cursed black flames around his hands, compressing them to their utmost limit. With a primal roar, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a devastating beam of cursed black flames that surged towards Taphalis. Desperately, she attempted to erect her invisible barrier, only to find herself unable to do so, paralyzed by the overwhelming force of Jinchuru's attack. Taphalis' smirk remained unwavering as the cursed black flames encircled her. "Not bad, but you won't get anything from me," she muttered resolutely before succumbing to the blistering blaze of the Dragon King's attack. "Everything appears to be in order," Sona remarked, her voice carrying a note of relief as she observed her allies hard at work. Beside her, Lavinia, Shizuku, and Fusey stood, each of them also observing everything in front of them with her. Natsum-san and Tsubaki are handling the situation with that place and those things we came across. We will bring them back with us, and hopefully Aaron can do something about it, Sona explained, her gaze drifting back to the ongoing efforts of her team. It was a harrowing experience, but I have faith that they will be rescued, Suzaku added somberly, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. I never anticipated encountering another evil individual so soon after the last one, but it appears that they are abundant across the multiverse. Turning to Fusey, Sona inquired, Fusey, how is Taphilis faring? Fusey raised her hand, proudly displaying her ring before a holographic screen materialized in front of her. On the screen, Taphilis appeared. Centurato will be handing her over to Pohayaku and Isdeath for interrogation once we return to the Resistance's planet, Fusey explained, her gaze fixed on the azure glow of the screen before them. The trio spoke more about their current predicament and conversation. Yet Lavinia remained silent, her attention captured by her dragon tattoo engulfed in mysterious flames. Intrigued and perplexed, she couldn't help but smile, a silent question forming in her mind. What had happened with Aaron? As she reached out to touch the tattoo, Suzaku's question interrupted her reverie. Is something wrong, Lavinia? She asked, her tone tinged with concern. With a shake of her head, Lavinia responded, No, just pondering the transformation of Aaron's dragon tattoo. Her finger traced delicate circles over the fiery design. Fusey nodded in agreement, chiming in, they're currently situated in Svlauria, and that earlier explosion suggests something significant occurred. Sona, catching on to the thread of conversation, remarked, That's true. Also, I noticed a lance hurling through the air earlier, likely aiding Saji and Ruruko in their fight with Taphilis. It seems Aaron played a pivotal role in neutralizing her abilities, wouldn't you agree? Fusey agreed with a firm nod. Yes, we can explore that later. For now, let's concentrate on sorting everything out here. The situation was much more serious than we had anticipated, she commented, her feelings echoed by the group. Leaving their current location, they rallied to aid their fellow team members. The aftermath of their mission left many in shock, the atrocities witnessed on this planet at Taphilis' hands stirring up disdain among them. Even those who had only encountered her towards the mission's end harbored a deep aversion towards her. The revelations uncovered during their covert operations on the planet had stirred a profound sense of animosity towards the majority aligned with Fumara and her organization. However, they recognized the complexity of allegiances, understanding that not everyone who sided with Fumara shared Taphilis' evil way of thinking. Aaron Toole's soliloquy following the passage of a few hours, I received a message from Lavinia and Sona, informing me of the successful completion of their mission on Itos Rurlura. They were on their way back to the Resistance's planet. In return, I shared news of our triumph here, including the establishment of a successful alliance with the Volgenders. However, this also required the relocation of their planet to avoid potential retaliation from Fumara. Earlier, I had taken measures to make their planet invisible and impervious to Fumara's powers, ensuring their safety for the time being. I speculated that Fumara was likely consumed with anxiety regarding the eternal flame and the fate of Blessura, whether real or imagined. Setting aside these concerns, I found myself grappling with a dilemma, or was it a dilemma at all? Uncertainty clouded my thoughts. Currently, I followed behind Sonia, accompanied by Shawnata and Natasha, as we journeyed through each city in Svlauria. True to my word, I had painstakingly repaired all the destruction inflicted upon the cities, and now we were simply conducting personal inspections to ensure everything was in order and to reassure the populace. However, it appeared that my presence as a certain individual was causing quite a commotion among the residents. Gerald, who had been with us from the start, delighted in the attention he received from the women. He had even taken a short break to enjoy some leisure time with a couple, only to rejoin our group recently. Hey, Sonia, Aoife called out, capturing the attention of the new queen. Do you see yourself having children of your own one day? If it's within the realm of possibility, that is, she inquired, tilting her head curiously. Aoife's question took us by surprise, drawing startled stares from all present. Yet, Sonia's response seemed different, as if she had foreseen this moment since her ascent to the position of the new queen and leader of the Volgenders. Since becoming queen mere hours ago, I've contemplated many matters, including that question, Sonia disclosed. Considering my near mortality, there may come a time when I feel I've upheld my duty to honor my mother's legacy. At that point, stepping down becomes a possibility. Naturally, this involves choosing a successor, and there are several paths to consider. Therefore, the idea of having offspring in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. I possess that capability. With a touch of humor in her voice, Aoife quipped, "All that's left is finding a suitable husband, but that's a worry for another time, isn't it?" She playfully redirected her attention to Sonia, giving her shoulders a squeeze in a show of friendship. Sonia paused for a moment, her eyes drifting down to the ground before nodding in agreement. Yes, a reliable husband would be nice, but as I have said, that is something for the distant future. Natasha's sudden glance caught me off guard. "Is everything okay?" she asked. I hesitated before responding. "Well, not exactly, but..." My gaze moved ahead, settling on one of the buildings where the previous male had been auctioned off by the Volgender. "Why we come back here?" Schwartlight shared my unease, her expression reflecting my own discomfort. We both understood the seriousness of what had occurred in this place. As I have mentioned before, Sonia began, addressing our collective unease. The traditional methods of procreation in our species are being phased out. We are transitioning to two alternatives: sperm banks and the option for males to permanently relocate to our planet. It is a step towards normalizing our society, much like any other planet. Sonia's tone held a hint of determination as she went on. "After my father married my mother, he adopted a method similar to what fertility banks offer. I've chosen to bring this form of procreation to our species, a vision my mother never had the opportunity to fulfill due to subsequent events." A sigh escaped her before she continued. "That's why I intend to introduce these two alternatives." During my previous address, I observed some Volgenders expressing reluctance to pursue traditional partnerships, but still desiring to raise children of their own. For them, sperm banks provide a viable solution, while the option for males to relocate serves the rest of our populace. Her gaze returned to the building ahead of us. "This is the reason we're here. We're dismantling these networks of exploitation across the planet. While the majority are concentrated in Finhole and its entertainment district, there are hidden ones scattered in other cities. We'll target those as well." Sonia's unexpected initiative began to make sense once she explained. "But are the Volgenders overseeing these businesses willing accomplices, or will we encounter resistance on their end?" I asked, intrigued by the scope of our task. "In this particular establishment, they're compliant, so it won't be hard. We'll also repurpose it into a shop. The majority in Finhole are cooperative in dismantling their operations, but those in other cities aren't as accommodating. I've dispatched other Volgenders to those locations to secure them for our subsequent intervention," Sonia detailed, revealing her thorough approach to the situation. It became clear that Sonia had meticulously planned our excursion, although I hadn't anticipated delving into such weighty matters. I had hoped for a more leisurely outing, but circumstances dictated otherwise. "All right then, let's get to it," I responded, flexing my fingers in readiness for the task ahead. "We're not about to start a fight." "You goofball. Didn't she just explain that?" responded Aoife, playfully jabbing my side and drawing a chuckle from me. "Good point," I admitted, letting go of the tension with a smile. "Let's get this done quickly," I concurred, and together we entered the establishment, ready to carry out Sonia's plan. After dedicating an hour of effort, we successfully visited all the establishments in Finhole. Just as Sonia had foreseen, each owner was open to the idea of redirecting their business towards more profitable ventures rather than their current business. Some even asked about Sonia's future plans for the continuation of our species. After hearing her reasoning, they embraced the change wholeheartedly. It was clear that her approach relieved the pressure on some Volgenders who had previously felt obligated to reproduce solely for the sake of their lineage. Overall, Sonia's strategy appeared to benefit everyone involved. "We've finished our task in Finhole," Aoife commented, contemplating our next move. Jotunvik, Etherreach, and Havskull are still ahead. Do you think these establishments are connected? Is there a chance they will notify each other when we arrive, allowing them to prepare more effectively? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Indeed, Aoife's question held merit, but based on our previous encounters, I had my doubts about the extensive interconnections among the establishments. However, given the unpredictable nature of such operations, it remained a possibility that some in the other cities were linked and might coordinate their response. Shanata, who had been silent until now, offered insight gleaned from other members of Daybreak. Reports indicate that the establishments in Etherreach boast the strongest network of connections, whereas the others operate mostly independently. Perhaps we should prioritize our efforts there and leave the remaining cities for later, she suggested, her voice carrying a note of authority. Natasha started stroking Shanata's head after hearing that. Natasha's affectionate gesture towards Shanata elicited a blush from the usually composed leader of Daybreak, who promptly swatted away her grandmother's hand with an embarrassed frown. I understand. It appears Etherreach is our next destination on this journey. I must offer my apologies for adding to your workload, Sonia expressed, turning to address me directly. No need for apologies. It's all in a day's work for us. Even in our own universe, we were used to a flurry of tasks, leaving little time for rest. I responded, choosing not to reveal the existence of the pocket dimensions and other sanctuaries within our home where time could be manipulated to afford us some much-needed respite, a practice we also maintained on the Resistance's planet. Sonia acknowledged my words with a solemn nod before we bid farewell to Finhole and set our course for Etherreach. You'll never take me alive, screamed a Volgender, her voice muffled by the icy prison that now held her in its grip. It had been 10 minutes since our arrival in this location, and in that time, we had successfully apprehended every single one of them. Strangely, upon entering Etherreach, all the key figures orchestrating the operations here had gathered in one location for a meeting. Their timing, however, proved to be their downfall. We crashed their gathering, quickly apprehending them before they could react. Some tried to flee, but Sonia and Aoife's speedy actions ensured none could evade capture, freezing them in their tracks. I always thought of Etherreach as a gathering place for the most cunning Volgenders. Yet, the decision of these individuals to meet up for a meeting after learning of our imminent arrival strikes me as, well, less than intelligent, I remarked, my gaze fixed upon one of the frozen leaders, encapsulated in ice. Common sense and intelligence are not one and the same, declared the female Volgender boldly, her voice carrying a touch of pride despite her predicament. I may possess the knowledge to create new formulas that may or may not unveil the complex nature of magic in other worlds, but I personally lack the know-how to iron clothes or bathe my pet Huiajli. Why boast about it? I interjected, bemused by her apparent sense of accomplishment. You can always acquire these skills. She didn't immediately respond. Instead, she huffed indignantly and turned her head away in defiance. Natasha, standing beside me, offered an explanation. Usually, they can adapt, but sometimes they're just very eccentric. That woman there, Quiathea, is perhaps the most eccentric I've encountered. Despite her over 6 centuries of existence, one might expect her to have mastered the essentials, but alas, she remains eccentric. Glancing at Natasha, I ask, and what about you? You've outlived Kalorahine and most others on this planet, Miss Legendary Volgender. A smirk appeared on my lips as Natasha chuckled in response. I assure you, Lord Outer God, that I have everything under control. No need to worry about me, she reassured, playfully tapping my arm and giving me a friendly smile. Shanata, watching our interaction, interrupted, "Don't joke around with my grandmother." Am not I started to say, but before I could argue further, Natasha unexpectedly baradoed my hand in a friendly gesture, smiling playfully at Shanata, much to her granddaughter's surprise. Perhaps it's time for me to consider finding a new husband. What do you think? Natasha teased Shanata, who appeared even more mortified before quickly averting her gaze. Don't tease her too much, I gently admonished Natasha, who giggled and released her hold on my arm. Close by. Aoife whispered to Schwartlight. Do you see that? It's Aaron's EX, or Infinite LUK, working in his favor. How scandalous, before letting out a giggle. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do game stats have to do with anything, Aoife? Schwartlight asked, her confusion evident. But I admit he does seem like a cheat character most of the time. She conceded with a nod. Right? Aoife chimed in, playfully sticking her tongue out in my direction. I shook my head in response and proceeded to gather the other frozen leaders, preparing to transport them outside. What's the plan for them? I inquired, setting down another frozen leader. They'll face consequences for their defiance, though nothing too severe, Sonia explained. While our approach may seem abrupt, my intention was simply to engage them in conversation and present alternative opportunities. There won't be any imprisonment. Rather, some community service should suffice. Gotcha, I acknowledged, as Sonia summoned flying transportation vehicles with her ice manipulation. We put the captured leaders on them before she guided them with a touch before they soared away from us toward the prisons in another city. Madam Sonia, what will become of Hladrfa? We cannot predict whether she will continue to align herself with Fumara, Shanata inquired, prompting us all to turn our attention to Sonia. Sonia nodded thoughtfully and replied, That's precisely what I intend to discuss with Aaron. Will you join us at the prisons to confront her? Depending on her response, I will determine an appropriate course of action. Of course, I agreed, signaling my willingness to accompany her, and I assumed the others with us would be permitted to join as well. I prefer to go out on my own now. This has been quite a draining ordeal, Gerald announced before bidding us farewell with a wave. As soon as he departed, a swarm of all genders gave chase, much to his evident amusement. After Gerald's departure and our subsequent efforts in other cities, where we successfully dismantled the remnants of the illicit operations, with approximately 90% of the populace consenting to our actions, while the remaining 10% required further discussion. We concluded our task after 3 exhaustive hours. Presently, we found ourselves within the confines of 10k-15kThis prisons, proceeding in solemn silence toward the section where Hladrfa was detained. I was aware of the once-closed bond share between Shanata and Hladrfa, but the events that transpired had evidently strained their relationship. After another minute of silent progression, we reached the entrance of the prison. It appeared more spacious than the others, furnished with comforts such as bookshelves, a television, a sink, and a toilet. Hladrfa herself sat quietly on her bed, engrossed in a book. As she finally acknowledged our presence, her eyes lifted from the book cradled in her hands. Placing it down gently, she rose gracefully from her seat and strode purposefully towards us. The expansive glass pane before us served as both a barrier and a silent witness to our interaction. Shanata and Hladrfa locked eyes in a silent exchange, their unspoken communication palpable to the rest of us. Sensing the weight of the moment, Sonia broke the tension. We've come to ask about a few matters. Hladrfa, your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Sonia's voice carried a note of authority as she met Hladrfa's gaze. Hladrfa, in turn, fixed her attention on Sonia, her expression guarded yet composed. If you seek clarity regarding my allegiance, the answer is simple. I don't know. As for any consequences that may follow, I shall accept them willingly. Her words rang with a quiet resolve, belying the turmoil beneath the surface. Do you even know where your loyalties lie? Sonia inquired, puzzled by Hladrfa's response. Hladrfa fixed her gaze on Sonia and replied, You are but a mere fledgling, an artificial goddess yet to fully comprehend your own power or the complexities of the world. It's not as straightforward as the people around you perceive it to be. Turning away, she continued, I have taken on this responsibility for longer than you can fathom. I refuse to see our kind succumb to conquest. So I assumed this role. Whether we would prevail or not, I didn't and still don't know. All I do know is that after today, everything will once again be transformed. Sonia attempted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. She acknowledged the truth in Hladrfa's words, and without waiting for further input from anyone else, she returned to her bed and resumed reading. Shawnatta's abrupt question cut through the heavy silence, injecting an urgency into the tense atmosphere. "Would you betray us if we joined forces with the resistance?" she asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Hladrifa momentarily pulled away from her reading, locked eyes with Shawnatta, a silent communication passing between them. Instead of offering a reply, she withdrew into a stoic silence, leaving her intentions shrouded in uncertainty. Shawnatta's frustration bubbled to the surface, her hand meeting the unyielding glass barrier with a resounding thud before she stormed away. Natasha's concern for her granddaughter was evident, but she remained rooted in place, a silent witness to the unfolding conflict. Attempts to elicit a response from Hladrifa proved fruitless as she remained resolute in her silence. Faced with her absolute silence, we reluctantly accepted defeat and left the scene with a sense of disillusionment. Although our interaction produced little in terms of progress, Hladrifa's position had been made clear, for better or for worse. And while her convictions may change in time, for now, all we could do was await the winds of change. "That didn't quite unfold as we had hoped," Aoife commented, her voice tinged with disappointment as she leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the sprawling cityscape before us. Schwartlight mirrored her contemplative posture, the weight of our encounter with Hladrifa lingering in the air. Perched at the vantage point of 10k-15kThis, the panoramic view stretched out before us, a testament to the city's grandeur. Surprisingly devoid of onlookers, the scene bore a serene beauty, a stark contrast to the anarchic events that had recently transpired. In the company of Natasha and Sonia, a somber aura enveloped us as we grappled with the aftermath of our failed interaction with Hladrifa. Was it wise to let her evade the question? Schwartlight's question pierced the silence, her gaze searching for answers. I deliberated on her question before responding. Sonia sought my help in confronting Hladrifa, but maybe her intent was simply to emphasize the gravity of the situation Hladrifa was in. If she desires further help, she need only ask. For now, our presence serves only to show her seriousness of her decisions. Schwartlight nodded in understanding, acknowledging the rationale behind my decision. As we stood in silent contemplation, I couldn't help but wonder about the uncertain path that lay ahead for Sonia and the Volgenders. My first glimpse of the future showed a great battle between us and them, with Aoife and Rosweiss emerging victorious over Kalorahine. But as other factors, like the Cersteals, came into play, the fabric of fate shifted once again. Despite my attempts to keep track, the course of events remained uncertain, leaving me to wonder about the cascading changes awaiting this universe. "Aaron," Sonia's voice interrupted my thoughts, causing me to turn towards her. With determination on her face, she stated, "I won't force a response from her. Hladrifa needs time to think. I promise I'll reach out to you when the time is right, whether it's a week, a month, or even a year from now. But I'll contact you when I believe enough time has passed." "Very well, Miss Queen. I will await your call," I said, turning my attention back to the amazing scene in front of me. "Is there anything else you need assistance with? Or is our day done?" She shook her head gently. "No, what you've done has been invaluable. We are capable of handling the remaining tasks. However, with our alliance with the Resistance now in place, we will certainly welcome additional aid in the future." Sonia paused for a moment before asking, "How do we go about relocating this planet? You mentioned earlier that you made it invisible and imperceptible to Fumara and others." "The transportation process is quick," I assured her. "There's no need for elaborate preparations. Leave it to me. Just give the word when you're ready, and I'll handle the rest. In the meantime, I'll make the necessary arrangements," I explained, to which she swiftly agreed, departing with Natasha to address the Volgenders. "Aaron, are you sure about this?" Aoife's voice held a hint of uncertainty as she questioned my decision. "It's all right. You know my stance," I reassured her, my tone firm. "If someone needs assistance and asks for it, or if I happen to stumble upon a problem, they'll lend a hand. But I want to extend help to those who refuse to seek it, whether directly or indirectly. They have to accept the consequences of their decision, even if the outcome may be dire. Are you referring to the Foshidums and their fate? Drake interjected, seeking clarification. I nodded silently in response. I had cautioned them numerous times, yet they chose to disregard the warnings and even declined assistance after we had resolved their initial crisis, opting to handle matters themselves. The consequences that befell them thereafter were of their own making, not mine. There's only so much one can do before accepting the choices made by their leaders. Let's make our way over there, I suggested, motioning in the direction of the imminent announcement. They're probably getting ready and briefing their people about the alliance. Sonia will handle any reactions, but with her royal status, Natasha's influence, and my support, everything should go smoothly, at least in my opinion, I explained before beginning to walk away. Approximately 20 minutes had passed since our farewell to Sonia, and only 4 minutes since the announcement of their integration into the alliance. The response had been largely positive, with about 75% in favor and 25% in opposition. Despite the absence of any disruptive behavior, a palpable tension still hung in the air. Aoife's concern for their species prompted her to ask, Sonia, what about the Volgenders still traveling through space? Have they been informed of this development? Indeed, I have reached out to them, Sonia reassured, her tone betraying a hint of worry for their kin. I relayed the message about the alliance earlier. Surprisingly, 80% showed support, with 10% in disagreement and the remaining 10% adopting a neutral stance. Therefore, I believe we are in a favorable position. However, we must delay the teleportation by a day to devise a plan for those who oppose the idea, she explained, her voice unwavering in the face of the challenges ahead. I have no objections. We can prolong our stay by another day, and you can brief us on the plan, I said, indicating our flexible schedule. Sonia expressed her gratitude for the adjustment before taking her leave once again. Thank you for your patience, she replied before leaving the room. That young lady certainly has her priorities in order, doesn't she? Odin observed, his hand gently stroking his beard as he nodded in approval. Indeed, Odin-sama, much more than some, retorted Rosweiss, shooting a pointed look at the chief god, who snorted dismissively. Shifting his focus to me, Odin asked, so, does this mean I can stay an extra day? Everything's mostly sorted back in our universe. I wouldn't mind exploring more of this planet, as well as the Resistance's territory, he added with a hint of curiosity. It would be unjust to simply return you to our universe before you've had your fill, Odin, so why not? Just refrain from causing too much trouble, I stated firmly, shooting a slight glare in his direction. Huh, he exclaimed. Do I appear to be the type of god that causes trouble? He asked incredulously. Yes, all of us chorused in unison, stunning the Norse chief god. He fell silent, crossing his arms and muttering under his breath like a disgruntled child. So, does that mean we can just go off again? Asked Helmweich, tilting her head slightly. Yes, but with the announcement, I would bet that the 20% that's against us won't be too friendly. So if you plan on exploring, please keep that in mind. I cautioned them, to which she seemed to agree. After their departure, eager to explore the planet further, I was left alone and took a moment to reflect, lost in my thoughts. Our next stop is Fongyun Fudi, the planet of martial arts in this universe, I murmured softly to myself. Among the countless planets in this cosmos, Fongyun Fudi held a unique distinction, mainly due to the influence of Virion Demon. He had turned it into a central hub for martial arts training and mastery. Those seeking to sharpen their skills and rise to the ranks of masters journeyed there to seek guidance for Virion and other esteemed martial arts practitioners. The planet of Fongyun Fudi remains a stronghold of purity, its earth untouched by the stain of corruption. This is all thanks to the tireless efforts of Virion Demon and his devoted followers, who quickly eliminate any hint of evil and corruption. Persuading Virion to join our cause will undoubtedly be our greatest challenge, for within his domain, there is no discord, neither from within nor without. Virion is a man deeply rooted in his principles and beliefs, having meticulously transformed numerous planets under his rule into havens of peace. His unwavering dedication to his vision for a better world deeply resonates with those under his guidance. They not only stand by him, but also wholeheartedly embrace his principles, beliefs, convictions, and aspirations. Asking them to give up such stability and prosperity would surely be met with fierce opposition from many fronts. I let out a sigh, mulling over the complexities of the situation. While the idea of engaging in a civilized discussion with Virion and his followers seemed feasible, I couldn't help but have reservations about their willingness to let us leave freely, particularly considering our opposition to Fumara. Nonetheless, I was prepared to take the risk, hoping that Virion might allow our departure if our proposal was turned down. "Partner, what about considering alternative solutions?" suggested Drake, piquing my interest. "Go on," I inquired, intrigued by his idea. "The upcoming tournament on the planet. Perhaps we could use that as leverage? Given the martial arts nature of the event and our position as the resistance, maybe we could propose that if we reach the finals, challenge him, and emerge victorious, then they would join forces with us?" proposed Albion. "Are we just supposed to surrender to Fumara if we lose?" I challenged the two heavenly dragons, receiving approving grunts in response. "It would be nearly impossible, unless you choose not to participate yourself, Aaron. Although I doubt you will, so can I assume that you will be asking your more powerful teammates to participate instead? What will happen if they end up facing each other in the tournament?" Rudra interjected, his question laced with concern. With a heavy heart, I looked down at the ground, letting out another sigh. Sarorg's team will be accompanying us to the tournament. I also plan to invite 2 specific duos to join us. However, I only intend to enlist Sarorg and Regulus to participate in the tournament. The others will have different roles, I explained, conjuring eternal flames in my right hand as I thought more about it. My contemplations were abruptly interrupted by Natasha's return as she took a seat next to me. Her sudden presence puzzled me, but I held back from questioning her intrusion and continued to ponder the impending journey to Fengyan Fudi. "Aaron, what do you think we should do for Sonia?" she asked, breaking the silence. "What do you mean?" I replied, turning to face her. She was slowly brought into existence by Kalorahine, then released during today's events, only to be compelled to kill her own creator and mother. Now she finds herself thrust into the role of queen, with the weight of millions resting upon her shoulders, and she's barely a day old. She has an overwhelming amount on her plate right now, and I worry that she may buckle under the pressure, Natasha explained solemnly, her concern evident in her voice. Natasha's concern for the young leader weighed heavily on her mind as she contemplated the immense responsibility that had been thrust upon her. Shanata and I promised to stand by her, as did the Volgenders and others in Daybreak, but I fear she may not be equipped to handle the pressure, she confided, her worry etched on her face. I offered a reassuring sigh, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We can only offer our unwavering support. I believe that ultimately your species will unite with us, and I will do everything in my power to assist her alongside DXD. There's no need to dwell on worst-case scenarios. However, it's crucial for you, Shanata, Daybreak, and others to keep a close watch over her. Given her young age, I advised, hoping to alleviate some of Natasha's distress. Also, I began with a smirk, don't underestimate Kalorahine's daughter. Her mother was one remarkable woman for pulling that stunt off." Natasha stared at me, clearly intrigued. What do you mean?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Nodding knowingly, I proceeded to unveil Kalorahine's intricate plan. I recounted how she had, one day, regained control after being manipulated by Saresteel, and the lengths she went to in order to atone for her past transgressions. I detailed her deception of Pilanalis, her ultimate goal to vanquish it and sacrifice herself to liberate her people. As I unraveled Kalorahine's schemes, Natasha's eyes widened in shock. She struggled to process the weight of Kalorahine's burdens and the multitude of adversaries she faced from herself to Pilanalis, her own people who opposed her decisions, Daybreak, and even Fumara and her organization. She was a woman battling against the world, deeply embedded in her convictions. Instead of backpedaling and apologizing, she made a bold exit, and I must confess, I admire her for it. I'm not even certain if I could have executed such a plan as smoothly as she did. According to what I heard from others, she portrayed the role of the cold, merciless but understanding queen with convincing ease. Strength, beauty, and intellect, she possessed them all, and it's a shame that she met her end in such a manner. But the knowledge that she is now reunited with her best friend and family brings some comfort. They can pursue happiness and lead normal lives, as I have ensured. She did all that, Natasha murmured, still sounding incredulous. I lightly tapped her forehead and shared with her what I knew, recounting my conversation with Kalorahine. Once she processed the information, she fell silent once more. After a moment of reflection, Natasha let out a deep sigh and placed a hand to her forehead. That foolish girl, how could she bear it alone? Alice was always by her side, except for that one instance. If she had reached out for assistance, Alice would have caught on to her plans, which is why she had to go solo. She couldn't take the risk, I clarified, and Natasha wearily nodded in agreement. But she's all right now, and that's what truly matters. She may have committed terrible acts, and I doubt many would be interested in the truth, but Natasha paused, letting out a sigh before rising from her seat. "Come with me," she instructed, extending her hand toward me. I hesitated briefly before taking her hand, allowing her to lead the way. I had no clue where she was leading me, but we maneuvered through several corridors until we arrived at what appeared to be Kalorahine's supposed bedroom within her palace. She guided me into the room and began to give me a tour. It appeared quite ordinary, with a bed, a small workspace, wardrobes, and the like. Yet, there were still personal items scattered about, as if Kalorahine herself were expected to return at any moment. Natasha moved about the room, seemingly searching for something. After a minute of rummaging, she finally found what she was looking for. "Here it is," she announced, bringing over a small wooden box. Opening it, she revealed several items, photos, letters, and a locket. She handed me the locket, and as I opened it, a small but heartwarming picture greeted me. It showed Kalorahine and her family on one side, radiating happiness. On the other side was a photo of her and who I assumed to be Elna, along with her respective family. "Aaron, please take this letter as well," Natasha directed, handing me one of the letters. I took it and examined the letter for a moment before utilizing my abilities to open it without damaging the envelope it was sealed in. "Dear Sonia, if you're reading this, it means I am no longer alive. I am writing this while Alice, the Ceresteal, is not by my side. I hope that one day, my actions will be enough for our species to move forward from what happened to me and my plans. You may be an artificial being crafted in the likeness of my daughter, but know that my love for you remains the same. Please remember that the snow and ice that blankets our planet will endure forever, just like my love for you. Live a good life, your mother, Kalorahine." I absorbed the heartfelt words, feeling a twinge of emotion as I understood the depth of Kalorahine's feelings towards her creation. In a perfect universe, Elna, Kalorahine, and their families would have had a good ending, lamented Natasha with deep sorrow. Returning my gaze to the letter, I pondered its contents before gently placing it back in the box. "What happened to Kalorahine's sisters and mother?" I inquired, turning to face Natasha. "They're still alive, but they remain indifferent to Kalorahine. They never reached out to her when she became queen or when she began to change our planet. They didn't care when she started veering down the wrong path, nor did they express any concern for what happened today. I checked earlier, and they were completely indifferent." "I don't understand," explained Natasha, her voice laced with frustration. "Usually, when children are ignored and not acknowledged to such an extent, it's often because they were either adopted or born out of an affair. However, considering the unique circumstances of this planet, having an affair wasn't entirely possible, as there was only one father for all the Volgenders. Shall we take these to Sonia?" I proposed, and Natasha nodded in assent. We departed from the room, stealing a final look before continuing onward, departing from a chapter of history and the enduring legacy of Kalorahine. Upon entering the room, it was clear that Sonia was deeply immersed in the intricacies of managing the Volgenders swarming around her, each assigned various duties. The air hummed with activity, indicating that her attention was focused on urgent matters. After what felt like an endless wait of about 20 minutes, Sonia finally finished her responsibilities and turned her focus towards us, a warm smile appearing on her lips. "Natasha, Aaron, how may I help you?" She greeted us warmly. "I apologize for the delay. There's an overwhelming amount of work to be done. However, our Volgenders scattered throughout the cosmos are gradually returning to us. Tomorrow, I plan to formally announce our alliance to our people." Showing understanding, I gestured towards the items we had retrieved from Calorahine's quarters. "These are for you," I informed her, handing over the letter. With a curious tilt of her head, she accepted it from my outstretched hand and began to read its contents. As Sonia read deeper into the contents of the letter, emotions stirred within her, gradually overwhelming her composure. Tears welled up in her eyes, betraying the depth of her feelings. Once she had finished reading, she seemed on the verge of expressing her thoughts, but I preempted her by presenting the locket I had retrieved from the box. "Take this. I believe Calorahine would have wanted you to have it," I conveyed softly, offering her the locket. Sonia accepted the keepsake with trembling hands, her emotions threatening to consume her. With a gentle touch, she unlatched the locket, revealing its cherished contents, and was overcome with a wave of heartfelt tears. Glancing towards Natasha, I silently communicated my belief that she was better equipped to provide solace in such moments. Stepping back, I positioned myself near one of the room's windows, allowing them the privacy to share in their grief. The sound of Sonia's sorrowful sobs echoed through the room, intermingled with Natasha's comforting words, as they grappled with the profound loss of Calorahine and the daunting prospect of navigating a world without her guidance and presence. Drake suddenly inquired, "Speak to me, partner, what do you see?" "I can see that look. You're not just lounging there and trying to act cool." His observation brought a quiet chuckle from me as I nodded in agreement. "Exactly. In pondering the potential futures of Fengyan Fudi. As the central hub for martial arts in this universe, it boasts a long and storied history. Much like Hanazura Ayin draws inspiration from Japan and other Asian cultures, Fengyan Fudi is predominantly influenced by China, which means—" I paused, sensing the change in the atmosphere. The once resonant sobs now hushed. "What does it mean?" Drake inquired, his tone revealing a hint of impatience and excitement. "Just take into account what I mentioned earlier about the challenge of convincing it to change allegiance, and a deep-rooted history anchored by a formidable figure like Virion," I explained, redirecting my gaze towards Natasha and Sonia. Reluctantly, I tore my gaze away from the window and approached Natasha and Sonia. I reached into my pocket and retrieved a small, intricately crafted box. Opening it, the light caught a glimmering necklace inside. "This is for you, Sonia," I uttered softly. "It offers protection and a direct line to me whenever you need assistance. As I mentioned earlier, the Resistance and I are here to support you in any way possible." Sonia's eyes, still filled with tears, focused on the necklace for a moment. I gently placed it around her neck and gave her a reassuring pat on the head. "Remember," I added, "if you need me before we depart tomorrow, just use the necklace. It'll be here for you." I proceeded to explain its functions similar to the rings the girls had, though a bit simpler. With those final words, I stepped out of the room, feeling the weight of their gazes following me as I left. Some hours had passed since then, and the night had draped its velvet curtain across the sky. We were staying in one of the city's most luxurious hotels, a generous gift from Sonia. In more private moments, she began to view me as an older brother, relying on me for support and guidance. It was a role I didn't mind filling, though it felt like my family was expanding in unexpected ways. I sat on a chair on the balcony, the cool night air brushing against my skin. The girls were scattered around the hotel, some in the lobby, others by the pool, and a few exploring other amenities. I hadn't taken the time to explore the hotel's offerings, choosing instead to retreat here and gather my thoughts. My meditation was interrupted by a familiar sensation. Someone was trying to contact me. Opening the communication line, I asked, "What's up?" and waited for the response. "Our scouting of 10k-15kThis is complete," the voice declared with a sense of urgency. Corruption is undeniably present there. It seems that Virion is aware of the situation and preparing to take action, but has not done so yet. It appears that he is waiting for something, and the voice trailed off. And I prodded, sensing the hesitation. He's powerful. It's clear that he was aware of our surveillance and allowed it. He may have even known about our presence on his planet, which is disconcerting. That man, he's extraordinary. I can only hope that you can persuade him to change allegiances, the voice admitted with a sigh. I understand. We will be there soon, so stay put. If he's allowing you to remain, we may not need to worry about stealth upon our arrival. Let's hope his subordinates do not turn hostile, I said, my mind racing through the possibilities. No, wait. Hand this over to him, I instructed, swiftly writing a letter and teleporting it to them. Show him this and inform me of his response. There was a brief pause as the voice on the other end of the line processed the contents of the letter. Do you really think this is a wise decision? The concern in their tone was unmistakable. It's all right, I reassured them. If he's rational, this will work to our advantage and make things easier for us there. Go ahead, Mitsuya Kanzaki, I urged, my voice full of confidence. Very well. They'll take care of it personally and leave Kirino to keep watch with Abilka and Baisusbu, Mitsuya replied, his resolve clear. Good. Go, I instructed, and the line fell silent. I let out a sigh, returning my gaze to the sprawling cityscape before me. They'll be okay, I muttered to myself. A few days earlier, I had sent Crosstime's Kiss and Yunio's former subordinates to scout Fengyu and Fudi, keeping this mission confidential from everyone else. If Mitsuya's report was accurate, then our upcoming visit there would indeed be more manageable. Do you still intend to allow Sarorg and Regulus to participate in the Tournament of Strength? Aoife asked, her voice shattering the silence. I turned to see her standing there, clad in a striking dark blue and white outfit that stood out against the night. I sighed and replied, yes. And how much did you hear? Everything, she stated bluntly, causing me to snort. You're improving at concealing your presence. Well done, I praised, gesturing to the seat beside me. She came over and sat down. We'll be heading there soon. You're coming with me again, right? I asked, glancing at her. Of course, she replied. If possible, I want to accompany you to all the planets in this universe. Anyway, from what I've heard about Virion, I think him and Sarorg meeting would be quite the spectacle. They sound so similar, she said with a chuckle. They'll sit this one out too, Aoife continued, her voice tinged with exhaustion. I've had my fill of battles lately. I could really use a break. Although, given your track record, we might find ourselves caught up in a battle on that planet regardless. Don't curse us yet, good grief, I teased, lightly tapping her forehead. She responded by puffing out her cheeks defiantly. After a moment, I asked, how's everyone else doing? They're doing fine. They're busy exploring everything, Aoife responded. Odin's been keeping himself entertained by pestering all the Volgenders. Some of them are getting fed up with him, but others seem to enjoy the attention, especially since there aren't many males on this planet. Sonia mentioned she's considering opening up the planet to other species once this is all over. As in us liberating this universe? I asked Aoife, looking for her confirmation. She nodded in response. It's going to happen soon. And when it does, I plan to open up our universe to theirs. There will be official channels, of course. But before that, I want to reveal ourselves to the humans so they can be a part of it too, I explained. How do you intend to do that? She inquired, her head tilted with curiosity. Well, inform all the world leaders who are already aware of our existence. Then it'll essentially take over every media outlet in the world and deploy large floating screens in the sky for the announcement. I explained, a smile forming at the thought. Not everyone is going to be on board with this change. In both the human and supernatural worlds, she pointed out, a slight frown creasing her brow. I know that. We've already discussed plans for handling any opposition. I've also thought about it extensively, so don't worry too much. We'll have everything under control, I reassured her confidently. I'll put my trust in your plan, then, Aoife responded, easing into my lap and resting her head against my chest. As she snuggled closer, I pondered the upcoming announcement. I had already formulated a strategy to include prominent gods from various pantheons to ensure a smoother reception. The god of the Bible would be in attendance, alongside major figures such as Shiva, other Hindu deities, Greek gods, and Norse gods like Odin. We also planned to extend invitations to other minor gods and angels. However, we were undecided about including the devils due to their negative reputation as evil. Their presence might spark controversy, but for now, that was the tentative plan. The rest of the evening was spent in peaceful conversation with Aoife, delving deeper into discussions about our universe and the plans moving forward. It was a welcome break from the upcoming events in the days to come. The following day arrived, and the sky filled with returning spaceships, each carrying numerous Volgenders. Many of them were surprised to see me and my companions, but they held back from taking any action, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. In reality, they were more curious than anything else, Cinceredo. While Natasha, Shanata, and other Volgenders stood beside her as she prepared to deliver her speech. Some of you may not be familiar with me. Others may recognize me. But the truth is, my mother, the previous queen, has passed away, Sonia began, addressing the assembled Volgenders. You will witness the events that led to her passing once my speech concludes. But for now, allow me to outline what lies ahead in person. We shall be forming an alliance with the resistance. Those who do not wish to stand with us in this endeavor are free to depart and pursue their own paths in the cosmos. You have 10 minutes to vacate our planet, Sonia declared firmly. Her words met with gasps and murmurs from the crowd. It was evident that Natasha, Shanata, and the other Volgenders with them were already aware of this development, as they did not visibly react to Sonia's announcement. Undeterred by the murmurs, Sonia pressed on. As expected, a few Volgenders began to fly away, hurling curses in her direction as they prepared to depart. I calculated that this exodus represented merely 1% of the total population, yet even that small fraction amounted to hundreds of thousands. The vast majority remained with us as Sonia continued her speech, undeterred by the departing dissenters. I am an artificial goddess, a creation of my mother after years of dedicated research, Sonia declared, her voice carrying a sense of authority. Although I may have come into existence only today, she has imparted her knowledge and aspirations for a brighter future for all unto me. My mother recognizes her past mistakes and endeavors to correct them through my existence. She spoke for the next 10 minutes, expanding upon her mother's goals and the future she aimed to bring about. As the 10-minute mark approached, the final departing spaceships vanished into the vastness of space. Sonia cast a brief glance in my direction, indicating that the time had come. I conjured a large screen above us, projecting the recent events to the remaining Volgenders. We took the liberty of presenting Calorahine in a more sympathetic manner, portraying her early life, the challenges she faced, and the manipulation she endured under Pilinala's control. The narrative illustrated her eventual awakening, her subtle resistance, and her ultimate sacrifice over enemy that led to the events of that day. The revelation deeply moved many of the Volgenders, and tears freely flowed among them. Using my abilities, I located Calorahine's family, but they remained stoic and indifferent, showing no emotional reaction to the events. Their lack of concern for Calorahine puzzled me, leading me to wonder what occupied their minds. I hesitated to look further into their motivations, suspecting that any insights gained would likely be obscured by irrational justifications for their behavior. It seemed futile to probe deeper, so I refrained from doing so. After the events had been shown, I dismissed the screen, and Sonia resumed addressing her people. The Volgenders continued to mourn for their departed queen, their sorrow palpable in the air. Sonia herself struggled to maintain her composure, fighting back tears as she spoke to her grieving subjects. 30 minutes elapsed before Sonia concluded her speech and beckoned me over. I made my way to her side, facing the sizable crowd gathered before us. With a snap of my fingers, several Volgenders began to hover, a sight that elicited surprise from the onlookers. Each of these individuals is a traitor, I declared, my voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. They intend to remain here to expose the location of the Resistance's base. Through my powers, I have uncovered their treachery. Denial is futile, for they're compelled to speak only the truth. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled Volgenders. Some of the traitors attempted to protest, but they found themselves unable to speak anything but the intentions they harbored. Those who realized this quickly fell silent, casting resentful glares in my direction. What shall I do with them? I inquired of Sonia, never once letting my gaze stray from the traitors. Teleport them to the prisons. We can transfer them to the Resistance's facilities when we have the opportunity, she responded firmly, her eyes hardening as she surveyed the treacherous Volgenders. Agreeing, I sealed their powers to prevent any chance of escape before teleporting them to the prisons of 10k-15kThis. With that task accomplished, I raised my hand, and my body began to emit a silvery glow, accented with outlines of orange flames, enveloping the entire planet in this radiant energy. In an instant, Svlauria found itself orbiting near the Resistance's planet, alongside Titan Crest, Critnucla, and Cosmosilica Terraflora. The Volgenders gazed around in amazement, their eyes widening as they beheld the sight of the 4 planets. The teleportation process is now finished. The rest is up to you, Sonia, I stated, then turned my attention to the gathered Volgenders. Being our allies, you will have full access to all of our facilities and equipment, I explained. Here is a brief overview of what we can provide, but feel free to explore and make use of any additional resources you may discover. The Volgenders listened keenly, their initial surprise gradually turning into curiosity and guarded optimism as they absorbed the information about their new allies and the resources now at their disposal. After addressing the crowd, I patted Sonia on the head and stepped aside, feeling my part in the event was now complete. However, relaxation would have to wait, as I had other tasks to attend to. Making my way to the others, I approached Odin first. I'll teleport you back, but before that, is there anything you'd like to take with you? Food, a souvenir, or anything else? I inquired. Unless you're offering me something special, then no. I'm good, he replied with a playful grin. No, you'll have to wait like everyone else. Once I open the dimensional line or teleporter connecting our universes, you won't get to take a Volgender yet. I responded matter-of-factly, giving him a deadpan stare. TCH, spoil sport. Well, whatever. I have my fun. Teleport me back. I'll inform everyone of what I witnessed here. It was quite an experience, even with all the gloom, he retorted, laughing. I waved him away and teleported him back to our universe, the Draconic Dais. What's the plan, Aaron? Ross Weiss inquired, her gaze on me. In a few hours, they'll be going to Fengyun Fudi with another team. The rest of you are at liberty to pursue your own endeavors. However, before that, I must convene with the 2 teams that have returned from Atos Rurlera to debrief and comprehend their experiences. You're welcome to accompany me for this, I elaborated. I assigned a handful of shadow soldiers to discreetly watch over Sonia's well-being from within her shadow, ensuring she was safeguarded while I tended to the upcoming tasks. Chapter 25, Part 1. Fengyun Fudi Arantoul's soliloquy since Svlauria had become a part of the Resistance and was now orbiting its home planet. I had the luxury of leaving the others to their own devices. Before I departed, I strategically placed several teleportation pads within various buildings on the planet. These pads were designed to facilitate travel to the Resistance's planet and other nearby ones. At the moment, I was heading toward the meeting room where everyone else had already gathered. Along the way, I sensed a familiar presence nearby and prepared myself for what was coming. When I saw the figure, they turned towards me and walked over slowly, wrapping me in a warm embrace. Is something wrong? I asked, returning the hug. Lavinia shook her head silently, but I could tell that her recent mission in Atos Rurlera had taken a significant toll on her. The strain was evident, and I could only imagine the impact it had on everyone else involved in the mission. I don't like her. I can't see her naturally switching sides or being compliant with our questions during this meeting, Lavinia said, looking up at me with a frown. Well, I can just ask her again if she's less than agreeable. Let's go, he replied. We started walking towards the building, Lavinia walking close beside me, her expression a mix of sadness and anger. We eventually arrived at the building and made our way to the meeting room, where chaos had already erupted. The Wayborough's member, Taphalis, was laughing while giving bizarre and infuriating answers to everyone present. Iliovan, in particular, was becoming increasingly agitated, looking tense and furious. Stop her, Iliovan screeched, turning to face me. No, we need her for a bit, I replied calmly. Snapping my fingers, I restrained Taphalis, compelling her to take a seat and bringing a sense of calm to the room. She looked at me with amusement, her grin widening. Oh, Mr. Outer God is finally here. We can finally start the show, can't we? She asked, her grin stretching even further. Let's get started, I said, taking the empty chair with Lavinia, reluctantly choosing another seat further away. I turned my attention to Taphalis. I suppose you aren't going to cooperate? She smiled and shook her head. I will, since you're here. I want to cause as much chaos in this room as I can, even without my powers. I've already managed to get under the skin of that little guy over there, she remarked, provoking Iliovan's anger even further. Enough. So, if you're willing to cooperate, it'll start with a vague and general question. What can you tell us? I asked, fixing my gaze on her while the others followed suit, waiting for her response. Before Taphalis could reply, Kanami slammed her hand onto the table and pointed at her with accusation. Why did you conduct those experiments on those people? Taphalis, momentarily taken aback, smiled slyly. Out of my own curiosity and at Eleanor's request. I truly have no understanding of how those procedures functioned. I merely followed instructions, nothing more, nothing less, she responded. Censuredo, which ultimately led to the suffering of individuals brought to Atos Rurlera. As I gazed at Kanami, I briefly went into her memories. She was recollecting distressing scenes of a group of teenagers, ranging from 12 to 16 years old, being subjected to harsh cruelty. Taphalis had selected them, believing this to be the age when most beings began to develop their powers. They endured unimaginable horrors, subjected to brutal experiments that caused severe injuries, only to be rapidly healed by their natural regenerative abilities. Other experiments were more sinister, involving the forced consumption of various substances to observe how their physical systems would react. These acts were deeply unethical and cruel rather than genuine scientific research traits that seemed to align with Taphalis' character. Censuredo, did you select them based on your own questionable ideas? Taphalis' smile remained unaltered. Well, isn't that an interesting deduction? She said, her tone mocking. Yes, I chose that age range. It's when most creatures start to show their potential. But it was purely for the sake of thoroughness, of course. Censuredo, to explore the unknown, no matter the cost. Her eyes gleamed with a disturbing mixture of pride and defiance. There is a line, and from what I've seen, I said, pausing as I conjured a floating blue screen above us, displaying scenes from the past scenes of her smiling sadistically while performing her twisted experiments. You seem to be reveling in the suffering you're causing. What's your excuse now? I asked, keeping my gaze firmly on her. She chuckled, a dark sound that echoed in the room. Fine, I admit it. Censuredo, I could influence them and see the changes I could make to their minds and memories. Her confession hung in the air, heavy and malevolent. The room was engulfed in a tense silence, the horror of her words sinking in. She had not only inflicted physical pain, but had also invaded their minds, altering their very thoughts and memories. The full extent of her cruelty was now laid bare, revealing a level of ruthlessness that went beyond simple punishment. Taphala's smile widened as she watched the reactions around the room, taking satisfaction in the shock and disbelief. Yes, I overpower them entirely. Will and resolve. It was fascinating to see how far they could be pushed before they completely shattered. People's inner thoughts are sacred. They hold their deepest truths and desires, not meant for anyone else to tamper with, not even those closest to them. These thoughts belong to them, and them alone. They have the right to think and feel in complete privacy. Violating that is beyond unacceptable, I stated firmly, casting a disapproving look at Taphalis. This is why I refuse to use that aspect of my powers. It would betray the trust of my friends and comrades. While they are aware of my ability, they also know that I would never invade their inner thoughts without absolute necessity. People's inner thoughts are the birthplace of their aspirations. They have heartfelt conversations with themselves, find solace, and reassure themselves. In my past life, there were countless occasions where I engaged in internal dialogues, contemplating decisions, reliving memories, and even confessing truths I would never speak aloud. For Taphalis to nonchalantly influence and alter these private thoughts is deeply disturbing. To manipulate someone's inner world so casually is utterly reprehensible. I continued, my voice steady but tinged with revulsion. It's not just inflicting physical pain, it's violating the very essence of their being. Taphalis' smile dimmed, but her eyes remained defiant. And yet, you possess the same power, do you not? It's tempting, isn't it, to have that level of control? No, y asserta firmly. It's not tempting. It's a responsibility that I hold in high regard and would never abuse. Unlike you, I understand the significance of boundaries and trust. Taphalis let out a mocking laugh, her scornful tone cutting through the air. Oh, how noble and righteous of you. It's enough to make me sick. Don't you ever tire of playing the hero? She sneered, her words dripping with venom. If striving to be a decent person with morals labels me as a knight in shining armor, then so be it. It's not that difficult to refrain from becoming an unhinged psychopath, to be honest. In reality, there are far too many selfish individuals who believe they're the epitome of everything they aspire to be, when in fact they fall far short of it, myself included, I replied, meeting her gaze unwaveringly. I have committed selfish acts and pursued my own desires, initially driven by a selfish longing for attention and admiration from many. Although my motivations have since evolved, that initial selfish longing cannot be denied. Taphalis' sneer deepened. So you admit that you are just as flawed as the rest of us. Why bother pretending to be better? I'm not pretending to be better. I am aware of my flaws and strive to improve. That is what sets me apart, I asserted firmly. I have made mistakes and acted on selfish impulses, but I have learned and grown from those experiences. It seems that this is something you are unable to comprehend. Her expression hardened, but I pressed on. You delight in inflicting pain, in manipulating and destroying people. There is no growth, no redemption in that. It is only cruelty and devastation. That is the difference between us. Even now, one of the main driving forces for me doing any of this is because I want a peaceful world where I can laze around, socialize, and just do nothing in my life, I admitted, looking Taphalis in the eye. Even as the ruler of the Omniverse, the one who's supposed to watch over it and maintain peace, all I really want is tranquility in my immediate universe and area. Everything else is an afterthought. I paused, considering my own motivations. Once I finish everything, they'll focus on my universe alone, leaving various clones and avatars to handle the omniversal problems that arise. That way, I could spend some time relaxing with everyone else. Taphalis' expression shifted slightly, but I pressed on. I don't think I'm the epitome of good. I'm far from it. But because of my actions, that's how I'm seen, and frankly, I don't have the energy to constantly correct that perception. So, I'll leave it to others to mull over. I could see a flicker of understanding or perhaps confusion in her eyes. You see, Taphalis, it's not about being perfect or pretending to be. It's about striving for something better, even if our reasons are selfish or flawed. I want peace, not for some grand ideal, but for my own desires. But that doesn't mean I'll step on others to get it. Taphilis' sneer returned, but seemed less certain. So you admit you're selfish, that you have your own desires. Of course, I replied calmly. Everyone does. But the difference is how we pursue those desires. I don't cause harm for personal gain or manipulate others' minds to feel powerful. I work towards my goals while respecting others. That's something you'll never grasp because you're too caught up in your own cruelty. Sighing, I uttered, enough with the moral high ground talk. Let's focus on the matter at hand. I pointed at her and used my powers to compel her to speak the truth. Tell us everything you know about Infursos. There was a moment of surprise at my directness, but all attention turned back to Taphilis, who reluctantly began to speak. Not many are acquainted with him. He operates in the shadows and only communicates with a select few within the organization. It appears he has his own agenda, and it seems he may be scheming against Lady Fumara and Master Magnum Tenebrosum. However, I cannot say for certain what his plans entail. I have not shared these suspicions with anyone, but I feel compelled to tell Eleanor. Taphilis confessed, the color draining from her face as she spoke. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Infursos is a shadow within the shadows, she continued, her voice shaking. He works behind the scenes, manipulating events to his advantage. His motives are unclear, but his ambitions are dangerous. He has a knack for unsettling people, causing them to question their loyalties and actions. I observed her closely, noting the fear in her eyes. Why have you kept this information to yourself until now? Taphilis hesitated before responding. I was afraid. Crossing paths with Infursos is not to be taken lightly. Even within our ranks, his influence is feared. He operates on a level that even the most ruthless among us find unnerving. The room fell silent as the weight of her revelations settled in. The name Infursos hung in the air like a dense cloud, casting a shadow over the meeting. Do you know his current whereabouts? I inquired, pressing for more details. No, Taphilis answered, shaking her head. He moves frequently, never staying in one place for long. However, I suspect he has a concealed stronghold somewhere, a place where he can orchestrate his plans without interference. Her body continued to shake, the strain of disclosing these secrets evident. That's all I know, she concluded, her voice barely above a whisper. What is your perspective on Eleanor? You speak of her with great reverence, Sona asked with genuine curiosity. We have gathered quite a bit of information about her already, but we are eager to hear your personal thoughts. What makes you hold her in such high esteem? Taphilis met Sona's gaze, taking a moment before replying. Eleanor, she is truly a remarkable individual. Her thirst for knowledge is insatiable, often at the expense of everything else. Her pursuit of wisdom is unmatched, and any power she gains along the way is merely a byproduct. She added, I'm unfamiliar with her origins or the journey she has taken, but there are rumors suggesting she may be of artificial origin. Despite being forthcoming about some matters, Eleanor remains extremely guarded about others, particularly her ultimate goals, if she even has any. None, I firmly stated. Eleanor's ultimate goal does not exist. Her existence is centered on the pursuit of knowledge and the creation of chaos, whether minor or major, in any universe she finds herself in. She has no overarching purpose because, in her own mind, she already possesses everything she could want. So you're saying she does this just for the sake of it, and to acquire more knowledge? Ilyovan asked, his teeth clenched in frustration. One could put it that way, I replied. As for her status, it's similar to that of Esena. Both are artificial beings, essentially artificial goddesses. Turning my gaze to Taphilis, I stared for a few seconds before posing my question. Your planet, Itos Rurlura, is renowned for its unique blend of vampiric life and cyberpunk-esque themes. Why is that? From my understanding, those cyberpunk elements were infused by your illusionary powers, gradually seizing control over everyone there. Taphilis sneered, her voice oozing with sarcasm. Leave it to the outer god to think they know everything without ever stepping foot there. Yes, I use my powers efficiently, but this particular style? I took it from an Eradicator member, rank 15, Vekosha. But, to be frank, she's a weak little thing. What do you mean by that? Latia interrupted, her eyes narrowing as she locked her gaze on Taphalis. Vekosha, Taphalis started, a hint of disdain mingling with grudging respect, is well known within the organization. She joined to lift her family out of poverty. But Lady Fumara and Eleanor saw her potential in her. After helping her unlock it, her powers soared, propelling her to the lower ranks of the Eradicators. If she harnessed her abilities properly, I believe she could easily be among the top 5. Taphalis casually shrugged. As I mentioned, she's primarily motivated by helping her family and her planet. She won't intentionally cause trouble for others, but if she's given a mission, even if it involves taking a life, she will carry it out. She's not as innocent as she may appear. Her home planet is Bardagal Fioli, Taphalis added, with a roll of her eyes. There's nothing particularly special about it, except that after unlocking her powers, she used them to remove the corrupt and evil leaders. She then took charge, bringing about positive change for the planet, as far as I can tell. Taphalis paused before adding, "That's all there is to say about her. As for the others, I likely know the same as you. I only associate myself with those who interest me and research those who intrigue me. Honestly, Cinceredo, most other people are of little consequence to him, almost as if they don't exist. I know he has a particular interest in mist and similar phenomena, but aside from that, my knowledge is limited. I don't even know where he lives or where he operates from." As her words sank in, the room fell into a contemplative silence, each of us processing what she had just said. I had a feeling there might be more she knew, but considered it unimportant, so I chose not to inquire further. Her revelations, given her inability to speak anything but the truth under the influence of my powers, were undoubtedly authentic. Following another 2 hours of intense discussions, we brought the meeting to a close. Taphalis was escorted back to her cell, and the room gradually emptied, leaving us all deep in thought after the flood of new information we had received, as well as the insights shared during our conversation. As I arrived outside, I looked up at the underground ceiling, narrowing my eyes. I knew I had to make my way to Fengyun Fudi soon, so I pushed aside my thoughts for the time being. As I headed towards the teleporter for my next journey, a hand suddenly gripped my wrist. Turning to see who it was, I found Sona standing there. "Oh, hey, how can I? Oh, is this about the date?" I asked, slightly caught off guard but curious about her sudden approach. "Date?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion before a look of realization crossed her face. Oh, no, it's just I just want to talk, that's all. But if you're busy, we can do another time." Sensing her mood, I decided to oblige. "Sure thing, lead the way," I said. She took my hand and led me to a nearby cafe. After placing our orders, we sat in the outdoor seating area. I waited for her to start the conversation, but Sona seemed lost in thought, staring at the table with a troubled expression. Our orders arrived, yet she still didn't look up. Finally, after another minute of silence, she raised her eyes to meet mine, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "Do you think the strong should protect the weak by using their strength to enforce rules, or should they use their powers to help the weak become strong, enabling them to stand on their own and grow stronger, while the strong keep a watchful eye over them?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. This question seemed to come out of nowhere, but as I studied Sona's face, I could tell she was earnestly seeking my answer. So, I took a moment to reflect. Both approaches can be effective, I began, but the first method, using strength to enforce rules, can make people feel oppressed, deprived of their freedom. The second method, helping the weak become strong, grants them more liberty and aligns more with the path I desire to follow, or perhaps the path I am already on. While I actively participate in many of our missions, there are times I wish I could just issue orders from afar. Yet, circumstances often compel me to be directly involved. I looked up at the ceiling of the underground base, pondering further. To answer your question, I would choose the latter. I believe it's the better approach. However, there are situations where the former method might be necessary initially to establish stability before transitioning to the latter. So, I guess it can be circumstantial, depending on the specific needs of the location or planet. I sighed, feeling the weight of the decision. Ultimately, the goal should be to empower others to stand on their own, but sometimes forceful intervention might be a necessary step towards that end. Sona pondered my words carefully, her eyes fixed on the food in front of us. Without a word, she picked up her utensils and started eating. I followed her lead, and even though we dined in silence, I could sense that she was still considering my response. I wondered if she was deliberating on this because of her upcoming role as the head of the Citri clan, or if her experiences on Atos Rurlera had prompted these thoughts. It also made me reflect on how the rest of our team was coping. On the surface, they appeared to be doing well, but who could say what they were truly grappling with internally? I would need to investigate this further once I returned from Phonyan Foodie. Eventually, we completed our meal, settled the bill, and exited the restaurant. As we walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that Sona's inquiries were just the beginning of something deeper for all of us. The road ahead was uncertain, but we would navigate it as a team. Arriving at the teleporter, Sona gazed up at me. "Good luck with Phonyan Foodie. But don't forget about our date when you return," she said with a playful grin. I chuckled in response. "Of course, we'll make it happen once I'm back. By the way, who's accompanying you?" she inquired. Sarorg's team, along with representatives from 2 other specific teams, 4 of them in total. Aoife, Wu, and myself, I explained. "Azathoth?" she asked, expecting the former ruler to join us. "I'm not certain. She only expressed her desire to accompany me to those 2 planets for reasons that are now clear to me," I replied. Sona nodded silently, then took hold of my arm, pulled me closer, and rested her head against my shoulder. After sharing a brief, tender moment, she smiled and walked away, leaving me to my thoughts as I readied myself for the journey ahead. After about 30 minutes, all the members joining me had gathered. Wu, Aoife, Sarorg, Regulus, Keisha, Kuroka, and Chiron. I was initially taken aback by the presence of only these 3 members from Sarorg's team. Sarorg explained that the others had chosen to remain on this planet to undergo training in new techniques. Upon hearing this, Chiron and Kuroka decided to accompany us instead, which was perfectly fine by me.